The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 935 to Chapter 1002. How fast would the ancient warship be after it was boosted by 10 hexagonal stones? Xianxia, who had originally been standing at the bow of the ship, was now tightly hugging the mast like a flag swaying in the wind. Slow down. Slow down. Whoosh, under the control of its master, the ancient warship gradually slowed down and entered a slow flight mode. Heavens, using hexagonal stones as fuel was like changing the engine, the system said. My guess is correct. Xianxia ignored it and went to the cabin. The 10 hexagonal stones were shining brightly. He smiled and said, we've flown at least 500 miles, and it's still full of energy. Crystal cores can't compare to its speed and endurance. It was decided, if he went to the 3 provinces overseas, he would travel by ship. The reason why June Patriarch was so confident was because he had extorted a lot of hexagonal stones from the 9 Heavens continent. Oh, right. What good stuff did that guy have in his ring? Xianxia casually took out Elder He's spatial ring and started reading through it. An Earth-ranked expert from the Tualuo continent had quite a lot of things in his ring, especially a few martial arts manuals. I can use them to make up the numbers. Xianxia kept the manuals in his spatial ring and continued reading. He found 10 glowing ores and guessed, these should be martial arts resources like spirit stones and star stones. That was right. They had the same function, but different names. The author was too lazy to name them. So, from today onwards, all resources with the same function as spirit stones would be replaced by spirit stones. The energy contained in spirit stones from the Tualuo continent was much stronger than those from the Falling Star continent, but it was still inferior to hexagonal stones. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have killed that guy and let his plane use this martial arts resource as a ransom, Xianxia said. Let's go. Whoosh, the ancient warship traveled at full speed, shuttling through the endless battlefield. Did something fly over there just now? I felt it too. Strange, I didn't catch it with my spiritual sense. Could it be that I've been cultivating too much recently and am hallucinating? All the martial artists were surprised. They didn't know that a large ship had just flown by. At the Starfall continent stronghold, Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others were busy with construction. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone raised their heads and saw a large ship hovering above them at some point in time. Ship? Long Xiang's eyes widened. The Patriarch is up there. Li Fei's eyes were sharp, and he discovered Xianxia standing at the bow of the ship. He Wudi and Yi Xingqian's expressions froze when they saw the huge warship floating in the air. Then, they started imagining things. The ancient warship remained suspended in the air above the stronghold. This was the standby mode. Although it would consume energy, in front of the powerful hexagram, it was almost negligible. At this moment, Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others had already flown up. They stood on the deck and looked around, like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Patriarch, Li Fei said in disbelief, is this ship a supreme treasure? Not only is it a supreme treasure, but it's also a flying supreme treasure. Xianxia said. Amazing. Li Fei and the others' eyes were filled with worship. They went out and brought back a flying warship. It was completely beyond their imagination. I have sinned. Xianxia took out the desolate spirit shield and threw it over, saying, take this shield and use it. Xiaoziji took the shield. Just by touching it, he could tell that it was definitely much stronger than the black iron shield. He said excitedly, thank you Patriarch for your reward. Xianxia took out the black dragon suicide spear and threw it to Long Xiang after some consideration, saying, this is yours. Thank you Patriarch for your reward. Long Xiang took the black dragon suicide spear and fondled it. I also have a Scarlet Lotus battle armor, who wants it? Xianxia said. Me. Yi Xingqian hurriedly said. Brother Anyo had changed. He wasn't like this in the past. Xianxia threw the Scarlet Lotus battle armor over, saying, I hope you can spread the might of the Falling Star continent in the planar battlefield. Because he had to manage and develop the sect, he couldn't stay in the planar battlefield forever. He gave the equipment to the disciples in the hope that they would inherit his will and turn the world upside down. Yes. the disciples said in unison. After bringing the ancient warship to the stronghold, it met the requirements of obtaining fortuitous opportunities and expanded by 10,000 square meters. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy Xianxia. In the next few days, he went out one after another to search for fortuitous opportunities on the battlefield. As long as he set his eyes on something, he would definitely sweep it clean. There were many types of fortuitous opportunities on the battlefield. There were martial arts, equipment, treasures, and many natural treasures. After Xianxia returned, as long as it was suitable for the disciples, he would give it to them. In a short 10 days, the falling star continent's stronghold expanded a lot. After reaching a certain size, Xianxia used the terrain remodeling tool to build a mountain and then used the 5 elements formation to prop it up. One day, when Xianxia returned and gave a pair of speed-increasing boots to Li Fei, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The falling star continent's stronghold has the basic size of a town. The battlefield merit store is officially activated. Whoosh, as soon as the voice finished, the empty space near the main hall flashed with light. A building surrounded by clouds and mist appeared out of thin air. There was a plaque with the words Battlefield Merit Store engraved on it. It's finally here. Xianxia rubbed his hands and walked into the majestic merit store. There were no decorations inside. There were wooden signs on the east wall with many small words written on them. Spirit Origin Sword, 100 merit points required. Origin Condensing Pill, 100 merit points required. Cloudsail Sword Art, 100 merit points required. At the bottom of the wooden sign, there was a line of words. The content was, when the merit points meet the requirements, you only need to take off the wooden sign to obtain the corresponding item. Xianxia touched his chin and said, it's a bit similar to the system store. It was only similar, but its functions were definitely not comparable to the system store. After all, there was no introduction. Who knew if the Spirit Origin Sword and Origin Condensing Pill were strong or not? I have a lot of merit points. I can buy it and try it. Xianxia walked over and took off the wooden sign with the Spirit Origin Sword and Origin Condensing Pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright sword and 10 pills appeared in his hand. Xianxia said in surprise, it's a bit magical. Clang, he unsheathed the sword. The sword flashed. After examining it, Xianxia shook his head and said, it's far from the true young sword. Gulp, he ate a Origin Condensing Pill. The effect of the pill is about the same as the Qi Gathering Pill, but it only increases the absorption speed by 20 times. Xianxia shook his head and said, the battlefield merit store is too disappointing. If the martial artists who fought for merit points heard this, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. It was not that Xianxia was showing off, but after exchanging several items in succession, he concluded that weapons, pills, and even martial arts manuals could not be compared to the system store. Martial artists could treat them as treasures, but in front of him and his disciples, they were not of any substantial help. No. They were helpful. At least he could exchange for secret manuals and use them to make up the numbers in the technique pavilion. Origin Condensing Pill and Qi Gathering Pill did not conflict, so taking them together to increase the absorption speed was not bad. As for equipment and treasures, they were not worth exchanging, because Xianxia had found a lot of opportunities recently. Several core disciples had already gathered 6 sets. Junior brothers. At the edge of the stronghold, Li Qingyang glanced at Xiaoziji, Yi Xingchen, and the other disciples and said with a solemn expression, the patriarch has found so many pieces of equipment for us. Don't let him down. We must live up to the prestige of the fallen star continent on the battlefield. Okay. Everyone's eyes flickered. Let's go. Li Qingyang was the first to fly out. Xiaoziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, and the others followed one after another. On this day, the Sect of all times' disciples flew out of the stronghold. The hard-working martial artists in the dimensional battlefield were probably trembling. Sitting in the main hall, Xianxia looked at his treasures flying away and said with a smile, although the overall strength of the fallen star continent is not as good as other dimensions, we can crush them with equipment. Boom. Boom. In a certain area of the dimensional battlefield, 2 yellow-class martial artists, who were as strong as rank 7 or rank 8 Wu Huang, were condensing all kinds of moves and bombarding the dusty area below. A moment later, the two stopped. "Big brother," the shorter martial artist said, "that arrogant guy probably didn't even have a hair left after being bombarded." The martial artist called Big Brother sneered, "Isn't it good to be alive? Why did he have to come here to die?" The two brothers were originally looking for opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, someone flew over and then provoked them in all kinds of ways, resulting in the bombardment just now. "Hey!" Suddenly, a voice came from the dusty area, "Don't be happy too early." Hearing this, the smiles on the two martial artists' faces froze. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and the dust dissipated. Xianxia, who was wearing the true Yang set, stood proudly in place, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He thought that these two martial artists would be very strong, but he just stood there and let them bombard him. They didn't even bring him any substantial threat, and he didn't even bother to use the Desolate Spirit Shield. "Big brother, he's actually fine. How is that possible?" Bang! Xianxia stomped his foot, and the ground cracked as he rushed up like a cannonball. Whoosh whoosh, the desolate physique erupted, and an aura as heavy as a mountain instantly spread out. Boom! 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 Plop! Plop! After omitting a few hundred words of battle, the two martial artists from the Chimay continent had their mouths crooked and their eyes sunken in a deep pit. Xianxia floated in the air, and said with disappointment, "I still have to find a higher-level martial artist to fight. Junior brother Yi." He looked back into the distance, "Let's go." Yi Xingchen, who was standing in the sky with his hands crossed, said lightly, "It took dozens of moves to deal with this kind of trash." Xianxia could actually deal with his opponent faster, but this time, he came out of the stronghold to gain experience, so he hoped to fight for a while longer. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them left the area and continued to search for their target. Before long, they encountered a team of 5. Xianxia was about to continue provoking them when he heard Yi Xingchen say, "Leave it to me." "All right." Swish, Yi Xingchen flew over and stood in front of the 5 of them. He said calmly, "A bunch of trash." If it was Xianxia, he might have to use a lot of words to provoke the target. However, the proud and aloof Knight Emperor only used 4 words and his arrogant appearance to instantly fill up the taunt value. "You're courting death. Chop him up." Hoo hoo hoo. In an instant, the entire region erupted with energy, but it was just as brief as the blooming fireworks. This was because when Yi Xingchen appeared behind them and sheathed the true Yang sword, the 5 yellow-titled martial artists fell to the ground one after another. Sword scars of the same size and depth appeared on their necks. "Junior brother Yi is so strong." Xianxia gave a thumbs up. Yi Xingchen said, "If you can't kill your enemy in one hit, then there's no point in cultivating martial arts." This sentence, coupled with his proud and aloof figure, made him look unprecedentedly pretentious. However, in just a few minutes, more than 30 martial artists chased after them. Pei Aniu saw that the situation was bad and ran faster than anyone else. Xianxia and Yi Xingchen were in the same group to train in the planar battlefield. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, and the others were also training in groups. Although they had just entered Wu Huang, they had top-tier equipment on them. They didn't fear any yellow-titled martial artists at all. For high-level continents, the planar battlefield was used to earn merit points, exchange them for martial arts resources, and find opportunities. Although it was possible to die at any time, it constantly attracted martial artists. For the core disciples of the sect of all times, the planar battlefield was a dungeon for leveling up. They didn't even need to farm for equipment because they already had 6 pieces. A few hours later, Li Qingyang and the others returned to the stronghold with excitement on their faces. They had all experienced real combat this time and had benefited a lot from fighting. Li Fei said, "Why aren't senior brother Xiao and junior brother Yi back yet?" Li Qingyang frowned and said, "Did they run into trouble?" Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia and Yi Xingchen flew over from afar and landed on the floating stronghold in a rather sorry state. "Junior brother Xiao, what happened?" Li Qingyang asked. Xiao Ziji panted for a moment and said, "Junior brother Yi insisted on fighting with Xian-titled martial artists. In the end, he was chased by 10 Xian-titled martial artists for 2 hours. Humph, Yi Xingchen said indifferently, if it wasn't for their numbers, I would definitely be able to finish them off one by one. Li Qingyang said, Junior brother Yi, although the patriarch gave us a set of equipment, our strength is still limited. We must be careful when we go out to train. Yi Xingchen didn't say anything and walked towards the teleportation gate. Let's go. Li Qingyang said, let's go back too. Everyone returned to the sect and began to digest the benefits of the real combat. In the next half a month, Li Qingyang and the others either built in the stronghold or went out to train together. Because they had a set of top-grade equipment and ran fast, the martial artists of the various continents had a headache. Dragon Head Peak. Jun Changxiao sat in the study and took out 2 experience talismans, saying, Half-step Wuxing doesn't have sub-realms. Is this thing still useful? Pa. He crushed one of them. Whoosh whoosh. The psionic energy in the 2 spirit cores changed slightly. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, the higher the realm, the less obvious the effect of the experience talisman. As he spoke, he crushed the other experience talisman. Although his psionic energy was strengthened, the increase in strength was not very significant. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu hurried in and said, the Taishan Xingzong was besieging the demon gate at the Raging Waves Lake when they were suddenly ambushed by a large number of masked men in black. They suffered heavy casualties. Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became solemn and said, is Xiaomu okay? Although he was separated from the higher-ups of the Taishan Xingzong, the news said that he is fine. Li Luoqiu said. That's good. Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, are these masked men in black the same group that I investigated? Yes. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao sat down and supported his right cheek with his fist. He said, the Taishan Xingzong was exterminating the remnants of the demon gate. This organization's sneak attack should be related to the group of disciples that was separated from the Demon Emperor sect. Li Luoqiu was about to speak when the latest information came to her ears. She hurriedly said, Patriarch, there is news from the West Cloud State. A force that calls itself the Demon Emperor's Gate announced to the public that they will fight to the death with the righteous sects. Demon Emperor's Gate? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Li Luoqiu said again, they also announced that the sneak attack on the Taishan Xingzong was their doing. Fighting to the death with the righteous sects, and then attacking the first-class sections. Jun Changxiao said, this Demon Emperor's Gate is going to cause trouble. Sure enough. For the next few days, the Falling Star continent was bustling with activity. The Demon Emperor's Gate that appeared out of nowhere launched a fierce attack on the righteous sects and exterminated several 5th-class sects one after another. Jun Changxiao learned from the information that the sects that were exterminated had a characteristic, which was that they had followed the major sects to exterminate the remnants of the Demon Gate. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, the 4th-class Azure Water sect was exterminated by the Demon Emperor's Gate. The upper echelons and tens of thousands of disciples were all killed. The righteous sects didn't make a move? Yes, 2 first-class sects joined forces with the 2nd and 3rd-class sects and are rushing towards the West Cloud State. I'm afraid a fierce battle will break out soon. Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said, the Falling Star continent is about to enter the planar battlefield. The Demon Emperor's Gate is a little interesting for them to stir up trouble at this time. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said again, the Demon Emperor's Gate announced to the public that the Gate Master has the innate demon physique and obtained the Demon Emperor's inheritance. They also issued the Demon Emperor's order to recruit all the demon cultivators hidden in the Falling Star continent. Innate demon physique? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, isn't it on Mengying? Could it be that this physique is not unique? The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate had destroyed several sects in just a few days. The righteous sects would definitely not tolerate this. Thus, 2 first-rate sects took the lead and joined forces with more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate sects to launch an attack. For a moment, all the martial artists and forces focused their attention on the West Fate province. The Drizzlehull's intelligence network also began to operate. Dozens of intelligence reports were sent to them every day. Li Luoqiu filtered through them and reported the important information to the patriarch. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changxiao, who was fishing by the pond, heard the latest news and said in surprise, "This demon emperor's gate actually has 4 wuxin. Their strength can't be underestimated." Li Luoqiu said, "The 2 first-rate sects suffered many casualties." Experts? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Just a bunch of small fries." The corner of Li Luoqiu's mouth twitched. The 2 first-rate sects that attacked the demon emperor's gate had sent 4 half-saints, 10 Wu Huang, and dozens of martial kings. This lineup could be said to be luxurious, but the patriarch actually described it as a bunch of small fries. If Hall Master Li went to the planar battlefield and saw Jun Changxiao's crazy slaughter with hard-to-retract blade, he would understand why he described it this way. Jun Patriarch was now someone who had experienced big scenes. Not to mention half-saints and Wu Huang, even if dozens of wuxing appeared in front of him, he would not be surprised. This demon emperor's gate is the dark sect force that once ambushed me. If they don't have some strength, they definitely won't openly make an enemy of the righteous sects, Jun Changxiao muttered. According to the information he had determined that the masked man in black who had repeatedly attacked him was a remnant of the demon sect that had been separated from the demon emperor sect. The guy who had previously invited him in Maple Valley might be one of the leaders. West Fate Province. On a tall mountain, spiritual energy was rampant, and space was distorted to the extreme. This was the place where the martial artists of the Demon Emperor's Gate fought with the righteous sections. Although the battle had already ended, the chilling atmosphere was still strong. Even a first-rate sect is only SOSO. A burly man in black armor stood on the battlefield, gnawing on the bloody thigh of a dire beast. A slender man stood next to him. He flicked the hair on his forehead and said indifferently, "Vice Sect Master shouldn't have sent us to deal with this kind of trash." Ghost. A hunchbacked old man walked over and said in a deep voice, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to question the Vice Sect Master's orders." The man named Ghost smiled and said, "I'm just saying it casually. Don't accuse me so casually. Let's go." A woman with a graceful figure withdrew her dagger and said indifferently, "Return to the sect." Although the 4 of them had different appearances, a chilling demonic aura gathered around them. Their cultivation was also at the Emperor stage. These were the 4 great protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate who had appeared out of thin air. The burly man was called a boorish man, the slender man was called Ghost, the hunchbacked old man was called Dove, and the graceful woman was called Shadow. In the fierce battle just now, at least 500 to 600 martial artists of the righteous sects had died at the hands of these 4 people. They were definitely the main force. The sect forces in West Fate Province are almost cleaned up. When will we go to the other provinces to have fun? For example. Ghost smiled and said, "The nearby Yangzhou in the southwest." Shadow, who was walking in front, said indifferently, "This province is overseen by the Sect of All Times. The Vice Sect Master has ordered us not to provoke them for the time being." "I'm curious." Ghost said, "The Sect of All Times killed many of our people. Why doesn't the Vice Sect Master let us deal with them?" Dove suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You're doubting the Vice Sect Master again." No, don't talk nonsense," Ghost said. A boorish man looked toward the southwest and grinned. "I heard that the disciples of the Sect of All Times are very strong. I really want to meet them." "Forget it." Ghost rolled his eyes and said, "With your brute strength, you can destroy the entire sect with one punch. The Vice Sect Master has his own ideas. As his subordinates, we only need to follow," Shadow said. Ghost shrugged and said, "I'm just saying. Sect of All Times, Dragon Head Peak." Li Luoqiu came to report again. According to the statistics, in the Battle of Mt. Qingling in West Fate Province, the righteous sects led by 2 first-rate sects lost more than 1,000 people. What about the Demon Emperor's Gate? 100 people were injured. Only injured but not dead? Yes. Jun Changxiao retracted his fishing rod and said, "That's a bit powerful." Li Luoqiu said, "According to the information sent by the spies, the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate are all devil cultivators, and they can forcefully activate their strength. Although there are many people from the righteous sects, they are completely crushed. After hiding in the dark for so long, they suddenly came out in the open. Naturally, they came prepared. If the righteous sects do not treat them seriously, they will suffer a great loss. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu then said, many of the first-rate sects have already made their move. In my opinion, the show has just begun. Jun Changxiao hung the bait, swung the rod out, and laughed, so we are in charge of watching the show. He needed to grasp the world's situation, but he was not interested in participating in this kind of battle between the righteous and the demonic. After all, it was not against him. Moreover, Jun Changxiao was very curious. Just how capable was this demon emperor's gate to dare to challenge the entire continent's righteous sects? The sudden appearance of the demon emperor's gate had broken the peace that had existed for a long time. It also made many martial artists realize that the world was about to become unstable. Sure enough. A few days later, a few top sects led by Taishan Xingzong sent out invitations, inviting the upper echelons of the various sects to discuss how to suppress the demon emperor's gate. The sect of all times also received an invitation, but Jun Changxiao only took a glance before crushing the invitation, and said, I am not interested in participating in the matters between you righteous and demonic, I just want to be a leisurely spectator. Patriarch. Elder Ma, the Songshan sect has come to see you. In the main hall. Ma Yunting sat at the head of the table, his expression a little ugly. Yesterday, the sect received an invitation to head to the Huiying Mountain to discuss the matter of suppressing the Demon Emperor's Gate. Songshan sect had heard about the Demon Emperor's Gate. They definitely couldn't afford to offend this kind of power that could easily destroy fourth-rate sections. But it would be embarrassing if they didn't go, so the upper echelons were very conflicted. In the end, they sent Ma Yunting to the sect of all times to ask for Jun Patriarch's opinion. I won't go. Jun Changxiao gave his opinion. Ma Yunting said bitterly, this way, it's the same as offending a few top sections. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Ma, the reason why these sects invited your sect is to act as cannon fodder when dealing with the Demon Emperor's Gate. That's why the sect master sent this old man to ask for Jun Patriarch's opinion. Ma Yunting said. Jun Changxiao said in a profound tone, the Demon Emperor's Gate has come out this time to target those large sects. Small sects like us don't have the strength to contend against it, so we can only watch from the sidelines. Ma Yunting, Songshan sect really doesn't have the strength to contend against it, but it's hard to say for the sect of all times. Understood. Ma Yunting stood up and cupped his hands. Songshan sect will follow Jun Patriarch and watch from the sidelines. After giving his opinion to this ally, Jun Changxiao thought of another ally, so he whispered, that woman won't foolishly go to the appointment, right? Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, Miaohua Palace received the invitation, and Palace Master she brought the elders to Yinghui Mountain. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, I won't participate, but I can go and be a bystander. Thinking of this, he settled the sect's matters, then flew out and headed to Yinghui Mountain at an extremely fast speed. All the sects had gathered to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's Gate. As the patriarch of the sect of all times and a member of the circle, there was nothing wrong with Goshen going to take a look. Li Luoqiu, who was standing on Drizzle Peak, shook her head, with Patriarch's personality, something will definitely happen if he goes and takes a look. There was a very special mountain in the Falling Star continent called Reflection Mountain. There was no abundant spirit chi on the mountain, and the scenery was ordinary, but it was worshipped by the world. Every year, there were countless martial artists who came here to play. Why? Because back then, the demon slaughtering order had been issued from here. From that day on, the famous righteous sects and the Demon Emperor sect fought to the death, leaving behind battles that were enough to be praised by future generations. Today, thousands of years later, under the operation of several first-rate sects, the upper echelons of the sects from all over the world once again rushed to Reflection Mountain. Of course, the Demon Emperor's Gate could not be compared to the Demon Emperor sect. The scale of the righteous sects this time was far less than 1/10 of that time. Patriarchy. Sect Master Gong. At the foot of Reflection Mountain, the two sect elders met and exchanged polite words. Then, they walked together on the historic stone stairs, their eyes full of awe. Back then, the ancestors negotiated on this mountain to suppress the Demon Emperor sect and exchanged thousands of years of peace for the Falling Star continent. The future generations would naturally remember it in their hearts. Today, they were invited by the first-rate sects to once again discuss how to suppress the demon emperor's gate that had suddenly appeared. It gave them a sense of mission that they had never had before. The upper echelons of the sects who came later would be in awe every time they stopped at the foot of Reflection Mountain. In order to show their respect for the ancestors, even if they could fly up, they would choose to climb the mountain. Patriarch. A disciple stood at the foot of the mountain and said with admiration, "Although this Reflection Mountain looks very ordinary, this disciple feels a very familiar aura." The old man in embroidered clothes stood in front with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Back then, when we suppressed the demon emperor sect, our bamboo spirit sect also sent people here." "I see." The disciple said in realization, "No wonder there is a familiar feeling. It turns out that the aura of the ancestors is still here. Let's go." The patriarch said, "Let's go up." Yes. Dozens of disciples followed him up the stairs, their hearts full of awe. Just as the martial artists of the various sects rushed over from all over the world and walked along the long mountain path, a stream of light flew toward the top of the mountain at an untimely time. This action instantly angered everyone. Who dares to fly on Reflection Mountain? In an instant, countless spiritual senses were released, enveloping the stream of light that was flying upwards. After seeing the other party's appearance, they exclaimed in unison, "The patriarch of the sect of all times. Why is he here? Could it be that the first-rate sects also sent invitations to this shameless fellow?" Xianxia, who was continuously ascending, suddenly stopped. His hair was not messy at all as he pointed at the sect leader halfway up the mountain and said, "You're spouting nonsense. I'll sue you for slander." The system said, "I think he's right." Xianxia ignored it and flew up the mountain again, leaving behind a group of angry senior members of the various sections. "Damn it. This Xianxia is too arrogant," one of the sect elders said angrily. "I haven't heard any news about the sect of all times recently. I thought they had changed their way of keeping a low profile. I didn't expect them to come to Reflection Mountain," someone said in surprise. Needless to say, ever since the end of the culinary god competition, the sect of all times had not caused any trouble in the martial arts world for a long time, so much so that everyone almost had nothing to talk about. It was mainly because of the appearance of the plain battlefield teleportation gate, which distracted Xianxia a lot of his attention. The disciples also had new dungeons, so they naturally wouldn't go out to play. In short, how could they be in the mood to play with the martial artists of the Falling Star continent when they could compete with the experts of all realms? Shua. Xianxia landed on the top of the mountain. After ascending the mountain in advance, the senior members of the various sects who were bragging all turned their heads to look over, a trace of surprise appearing on their faces. Why is this guy here? Moreover, from the looks of it, he flew up directly. Humph. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes flashed with anger when he saw Xianxia. This person was the patriarch of the world-defying sacred sect, Ao Huanyu. His son, Ao Wushuang, participated in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony and was still lying in bed after being abused by Yi Xingchen. TSK. Xianxia said, "There are quite a few people." There were already 400 to 500 martial artists gathered at the top of the mountain. Among them were the patriarch of a second-rate sect, as well as the upper echelons of a second-rate and third-rate sect. Of course, there were also quite a few sects who had grudges with the sect of all times. For example, the world-defying sacred sect, or the bright light sacred sect, who had fought for the mine, as well as the great development sacred sect and the heavenly dipper sacred sect. Every year, there would be a martial arts competition in Hua Mountain, and those who participated were only third-rate and fourth-rate sections. Today, it was very common for first-rate and second-rate sects to gather at Reflection Mountain. Everyone. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Don't misunderstand, I am only here to watch the show." The faces of the elders of the various sects darkened. So many sects of the Falling Star continent had gathered together to discuss how to eradicate the sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate. It was an incomparably serious matter, and he actually came to watch the show. Wasn't that the same as watching the joke of the entire continent? June Patriarch. Ao Huanyu said with a cold face, "Since your sect of all times is not participating, please go back." What's wrong? Jun Chongxiao sat in front of a huge rock and said with a sloppy look, "Is Reflection Mountain your home? No one is allowed to come up." Seeing his arrogant appearance, the elders of the various sects wanted to walk up and rub their faces against the ground. If it was really implemented, the result would be that the mountain would be flattened and their faces would be fine. After all, they had received the power from the upper realm, so the quality was guaranteed. Jun Chongxiao's words made Ao Huanyu speechless. Jun Patriarch. A kind-looking old man walked out and said with a serious expression, "The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate is no small matter. Since we are righteous sects, how can we stay out of this? I'm sorry." Jun Chongxiao interrupted, "My sect of all times has never claimed to be a righteous sect. You want to pull me into a pit? There's no door or window." However, this sentence brought harm to the various sections. After all, they claimed to be righteous sections. Wasn't this guy trying to find a way to say that they were sanctimonious? Besides, Jun Chongxiao continued, "There are several Wuxing overseeing the Demon Emperor's Gate. My sect of all times' strength is limited. Even if we wallow in the mire with you, we won't be of much help." Speaking was an art. Goxing was interpreting another art, so he didn't know how to speak. He was sanctimonious and wallowing in the mire. The various sects couldn't bear to look at him directly. Jun Chongxiao. Ao Huanyu said angrily, "I think you're here to pick a fight." Jun Chongxiao said indifferently, "You're not a ripe melon. I have nothing better to do, so I came all the way here to pick a fight." The leaders of the various sects glared at each other, and the originally amiable atmosphere was replaced by solemnity. Hall Masterly guessed right. With Goxing's character, coming to take a look was definitely not a good thing. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, a light voice came from behind, "You're really here?" Xianxia walked over, her face full of joy. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were following behind, looked at each other and finally understood why the palace master came to Yinghui Mountain. It turned out that she wanted to see this kid. No, why did the leaders of the various sects look so ugly? Why did they look at Jun Chongxiao with unfriendly eyes? Did this guy offend all of them? Palace Master Shi. Jun Chongxiao said, "It's better to leave dealing with the Demon Emperor's Gate to the various sects present. Fourth and fifth-rate sects like us shouldn't blindly get involved." When the leaders of the various sects heard this, they became even angrier. "It's fine if your sect of all times doesn't participate in the crusade against the Demon Emperor's Gate, but you even instigated the other sects not to participate. You're just AF King SH T stirrer." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch, I came to Yinghui Mountain just to see the scenery." "I see." Jun Chongxiao jumped down from the boulder, pointed to the sea of clouds in the distance, and said with a smile, "Come, let's go over there to enjoy the scenery. Let's not disturb the leaders of the various sects discussing important matters." Shi Jingxian was stunned and followed with a red face. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were tactful and didn't follow. Especially when they looked at the backs of the palace master and Jun Chongxiao, they suddenly felt that the two were a match made in heaven. The leaders of the various sects forcefully suppressed their anger and continued to wait for the arrival of the other sections. However, when they occasionally saw Jun Chongxiao and Shi Jingxian chatting and laughing in the distance, they couldn't help but feel angry, in such a sacred place. That guy was actually openly flirting. In the sea of clouds, Jun Chongxiao sat on a rock, vividly telling Shi Jingxian a story. As for the content of the story, there was no need to mention it. Seeing him flirt in front of them, the leaders of the various sects were extremely angry, but they could only suppress their anger and begin to communicate with each other. This time, they gathered at Yinghui Mountain not to be angry, but to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's Gate. As for Jun Chongxiao, this shit-stirrer, if he didn't participate, then so be it. There were countless sects in the world anyway, so one more wouldn't make a difference. The actions of the leaders of the various sects were correct. The best way to deal with this kind of shameless person was to tolerate him, let him go, and ignore him. Half an hour later, 1,000 people gathered at the top of Yinghui Mountain. There were at least 100 sects from all over the world. 5 first-rate sects, 20 second-rate sects, and the rest were all third, fourth, and fifth-rate sections. The leaders of the various sects gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's gate quickly and efficiently. Palace Master Shi Goxing said with a smile, "What do you think they will do to deal with the Demon Emperor's gate?" Xianxia adjusted her glasses and said, "Unite all the sects together and have them send their own people to attack the Demon Emperor's gate." Jun Changxiao was stunned. Because this woman was thinking the same thing as him. Shi Jingxian had guessed correctly. After a careful discussion, the sects reached a consensus and decided to form an alliance to deal with the remnants of the demon sect. This consensus was made by the first and second-rate sects, and the third, fourth, and fifth-rate sects just went through the motions and nodded their heads. In fact, before they came to Yinghui Mountain, they had already expected this result. Because their levels weren't high enough and they didn't have enough authority, they could only cooperate with the large sects. To put it bluntly, the sects that weren't high level all had the awareness of being cannon fodder. Since that was the case, why did they still have to be silly? Because since they were in the circle, since they were invited, they had to brace themselves and come if they wanted to stay in the circle. For example, after receiving the invitation, wasn't Songshan sect also very conflicted about whether to participate or not? If it weren't for Jun Changxiao's suggestion and because they didn't want to offend the large sects, they would have already come. In Jianghu, one had no choice. Although Jun Changxiao was in the pugilistic world, he was an exception because with the current strength of the sect of all times, he dared to reject the invitation and dared to argue with the major sects on the mountaintop. To be able to ignore or break the rules, one must first have sufficient strength. Those fourth and fifth-rate sects could not do it, and could only follow behind the big sects as cannon fodder. The originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds from afar, and a drizzle began to fall. The cultivation levels of the various sects and clans at Reflection Mountain were not low, so the rain couldn't fall on them. They were still discussing seriously. Now that the alliance had been decided, they would definitely discuss how to attack the Demon Emperor's gate. However, when it came to confidential matters, they all communicated via voice transmission. Occasionally, they would look at Jun Changxiao warily, seemingly worried that he would eavesdrop on them. He was worrying too much. Jun Changxiao had really come to Reflection Mountain to watch the show. He didn't care at all about how the various sects were targeting the Demon Emperor's gate. The dark clouds that had gathered in the sky were pushed away by the wind. After the sun came out, a rainbow gradually appeared. "So beautiful!" Shi Jingxian exclaimed. Jun Changxiao said, "After the rain, there are water droplets in the air. When the sun shines at a low angle, it will produce such a natural wonder." "Jun Patriarch knows a lot," Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changxiao said modestly, "I only know a little about a lot of things." Everyone. At this moment, the kind-looking old man said, "It's decided. Please make more preparations when you go back." The big shots of the various sects cupped their hands. Obviously, when Jun Changxiao accompanied Shi Jingxian to see the rainbow, they had already discussed everything. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Just as the big shots of the various sects were about to leave, another dark cloud came from afar, and it emitted an extremely gloomy aura. Jun Changxiao said to himself, "Demonic cultivator?" Because Yao Menjing walked the path of a demonic cultivator, he was very familiar with this kind of aura. The big shots of the various sects also noticed it, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several black streams of light flew over with a sky full of demonic aura, and then hung on the peak of Reflection Mountain. There were a total of 5 people. 4 of them were old men in black robes, standing on the left and right respectively. In the middle was a handsome young man. That's right, it was the person Jun Changxiao saw in Maple Valley, the person who might be a woman disguised as a man. Although the 4 old men in black robes had different appearances, they were all covered with a chilling demonic aura. Wuxing? Jun Changxiao used the voice transmission technique without changing his expression. "Inform the sect and ask Hall Master Z and Old Ding to rush over as soon as possible." "Yes." The members of the Drizzle Hall at the foot of the mountain received the Patriarch's order and hurriedly sent the message further away. In a short time, Li Luoqiu, who was in the Sect of all times, had already received the message. Swish, swish, the Purple King and Old Ding didn't finish their meal and flew to Reflection Mountain at full speed. This kind of information transmission and movement was really super fast, and no sect in the falling star continent could compare to it. As expected, Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, something really happened. Using two of the sect's top forces made her guess that the situation might not be small. Back at Reflection Mountain, when a young man and four whooshing appeared in the sky, the atmosphere suddenly became very serious. The kind-looking old man was someone who had been through a lot. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Let me introduce myself." The young man, who was even more handsome than Jun Changxiao, smiled gently and said, "My surname is Yuan. You can call me Yuan Gongzi, or you can call me the Demon Emperor's Gate Deputy Sect Master." Demon Emperor's Gate? The faces of the big shots of the various sects changed. This time, they gathered at Reflection Mountain to discuss how to eradicate this demon sect. Now, the main character was here. "So this guy is the Deputy Sect Master," Jun Changxiao said secretly. Thinking that this person once said that he wanted to break the current rules and establish a new one, it seemed normal that he dared to become enemies with the famous righteous section. Xianxia transmitted her voice, "Jun Patriarch, the situation is not good. Let's leave quickly. Everyone." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "You guys chat, we'll leave first." He had no interest in participating in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the famous righteous sections. He just wanted to be a quiet spectator. "Jun Patriarch." Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "We're old friends. Are you leaving without chatting for a while?" Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. When this guy said old friends, he deliberately emphasized his tone, making it clear that he wanted the sects to have wild thoughts. Sure enough, when the big shots of the various sects heard this, their imaginations went wild. They even suspected that the Sect of All Times and the Demon Emperor's Gate were in cahoots. The other party's sudden attack might have been him who leaked the secret. "Yuan Gongzi," Jun Changxiao said lightly, "you and I have only met once. We can't be considered friends. When we met in the purple bamboo forest in Maple Valley, Jun Patriarch and I had a good chat. How can we not be friends?" Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "Damn you, do you have to drag me down?" "Humph." Ao Huanyu sneered and said, "So Jun Patriarch and the Demon Emperor's Gate's Deputy Sect Master are old friends. No wonder they came uninvited." The big shots of the various sects glared at Jun Changxiao. In the beginning, this guy's arrogance made them very angry, but they just didn't like his arrogant attitude. Now, under the instigation of the Demon Emperor's Gate's Deputy Sect Master, they realized that this guy might be an enemy. So, their angry eyes were filled with strong hostility. "Kid." Jun Changxiao looked at Yuan Gongzi and said coldly, "I said in the purple bamboo forest, don't try to threaten me, and don't repeatedly challenge my bottom line. You seem to have forgotten?" Yuan Gongzi, who had suddenly appeared, kept emphasizing that he was friends with Jun Changxiao. His goal was to pit him against the righteous sects. The effect was good. The leaders of the various sects were already suspicious. Jun Changxiao could naturally see through Yuan Gongzi's intentions, so he was very angry now. His Sect of All Times really didn't want to get involved in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects, but this kind of behavior of forcefully dragging people into the water was really too annoying. Yuan Gongzi obviously didn't realize that his thoughts had angered Jun Changxiao. He smiled and said, "I've always remembered what Jun Patriarch said. I've never forgotten it." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao's face was gloomy. Back then in the purple bamboo forest, because there were hidden experts, he suppressed himself and didn't make a move. Although there were four whooshing here today, the urge to beat the other party up was even stronger. The main thing was that those words were too annoying. "Yuan Gongzi," Jun Changxiao said coldly, "I'm just here to be a bystander, but you insist on dragging me into the water. Fine, from now on, we're enemies." Tskao Huanyu and the others sneered. In their opinion, Jun Changxiao was very likely to have colluded with the Demon Emperor sect. Now, every word he said and every expression on his face was an act. "Jun Patriarch," Yuan Gongzi said seriously. "Since we can't be friends, we can't be enemies. Then why are you king tricking me?" Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a heavy aura appeared in the sky. The power of dragons and elephants gathered, and then brazenly pressed down on Yuan Gongzi. When the dragon-elephant Prajna palm was used, dozens of dragons and elephants shone brightly, instantly making the world lose its color. The leaders of the various sects were all shocked. They had never seen such a desolate aura that seemed to come from the endless starry sky. Arrogant. Wu Xing, who was standing in front of Yuan Gongzi, waved his hand coldly. Vast and mighty demonic energy whizzed out and gathered in the air, forming a fist that soared into the sky and blasted towards the dragon-elephant force that was pressing down. Ka. The condensed power of a demonic cultivator at the level of Wu Xing mercilessly tore the space apart. That terrifying evil chi crazily spread out, causing the martial artists of the various sects to turn pale with fright. Boom, at this moment, there was a deafening explosion. The demonic cultivator at Wu Xing's level fell down the mountain like a cannonball. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Before the other three Wu Xing came to their senses, they felt the overwhelming demon aura pressing down on them, forcing them to retreat in different directions subconsciously. As such, Yuan Gongzi no longer had any protection. He could only look on helplessly as the dracophant force pressed down. In the end, he said in horror, "No." Boom. The terrifying force pressed down on the top of Mount Yinghui. The entire mountain shook violently and showed varying degrees of cracks. The martial artists of the various sects gradually stabilized their bodies. Their expressions changed again and again, and they exclaimed in their hearts, "What kind of martial arts is this? Its power is so terrifying." Without time to think, they all looked up. Higher up, a naked purple-haired man wearing only red underwear was floating proudly. That's right. It was the Purple King. When Xianxia made his move, he had already rushed over. After receiving the order, he quickly exploded his clothes and forced the four Wu Xing who were blocking the dracophant force to retreat. The elders of the various sects were collectively dumbfounded. The aura of this purple-haired man was even stranger than that of the four demonic cultivators just now. Moreover, after appearing, he scared them all away. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Whoosh! 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 The three Wu Xing demonic cultivators stabilized their bodies and looked at the Purple King with deep fear in their eyes. As for the Wu Xing who tried to break the dracophant Prajna palm, he was sent flying by the palm. His entire body seemed to have fallen apart as he lay in the deep pit at the foot of the mountain. Even the Earth-level experts of the dimensional battlefield couldn't withstand the Purple King's attack, let alone him. It had to be said. Jun Patriarch had foresight. When he saw Yuan Gongzi appear with four powerful fighters, he realized that there would be an unforeseen event. Thus, he contacted the sect's experts in advance to rush over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to act so smoothly. Walking to the edge of the deep pit caused by the dracophant force, Xianxia's psionic power turned into a large hand and grabbed Yuan Gongzi who was lying inside, then pulled him in front of himself. Vice Sect Leader. The three Wu Xing were about to rush over. The Purple King landed and blocked their path. He said, "Whoever moves will die." 5 simple words vividly displayed his arrogance, and dominance. As expected of a Kuan from the upper realm, as expected of the Hall Master of the Sect of all times as spiritual Hall, although the three Wu Xing wanted to save their Vice Sect leader, they could feel that the Purple King was releasing a demonic aura that was stronger than their own. They could only stand there with difficulty. "Kid." Xianxia restrained Yuan Gongzi with his psionic power hand and said in a cold voice, "When we were in the purple bamboo forest, you challenged my bottom line. Since it was the first time we met, I didn't lower myself to your level. I didn't expect that when we meet. Again, you've become even worse. If I don't beat you up, how can I face the heavens and earth?" "Wah." Yuan Gongzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He, whose cultivation had reached the peak of Wu Huang's level, was already covered in bruises after receiving the dragon and elephant Prajna palm. This was after Xianxia showed mercy. Otherwise, if the dragon and elephant force was fully unleashed, even 10 Yuan Gongzi wouldn't be enough to kill him. Of course. Judging from Yuan Gongzi's current sorry state, he was indeed a man. This was probably one of the reasons why Xianxia attacked. After all, how could there be someone more handsome than himself in this world, seeing that the self-proclaimed vice-sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate, Yuan Gongzi, was severely injured in one move, the elders of the Sect of All Times muttered in their hearts. Could it be that the patriarch of the Sect of All Times was not in cahoots with him? Did we misunderstand? Listen up, all of you. At this moment, Jun Changxiao turned around and looked at the martial artists of the various sects present. He said angrily, "The Sect of All Times is not interested in the matters between you all." This sentence contained the sword Dao, martial Dao, and the power of the 5 elements. It directly penetrated the hearts of the crowd, causing them to tremble in fear. Jun Patriarch is so scary. Looking at Jun Changxia's angry back, Shi Jingxuan's bright eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but she also secretly said, "But, he's also very mighty." One sentence was enough to intimidate everyone present. He was indeed mighty and domineering. Plop. Jun Changxiao casually threw Yuan Gongzi to the ground, then sat on a huge rock and said indifferently, "I'm just here to watch the show. Please continue." Although beating up the vice-sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate was partly to vent his anger, it was more to express to the elders of the various sects that he had nothing to do with him. Now, he had made his stance clear. Naturally, he could continue to be a spectator. Vice-sect leader. 3 Wuxing quickly flew over. One of them carried Yuan Gongzi, then looked at each other and flew into the distance with tacit understanding. They came quietly and left quietly, only taking the injured with them. As for Wu Xing, who was blasted to the foot of the mountain, he had disappeared, leaving only a deep pit and a swastika shape. After the experts of the Demon Emperor's Gate left, the demonic aura that gathered at the top of the mountain gradually dissipated. The elders of the various sects breathed a sigh of relief. According to the normal plot, Yuan Gongzi would definitely teach the righteous sects a lesson when he brought 4 Wuxing here. In the end, he had to provoke Jun Changxiao, who remained neutral. Not only was he beaten up, but he was also beaten to the point that he couldn't stand up. The show couldn't continue, so it could only end abruptly. It was a classic example of not playing by the rules. Jun Patriarch. The kind-looking old man cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Many elders of the various sects also cupped their hands and bowed, their eyes shining with gratitude. Although the top sects had also sent many experts, they were still far from being able to compete with the 4 Wuxing. If the other side really attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. They ran away just like that? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I thought they would teach these sanctimonious righteous sects a lesson." The elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, "We've seen the scenery. Why don't we go back first?" "Okay." Shi Jingxia nodded. Jun Changxiao led the people of Miaohua Palace down Yinghui Mountain. The Purple King, who had been hovering in the air, coldly glanced at the elders of the various sects at the top of the mountain and said, "Trash." He had a grudge against these righteous sects. After all, he was sealed by Wu Xing, a top sect. If it weren't for the Patriarch, he definitely wouldn't have helped them resolve the crisis. Jun Patriarch. After walking down the mountain, Shi Jingxian was puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you kill the vice-sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate and get rid of the evil for the falling star continent?" In the situation just now, Yuan Gongzi was seriously injured. Even a martial disciple could easily kill him. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "He's targeting the righteous sects, not the Sect of All Times. Naturally, there's no need to kill him." Shi Jingxian said, "Jun Patriarch wants to see the Demon Emperor's Gate and the various sects fight?" "That's right." Jun Changxiao said frankly. Zhang Sun Fenghua and Ling Xingyue, who were following behind, heard this and frowned slightly. They could understand why the Sect of All Times didn't participate. However, the Demon Emperor's Gate was threatening the continent and the living beings. Wasn't it a bit too much for them to just watch from the sidelines? The 2 of them had such thoughts because they prided themselves as righteous sects and had a sense of justice in their bones. A sense of justice. Jun Changxiao had it too. However, he didn't have a good impression of the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects. Naturally, he wouldn't care. Shi Jingxian said, "If the 2 sides fight, will it benefit Jun Patriarch?" No. Jun Changxiao was just watching the show. As for sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits, he didn't care at all. This was what a qualified onlooker should be like. Xianxia said, June Patriarch is different from others. You're different too. Guoxing said with a smile. Xianxia was stunned. June Changxiao said telepathically, Palace Master Shi's appearance gives people a very weak feeling. However, to be able to become the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace and be called a Wonder Woman, you're definitely not an ordinary person. I just happened to take over a fourth-rate sect. I'm not like June Patriarch, who developed the ninth-rate Iron Bone sect into the fourth-rate sect of all times. Xianxia said with a smile. The system couldn't help but ridicule, what's the point of flattering each other? Palace Master Shi. June Changxiao cupped his fists and said, I still have matters to attend to in the sect. June will take his leave first. Xianxia had just finished speaking when June Changxiao flew away, leaving behind the beauty looking at him with disappointment. Whoosh whoosh. In the dark and damp cave, firewood was lit. Not only did it dispel the cold air, but it also gradually emitted the fragrance of roasted meat. Sister Xia. Xianxia handed over the roasted pheasant and said, eat until you're full. Your injuries will heal faster. Xiaoxuayun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes and calmly took the roasted pheasant. Then, she turned around and ate. Sister Xia, you eat first. Xianxia stood up and said, I'll go get some spring water for you. Wait. Xiaoxuayun turned her back to him and said, you're also heavily injured. Why don't you rest? If we all rest, who will protect Sister Xia? Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he left the cave to look for water. Xiaoxuayun fell silent. She recalled the scene a few days ago when she was ambushed by the masked man in black and used his back to block a palm strike for her. The layer of ice covering her heart slowly melted. Back to, forget it, let's put it in a nutshell. Xianxia went to the Raging Waves Lake to eradicate a small group of demon sect members, but he was ambushed. The two sides fought fiercely, and the disciples were separated from the higher-ups in the end. Xianxia and Xiaoxuayun were together when a masked man, whose strength was at the peak of Wuzong's level, suddenly attacked them. He hurriedly blocked a palm for her with his back, and then the two of them staggered into the depths of the forest. If he blocked a bullet for a girl in a critical moment, her favorability would definitely increase. Sister Xia. After a while, Xianxia came in with the spring water and said with a smile, the spring water here is very sweet. Xiaoxuayun took the water and drank it. Then she tried to stand up, but because her injuries had not completely healed, she was on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia hurriedly reached out to support her and said, you're so badly injured, don't force yourself to stand up. Xiaoxuayun's expression changed slightly. She wanted to push this guy away, but she was afraid of aggravating her injuries, so she sat down again and said, let go of me. Xianxia let go of her and then retreated to the entrance of the cave, saying, you recover, I'll protect you. Remember, you have to find the emotional point at all times to move the other party. Elder Wei's words rang in her ears. Swoosh. Xianxia sat down with his back facing Xiaoxuayun. There was a dark palm print on his back, which was left behind by the masked man's attack. Seeing this, Xiaoxuayun remembered that he had sacrificed himself to save her, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. The coldness on her face dissipated. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. Xianxia said with a smile, I'm honored to be able to block a palm for Sister Xia. Elder Wei. I think I'm about to succeed. If Elder Wei was here, he would definitely smile with relief. Glib tongue. Xiaoxuayun rolled her eyes at him and tried to stand up again. She leaned against the stone wall and said, my injuries will take some time to recover. You should rest first. Xianxia had just said one word when he saw the woman glaring at him, so he walked in and said, all right. Hoo-hoo. His heart sutra was activated, and spiritual energy enveloped him. Xiaoxuayun, who was struggling to move to the front of the cave, saw this and her bright eyes were filled with surprise. He has actually comprehended the heart-approaching technique to the level of materializing spiritual energy. Lin Xianju was the highest-level mental cultivation method in the outer sect of Xianxia. Only those who were recognized by the higher-ups would be able to practice it. Xianxia, who had been listed as one of the next batch of inner sect disciples, used only 1 month to comprehend it to the great accomplishment stage. It would be very easy for an expert with a saint-grade spiritual root to practice the mental cultivation technique of an outer court disciple. Of course. Xianxia was just pretending. In fact, he was not injured at all. For hours later, the dark palm print on his back weakened a lot. He pretended to be energetic and stood up, saying, "Sister Xia." Because of her injuries, Xia Shuiyun fell asleep leaning against the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. Looking at her pale face, Xianxia could not help but think, if not for my protection, this woman would have died in Nuteo Lake. He walked over. He took out a blanket from his space ring and covered Xia Shuiyun with it. Although he was very careful, he still woke her up. She suddenly opened her eyes and a trace of coldness flashed through them. After confirming who it was, she became gentle. "Your injuries have healed?" "Yes, almost." That masked man's strength was at the peak of Wuzong, and his martial arts were very strange. "How did you recover so quickly?" Faced with Xia Shuiyun's doubts, Xianxia took out a broken tile and said, "This is a treasure that master left for me to protect myself. It dissipated most of the power." "I see." Xia Shuiyun suddenly understood. "It's a pity." Xianxia said bitterly, "It's broken now. When we return to the sect, I will ask my grandfather to give you another defensive treasure," Xia Shuiyun said. Xianxia said with a smile, "Senior sister has already given me a bottle of tranquil heart and icy skin pills. How can I take your things?" As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his waist and said in surprise, "Where's the bottle?" "Where's my bottle?" It's over. It must have fallen outside. I'll go look for it." Xia Shuiyun said, "It's just an empty bottle. Do you need to care so much?" Xianxia stopped at the entrance of the cave and said, "For many people, it's just an ordinary bottle. But for me, it's more precious than my life. Because, it was given to me by Sister Xia." "Idiot." Xia Shuiyun said lightly. Then she waved her hand and took out the bottle of tranquil heart and icy skin pills. She said, "You fell into the cave when you were looking for water." Xianxia happily picked it up and wiped it with his sleeve. When he was about to put it on his waist, he felt that it was not safe, so he directly stuffed it into his clothes. Xia Shuiyun saw this and muttered in her heart, "Since you like bottles so much, I'll give you a bunch when we go back. Give me the broken treasure. I'll see if there's any possibility of repairing it. It's already broken. I don't think it can be repaired." Xianxia handed over the tile and said to himself, "This is just a random tile I found. Don't let her see through it." Xia Shuiyun examined it and then put it into her sleeve. She said, "It's already broken. Even the aura of the treasure is gone. It's impossible to repair it." Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "Big sister, if you can't fix it, then give it to me." "What do you mean by taking it away?" Xia Shuiyun saw that he was a little reluctant and said lightly, "I gave you a bottle, and you gave me a tile. We're even." You don't want to?" "I do." Xia Shuiyun's injuries were very serious, and there were no special healing pills. So Xiaoma was not in a hurry to take her away. Instead, he was responsible for taking care of her carefully. Occasionally, he would go out to collect herbs and brew a soup for her to recover her meridians. "You've learned medicine?" "Master is very proficient in the art of medicine. I learned a little bit when I was cultivating with him." "Oh." Xia Shuiyun said, "Your master, old man Jun Tian, is very powerful. He can scare off a herd of beasts with just one look." Xiaoma said as he brewed the herbs, "I'm not bragging. My master is erudite and knowledgeable. He's definitely one of the best in the world." "Knowledgeable?" Xia Shuiyun was interested. She asked, "What does he know?" "He knows martial arts, sword arts, alchemy, formations," and Xiaoma mumbled a lot, directly molding Jun Changxiao into a super omnipotent existence. Fortunately, Gosheng was not present. Otherwise, he would definitely kick him and roar, "You made me sound so awesome. How can I act in the future?" Xia Shuiyun said, "I'm really envious of your master. He can live a carefree life, unlike me who has to do everything according to a set schedule every day. Xianxia said with a bitter smile, Sister Xia has a special ice-type physique. She has an elder who's her grandfather, and is highly valued by the sect. Her future is bright. Is she still not satisfied? Xia Shuiyun said, there are too many rules in the sect. Don't you find it oppressive? Su Xiaoma said with a self-deprecating smile, to a genius like Sister Xia, it might be oppressive. But to an ordinary person like me, if I don't work hard, I'll lose everything. I'll become an existence that everyone laughs at. What a painful realization. Have you heard of Lu Qianqian? Xia Shuiyun suddenly asked. Lu Qianqian? Su Xiaoma said, I heard senior brother's son mention her. It seems that she was once one of the top geniuses in Taishan Xingzong. Later, she was expelled for breaking the rules. Yes. Xia Shuiyun shook her head and said, she was expelled just because she entered the ice spring to cultivate without the permission of the higher-ups. Senior Sister Lu's talent is higher than mine, but she can't break the restrictions set by the sect. How sad is that? Senior Sister was expelled for this reason? Su Xiaoma was secretly shocked. This was the most crucial information he got when he came to Taishan Xingzong as a spy. But a top genius was expelled because she went to the ice spring to cultivate without permission. Wasn't it too careless? Impossible, impossible. Su Xiaoma said secretly, this is probably the excuse of the higher-ups. Maybe there's another reason. Xia Shuiyun adjusted her slightly depressed state of mind and said with a cold face, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it to yourself forever. Okay. Su Xiaoma nodded and then asked, Sister Xia, I heard that this Lu Qianqian later joined the sect of all times and even participated in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony. That's right. Xia Shuiyun said, I also didn't expect that after being crippled by the higher-ups and deprived of all the martial arts memories of the Taishan Xingzong, she would still have a chance to make a comeback. Damn, Su Xiaoma was secretly shocked, senior sister was actually crippled by the Taishan Xingzong. If the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely explode on the spot. The disciples of the sect of all times are very strong. I don't know what elixirs they took. Xia Shuiyun said. She had seen the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony on the screen and also witnessed the strength of this new sect's disciples. Su Xiaoma said to himself, you guys only saw how strong we were, but you didn't see how we cultivated. The molding room, the training tower, and the life and death secret realm. These kinds of martial arts facilities could increase one's strength, but the effort and sweat required were also dozens of times more than ordinary people. Gurgle, gurgle. The medicine soup began to boil. Su Xiaoma collected his thoughts. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, he carefully poured it into a bowl. Splash. The calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled with water. Caught it, caught it. After a while, Su Xiaoma's head popped out of the water. He grabbed a big fish and said with a smile, Senior sister, we have fish to eat tonight. It had to be said that the magic-modified facial mask was really awesome. It didn't even show its face when soaked in water. Pa. The big fish swung its tail and slapped Su Xiaoma's face. Then, it dived into the water. No way. This fish is so strong. Pfft. Seeing that his left face was red, Xia Shuiyun covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said, you caught a strength fish. Its explosive power is not inferior to that of a peak martial disciple. No wonder. Su Xiaoma rubbed his face and said angrily, today, we must catch it and roast it. Gurgle. He dived into the water and quickly caught the escaping strength fish. Late at night. Su Xiaoma removed the fish's scales and internal organs. Then, he skewered the face-slapping fish and roasted it over the fire. Xia Shuiyun sat cross-legged and cultivated as usual. During this time, with the help of the medicine soup and mental cultivation method, her meridians had almost recovered. Senior sister, the fish is ready. Okay. Xia Shuiyun opened her bright eyes and took the roasted fish. Then, she said, my injuries are almost healed. We will return to the sect tomorrow. Okay. Su Xiaoma said dejectedly in a low voice, good times are always short. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Shuiyun asked. Su Xianxia said, I have been very happy these few days with Sister Xia. Xiao Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, don't talk about me being injured and recuperating here. Okay. The fish is well roasted. Thank you. The next day, Su Xianxia and Xiao Shuiyun returned to Taishan Xingzong. What? Sect of all times. After receiving the latest report, Jun Changxiao said with a stunned face, Xiao Mu and Xiao Shuiyun were alone in a cave for 5 or 6 days? Yes. Li Luoqiu said. This kid is not bad, Jun Changxiao said. Coincidentally, Elder Wei was also in the study. He smiled with satisfaction and said, Xiao Mu's comprehension is still not bad. At this point, he subconsciously looked at the patriarch and muttered in his heart, the difference is like heaven and earth. Oh, right. Li Luoqiu said again, Xiao Mu said that the reason Lu Qianqian was expelled was because she entered the ice spring to cultivate without the approval of the higher-ups. It's that simple? Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, Xiao Mu guessed that it might be the Taishan Xingzong's explanation. There might be more to it. Tell him to pay more attention and not just flirt with girls. Okay. After returning from Yinghui Mountain, Jun Changxiao continued to focus on managing the sect and decided to personally participate in the disciple recruitment next month. This was because the current number of members had reached more than 48,000, and it was very close to breaking through 50,000. However, the outside world was a little chaotic. To be exact, the Sect of all times, which had not shocked the world for a long time, once again swept the entire Falling Star continent with an explosive topic. All the sects are discussing important matters at Yinghui Mountain. The patriarch of the Sect of all times is also there. I heard that he is arguing with the big shots. He almost rolled up his sleeves and took action. The deputy sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate rushed over with 4 wuxing to cause trouble. In the end, he was beaten by Jun Patriarch until he couldn't stand up. According to the witnesses, Jun Patriarch used a strange martial skill at that time. He directly condensed some kind of illusion in midair. The power was quite explosive. There was also a guy with purple hair. Just by being naked, he intimidated 4 wuxing, making them not dare to move at all. Oh my god. This sect of all times hasn't made any movements recently. I thought that they had disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that when the news came, it would still be so explosive. The matter of Jun Changxiao acting pretentious at Yinghui Mountain was destined to become the topic of conversation after meals among the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. Of course. They were more concerned about when would the alliance of the major sects launch an attack on the Demon Emperor's Gate. Just as the martial artists of the entire continent were anxiously waiting, another piece of news came from the West Cloud State. The Demon Emperor's Gate had suddenly disappeared into thin air. The previous base was also empty. It can't be? After Jun Changxiao received the news, he was speechless. I was still counting on you to fight against the famous righteous sections. In the end, after being beaten up by me, you directly retreated into the shadows? Although the Demon Emperor's Gate had disappeared, the masked men in black were still moving in the Jianghu. In just a few days, a few more sects had been destroyed. It was very obvious. This force had changed its strategy, from openly to secretly targeting the famous righteous sections. Bang! In a dark cave, an explosive sound could be heard, and a fist mark could be seen on the wall. Damn it! A boorish man clenched his fists in anger, and said, Sect leader has been beaten to such a state, why are you still stopping us from finding trouble with the Sect of all times? That's right. Ghost, who was leaning against a pillar at the side, said unhappily. Shadow said, Sect leader has his own plans, we just need to listen to his orders. A boorish man's eyes were about to split open. I can't take this lying down, I have to find trouble with this sect. Shadow frowned slightly and was about to dissuade him. Yinjiao spoke first. Sect leader was seriously injured by Jun Changxiao's palm strike. Are you sure you are looking for trouble and not courting death? A boorish man paused and said, I can't beat the patriarch of the Sect of all times, but I can beat the disciples of the Sect of all times. That's right. Ghost's eyes lit up, and said, we can bully the disciples of the Sect of all times. Without Sect leader's orders, don't act recklessly. Shadow said. Sigh. Ghost shrugged, and said, I'm just saying. That night, Shadow discovered that Ghost and a boorish man had disappeared, so she frowned and said, those two fellows must have gone to find trouble with the Sect of all times. I wish everyone a happy May Day. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation tickets at the end of the month. Outside Ironbone Town. Thousands of young boys and girls gathered and looked up at the Ironbone Mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. Their eyes were shining with excitement. Today was the day the Sect of all times recruited disciples. They came from afar in hopes of passing the test and becoming a member of the Sect. Taiju, a middle-aged man with wrinkles all over his face, said, Father believes that you will succeed. Judging from his appearance, he was not from a rich family. A 17 or 18-year-old boy standing in the group took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. He said to himself, Father, your son will not let you down. Zhou Taiju. People from the eastern Haozhou. They were all ordinary people for generations. This time, accompanied by his father, he came to the Sect of all times from afar in hopes of passing the test and becoming a disciple to bring honor to his ancestors. There were many ordinary young men like him. They did not have any cultivation path. If they wanted to stand out in a world where martial arts were respected, they could only choose to enter a sect. However, for many people, a sect was too high to reach. They could only enter if they were extremely talented. However, the Sect of all times was different. As long as you had a skill, as long as you had some achievements in a certain area, you would have a chance to become a disciple. Therefore, on the day of recruitment, many young men gathered in Ironbone Town. Even if they might not pass the test, they were willing to give it a try. Tisk, a young man in embroidered clothes, said lightly, these poor people dare to sign up. Who gave them the courage? As a direct descendant of a large family, he felt very embarrassed to participate in the test with a group of country bumpkins. Another direct descendant of a family standing next to him said in annoyance, the Sect of all times should have divided the test in advance. Those with status and those with status will be tested, and those without status and those without status will be tested. That's right. Someone agreed. Those young men who were born poor could only pretend that they did not hear what the young masters said even though they were very angry. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew down from Ironbone Mountain and stopped at the foot of the mountain. He can fly. This is Wu Huang. The young men's eyes were filled with strong admiration. However, when the light dissipated, a handsome young man in white clothes was revealed. They exclaimed in unison, Jun Patriarch. That's right. It was Jun Gosheng. Perhaps it was because he had too much free time, but the disciple recruitment that the Ning brothers were supposed to be in charge of was personally overseen by him today. Shua. Jun Xianxia pointed at the brocade-clothed youngster and the other family members, beckoning them over. You guys, come out. The 4 examinees were stunned, but they still walked out from the group. Where are you from? The He clan of the southeast. The Ling family of the southeastern province. Southeast First State, the 4 of them reported their identities. When the youths who also came from the southeast heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They thought to themselves, they're all direct descendants of big clans. Jun Changxiao said, your identities are not simple. In order to distinguish you from the ordinary contestants, I have decided to give you a separate assessment. Individual assessment? The 4 of them were startled at first, but then their eyebrows danced in delight. That's right. We are all direct descendants of influential clans. Coming to the Sect of all times to register for the assessment, we have to be different from a bunch of country bumpkins. Turn around. Shua. The 4 of them turned around at the same time. Jun Changxiao pointed in the direction of Strongbone Town and said, follow this road. The assessment point is at the end. Yes. The 4 of them started walking. The brocade-clothed youngster came back to his senses and said with a puzzled face, Jun Patriarch, the end of this road is outside the borders of southwest Yangzhou. That's right. Jun Changxiao said, it's outside the borders. Huh? The other 3 martial artists were dumbfounded. The assessment point was too far away. The brocade-clothed youngster's mouth twitched and said, Jun Patriarch, Don't talk nonsense, Jun Changxiao interrupted forcefully and said with a sullen face, let's go quickly. We'll miss it if we're late. Shua. Shua. The four of them hurriedly moved. Jun Changxiao shouted, run as fast as you can. Yes. The four of them took big strides and ran wildly on the wide road that extended beyond the borders. Jun Changxiao retracted his gaze and looked at the examinees present. He said seriously, the sect of all times doesn't care about your identity or status. Since you're here to participate in the assessment, we'll treat you all equally. Some of the smarter examinees heard this and immediately understood that the direct descendants of the clans who were running along the road were not going to take the assessment individually. They were directly disqualified. The assessment begins. Jun Changxiao said loudly, only those who reach the top of the mountain within the stipulated time will pass the first round of the assessment. The examinees' eyes burned with passion. They had prepared for a long time for this day. Only by reaching the top of the mountain could they prove themselves. Jun Patriarch. Just as the examinees were eager to give it a try, a voice suddenly came from the back of the group. I heard that the disciples of your sect are very strong. I'd like to experience it for myself. Oh? Jun Changxiao looked over and saw that the speaker was a muscular man. He frowned and said, so you're not here to participate in the assessment, but to challenge the sect of all times? You can say that. That person walked forward from the back of the group. Every step he took would cause the surrounding dust to fly up. It was obvious that he was a hidden expert. Interesting. Gosheng smiled. Thinking about it, it seemed that no one had dared to challenge them for a long time. The muscular man smiled and said, today is the day that your sect is recruiting disciples. I'm here to challenge you. Jun Patriarch won't refuse, right? Why would he? Suddenly, another voice came from the side. The sect of all times is one of the top 3 factions. Furthermore, you won the championship in the Dragon Tiger battle. If you refuse in front of everyone, it will definitely damage your reputation. The person who spoke was a tall and slender man. That's right. These two were one of the 4 great protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate, a boorish man and ghost. They couldn't stand the fact that their vice-sect master was beaten up, so they secretly came to the sect of all times. Coincidentally, they were recruiting disciples, so they decided to openly challenge them. If they beat up the disciples of the sect of all times in front of everyone, it would definitely be very interesting when the news spread throughout the Starfall continent. That's right. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, the sect of all times warmly welcomes everyone to challenge us. A boorish man stopped in front of everyone and grinned. If that's the case, Jun Patriarch, please call your disciples out. I'll be waiting for them there. He pointed to the arena in the distance and said. Jun Changxiao said, this is the arena of life and death set up by the sect of all times. As long as you walk up there, your life and death will be up to fate. That's even better. You can fight to your heart's content, Ghost said. Jun Changxiao immediately understood that these 2 guys weren't here to challenge him. They were here to cause trouble. TSK. Were their brains kicked by a donkey? How dare they come looking for a beating? Please wait a moment. Since there were people coming to challenge him on the day of recruitment, Jun Changxiao definitely wouldn't refuse. A boorish man added, Jun Patriarch, it's best if you call a few more disciples. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight to my heart's content. All right. Jun Changxiao said, I'll satisfy you. Voice transmission at everyone, Qingyang, Sinful Self, Xingchen, Wudi, Ziyang, go down the mountain to receive the guests. Back then, when the God-slaughtering palace brought a large number of evil sects to fight, Jun Changxiao built a life and death arena at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, at the edge of the arena stood thousands of youths, their eyes shining with anticipation. They were originally here to participate in the entrance examination, but they didn't expect someone to come and challenge them. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the disciples of the sect of all times were. Buzz. Streams of light appeared around the arena and then gradually disappeared. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan said, it has already been reinforced, even if a semi-sage attacks it, it will not collapse. Yes. Jun Changxiao looked at a boorish man and ghost, and laughed, are you guys prepared to fight 2 against 2, or one against one? Is it okay to fight one against many? A boorish man grinned. Damn it, this guy was very arrogant, Xianxia said. If you think that you can beat my sect of all times by yourself, then it doesn't matter. A boorish man said, after all, this is your sect's territory, and there are so many people watching, so I naturally have to give June patriarch face. Let's fight one-on-one, but first, you must send your strongest disciple. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight to my heart's content. Don't worry. Xianxia said seriously, I will definitely let you fight to your heart's content. Shwa. Shwa. At this moment, the core disciples of the sect of all times led by Li Qingyang all flew down from the mountain. They're all disciples participating in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. And Yi Xingchen. He's much more handsome than on the screen. When many girls saw the cold and arrogant Yi Xingchen, they were so excited that they almost screamed. From this, it could be seen that the youths who came to the sect of all times to participate in the examination really wanted to stand out. A portion of the girls were probably just trying to be in the same sect as their idol. This also meant that after experiencing the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony and the Shifeng suicide tower, Pei Aniu had become the sect of all times postcard. A boorish man and ghost were also sizing up the disciples of the sect of all times. Although their auras were not bad, their cultivation levels seemed to have just reached the king level. Disdain immediately appeared in their eyes. Patriarch. Li Qingyang asked in a low voice, what's the situation? These two. Xianxia pointed at a boorish man and ghost and said, come challenge the sect of all times. Challenge? Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others were stunned. Especially when he looked at a boorish man and ghost, it was as if he was looking at idiots. Judging from their auras, these two people should be emperor-level martial artists. However, their strength was definitely not on par with the profound-level martial artists of the planar battlefield. Wasn't taking the initiative to challenge just asking for a beating? June Patriarch. A boorish man crossed his arms and said with a look of disdain, sending only these few people is not enough. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were speechless. It was probably because of the hidden cultivation technique that he thought they were weak. Whether it's enough or not, we'll only know after we fight, Xianxia said. You two, please choose your opponents. A boorish man began to look carefully. Suddenly, he realized that one of the disciples of the sect of all times was staring coldly at him. There was obvious contempt in his eyes. He pointed and said, it's him. Who, stars and clouds scatter, sun and moon take place. Sigh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji both sighed. First, they were depressed because they were not chosen. Second, they were mourning for that guy. If you challenged us, you'd just be beaten up. If you challenged junior brother Yi, you'd better be prepared to have your dignity trampled on. Xianxia looked at Ghost and said, what about you? Ghost rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Ziji and said, it's him. Let's go to the arena, Xianxia said. June Patriarch. A boorish man said, I didn't come here to challenge you to a fight and then leave. So, please call for more disciples who can take a beating. Ta. Yi Xingchen stepped onto the arena first and said calmly, you chose me. You're destined to fight only one battle. Is that so? A boorish man grinned. Then, he leaped onto the arena, which was reinforced by a formation. A thick aura immediately erupted. It was obvious that this person was very good at shaping his body. Xingchen, today is the day of disciple recruitment. Don't waste too much time. Make it quick, Xianxia said. Understood. Yi Xingchen stared at a boorish man from beginning to end. He judged what kind of martial artist he was from his aura and body. In his mind, he instantly came up with a method to beat him up 1,000 times. Director Li could use his mind to create a 3D building model. Yianyo could simulate all kinds of torture methods. The disciples of the sect of all times were all geniuses. Let's begin, Xianxia announced. Bang! As soon as he said that, a boorish man clenched his fists. His shirt suddenly exploded, revealing his solid muscles. The youths were stunned. Not only were his muscles well developed, but he also had many scars. In particular, there were dozens of scars on his back. It was obvious that he had gone through unimaginable trials of life and death. A boorish man said proudly, to be able to achieve what I have today, I've gone through countless trials of life and death. Have you guys with soft skin and tender flesh experienced it before? Martial artists who had reached the level of emperor could rely on spiritual energy to heal the scars on their body. A boorish man had never done so. He mainly used it to show off. The effect was very good. The youths who had not experienced much were deeply shocked by the scars on his body. Children, I'll tell you today that a true martial artist can only become strong after going through trials of life and death. A boorish man said loudly. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a large hand formed by spiritual energy pressed down from above. The force it carried was like a tsunami. Not good. Boom. An explosive sound came from the arena, and the spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Zhen Dejuan had used the array in advance. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been reduced to nothingness by this palm. The youths were standing far away, but they felt the remaining power sweeping over. They retreated dozens of steps in horror and then looked at the arena together. They saw that the guy who was covered in scars as if he was in a class with them was lying on the ground with a ferocious expression. Ghost, who had been smiling all the time, saw his companion being beaten down by a palm. His smile froze. Impossible, a boorish man was a fourth-class Wu Huang, and his body was very strong. Even if he was facing a fifth-class or sixth-class emperor, it was impossible for him to be beaten down directly. Shua. Xianxia strode over. Dense spiritual energy condensed in his fist. He said coldly, have you ever died? A boorish man had never died. Because if he had died, he would not have appeared here. However, the Ninth Arch had died once, and he had truly experienced death. Therefore, what right did he have to talk about experiencing life and death in front of him? What right did he have to show off in front of him? Boom, 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 violent power spread crazily in the arena. Waves of water rippled crazily, the corners of the youth's mouths twitched. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji could not bear to look and turned their faces away. After 10 minutes of crazy violence, Xianxia finally stopped. The arrogant boorish man was lying on the arena. There were many fractures all over his body. His face was deformed. He had completely fainted. Of course. There were also benefits. There were many more scars on his body. He could show off in front of others better. Bang! After kicking the half-dead boorish man down, Xianxia looked at Ghost, who was in a daze, and said coldly, get up here. It was Ghost who instigated him to come to the Sect of all times. It was also Ghost's idea to use the recruitment day to issue a challenge. In his opinion, the Sect of all times would definitely accept the challenge. After all, they had a lot of prestige in the pugilistic world. That's right. Xianxia would not reject any challenge. As long as they dared to come, he would accompany them. Everything was under Ghost's control. He was also happily thinking that once he beat up the Sect of all times disciple and spread the news, it would definitely embarrass the Sect. This guy also knew that Xianxia was very strong. If he challenged him, it would definitely be a tragedy. Since he couldn't directly help the Vice Sect Master take revenge, he could only start with the disciple and cause the Sect of all times' reputation to fall. But when a boorish man was beaten down and then ravaged crazily, the plan and plot that was under his control suddenly went awry. Get up here. Xianxia said coldly. God, so handsome. I really hope to become a Sect of all times disciple immediately. Many girls clasped their hands together and looked at Xianxia, who was acting like a domineering CEO. Ghost, who was standing below the stage, was already drenched in cold sweat. A boorish man was being beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. Although he was stronger than him, he was only slightly stronger. If he went up, he would definitely be beaten up. This guy finally understood that coming to the Sect of all times was to be beaten up. Ghost really wanted to leave now, but it was already too late. The other party had come out to receive the guest. Calm down, Ghost took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Ziji. I didn't choose you. I chose him. Xianxia couldn't be provoked, but this guy could. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji said, he's mine. Trash. Yi Xingchen said coldly and then walked down the stage. Please. Xiao Ziji cupped his hands and said. Seeing Yi Xingchen walk down, Ghost completely relaxed. He then jumped into the arena and thought to himself, the opponent I chose has the same heavy aura as a boorish man. He should be a cultivator of the physical body. As long as I'm fast enough, I should be able to finish him off easily. He was smart enough to choose his opponent after careful consideration. Unlike a boorish man, when he saw Yi Xingchen looking down on him, he chose him without hesitation. Shua. Xiao Ziji jumped up. Let's begin, Xianxia said impatiently. Originally, he thought that a boorish man had some strength, but in the end, he was easily defeated by his disciple. Therefore, he was not interested in the following battle. It was better to end it early and continue with the business of recruiting disciples. Shua. 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 On the stage, Ghost displayed his movement technique and instantly transformed into a dense mass of black shadows. Xiao Ziji stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. Whoosh. At this moment, Ghost seized the opportunity and suddenly jumped behind Yi Xingchen. A gloomy aura appeared in his right palm and he suddenly attacked. Bang! Xiao Ziji did not dodge and let the opponent hit his back. He then stood there motionlessly. Ghost's eyes were filled with astonishment. Your strength is too weak. Be stronger. Xiao Ziji said. Damn it. Ghost displayed his movement technique and retreated several steps. Then, his right hand quickly formed a seal and condensed an even stronger energy to attack. Bang! 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 The three powerful palms all hit Xiao Ziji's back, but the opponent was still as steady as Mount Tai. He said with dissatisfaction, Can you be a bit stronger? Ghost's mouth twitched. This palm technique was definitely his killer move. Moreover, after 3 consecutive attacks, Yi Xingchen did not retreat at all. This hurt his pride a bit. This person can't dodge. This means that his physical body is strong but his speed is weak. Even if he can withstand it, he will be nothing more than a punching bag. Ghost analyzed the situation and came up with a plan. If 1 or 2 attacks were not enough, then he would do it a few more times. Shua. Shua. Displaying his movement technique, black shadows crisscrossed. At that moment, Ghost perfectly displayed his advantage of being fast. Sometimes, he would dodge left and right. Sometimes, he would jump up and down. The boy and girl were so shocked that their mouths gradually opened. They even wondered if they had seen a ghost. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions could be heard frequently. In a short period of time, Ghost relied on his movement technique to find Xiao Ziji's flaws and constantly attacked him. After dozens of attacks, he stood at the edge of the stage, panting. He held his head and roared, Why is he not affected at all? After attacking so many times, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, the opponent was still standing there like a mountain. That feeling was really despairing. Sigh. Xiao Ziji turned around and said, Your strength is only so high. I stood there and let you hit me for so long. Bullshit. Ghost roared, You obviously can't dodge. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, a strong spiritual energy suddenly exploded in front of him. He saw Xiao Ziji appear in front of him in a stride. His right hand condensed a strong earth element power and suddenly blasted it. Ghost's pupil suddenly shrank. It's over, bang. Xiao Ziji's punch came. The speed and strength of the punch were like a cannon, and it directly hit Ghost's chest. The camera slowed down infinitely. First, the opponent's expression slowly changed. Then, his feet slowly left the ground and his body flew backward in a half bow. Boom, the camera returned to normal. Ghost flew out of the arena with a whoosh. Then, after smashing through more than a dozen trees, he fell like a puddle of mud several hundred meters away. His chest was dented with a fist mark, and he fainted on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend Yi Xingchen. He also couldn't afford to offend Xiao Ziji. He couldn't afford to offend any of the core disciples of the sect of all times. Men. Xianxia said, Put these 2 guys in jail. Yes. Li Fei, Long Xiang, and the others carried the half-dead boorish man and Ghost, then flew to the sect of all times. Sigh. Ying, who was hiding in the distance, saw the two of them being captured and thought to herself, this is the result of courting death. When she rushed over, a boorish man and ghost had already issued the challenge, so it was too late to stop them. She could only hide in the dark and watch. Ying wasn't surprised at all by this result. After all, the vice-sect master had repeatedly warned her not to provoke the sect. They must be strong. Whoosh, Ying didn't stay for long and quietly left to deliver the news. But just as she turned around, she saw a cold woman in white standing on a tree in front of her. Since you're here, don't go back, Xianxia said lightly. Although Ying was a little surprised that she was discovered, she calmed down and smiled. Can you stop me? Whoosh, she used an unfathomable movement skill and flew over from the other side. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, however, a strong cold air quickly spread from behind and stuck to his body, forming specks of frost, causing his speed to be greatly reduced in an instant. Ying's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to circulate her spiritual energy to dispel the chill. Around her, a sword flashed, and then she raised her hands and landed on the ground. Xianxia held her sword to her neck and said, I can. Further away. Seeing that Ying was also captured, Yingjiao shook his head and said, Girl, although you have the ability to come and go without a trace, you're too close to the sect of all times. It's normal for you to be discovered. Sigh. I'll go back and deliver the news. Boom, there was an explosion, and the ground suddenly sank into a deep pit. Yingjiao rolled his eyes and fainted in the center area. He Wudi slowly descended from the sky and said with his mouth twitching, the sky is so weak. Wild wave is a kind of attitude. Wild wave is not restrained, creak. When Zhao Dao sang emotionally, the prison door suddenly opened, so he quickly shut his mouth and said, we have new cellmates? Plop, 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 a boorish man, ghost, and Yingjiao were thrown over. TSK, TSK. Zhao Daodu walked over and saw that they had all fainted, so he said sympathetically, you were tortured quite badly. Brother. He waved at Dai Lu, who was facing the wall, and said, come and welcome our new cellmates. Of the 4 protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate, 3 of them were locked up in the men's prison with Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu. The last one was locked up in the women's prison with the 9 Poison Temple's palace master. A boorish man and ghost ended up like this, which could be considered as them reaping what they sowed. But Shadow and Yin Dove were also caught, which was a bit like being unjustly implicated. To be exact. It was all because of their pig teammates. Especially Ghost. Why did he say that? Because when he fought with Xiao Ziji, whether it was his movement or palm technique, they all contained an evil aura, which made it easy for Xianxia to determine that he might be a demonic cultivator. Thinking about how he had just beaten up the Demon Emperor's Gate's vice gate master not long ago, and now there was a demonic cultivator pretending to challenge him, there must be some relationship between the two. I've sinned. During the battle, Xianxia transmitted his voice, take care of this guy with one punch. Yes. Xiao Ziji received the Patriarch's order, no longer being a punching bag. He used his full speed and strength and directly took care of Ghost. If the two were sent by the Demon Emperor's Gate, then there might be other companions hiding in the dark, so Xianxia ordered Xianxia and the others to pay more attention. In the end, they really caught 2 more. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Words of wisdom. Yuan Gongzi. Xiaoxiao's gaze was cold, you're challenging my bottom line again. If the Demon Emperor's Gate's vice gate master who was lying on the sickbed knew about this, he would definitely spit out 3 liters of blood. June Patriarch, this matter has nothing to do with me, they went there without permission. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked into the main hall, how should we deal with these 4 people? Jun Changxiao said, I was just worried that I couldn't find the hiding place of the Darkness Sect. Now that they've taken the initiative to deliver their heads to me, I naturally have to. With a cold expression, he said, interrogate them with torture. He seemed to be neutral in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects, but in reality, he was searching for the Darkness Sect's base while the 2 sides were fighting. In the past, Jun Changxiao had ambushed the disciples of the sect many times. Naturally, he would not let the matter rest. However, the Darkness Sect had been hiding for many years. Since they dared to stand in the open with the identity of the Demon Emperor's Gate, they definitely had nothing to fear. Even if they mobilized the power of their sects to wipe them out, they might be replaced by the Demon Monarch faction or Demon Monarch Palace. To deal with this kind of power, as long as he attacked, it had to be fatal. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence network was already in full operation. Xianxia was searching for clues all over the world. As long as the Demon Emperor's Gate continued to cause trouble with the righteous sects, they would be exposed sooner or later. This was also why the vice-sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, who could have easily killed him at Reflection Mountain, had let him go. Because the other party might only be one of the leaders. Killing him would have no effect, and it might even make the other party more vigilant. Xianxia pretended to be a neutral party. You guys kill by yourselves, I'll be in charge of watching the show. In reality, I'll be in charge of the overall situation in the dark. I'll wait until I find the Darkness sect that had repeatedly targeted me. Then, I'll use Arya's sexy leather whip to whip them. Now, catching 4 demonic cultivators was definitely a good opportunity. Did you take away the things they used to commit suicide? Xianxia asked. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch's foresight is godly. These people had poison in their mouths, sleeves, and boots. This disciple fed them to the goats. After eating, they immediately died. It's not surprising that a death warrior would do such a thing. Xianxia said. Patriarch. Lu Wancher walked in and wiped his tears. The few goats that disciple raised suddenly all died for no reason. Li Qingyang was silent, he quietly retreated, and then disappeared like the wind. Ah! Lu Wancher chased out of the hall with a kitchen knife and roared loudly, Second senior brother, you dare to poison my goats. In the cell, Zhao Daodu placed one leg on the bed and said, seeing how the 3 of you were tortured so miserably, you must have offended the sect of all times to death. As the #1 prisoner, he had experienced a lot of fellow prisoners. As long as he was injured when he entered, he would be able to deduce a few things. However, Zhao Daodu said, don't worry too much, from my experience, as long as the sect you represent pays enough ransom, you will definitely be politely released. You might even be given a meal. He was talking about the captured semi-sage of the world-defying sacred sect and the Haoguang sacred sect. I'll tell you. The food of this sect of all times is simply delicious. If you can be redeemed, as long as you can eat a meal, it will definitely not be a loss. Of course. There's another possibility, which is to be recruited and surrendered. From my experience, if you guys aren't the kind of people who are unyielding, it's best for you to quickly surrender, because back then, there was a guy with purple hair who was very hard and was dragged out to be beaten up every day. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. Tell me, isn't he just suffering? The most tragic thing is someone like me. No one has any money to redeem me, and I don't want to surrender. I've been locked in a cell for at least 2 or 3 years. No, I'm afraid it's been 4 or 5 years. Zhao Daoda said as he wiped his tears. Little brat. Ghost, who had already woken up but had his chi meridian sealed and was severely injured, laid on the ground and grimaced, you. If you continue to be noisy. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. After becoming a prisoner, he didn't even have the chance to die, which made him very annoyed. Now that there was a chattering fellow beside him, he was about to collapse. Compared to the 3 of them, Shadow was much happier. In the cell that was locked up, there was only a stern 9 poison temple palace master. Although the room was filled with spiders and scorpions, as a devil cultivator, he was naturally not afraid. Baldy. Zhao Daoda looked at Dai Lu, who seemed to be facing a wall, and earnestly advised, June Patriarch advised you to enter the sect many times, why are you so stubborn? I am Dai Lu. Even if I die, I won't enter the sect of all times. So. Zhao Daoda raised his thumb and said in admiration, you are the most unyielding man I have ever seen in prison. Creak. At this moment, the door of the cell opened. Zhao Daoda quickly jumped down from the bed and hid in the corner. According to his experience, since a new prisoner was locked up, the sect of all times would definitely come to interrogate him. Sure enough. Xianxia walked in from outside and waved to the accompanying disciples. Shua. Li Fei and Xianxia strode forward and hung up the heavily injured Aburishman and the other two with iron chains. The three of you. Jun Changxiao sat down and laughed. Be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. Aburishman tried his best to raise his head and said, We don't know anything, and we won't say anything. If you want to torture us, then give up. Is that so? Jun Changxiao really didn't believe it, so he waved his hand and said, Treat the three of you well. Yes. Li Fei and Xianxia clenched their fists and walked over. Just as they were about to make a move, Yao Menjing appeared at the door of the cell and said, Patriarch, can I interrogate them? She heard from Lu Wancher that the sect had captured 4 demonic cultivator and hurriedly rushed over. Little junior sister. Li Fei said, It's better to leave the interrogation of prisoners to the senior brothers. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, This girl is also a demonic cultivator, it seems like it's not bad to let her interrogate the demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivator, Aburishman and Ghost tried their best to turn their necks to look at the door. Until they met Yao Menjing's eyes, their souls seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and their hands and legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This scene was noticed by Jun Changxiao. Girl. I'll leave the 3 of them to you. Yes. Yao Menjing walked in and said, 2 senior brothers, please let them go. Hua hua hua. The iron chains were pulled away. Plop. Plop. The untied Aburishman and Ghost directly knelt on the ground, their weak faces filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were very afraid of this little girl who suddenly appeared in the cell. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Thank you to the readers who have tipped during this period. Aburishman and Ghost were heavily injured, and their meridians were sealed. It was understandable that they were paralyzed on the ground, but it was inconceivable that they were kneeling on the ground. Zhao Daodu was stunned. The 3 brothers were hung up, and the determination in their eyes made him think that they were pure men like Dai Lu. He didn't think that they would be scared so quickly, or, was the girl who came in very strong? Zhao Daodu sneaked a glance and found that although Yao Menjing was very cute, there was nothing special about her. He couldn't help but think, could it be that these 3 brothers were persuaded by me? Instead of fighting to the end, why don't they just surrender? Because the little girl has the innate demon body and can invisibly intimidate demonic cultivators? Jun Changxiao guessed. Yao Menjing walked over and stood in front of the 3 kneeling people with her hands behind her back like a supreme ruler. She said, Who gave you the courage to come to my sect of all times to cause trouble? Little junior sister is very cool. Li Fei thought. Bo, Gue Mei, and the other 2 did not dare to raise their heads as they knelt on the ground, trembling. Yao Menjing didn't release her cultivation, but her body emitted a supreme majesty that only they could feel. The pressure was so great that they didn't even dare to breathe. Speak. Plop. Plop. Aburishman and the other 2 were so shocked that they directly collapsed on the ground. Zhao Daodu's mouth twitched. This girl's voice was clearly very sweet. How did it scare them to this extent? Little girl. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, ask them who they are first. Okay. Yao Menjing said with a cold face, Who are you? What sect are you from? Aburishman and Ghost were fiercely struggling, but the fear that came from the depths of their souls forced them to speak in unison. We are from the Demon Emperor's Gate. Where is the Demon Emperor's Gate? In the Dusky Crow Mountain Range. The 3 wanted to keep their mouths shut, but their minds were always under the supreme pressure, so they could only choose to confess. Dusky Crow Mountain Range? Jun Changxiao thought, one of the 3 forbidden areas? There were many forbidden areas in the Starfall continent, and the 3 most terrifying ones, the Dusky Crow Mountain Range was one of them. The Dusky Crow Mountain Range was dark, and there were vicious beasts everywhere. There was even miasma that blocked spiritual sense. Even Wu Huang would be lost if he entered. Exact location, Yao Menjing said. We. The F***CK? Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, so awesome? It's not easy for you to have your current cultivation. My patriarch is virtuous. Will you submit to him? Yao Menjing asked. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He asked the first question, but he didn't say this. The little girl was very perceptive now. Not bad, not bad, a boorish man and ghost's faces became ferocious. They were struggling in their hearts. Obviously, they were very resistant to submitting to Jun Changxiao. Answer me. Yao Menjing's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was as if she had turned into the great hero from 10,000 years ago who dared to fight against heaven and earth and the sun and moon. A boorish man and the other two were so scared that they fell to the ground. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. This girl's aura was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were at the top of a mountain. After going through the demon valley, Yao Menjing already had the potential of a demon emperor. The 3 pure demon cultivators would definitely be afraid of her. I submit. Hand over your soul origin. When Jun Changxiao held the soul origin in his hand, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect the 3 of them to submit so quickly and so thoroughly. Of course. He also realized that Yao Menjing would have such a miraculous effect on demon cultivators. If I had known, I would have taken her to the West Cloud State to find the Demon Emperor's gate. Then, I would have directly incorporated this force. Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Patriarch. Yao Menjing smiled. There is still a woman in prison. I will go and persuade her. Go. Jun Changxiao said. He didn't leave the cell. He looked at Dai Lu, who was facing the wall and reflecting, and said, Boy, have you thought it through? Dai Lu didn't say anything. Even if the 3 demon cultivators admitted defeat in front of him and never joined the sect of all times, their hearts were never shaken. All kinds of protagonist lives played out here again and again. Only Brother Green Scarf still unswervingly defended the unyielding spirit. Jun Patriarch. Zhao Daodu cried. I want to join the sect of all times. He had said this many times, but he was ignored every time. This time, Jun Changxiao said, You have experience in prison. You can be considered a talent. Stay here and enlighten the prisoners. Inform the cafeteria to send 3 meals a day on time. Don't let him starve. Yes. Bring these 3 to Medical Peak and let Sun Bukong treat them. Yes. Creak. The cell door closed again. Zhao Daodu, who was curled up in the corner, looked dazed. He wasn't distressed by the loss of his 3 cellmates. Instead, after a moment, he began to dance and laugh. Previously, it was 1 meal a day. Now, it was 3 meals a day. Happiness. Stay here and enlighten the prisoners? Recalling what Jun Changxiao said before he left, Zhao Daodu gradually calmed down and said, Is he thinking highly of me? Jun Patriarch. He stood up and said with a firm gaze, I won't let you down. I will enlighten the prisoners. Baldy. Zhao Daodu appeared in front of Dai Lu and earnestly advised, Jun Patriarch has been very kind to you. As a person, you must know how to be grateful. Don't force yourself. Quickly surrender to the sect of all times. Life is like a cup of tea. It won't be bitter for a lifetime, but it will be bitter for a while. As long as you have a good attitude and don't give up, no matter how far the road is, the bitter will be over and the sweet will be over. Ding. Chicken soup for the soul instructor Zhao Daodu has come online. Yao Menjing was very good at dealing with demonic cultivators. Not long after she entered the women's prison, she brought Shadow Soul Origin to the main hall and said, Patriarch, that woman has surrendered. Amazing. Jun Changxiao gave her a thumbs up. Without Yao Menjing, who had the innate demonic body, it would be difficult to force the 4 demonic cultivators to surrender. That's right, girl. Jun Changxiao said, the Demon Emperor's Gates Master has the innate demonic body. What do you think? Yao Menjing said with certainty, only this disciple has inherited the innate demonic body. There will not be a second one in the world. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, in that case, this Demon Emperor's Gate deliberately lied to the outside world about the innate demonic body and then attracted all the demonic cultivators in the world. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, if you are going to the Dusky Crow Mountain Range, please bring this disciple. She was very curious about who had the guts to pretend to have the innate demonic body that only she had. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Sect members, 500,005,0000. Ding. Sect mission activated. In the mission pavilion, a new sect mission appeared. It meant that as long as the disciple completed it, the sect could be upgraded. Hall Master Li, Jun Chongxiao transmitted his voice, notify the certification center and have them send someone to certify the sect's grade. Another certification? In the certification center, Xianxia was shocked when he heard the news. It hasn't been long since they were promoted to the 4th rate. According to the time in the falling star continent, it had indeed not been long. Elder Zhou, Elder Zhen. Xianxia ordered, go ahead. Yes. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen left the heavenly mandate imperial city and rushed to the sect of all times. Especially when they thought about being able to eat Lu Wancher's cooking soon, they started drooling. After several certifications, the two of them could see that since the sect of all times had applied again, they definitely had enough strength to pass. They were just going through the motions. The main point was that they could eat the delicious food of the world. If not for their status, the two elders would have liked to come to the sect of all times every few days to eat. The next day, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen arrived at the sect of all times. When they saw the tall mountains, they were deeply shocked. They had been to this sect many times. Each time, there were different changes. This time, the changes were even more intense. They could even smell the heritage of a large sect. After the terrain modification, although the sect of all times was still a 4th-rate sect, in terms of scale and environment, it was comparable to a 1st-rate or 2nd-rate sect. Of course, the top power was not weak either. After all, there were cultivators like the Purple King and Ding Xingwang, who were at the level of Wu Xing. The core disciples, led by Li Qingyang, had all broken through to the level of Wu Huang. Not to mention that they could shake the entire continent with a stomp of their feet. At least in terms of overall strength, they were not inferior to 2nd-rate or 3rd-rate sections. This was just the beginning. As more disciples entered the peak of Martial King and obtained the Surge Talisman, they would enter the dimensional battlefield for practical experience. There would only be more and more Emperor-level cultivators. There were as many King-level cultivators as dogs, and Emperor-level cultivators were everywhere. This sarcastic remark might be foreseen in the sect of all times. Both of you. Jun Gosheng smiled and said, do you want to be certified first or eat first? Eat. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen said in unison. In the past, they could resist the urge to be certified first. Now, they simply stopped pretending. Let's do it. Just for the food. Please. Lu Wancher personally cooked and prepared a table full of delicacies. After the two of them ate, their souls were sublimated. The sky became bluer, and the mountains became taller. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou said, let's get it verified. Please. Jun Chongxiao was the first to walk out of the cafeteria. Then, he gathered all the upper echelons and disciples of the sect and began the strength assessment. Jun Patriarch. After an hour of rigorous testing, Elder Zhou handed over a token with the words 3rd-rate engraved on it and said, congratulations on your sect's promotion to a 3rd-rate sect. Thank you. Jun Chongxiao took it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to 3rd-rate. The reward is 10,000 achievement points and 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 393,005,0000. Ding. Sect achievement value, 222,005,0000. After hearing the notification, Jun Chongxiao opened the system panel. When he saw that the sect had been upgraded from 4th-rate to 3rd-rate, a bright smile appeared on his face. After many years of hard work, he had turned a 9th-rate sect into one of the top 3rd-rate sects in the falling star continent. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Beep. Beep, Jun Chongxiao yelled, let's have a banquet tonight to celebrate the sect's promotion to 3rd-rate. All right. Lu Wancher led the cafeteria members and started to get busy. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, in the kitchen, Ma Yongning and Lin Yao stood on opposite sides. They looked at each other and quickly pulled out their kitchen knives. Instantly, a crisscrossing light appeared. Swish. Swish, swish. Outside, Qian Budua was working hard to clean the ingredients for the banquet. Although the process was a little boring, he was very happy doing it. The little guy had completely adapted to the life in the sect of all times. Every day, he would wake up before the rooster crows to clean the ingredients for his fellow sect members. My hands were born to wash vegetables. The cafeteria members were busy preparing for the banquet. Jun Chongxiao came to the medicine hall and greeted the 4 injured demon cultivators. He said it was a greeting. But it was actually a question. For example, what kind of force was the demon emperor's gate? How many disciples did it have? How many strongholds did it have? A boorish man and the others, who had their soul origins controlled, could only tell the truth, although they were unwilling. Protector? Jun Chongxiao touched his chin and said, I don't have a position in the sect of all times yet. Under normal circumstances, a large sect had positions such as the patriarch, deputy patriarch, elder, protector, hall master, and so on. The sect of all times currently only had elders and hall masters. Not to mention a protector, there wasn't even a deputy patriarch. A protector was obviously lower than an elder. In layman's terms, it was similar to a hired thug. A boorish man and ghosts group of 4 had such a position in the demon emperor's gate. That was why they were the main force in the battle against the righteous sects in the West Cloud state. Once the upper limit of members is raised, I can consider letting the 4 of them become protectors of the sect of all times. Jun Chongxiao muttered. There weren't many demon cultivators in the sect. It wasn't a bad idea to take in a boorish man and the others. Patriarch. Li Luochia walked into the hall and said, Elder Jiang sent news that the demon emperor's gate's base might be in the Dusk Crow Mountain range. Although Jun Chongxiao had already heard about it from a boorish man and the others, he was still very confident that Xianxia could find this crucial information. Tell Elder Jiang not to enter blindly. Jun Chongxiao said. The reason why the darkness sect was a headache was because they were always hidden in the dark. Now that they knew the location of the stronghold, there was nothing to worry about. Demon Emperor's Gate. Jun Chongxiao leaned back in his chair and rubbed his fingers as he said with a smile, wait until this king and the entire sect have a good drink. Then, I'll look for you to have some fun. When the time comes, don't admit defeat. His smile was very scary. Night came. A bonfire flickered on the practice field, illuminating the surroundings. Rows of tables were placed side by side, filled with delicious food and wine. Open the wine. Pung pung pung. The seal was removed and the disciples filled the cups. Jun Chongxiao raised his cup and said, May our sect exist forever and live as long as the heavens. Exist forever and live as long as the heavens. Gulp. Gulp. All the disciples drank a bowl of wine. Junior brother Yi. Tianqi said in surprise, Why aren't you drinking? Yi Xingchen said indifferently, Not interested. Ha ha ha. Li Fei laughed, Junior brother Yi must be afraid. If you drink too much, you'll dance around the fire like last time. Night Emperor was very embarrassed about that matter. Hearing him say it, he wanted to flip the table. Junior brother. Li Fei came over with a bowl of wine and smiled, the sect becoming a third-rate sect is a joyous matter. You should drink some, right? Of course. If you're afraid of losing your composure, then I won't force you to drink. This was really touching a sore spot. Yi Anyo was even angrier. He suddenly stood up and picked up a bowl of wine and said with a cold face, Drink. Come. Gulp gulp. Again. Come. Senior brother Yi and senior brother Li are fighting. All the disciples gathered around. Jun Chongxiao, who was sitting in front of the hall, saw Yi Xingchen being so wild and said happily, This damned Sundara is changing bit by bit. But, he looked at Lu Qianxian, who was sitting alone at the table, and shook his head, She doesn't seem to have changed. Senior sister Lu. Yao Menjing rested her chin on the table and looked at her senior brothers drinking to their heart's content. She said pitifully, I want to drink too. Lu Wancher, who also rested her chin on the table, said, Why wouldn't I want to? Sigh. In the prison, Zhao Daodu stood at the window and looked at the happy sect of all times disciples outside. He said enviously, When can I join this happy and harmonious sect? Creak. The prison door opened. 1 black and 2 black brought in a few plates of delicious food and a jar of wine, and said, "This is a reward from the sect." "Thank you, thank you." Zhao Daoda quickly ran over and sniffed the food and wine. His soul immediately floated to the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Tianxiang. Useless. Dai Lu, who had been facing the wall, stood up and sat in front of the table. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. During this period, as long as someone brought food to him, he would eat it without hesitation. However, he wasn't tempted by the food and remained firm. "Damn. You ate all the food again." The banquet didn't end until late at night. Yi Xingchen and Li Fei drank 2 jars of wine and then staggered back to their residence. The next day, they were found lying outside the outhouse. Rustle, 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 rustle. In the dark forest, a group of people walked quietly. Soft rustling sounds came from the grass and trees. This was a group of warriors in battle robes and masks. Although they didn't emit any martial arts aura, judging from their actions, they must be first-class experts. Patriarch. A warrior walking in front stopped and transmitted his voice. "Spiritual senses are restricted. I can only see within 2 feet. He could tell from the voice that it was Li Qingyang. Behind him were Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tian Qi, He Wudi, and other core disciples. Where was Night Emperor? He was also in the group. However, at this moment, he was screaming in his heart, "Why did I sleep outside the outhouse yesterday? Last time at the Sect's banquet, he drank too much and danced in front of the bonfire. Yesterday, he drank too much and slept outside the room. This was definitely a blow to his self-esteem." "No, no," Yi Xingchen said, "I won't touch a drop of alcohol in the future." In order to avoid any more stains, he immediately decided to quit drinking. Indeed. Jun Changxiao sat on a tree and nibbled on an apple. Although the miasma here is not poisonous, it has the effect of isolating spiritual senses. Under the tree stood the Purple King, King of 100 Hills, Ding Xingwang, and Yao Menjing. The upper echelons and core disciples of the sect were all here. This meant that the area they were in now was the Dusk Crow Mountain that terrified the entire Falling Star continent. After taking down the 4 protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate, the other party would definitely receive the news. Therefore, they went wild yesterday and brought their top forces to attack. "Elder Jiang," Jun Changxiao said, "can you penetrate it?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. He had been waiting outside the Dusk Crow Mountain for a long time. He also tried to use his primordial spirit to spy, but when he extended it to the miasma area, it was suddenly separated by some force. The system said, "It is difficult for spiritual senses to spread in the miasma area. If the host wants to find the moving demon gate, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." "As difficult as ascending to heaven?" Jun Changxiao said, "I don't believe it." Shua. With a wave of his hand, he took out a compass-like treasure-searching tool and said, "The Demon Emperor's Gate must have many treasures. Perhaps we can use this to search for them." Buzz, his will entered the treasure-seeking tool, and it began to shine brightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, specks of light appeared one after another, and all of them gathered in a certain area. As expected. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. The treasure detector is not affected by the miasma. The system, it had long been accustomed to being slapped in the face at lightning speed as soon as it finished speaking. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao led the group deeper into the cave according to the location given by the treasure finder. After walking for a while, the light spots suddenly changed and collectively appeared in the southeast. "Looks like it's time to activate the transfer function of the formation." The Demon Emperor's Gate was hidden in the Dusk Crow Mountain range, and it was supported by a formation that could be moved at any time. Even if others knew about it, it would be extremely difficult to find it inside. However, Jun Changxiao, who had the treasure finder in his hands, did not care at all. "Because no matter how you move, as long as the Sect's treasure is still there, I will always be able to find it." In the deepest part of the Dusk Crow Mountain range, there was a group of buildings. If Li Qingyang saw it, he would definitely be able to deduce the time of construction from the structure and color. At this moment, in a building that looked like a hall, there were dozens of masked men in black. Yuan Gongzi has always emphasized not to provoke the sect of all times, but in the end, he was injured by that Xianxia. He really brought this upon himself. An old man in black gloated. He had to push the sect out and openly fight with the famous righteous sections. What a stupid decision. Elder Han, in the previous meeting, you were very supportive of Yuan Gongzi's actions. Why are you suddenly opposing it now? As long as it's beneficial to the sect, this old man will agree. As long as it's harmful to the sect, this old man will oppose it. There was no one else who could describe both sides of the fence in such a refreshing and refined manner. All right. The man in black sitting closest to the main seat said, this time, I gathered all of you here not to criticize Yuan Gongzi, but to discuss the next step. Very simple. Elder Han said, let the sect continue to hide in the dark and ambush those arrogant righteous sections. There's also the sect of all times. Someone said, this old man thinks that we can continue to carry out the previous plan. The previous plan was to target the sect of all times and Jun Changxiao, but it was later stopped by Yuan Gongzi. Now that the latter was at a disadvantage, it was naturally impossible to stop them. That purple-haired fellow was able to injure and intimidate Fu Wuxing. This means that the sect of all times has now become a force to be reckoned with. If we want to get rid of it, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a price. Therefore, Yuan Gongzi was completely wrong to stop us from targeting this sect. In an elegant courtyard, Yuan Gongzi sat in the pavilion with a pale face. He had not completely recovered from being hit by Jun Changxia's palm. Young master. A martial artist said, Jiang Lingshan has called for an elders meeting. They're definitely targeting you. Yuan Gongzi shook his head and said, these old fellows have been waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Now, they've seized the opportunity. Sigh. He sighed and said, it's also my fault for forcing Jun Changxiao to become enemies with the righteous sects. In the end, I went for wool and came home shorn. Young master. That martial artist said, this old servant thinks that you're too afraid of this kid. If you had mobilized your forces to destroy this sect from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Destroy? Yuan Gongzi shook his head and said, a sect that can rise so quickly. If it didn't have a powerful trump card, it would have been destroyed long ago. Young master. At this moment, a black-clothed man walked in and said, Elder Jiang and the others have rejected your plan. They've decided to use force against the sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi clenched his fist and said, to be able to intimidate Fu Wuxing, the strength of the sect of all times is obvious to all. If these old fellows continue to provoke them, they'll undoubtedly push the sect into a bottomless abyss. Right now, he was very angry. If it weren't for a group of idiotic teammates who offended the sect of all times without permission, he might have reached an agreement with Jun Changxiao back in Maple Valley and joined forces against the righteous sects. Young master, there's one more thing that this old servant needs to report to you. Speak. A boorish man and the others have lost contact. Lost contact? The black-clothed man said, after young master was injured by Jun Changxiao, a boorish man and ghost laughed. They might have gone to the sect of all times to avenge you. What? Yuan Gongzi stood up abruptly. Because he used too much strength, he couldn't suppress his injuries and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He then said angrily, a bunch of useless fools. This old servant is wondering if we should go look for them. Yuan Gongzi suppressed his anger and supported himself on the stone table. How long has it been since we lost contact? 3 days. The black-clothed man said. Sigh. Yuan Gongzi sat down, his entire person haggard. He said, there's no need to look for them. They must have died in the sect of all times. Their soul life slips haven't shattered. Haven't shattered? Yuan Gongzi was startled. Could they have been captured by the sect of all times? The black-clothed man was about to speak when he heard a report. He said, Southwest Yangzhou sent the latest news. On the day of the sect of all times recruitment, a boorish man and ghost came to challenge them. They were brutally beaten by the sect of all times disciples, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji. They were also brought up the mountain and never came down again. They really were captured. Yuan Gongzi said, they didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Suddenly, he realized something and his expression changed. A boorish man and the others wouldn't have leaked the sect's location, right? These four were personally groomed by young master. They shouldn't have betrayed the sect, right? The black-clothed man said. No. Yuan Gongzi said, if it were any other sect, I believe that a boorish man and the others wouldn't have leaked the information. But this Jun Changxiao might have a way to force it out. It doesn't matter even if he does. The black-clothed man said confidently, our sect is hidden in the Dusk Crow Mountain range and has a teleportation formation. He definitely won't be able to find it. Yuan Gongzi's brows furrowed even tighter. He said, Jun Changxiao can't be judged by common sense. Quickly inform the Elder Hall and have them raise their guard. If he really comes here, then, boom. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the mountain gate. The originally invisible sect formation instantly appeared. Yuan Gongzi. I've specially come to pay a visit today. Hearing Jun Changxiao's voice, Yuan Gongzi sat on the stone bench and said with a dazed expression, this guy really came here. Outside the Demon Emperor's gate. Field cannons were set up on high points, and smoke filled the air. The cannonball bombarded the area, and a light barrier gradually appeared. It meant that the Demon Emperor's gate had a sect-protecting formation. This situation was very normal. Which powerful sect didn't have some protective measures? I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, fire another cannon. He had fought with the Demon Emperor's gate many times and could be considered an old friend. Since he had come from afar, it would be embarrassing if he gave him a greeting gift. Bang, a deafening sound came again, the cannonball, which carried a powerful force, once again smashed into the sect-protecting formation. Immediately, billowing smoke covered the sky. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the sound of cracking could be heard. It was as if the ancient formation, which had existed for a long time, couldn't withstand the cannonball's bombardment and completely collapsed. Then, it turned into a sky full of light and disappeared with the wind. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji said in shock, using hexagram stones to make cannonballs is much more powerful than crystal cores. No wonder the two cannonballs were more powerful than the formation that bombarded the Scarlet Sea continent. It turned out that the energy was gathered from the spirit stones of the Nine Heavens continent. In order to leave a good impression on the Demon Emperor's gate, Jun Goxing had paid a big price for this visit. Swish. Swish. After the formation was broken, dozens of light beams flew out and hovered in front of the gate, glaring angrily. These people were the elders who had been talking in the main hall. Tsk tisk. Jun Changxiao said, your sect has quite a few experts. Looks like you've been living in seclusion for thousands of years and have kept a low profile. More than 20 half-saints flew out, and Wuxing had at least 8 of them. Even the top sects of the Starfall continent might not be able to produce such a lineup. If placed in the planar battlefield, it would be very ordinary. Because many high-level continents could produce such a lineup, and they could even produce several of them. If he hadn't gone to the planar battlefield and experienced the crazy slaughter, Jun Changxiao might have panicked when he saw so many half-saints and Wuxing. But now, he could face them with a smile. Too little, too little. Give me more, then I'll be fired up. Shwa. Shwa. Another 100 disciples of the Demon Emperor's gate appeared, judging from their auras. The weakest among them was a martial king. There were also dozens of Wu Huang. Li Qingyang and the others remained expressionless. They, who had also experienced the slaughter of the planar battlefield, were completely unperturbed by such a small scene. However, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. With so many top forces and core forces, the Devil Emperor sect was truly powerful. No wonder he dared to go against the righteous sects. At this moment, the scene that appeared was of a few dozen people from the sect of all times led by Jun Changxiao facing off against nearly 100 high-ranking officials and disciples of the Demon Emperor's gate. The air seemed to have frozen, and a murderous aura gathered around them. A great battle was imminent. Jun Changxiao. The Demon Emperor's gate elder named Jiang Lingshan, who stood at the front, said in a low voice, how did you find this place? This was the most puzzling thing for him and the high-ranking officials. After all, the sect was hidden in the depths of the Dusk Crow Mountain range, and there was a spell formation that moved at fixed times. Without a special method, finding it was like finding a needle in a haystack. How I found this place is no longer important. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "What's important is that I came here for only one purpose, and that is." He paused, and with a cold gaze, he said, "To settle accounts." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the space suddenly rippled, 2 Wuxing-level Demon Emperor's Gate Elders appeared out of thin air, and their withered hands, which carried a sky full of demonic aura, pressed down. They weren't from the righteous sects, and they paid a lot of attention before fighting. If they could get rid of their target as quickly as possible, they would definitely attack without hesitation. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions were heard, and the space was shaken to the point of distorting. The 2 Wuxing who suddenly launched a sneak attack were blasted away, and then they hung awkwardly in front of the sect gate, their eyes filled with astonishment. Jun Changxiao was still standing with his hands behind his back. The Purple King and the King of 100 Hills, who were standing beside him, retracted their fists, and demonic aura spread out from their bodies, causing the area not only to be filled with demonic aura, but also a frightening evil aura. This, Jun Changxiao said, another account. Jiang Lingshan said coldly, "You've killed many people from my Demon Emperor's Gate over the years, and this old man hasn't gone to your sect of all times to settle accounts." That's right. They had targeted the sect of all times before, but didn't they go for wool and come home shorn? If they were talking about settling accounts, the Demon Emperor's Gate could list out a bunch of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more Demon Emperor's Gate disciples rushed out from the inner and outer courts, and the number gradually increased to 1,000, 2,000. Jun Changxiao didn't expect that an organization that had been hiding in the dark all year round would have so many disciples, and from the aura they emitted, not only were they all demonic cultivators, but the lowest cultivation level was at least peak Wu zone. Go! Jiang Lingshan's eyes were cold. The sect of all times suddenly attacked and even broke the sect's protective array, and anyone with a temper couldn't stand it. Fight! This was a must. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the Demon Emperor's Gate's higher-ups and disciples rushed out, and the demonic aura exploded, causing the space to distort violently. Clang! Clang! As they moved, Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and the others drew their weapons, and their eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. Although they had a lot of fun fighting in the dimensional battlefield, they didn't dare to go too far in the outer courts, but now that they were in their own home, they didn't have to care. Bang! At this moment, the purple craggy monster king tore off his clothes and rushed forward naked. He gathered purple energy in his hands and directly restrained the 5 martial sages who were flying toward him, 1 against 5. This was definitely Hall Leader Z's daily routine. Although the King of 100 Hills wasn't as strong as the Purple King, he also restrained 1 Wu Xing, and the 2 sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Boom! Boom! In a short period of time, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of blows, and the energy raged wildly, causing the space to collapse on a large scale. The Demon Emperor's Gate was worried that the fight would affect the sect, and the Purple King and the King of 100 Hills were worried that Li Qingyang and the others would be affected, so both sides tacitly distanced themselves from each other. Die! At that moment, another martial saint stepped out of the void and attacked Jun Changxiao. It was obvious that he wanted to capture the leader of the bandits. Kikik! Suddenly, a strange laughter came from behind. Ding Xingwang stealthily circled behind his back and unleashed his 5 ultimate palm imprints. Boom! 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 That demon cultivator Wuxing turned around awkwardly. Although he dissolved the attacks one by one, he was still entangled. Of the 8 Wuxing from the Demon Emperor's Gate, 7 were targeted by the sect of all times higher-ups, and only Jiang Lingshan was left. Old man. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and summoned Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens, saying, "Let's fight." Swoosh! He flew toward the sky at high speed. Jiang Lingshan sneered and chased after him with a burst of demonic energy. However, he also transmitted a message to the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate, telling them to kill all the disciples of the sect of all times outside the gate. What a coincidence! Jun Changxiao also transmitted a message, "I'll leave these small fries to you." Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others took out all kinds of equipment and got into various battle stances. The camera zoomed out, and their bodies seemed to be rapidly turning black, and their eyes gradually turned red, like demons that had been released from the seal of hell. The disciples of the demon emperor's gate who received the elder's order were about to charge out in anger, but when they saw the terrifying eyes of the disciples of the sect of all times, they couldn't help but shudder. The core disciples of the sect of all times were like demons that had been unsealed. The disciples of the demon emperor's gate were so shocked that they couldn't help but tremble. To be exact, their morale had been suppressed even before the battle started. Kill! Kill! The 20 half-sages led the charge. They were amazed by the excellent equipment of the disciples of the sect of all times. However, their cultivation was higher, so they were naturally fearless. Junior brothers. Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. These people are too weak compared to the mystic-level experts. Just fight in your normal state. Okay. Everyone nodded with a smile on their faces. Although they had just entered Wu Huang's level, they had all kinds of equipment. They were really not afraid of the half-step whooshing from the falling star continent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a blazing flame came from behind. Little Long Long activated its second form and flew over with a sky full of flames. Since its master and the higher-ups of the sect of all times were holding back whooshing from the demon emperor's gate, these half-sages would be left to it. Roar, roar. The roars of spirit beasts came from the forest. The beasts led by Elder Niu also rushed out. In this battle against the demon emperor's gate, June Patriarch had not only brought the higher-ups and core disciples, but also the elites of the spirit beast hall. If not for the limited space and environment, it was not impossible to escalate the small-scale battle into a large-scale battle with the various legions of the War Cavalry Hall. Therefore, when Jun Changxiao decided to play seriously, the strength of the sect of all times could be shown, settle the score. He was serious. Whoosh! 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 Little Long Long rushed over like a cannonball. The fiery energy wreaked havoc. The few half-sages at the front felt the irritation and heat, and their expressions changed greatly. Boom, boom, fiery fists rained down, filling the air. Whoosh! 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 Several half-sages staggered to meet the attack and were instantly sent flying. Their chests were all charred black, and their skin seemed to be torn apart. Boom! The half-saint at the front fell to the ground and spat out blood. With a pale face. Suddenly, in his blurred vision, a little girl with bare feet walked over. She squatted in front of him and gently raised her small white hand. She smiled and said in a light voice, "Let me have you." The half-step saint was startled, and his pupils contracted. No, boom, suddenly, an explosive sound came from the ground. Immediately, a deep pit with a radius of several feet appeared, and some feathers fluttered in the air. As for the half-saint who had been injured by the little dragon, his chest had caved in like an eagle's claw. His eyes were wide open, but he had already died. Shua! Xianxia stood up and turned to look at the demon emperor's gate high up in the air, a brilliant smile on her face. Her smile was very cute. However, the half-saint who met his gaze was drenched in cold sweat. She was definitely a demoness. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! At this time, several half-sages rapidly approached. All sorts of energies erupted, hurtling towards Xianxia. Who? The little dragon appeared behind her. His hands reached out from the flames and instantly blasted out dozens of palm prints, scaring away all of the half-sages. Then, he coldly said, "Woman, hurry up and screw off." You, Xianxia angrily glared at him. Her feet touched the ground and she flew up. Her jade-like hands waved in the air, gathering feathers in the air and shooting forwards like hidden weapons. Pung! 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 Light flashed in the air. The high-level figures of the demon emperor's gate were thrown into confusion. Although Jun Changxiao's two contract beasts didn't have the slightest bit of tacit understanding and liked to bicker with each other, in this brief exchange of blows the dozens of half-sages were deeply shocked by the might that erupted from them. And this was only the beginning. This was because Old Bull had already brought his powerful spirit beasts to kill their way over. In terms of strength, they weren't necessarily stronger than half-sages. But, their mortal bodily defenses were extremely high and they were able to hold back the half-sages without any pressure. Go! A half-sage shouted out to the frightened disciples of the demon emperor's gate. Kill! Kill! The disciples regained their composure and released their demonic energy. Then, they rushed towards Li Qingyang and the others. At present, Wu Xing and the half-step Wu Xing sects were evenly matched. But, in terms of the number of disciples, the Demon Emperor's Gate had a clear advantage. This was because they had 2,000 to 3,000 disciples. In contrast, the Sect of all times only had a dozen or so core disciples. It wasn't the number that mattered, but the quality. Li Qingyang and the others each had a 6-piece divine armor set. They really weren't afraid of several thousand demonic cultivators, not to mention. Although there were many of them, they weren't all at the yellow level like on the battlefield. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The first to rush over were the Emperor-level powerhouses of the Demon Emperor's Gate. They displayed their spiritual power-type demonic skills. Black energy filled the sky and came crashing down from all directions. Facing so much energy, Li Qingyang and the others remained unmoved. This was because Xiao Ziji had already stepped forward. He spread out his hands and shouted, "Shield erect." Hoo-hoo. The earth element spread out from his arms and instantly merged with the earth. The earth cracked rapidly. For shield-like defensive walls appeared and enveloped all his fellow disciples. Boom. 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 All kinds of energy blasted on the shield walls. Although there were many of them and their power was extraordinary, they couldn't move the walls at all. Shwa. Shwa. As soon as the attack was over, Li Fei used his movement technique and flew out of the defensive area. Wherever he passed, rays of light burst out, like a rubber ball, dragging streams of light as they blasted in different directions. Boom. Boom. The martial artists of the Demon Emperor's Gate couldn't dodge in time. They suffered the bombardment of energy with all kinds of aptitudes and staggered to the ground. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Yi Xingchen had already rushed over. He unsheathed his true yang sword and flashed with sharp light. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Whoosh. 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 The 6 emperors of the Demon Emperor's Gate didn't have time to retreat. The cold and sharp sword chi came to disturb them. Their bodies froze on the spot, and fine sword marks appeared on their necks. Finally, they fell to the ground with their minds destroyed. In terms of killing people, if one couldn't kill them in one strike, practicing martial arts would be meaningless to Yanyo. Too scary. They are not human. They are demons. Fighting with such monsters, I might as well kill myself. I'm too trashy. I shouldn't live in this world. Plop. Plop. The dozens of demonic sect disciples who were standing in the front row suddenly knelt down and cried out in despair. They even thought that living for one more second was an insult to the air. Shwa. He Wudi flew over and hovered above these martial artists who had lost confidence in life. He raised 2 fingers and said, "Then go to hell." Whoosh. Whoosh. The 7 mysterious sunglow was used. The red and orange lights instantly pierced through the air and pierced through the chests of more than 20 demonic cultivators. After killing the target, Li Fei, who was squatting on a tree far away, looked at the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate in another direction. He put his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his temples. His eyes focused, and an invisible force of depression spread out in an instant. Ah! Many of the martial artists whose cultivation levels were below Wuzong and Martial King lost their ability to fight. Then, they knelt on the ground and cried while holding their heads. "Father, Mother, you were wrong to give birth to me. My existence in such a beautiful world is an unforgivable stain." Shwa. Shwa. He Wudi and Yi Xingchen flew over. After the 2 main damage dealers assisted in controlling the target, they killed the demon cultivators effortlessly. Hiss hiss hiss. Li Qingyang also rushed over. Lightning wrapped around the true yang sword, and the power of the sword increased greatly. Perhaps they also knew that the Demon Emperor's Gate had too many people and it was not suitable for a long battle. Therefore, the core disciples of the Sect of all times who had special constitutions were not stingy. They only wanted to end the battle quickly. In the sky above the dusky Crow Mountain range, a powerful force was exploding wildly. The mountain rocks and trees were all destroyed, and the space was also shattered. The Purple King was fighting against 5 Wuxing in the manner of a king. Every move he made was filled with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. In terms of appearance, this guy was more flirtatious than Xianxia. After all, no matter how much he transformed into a human, he still had the blood of the beast race. If he could get rid of his habit of showing off, he could definitely make a name for himself. Boom! Boom! The five Wuxing used all their skills and threw out all kinds of martial arts as if they were free. In the end, they couldn't do anything to the Purple King. It wasn't that they were bullying them. With the Purple King's current state, even if he stood in the air and let them take turns to attack him, he might not be able to do anything. What kind of monster is he? The elder of the Demon Emperor's Gate completely collapsed. Xianxia dared to come to the Demon Emperor's Gate for two reasons. First, he had the Unstoppable Blade as his trump card. Second, he relied on the Purple King. And that guy was definitely the strongest trump card of the sect of all times. All these years, Lu Wancher's fried rice didn't go to waste. The Purple King always thought that he was enduring humiliation and feigning civility. He never admitted that he was really good. However, as long as he was sent to fight, he wouldn't slack off. At that time, Xianxia had also deliberately tested him. The Purple King said solemnly, "My beast race is not like you humans. All you do is scheme and scheme. As long as I agree to work with you, I will definitely do my best." Although the beast race was cruel and ruthless, they didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. As long as they decided on something, they wouldn't turn back. Elder Niao and the other spirit beasts were the same. They obeyed the Purple King's orders. Now that they were members of the Sect of all times, they took beast pills every day and had stronger heaven and earth attributes. Naturally, they would do their best for Xianxia. Therefore, without absolute strength, Xianxia dared to challenge the Demon Emperor's Gate because of these spirit beasts. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the King of 100 Hills was still fighting with Wuxing. From the looks of it, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. Ding Xingwang had to be the fanciest of all. Facing the demonic cultivators who were equally unscrupulous, he had already used all kinds of sinister methods. The battle between the Purple Craggy Demon King and the King of 100 Hills was unrestrained. They used their thick demon chi to deal with their opponents. Old Ding and the martial saint did not fight head-on. They were looking for opportunities to sneak attack. One sword for 30,000 miles. Sword chi chills 19 continents. At this moment, Xianxia's cold voice came from the sky. A sword chi that seemed to sweep across heaven and earth tore through the sky, leaving a huge sword mark. Xianxia's expression changed. He hurriedly used the ghost movement technique and escaped from the area affected by the sword chi as fast as he could. Whoosh, the sword chi whizzed past and disappeared from the forest. Boom, boom, boom. The trees within 1,000 feet were cut in half. Then, they all fell to the ground. The originally dense area lost a piece of it as if it was shaved off. Whoosh! Xianxia, who dodged, was suspended in the air. His eyes were filled with fear. "Your weapon is the Jade Dragon," asks the Heaven's Sword that the Demon Emperor once collected. Xianxia smiled. "There's more than one." "More than one?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. Then, he looked at that guy's armor and said in disbelief, "Is this the 9 phosphor armor?" Swish! Xianxia came with his sword and slashed out another sword chi that tore through space. Xianxia hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge and shouted, "Kid, since you have the equipment that the Demon Emperor collected back then, you must have been to the Demon Valley." "Yes." Xianxia said, "I have been there." "Impossible, impossible." Xianxia denied himself. The Demon Emperor left the Demon Valley as a forbidden area for the righteous sects to go there like moths to a flame. "How could you find these equipment so easily?" "Because I'm handsome." Xianxia rushed over again. When the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword cut through the void, the second move of the Lingjian divine technique was performed. It instantly formed a powerful sword aura. Xianxia, who was shrouded, slowed down greatly. It was a little difficult to dodge, so he waved his hands. A light circle flew out of the void and collided with the sword chi. Boom! There was an explosion, and light fragments were everywhere. The light circle that Jiang Lingshan threw out was a defensive treasure. Although the quality was good, it was instantly shattered in front of the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. In terms of strength, it was okay. If he could crush him in terms of equipment. Old man. Jun Changshao attacked again and said, back then, you sent people to kidnap my sect's disciples in the West Fate State. This is the first debt. I will settle it with you. Swoosh. Swoosh. The linear sword technique was performed, and hundreds of sword lights poured down in an instant. Jiang Lingshan's equipment was not good, but he was still strong. He used the gloomy demonic energy and turned it into fist and palm prints, breaking all the incoming sword chi. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. A Demon Emperor's Gate disciple, Wu Xing, was punched down by the Purple King. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he sank into the ground. Jiang Lingshan's expression turned ugly. He released his spiritual senses to look at the mountain gate and found that thousands of his disciples were being beaten up by more than 10 Sect of all times disciples. Damn it, how could a small fourth-rate sect be so strong? Yuan Gongzi had always emphasized not to provoke the Sect of all times, but he and the higher-ups did not agree. They thought that guy was too cautious in his actions. However, when they saw the power of the patriarch of the Sect of all times and the higher-ups of the imperial city, they realized that they had been slapped in the face. The only thing that comforted Jiang Lingshan was that there were many half-saints in the sect. The Sect of all times was inferior in this aspect. Although they were a little embarrassed at first, they had adapted and were gradually gaining the upper hand. Boom. 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 At this moment, a dazzling explosion suddenly appeared, emitting a powerful force of thunder and lightning. It directly shook and collapsed a small part of the space. Swoosh. 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 4 half-saints from the Demon Emperor's Gate happened to be in the explosion area. They immediately fell down like broken-winged angels. Then, their faces hit the ground, and they were killed on the spot. Kikik. Zhen Dejuan walked out from the dark with a few formation flags in his hand. He laughed strangely and said, "Isn't that great? Isn't that great?" No wonder the core of the Sect of all times did not give him a chance to shine. It turned out that they had been hiding in the dark to secretly set up the Thunder Array. The power of the Thunder Array's explosion shocked several Wu Xing from the Demon Emperor's Gate who were fighting. What kind of power was this? Why did the aura produced at the moment of the explosion make them feel small? TSK. Looking at the large area of space collapse in the explosion area, Jun Changshao said in surprise, I didn't expect that placing the power of thunder punishment from the upper realm in the Thunder Array would cause such a terrifying lethality. Area had been training the power of thunder punishment in the pagoda and finally tamed it into an obedient baby. The power of thunder punishment was different from Shi Jingshuan's special attribute. After purification, it could be integrated into the martial artist's body again, so Jun Changshao had been thinking about how to use it. Later, he thought that since it was a thunder attribute, it might be better to place it in the Thunder Array as the eye of the array. This idea was supported by Zhen Dejuan, and he began to research it with Shangguan Xinyao. They successfully created a brand new thunder explosion array with the power of thunder punishment as the eye of the array. Today was the first time it was used outside. Judging from the fact that several half-saints were killed in the explosion, its power was definitely beyond imagination. This was also because the power of thunder punishment had lost its original violent nature under Area's training. Otherwise, with the power that bombarded Jun Changshao, even a little bit of it could be used as the eye of the array to kill Wuxing powerhouses. The sudden explosion of the new lightning array shocked Wuxing of the Demon Emperor's Gate. As for the half-sages who were planning to launch a large-scale attack, they stood in midair in shock. Retreat! At this moment, Jiang Lingshan shouted angrily. The top forces of the Sect of all times were too strong. Now that there was a lightning array that could appear and disappear mysteriously, he immediately gave in. Swoosh. 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 The martial artists of the Demon Emperor's Gate flew back to the sect without looking back. They didn't have any confidence in fighting these monsters that made their scalps explode. Since ancient times, demon cultivators had always been deeply feared by the world. Now, the disciples of the Sect of all times were torturing them. Retreat? Jun Changshao said coldly, not a chance. Swoosh, he raised the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword high and shouted coldly, babies, summon your swords for me. Swoosh. Swoosh, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others frantically communicated with their spatial rings. Then, they summoned all the ordinary swords and threw them at their feet. Jiang Lingshan was stunned. The disciples of the sect of all times suddenly took out so many swords. What was the meaning of this? Huff huff. At this moment, a powerful sword aura appeared around Jun Changxiao and instantly spread to the surroundings. He shouted, come. Buzz. Buzz, the swords scattered on the ground began to tremble under the influence of the sword aura. Then, they flew up uncontrollably and gathered above Jun Changxiao like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. At that moment, Jiang Lingshan understood, so many swords, all of them props. He had to ask his disciples to prepare props to perform sword moves. This was too much. Jiang Lingshan didn't have time to complain in his heart because nearly 1,000 swords gathered together. Under the sword aura, they seemed to have turned into an extremely sharp mountain peak and stood erect in midair. Huff huff, a powerful sword will spread out, cutting the surrounding space apart. An unprecedented pressure filled the air, causing the Demon Emperor's Gate disciples who were fleeing back to the sect to be incomparably terrified. An intense uneasiness arose in their hearts, as if foreboding that they might die in the next second. Earth-rank warriors of the Eastern Haozhou set up an ambush in the forest. Jun Changxiao said coldly, this is the second debt. Let's settle it now. Shua. Jade Dragon asks the heaven's sword tilted downwards, and the giant sword that had gathered in the air suddenly descended slowly like a mountain peak. The area that it covered just happened to be the group of escaping devil cultivators, as well as the Demon Emperor's Gate. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the violent sword momentum erupted as the giant sword pressed down, and the space was immediately torn into strips. Jun Changxiao, who had executed the 10,000 swords returned to origin and was suspended in midair, was augmented by the powerful sword aura. He was like an inviolable god. Jiang Lingshan's eyes were filled with terror. This kid's strength was clearly only at the level of a half-saint. Why was he able to execute a sword move that made him feel uneasy? Jun Patriarch. At this moment, Yuan Gongzi, who had yet to recover from his injuries, walked out from the inner courtyard with a pale face. He shouted in a panic, my Demon Emperor's Gate has offended you previously. I am willing to compensate you with natural spirit stones. Please have mercy on me. Hearing the words natural spirit stones, Jun Changxiao's ears immediately perked up. Is this Yuan Gongzi's intention, or the Demon Emperor's Gate's intention? I am the Deputy Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate. My words naturally represent the Demon Emperor's Gate. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly said. He was very worried that the other party would cut down the sword. Because just the terrifying sword might alone would not only cause heavy casualties to the sect, but the sect that had existed for thousands of years would also be reduced to nothingness. Coward. He had to, as soon as possible. He could not hesitate for even a moment. Yuan Gongzi had enough understanding of Jun Changxiao. He also knew that the sect of all times had risen very quickly and definitely needed a large amount of martial arts resources. If he showed enough sincerity, he should be able to turn hostility into friendship. How much? Goxing raised the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword. The huge sword that was originally slanted became perfectly straight once again. The Demon Emperor's Gate disciples who were enveloped in the sword seemed to have been freed from hell. They were still in shock and took deep breaths. Yuan Gongzi thought for a moment and said, 1 million. 1 million natural spirit stones was already very good. However, Jun Changxiao coldly said, your Demon Emperor sect has been causing trouble for my sect of all times every few days. You only took out 1 million. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Yuan Gongzi said, 200, Jun Changxiao impatiently interrupted, don't take out 2 million. Take out 10 million natural spirit stones as compensation and I will immediately put away my sword and leave the Dusk Crow Mountain range. 10 million? Jiang Lingshan could not help but roar. Do you think our Demon Emperor's Gate is a mining company? Is that not the case? Jun Changxiao said. As an expert on Wuxing's level, Jiang Lingshan almost lost control of his emotions and cursed on the spot. City Lord Han, old brother, I once understood your pain. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi's expression was ugly. 10 million natural spirit stones. My demon emperor's gate cannot take it out. Whoosh! The huge sword slanted down again. The demon emperor's gate disciples who had already escaped to the entrance were about to cry. The aura of death had once again emerged in their hearts, and it was even stronger than before. At this time, they finally understood. Their lives were completely in the hands of the other party. Whether they could survive or not depended on whether the vice-sect master was willing to pay. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, seeing that we are old friends, I will give you a chance to negotiate. You must cherish it. Yuan Gongzi's mouth twitched violently. After thinking for a while, he said with difficulty, I can only take out 5 million natural spirit stones. If Jun Patriarch thinks it is too little, my demon Emperor's Gate is willing to replace it with other martial arts resources. Yuan Gongzi. Jiang Lingshan shouted, if we give him all the natural spirit stones, what will our sect use to cultivate? It would have been better if he did not speak. The moment he spoke, Yuan Gongzi almost fainted from anger. You old fogies did not ask for my opinion and offended the sect of all times without permission. Now that they have come knocking on our door, you still have the face to speak here? Humph. An elder said decisively, at worst, we will fight to the death with him. Our demon emperor's gate has inherited the will of the demon emperor. Why would we be afraid of death? Inherited the will of the demon emperor? Jun Changxiao sneered and said, girl, come out and take a look at this shameless group. Swoosh, Yao Menjing, dressed in a black robe, walked out from behind. Then, she raised her head slightly. Her eyes flashed with a strange luster, and she said in a cold voice, a group of traitors who fled when the demon emperor's gate was in danger. What qualifications do you have to inherit the will of the demon emperor? Whoosh! Whoosh, the hidden cultivation technique was no longer suppressed. Pure demonic energy spread out and shrouded the area that was already in a sorry state. Yao Menjing's eyes gradually turned from strange to crimson red. Strange marks appeared on the surface of her eyes. She seemed to have turned from acute lowly into a dark state. Plop, plop, the demonic cultivators who had retreated to the front of the gate suddenly knelt down uncontrollably under the influence of the pure demonic energy. This is... Jiang Lingshan and the others saw Yao Menjing's eyes gradually turn red and special marks appear on her eyes. Their hands trembled violently as they said, Demon. Demon Emperor's eyes. Yuan Gongzi, who was standing in the outer courtyard, was dumbfounded at this moment. He knew that the sect of all times had disciples with innate demonic bodies, but he never thought that they would awaken the demon emperor's eyes. This meant that the little girl in front of him not only had the demon emperor's physique, but also had the qualifications to inherit the next patriarch of the demon emperor sect. Plop, under the influence of the pure demonic energy, Yuan Gongzi could no longer control his body and knelt on the ground. Then, his expression changed from dull to ecstatic as he said, Lord Demon Emperor has awakened. Lord Demon Emperor has awakened. P.S. I'm going out today and will be back tomorrow afternoon. This chapter was originally planned to be posted tomorrow, but forget it, I'll throw it out together. Tomorrow's update will be delayed to the afternoon or evening. The war between the righteous and demonic paths ended with the fall of the Demon Emperor and the collapse of the Demon Emperor sect. However, the righteous sects did not expect that before the Demon Emperor sect fell apart, there was an elder who realized that the situation had changed. He first took his disciples to leave and hid in the dark. This person was called Luo Kang, one of the 8 great elders of the Demon Emperor sect. Not only did Luo Kang lead his people to leave the Demon Emperor sect, but he also took away many martial arts secret manuals and demon sect documents. He also founded the Demon Emperor's Gate. This person had been hiding in the dark his entire life, working hard to develop and strengthen his sect, also that one day, he could inherit the will of the Demon Emperor and contend with the righteous sects to the end. However, because the Demon Emperor sect defected when it was on the brink of destruction, he was never accepted by the orthodox demon cultivators. He was even labeled as the scum of the demon Tao. Luo Kang didn't care what others thought of him and continued to lurk in the dark. Even when he clearly knew that many of his companions from the Devil Path sect were being encircled and annihilated by the famous righteous sects one by one, he didn't have any intention of helping them. It was this strategy of hiding in the dark and not being moved by others that allowed the Demon Emperor's Gate to live in the Starfall continent safely and gain the strength it had today. Unfortunately, Luo Kang was unable to pry into a higher realm of martial arts and was unable to escape the laws of heaven and earth, turning into a pile of withered bones. At the end of his lifespan, he once said to his disciples, "Lord Demon Monarch is not dead, he is just sleeping in the abyss." If one day, someone inherits the innate demon body and possesses the Demon Monarch's eye, it means that Lord Demon Monarch has awakened from the abyss. All of you must follow him and create a brand new era. These words became his last words, and also became the teachings of the Demon Emperor's Gate. The new disciples who joined the Demon Emperor's Gate not only had to engrave it in their hearts, they also had to treat the Demon Emperor as the Demon Emperor's Gate. In that case, what was the Demon Emperor's eye? According to the ancient records of the Demon Emperor's Gate, after the Demon Emperor was born, there would be a special mark in his eyes, which was regarded as the symbol of the Demon Sect's master. Today, thousands of years after Luo Xanghai's death, the Demon Emperor's Gate had been paying attention to the innate demon body and the eye of the Demon Emperor. But in the end, there were no clues, and some of the higher-ups began to have doubts. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the fall of the Demon Emperor. Although there had been innate demon bodies, none of them had the eye of the Demon Emperor. Perhaps the previous sect master had deliberately left it behind so that everyone could firmly believe in the Demon Emperor. But when Yao Menjing appeared in front of the mountain gate, a pure innate demonic chi erupted from her body, and a special mark appeared in her eyes. The demonic cultivators of the Demon Monarch sect immediately realized that Sovereign Luo was right. The disciples of the Devil Monarch's Gate in the inner yard all knelt on the ground, their bodies in a cowed-up position, their souls and blood trembling violently. Shua. Led by Jiang Lingshan, the 8 martial saints landed in front of the mountain gate. Although their cultivation bases were high enough to ignore Yao Menjing's innate demonic chi, their bodies were still trembling slightly, and their eyes were filled with awe and fear. And Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yao Menjing to shock the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor's Gate. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort to fight her. He could have just let her walk out. What a mistake, what a mistake. Elder Jiang. Yuan Gongzi whispered, "What are you waiting for? Kneel and greet the Lord." Humph, Jiang Lingshan sneered, "Although this girl has the mark in her eyes, it's still unknown whether or not she has the Demon Emperor's eye. Yuan Gongzi is kneeling just like that, isn't it a little too careless?" If it weren't for Jun Changxiao and the Sect of All Time's disciples, he and the higher-ups might have believed Yao Menjing's words. But now, who knew if she was a fake? Yuan Gongzi said, "Such a pure innate demon chi, isn't it enough to prove that she has inherited Lord Demon Emperor's will?" This? Jiang Lingshan was silent. Whether or not the Demon Emperor's eye was real, he and the higher-ups couldn't be sure. Demon chi that was purer than his was impossible to fake. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao said calmly, "Whether you kneel or not is your business. 5 million spiritual stones, not one less." The current situation was a little unexpected and he couldn't understand it. But since he was here to settle the score, he had to get the money first. "Don't worry," Yuan Gongzi said seriously, "the Demon Emperor's Gate won't go back on our words." "Then hurry up and take it out. I'm waiting to go home and take a bath," Jun Changxiao said. Yuan Gongzi said with difficulty, "Wait a moment." Then, he looked at Jiang Lingshan and the others and said, "Everyone, don't just stand there." He was injured and couldn't move. Otherwise, he would have already gone to prepare the spiritual stones for Gosheng. If we give him 5 million spiritual stones, what will the disciples use to cultivate? An elder of the Demon Emperor's Gate complained. Yuan Gongzi was so angry that he was about to cry. The other party's mountain-like giant sword stood in front of the gate and could slash down at any time. There was also the will of the Demon Emperor. Did they not understand at all? Why did I have such a group of idiotic teammates? Patriarch. At this time, Yao Menjing said, "Let's not take the spiritual stones. Let's just take over the Demon Emperor's Gate." Jun Changxia's expression froze. This little girl's thoughts were very wild. "My lord," Yuan Gongzi hurriedly said, "I, Yuan Feng, am willing to follow you everywhere." Under normal circumstances, he might represent the Demon Emperor's Gate. But now, his idiotic teammates were still doubtful, so he only represented himself. Yao Menjing crossed her arms and said, "The one you have to be loyal to is not me, but my patriarch." The expression on Yuan Feng's face was a bit interesting. Jiang Lingshan said with a cold face, "We are only loyal to the Demon Emperor. The others are not qualified." Whoosh! At this time, the giant sword that had been hanging in the air all this time suddenly fell down, and the sword force it carried directly tore through a large area of space. Jiang Lingshan and the others were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Boom! They had escaped, but the gate that had been established for thousands of years was instantly smashed to pieces by the giant sword, and a deep sword pit that extended to the main hall appeared. Looking from a high altitude, the old gate that had a lot of history looked like it had been ruthlessly slashed by a knife. It was very eye-catching. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the bombardment, the scattered swords on the ground were pulled back and quickly gathered together. "Everyone," Jun Changxiao said proudly, "am I qualified?" "You." Jiang Lingshan and the other elders were furious. The gate represented the face of the sect, and it was directly destroyed by that guy. It was absolutely unforgivable. "Of course," Jun Changxiao said, "you have to be qualified to be loyal to me. The 5 of you can't beat a hall master of my sect, so you are not qualified to be loyal to me." The corners of Ding Xingwang and the others' mouths twitched. "My Lord Patriarch, for someone as strong as Hall Master Z, only the Emperor level can defeat him in a one-on-one battle. If you want to use that as the standard, no one is qualified to be with you." "Hey!" Yao Menjing hooked her finger at Yuan Feng and said, "Being loyal to the Patriarch is being loyal to me. Come over quickly." Yuan Feng was conflicted. He definitely had no objection to being loyal to this girl. After all, he had the connate demonic body and the Demon Emperor's eye. However, being loyal to Jun Changxiao was a little difficult. "Girl," Jun Changxiao said, "they obviously don't treat you as the real master. There's no need to talk nonsense with them. Hurry up and give me the money." "Okay." Yao Menjing shook her head and said, "I gave you a chance. Since you chose to give it up, you can't blame anyone. Hurry up." She put her hands on her hips and said fiercely with her big eyes, "Give me the money." Jun Changxiao was quite tempted when Yao Menjing said that she wanted to incorporate the Demon Emperor's gate. However, judging from Yuan Feng's hesitation and the attitude of Jiang Lingshan and the others, they didn't seem to have any intention of being loyal to him. Since that was the case, he couldn't force them. So, he continued with the plan and let them transfer the money to his card. Under the little lowly Yao Menjing's fierce threat, Yuan Gongzi endured his injuries and personally went to withdraw the money. He couldn't count on useless teammates. He just hoped that they wouldn't cause any more trouble and quickly send this plague away. Not bad. In the sky above the damaged gate, Jun Changxiao counted a few large spatial rings and said with satisfaction, 5 million each. Xiao. Xiao. The sword aura weakened and the sword fell down. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others kept the items, leaving them for the Patriarch to use the next time he acted cool. "Who?" Yuan Gongzi let out a long sigh. But feeling the innate demonic aura released by Yao Menjing, he still knelt on the ground with lingering fear. Jiang Lingshan and the others could only watch helplessly. Jun Changxiao kept the spatial rings with spirit stones, not daring to argue with him. Their sect was found, and they couldn't beat them in terms of strength. They were completely passive. If they could spend some money to settle this matter, they should thank the heavens. "Yuan Gongzi," Jun Changxiao said, "ores, crystal cores, and herbs?" "Preparing, please wait a moment." Yuan Feng hurriedly said, fearing that this guy would gather the giant sword again. "Oh right." Jun Changxiao said, "It's best if you have some demonic secret manuals." Not long after, the disciples of the Demon Emperor's gate brought a lot of spatial rings. There were all kinds of martial arts stored in them, and there were dozens of demonic martial arts manuals. "Yuan Gongzi." Jun Changxiao kept all the items and smiled, happy cooperation. Yuan Feng understood that these words were purposely said to let Jiang Lingshan's imagination run wild. Calling him a friend in front of all the heroes of the world at Reflection Mountain was also a debt. Based on Jun Changxiao's personality, he would definitely return the favor. "Are you really not loyal to my patriarch?" Yao Menjing asked. Yuan Gongzi's gaze was resolute as he said, devil cultivators are only loyal to the devil emperor, and never to anyone else. Stubborn. Yao Menjing gave up. Actually, the reason why she asked the patriarch to take in the demon emperor's gate was not because she had the demon emperor's inheritance, but because she could have a demonic cultivator as her companion. After all, in the sect of all times, only she and Mo Shang were demonic cultivators, and the latter could only be considered half a demonic cultivator. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, I'm not a calculated person. Since you paid the compensation, the grudges between us will vanish like smoke. Yuan Gongzi and Jiang Lingshan's hearts were dripping blood. Although most of these natural spirit stones and various martial resources were plundered from the righteous sects, giving them all to him in exchange for settling their grudges was still a bit too high a price to pay. It was a bit hard to accept. Of course. Jun Changxiao said again, I hope there won't be a next time, or else. He looked at the inner courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Demon Emperor's Gate will really cease to exist. He was casually threatening the righteous sects that gave the righteous sects a headache. Jun Patriarch, please don't worry. My Demon Emperor's Gate only targets the righteous sects. We definitely won't provoke your esteemed sect. Yuan Feng said. Jun Changxiao said, Yuan Gongzi, there are some things that only you and I know. If any news leaks out, I'll still pay you a visit. Yuan Feng knew that the matter he was talking about was definitely related to Yao Menjing, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice, Jun Patriarch, our Lord is our faith. Naturally, we won't spread this matter and bring harm to her. That's good. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. After that, he left with his disciples. In fact, he didn't care about the fact that Yao Menjing had the innate demonic body. It didn't matter even if it was spread out. After all, he already had the strength to contend with the top sects. However, he still had to develop the sect in a low-key manner. It was better to have less trouble. Watching Jun Changxiao and his disciples gradually disappear into the forest, Jiang Lingshan and the other elders finally showed their anger. Yuan Gongzi. An elder said coldly, if the sect master knows about this, he'll definitely be disappointed in you. F***ck, you still have the face to say that, if you didn't act on your own initiative to target the sect of all times, would the sect have suffered such a disaster? Yuan Feng said firmly, the sect master will definitely understand me. Jiang Lingshan said with a sullen face, this old man is very suspicious now. Did you leak information to Jun Changxiao so that he could easily find us? Bullshit. Yuan Gongzi finally couldn't hold back and roared, I, Yuan Feng, will always be loyal to the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor's Gate. I will never do anything to betray the sect. This obviously couldn't convince the upper echelons of the Demon Emperor's Gate. They looked at him with a bit of caution. Everyone. An elder said, the sect stronghold has been exposed. Our top priority is to think about how to hide it better. Otherwise, that guy will come every few days and rob us. Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Not to mention. Jun Gosheng really had such a plan, he didn't make things difficult for the Demon Emperor's Gate too much. It wasn't because of the martial arts resources, but because he wanted to let them continue to fight with the righteous sects while he reaped the benefits. He definitely couldn't let Jun Gosheng rob the righteous sections. After all, it would be easy to become the public enemy of the continent. However, if the demon sect robbed them, he wouldn't have any psychological burden if he went to rob the demon sect. Sorry. It's the demon sect who robbed you. It has nothing to do with Jiang Lingshan said, Jun Changxiao definitely has some special method to find this place. We need to move to a more dangerous and complicated forbidden area. If the forbidden area of the Starfall continent had human thoughts, they would definitely curse, F***cku, don't drag us down. Patriarch. On the way back to the sect of all times, Old Ding said, those martial cultivators of the demon sect seem to be very afraid of the Yao girl. Why don't they take this opportunity to take her for their own use? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, except for Yuan Gongzi and some disciples, several higher-ups of Wuxing's level don't approve. If they force it, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. The Purple King said lightly, if they don't accept it, then destroy them. Jun Changxiao said, if the Demon Emperor's gate could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have existed for thousands of years. Although in the battle just now, their top forces were stronger than the other side, who knew if the demon sect had any backup plans. Not to mention, there was still a sect master who hadn't shown up. Who knew how high his cultivation was? Since there were uncertain factors, making the Demon Emperor's gate willingly pay a loss was definitely the best result. Otherwise, if they were forced into a corner and destroyed jade and common stone, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, since I found them once, I will find them again and again. As long as they are still in the Starfall continent, even if they hide to the ends of the earth, they won't be able to escape from my hands. He wasn't bragging. He really had the ability. Because even if he didn't learn about the Dusky Raven mountain range from Ghost and the others, Xianxia could inquire about it. When his cultivation was stronger and his understanding of the primordial spirit deepened, not to mention finding a sect in the Starfall continent, even finding a needle would be as easy as flipping his hand. Now, Jun Changxiao said to himself, just wait and watch the show. He looked back at Yao Menjing, whose eyes had returned to normal, and said to himself, girl, I didn't forcibly take in the demon cultivators of the Demon Emperor's gate. I plan to leave them to you. When you have enough strength in the future, go and subdue them openly and become the sect master of the demon sect. Sect of all times. After Jun Changxiao returned, he placed all 5 million natural spirit stones in the item machine and set the contribution points for the disciples to buy them. As for the matter of visiting the Demon Emperor's gate in the Dusky Raven mountain range, no one in the outside world talked about it. The various sects were still actively searching for the hiding place of the demon sect. Elder Jiang. After returning, Li Qingyang found Xianxia and said, is there any news of her? Found her, Xianxia said. Li Qingyang was overjoyed. But Xianxia said, this girl lives alone in a remote village. It's very difficult. Where does she live? Little Han village in Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Li Qingyang was silent. He was in Yangzhou in the southwest, and she was in Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Was she deliberately hiding as far away as possible so that he wouldn't find her? Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked in from outside the hall and said, this disciple wants to go out for a few days. You've decided? Jun Changxiao said, are you going to look for her? This disciple just wants to take a look at her from afar, Li Qingyang said. Let elder son accompany you. After all, he's from Lu Prefecture in the northeast and is familiar with the area there, Jun Changxiao said. It wasn't hard to see that this guy had definitely eavesdropped on the conversation between Li Qingyang and Xianxia. Yes. On the same day, Li Qingyang and Gong Sun Haohai left the Sect of all times and headed toward Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Gong Sun Haohai was a bit excited. After all, he had been trapped in the Sect of all times to sweep the floor, and now he had become an elder. He hadn't returned to his hometown for many years. Jun Changxiao didn't stay idle either. After distributing all the resources he had obtained from the Demon Emperor's gate, he entered the planar battlefield and took out his treasure detector, continuing to search for opportunities to expand the stronghold's area. As for the Sect of all times disciples, they were actively doing sect missions. Their sect's achievement value continued to increase, and they were getting closer and closer to reaching the maximum. P.S. I'm dog-tired after going out for a while. I'll stop for today and make up for it tomorrow. All the warriors on the battlefield were crying because Jun Goxing had returned after settling his family's matters. This time, in order to expand the area of his stronghold, he started to search for fortuitous opportunities. Weapons, martial techniques, equipment, treasures, herbs, ores, as long as they appeared on the treasure detector and were locked on by him, they would not be able to escape. The result of this kind of crazy search was that many planes had painstakingly confirmed the opportunities and went through untold hardships to find them, but in the end, all that was left was an empty box that had been licked. It's gone. Someone beat us to it. Who is it? Every once in a while, one would hear the heart-wrenching cries of warriors at certain places of fortuitous opportunities. Their cries were filled with anger and sorrow. Many warriors who entered the plains were here for fortuitous opportunities. Some had been searching for years, but in the end, someone else beat them to it. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Although the sacred sky heart grass is not mature yet, it can be hastened by the incubator. This meteorite spirit stone weighs 500 kilograms. If there is a professional blacksmith, it can be used to forge many good weapons and equipment. As for the spirit energy bull martial technique, I can let Sinner, Yuhua, and the others cultivate it. Xianxia, who was sitting in the main hall, was carefully sifting through and distributing the various fortuitous opportunities he had found recently. He was even dissatisfied with some of them, thinking that they had no practical use. Warriors from the plains would be wild with joy when they found a fortuitous opportunity. This guy was starting to dislike it. It was infuriating to compare himself to a real person. After finding so many fortuitous opportunities, the falling star continent's stronghold had expanded by a lot. It was now expanding from the size of a village to a town. According to the rules of the battlefield, if a newly entered plane could expand the stronghold to the size of a town within 5 years, it was equivalent to completing the mission and gaining the right to enter and exit freely. However, before the warriors representing the falling star continent could enter and were still in fear, their own stronghold's mission was almost completed. This was probably unprecedented. Swish, the terrain remodeling device flew out and landed on the ground. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, from night to dawn, the falling star continent's stronghold shook frequently. A huge mountain rose from the ground just like that. Boom. The next day, Xiao Ziji held a huge mountain in his hands. Xianxia quickly set up the 5 elements great formation below, supporting it in midair. At this moment, there were already 5 tall mountains floating in the falling star continent's stronghold. Oh my god! Another mountain has risen. How did the falling star continent do it? Several hundred miles away, cultivators occasionally passed by and saw another mountain floating in the air at the end of their vision, intersecting with other mountains, creating a spectacular scene of mountains floating in the air. All of them widened their eyes. When I passed by yesterday, there were clearly only 4 mountains. How did another one appear out of thin air in just one night? If he hadn't been steadfast in his cultivation of martial arts, he might have even thought that he had seen a ghost. Don't be surprised, don't be surprised. Because, this was only the beginning. In order to surpass the strongholds of those top-notch existential planes, Xianxia was still working hard to search for opportunities and expand his territory. Therefore, in the following period of time, numerous mountains appeared out of nowhere and then hung in midair. Falling Star Continent. In order to make up for the losses caused by Goshing's blackmail, after the Demon Emperor's Gate moved to another forbidden area, it began to madly target the righteous sections. In a short period of time, 6 or 7 fourth-rate sects were destroyed. The top-notch sects expressed their helplessness because although they had joined forces with many other sects, they still couldn't find the hiding place of the Demon Emperor's Gate. They could only passively take a beating. Because of the frequent disturbances of the demon sect, the entire falling star continent was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Many self-proclaimed righteous sects were in fear and trepidation, fearing that one day they would be suddenly wiped out. This atmosphere infected the northeast Lu prefecture, which stood aloof from worldly affairs, and the atmosphere was similarly oppressive. The places where the disciples of the sects often traveled or played were now rarely visited. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering and the north wind was whistling, and the world was boundless. The oppressive atmosphere could only be felt by cultivators. The ordinary people on the icy plains were still working from sunrise to sunset, living the most ordinary and difficult life. In a small, remote village, the adults who went out hunting returned with a full load, and the children happily welcomed them. Wow, what a big fish! It must be my father who caught it. Nonsense, it must be my father who caught it. The children were fighting over the fish until their faces turned red, causing the adults who had unloaded the game and were drinking to keep warm to laugh. Come, come. A burly middle-aged man in his early 40s waved his hand and said, Uncle Guo will tell you a story today. He was the captain of the village's hunting team and the only one in the village who cultivated the martial Dao. Although his strength was only at stage 12 meridian opening, he was the god of war in the hearts of the children. Uncle Guo. A 10-year-old child said, we want to hear the story of the sect of all times. I knew you brats wanted to hear this. Uncle Guo specially went to the city to ask around, Uncle Guo said with a smile. The children immediately gathered around him, wild with joy. Sister Chower. The 10-year-old child shouted towards a simple house, Uncle Gua is going to tell the story of the sect of all times. Come and listen. Creak. The slightly dilapidated door was pushed open. A woman wearing an apron, who seemed to be busy with lunch, walked out. She was about 20 years old. Although she was dressed plainly, it could not hide her delicate and pretty appearance. Little Huzi. The woman said, Uncle Gua just came back from hunting and still needs to rest. You guys quickly go somewhere else to play and stop pestering him. It's fine, it's fine. Uncle Gua said with a smile. The woman shook her head. Girl. Uncle Gua said with a smile, I went to the city this time and asked around a lot about the sect of all times. Among them, there's even someone you dream of. Uncle Gua. Who is the person that Sister Chower dreams of? The children asked curiously. The woman's face turned red. Uncle Gua drank a mouthful of strong liquor and said with a grin, this time, Uncle Gua will tell you the story of the sect of all times participating in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. The children did not know what the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy was, but as long as it was related to the sect of all times, they would be very happy to listen. The story is like this. Uncle Gua told them the news he heard from outside without missing a single word. The children were mesmerized by the story. The woman was also listening. Especially when she heard that person's name, she was overjoyed and thought to herself, he's already so strong? After feeling happy, she felt even more disappointed. He was the #1 genius of Azure Sun County and had joined the glorious sect of all times. His future was limitless. On the other hand, she was just an ordinary person and was destined not to have any interactions with him in the future. Eh? Why is Sister Chower crying? No, the woman hurriedly stood up and rushed back to her room. She said, Uncle Gua must be starving. I'll go and cook now. Night fell. Sister Chower sat under the roof in a daze. Girl. Uncle Gua walked over and asked, what are you thinking about? Nothing. You've been in Little Cold Village for a few years now. I can tell that you have something on your mind. Girl, do you know the second disciple of the sect of all times? Every time you go out, you ask me to find out about him, Uncle Gua said seriously. Sister Chower lowered her head and said, I used to know him. Uncle Gua was not surprised by this answer. He said, he's an existence that ordinary people like us can't reach. Quickly forget him and don't make things difficult for yourself. Sister Chower said dejectedly, I came to Lu province from southwest Yangzhou to northeast Yangzhou to forget him. But even though the weather here is cold, it's hard to let go of my thoughts. Gulp. Uncle Gua drank a mouthful of strong wine and said sadly, I can understand because I also had a girl I liked when I was young. Her talent was better than mine and her realm was higher than mine. I could only look at her from afar like a fool. Sister Chower was stunned. Uncle Gua said, after a long time, you've forgotten. After a long time, you've forgotten? Sister Chower murmured and said, Uncle Gua, I understand. Uncle Gua got up and left. Sister Chower sat under the roof and thought for a long time. Then, she took out a yellowed paper crane and said, Brother Qingyang, I hope you become an indomitable expert. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The paper crane flew out of her hand and into the sky. Sister Chower looked up and watched it gradually disappear into the night. She said with heartache, from today onwards, I'll cut off all thoughts. Outside the village. The paper crane floated down. Li Qingyang caught it with his palm and said dejectedly, did she want to tear it up? Yes. Gong Sun Haohai said. Li Qingyang kept the paper crane in his spatial ring and turned around. Let's go. Go? Gong Sun Haohai was stunned. He could tell that Li Qingyang had been secretly paying attention to the girl called Sister Chower. The two of them definitely had an unusual relationship. Now that he had finally rushed over from Yangzhou in the southwest, was he in a hurry to leave without going out to meet him? Are you really leaving? Yes. All right. Swoosh. Whoosh. The two of them disappeared outside the village. Sister Chower, who had already returned to her room, seemed to have sensed something. She subconsciously looked at the spot outside the village where Li Qingyang had been standing and muttered, something left. Was it a stray cat? Ta. Step. Ta. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves rang out in the night, breaking the tranquility of the little cold village and waking up Uncle Gua and the others who were sound asleep. Not good. The bandits are here. Chaotic noises resounded in the air. Suddenly, a group of ferocious-looking men in black riding on tall horses rushed out of the village. They were the bandits that roamed Luzhou in the northeast all year round. Because the famous righteous sects had been hiding in their sects and didn't dare to come out easily, they began to commit crimes unscrupulously. Uncle Guo rushed out of the house with a long spear. As the only martial cultivator in the little Han village, he was also the security captain responsible for the safety of the entire village. F***CKU. The bandit leader got off his horse and sent Uncle Guo flying with a kick. Then, he ordered his subordinates to search for valuables and food. Uncle Guo. When Sister Qiao saw Uncle Guo vomiting blood and lying on the ground, she hurriedly ran out of her room. The bandit leader said in surprise, there's actually a pretty girl in this remote village? Men, capture her and bring her back to the mountain to be my wife. Yes. A few ferocious bandits rushed over with swords and sabers. Girl. Uncle Guo struggled to stand up and pushed Sister Qiao to the back. With a ferocious expression, he said, run. You can't run. One of the bandits chased after him. Whoosh. Uncle Guo poured a thin amount of spirit energy into his long spear and swung it. However, the other party easily dodged it and stabbed him with his sword. Slash. The cold sword pierced through his chest, and blood splattered on the snowy ground. Uncle Guo. Sister Qiao, who had steadied herself, saw that Uncle Guo had been pierced by a sharp sword. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out involuntarily. Coincidentally, the villagers were also chased out. When they saw that the only martial cultivator in the village was heavily injured, despair rose in their hearts. What a hindrance! The bandit drew his sword and kicked Uncle Guo away. Then, he walked toward Sister Qiao. Bang! A stone flew past and hit his head. The 10-year-old child picked up a small stone and held it in his hand. He glared at the bandit and said, "Don't hurt Sister Qiao." The bandit turned around and walked over with his blood-stained sword. He grabbed the child and raised him up high. With a murderous aura, he said, "Little brat, you're courting death." Although the child was restrained, he was not afraid in the face of danger and shouted, "Sister Qiao, run." Run? The bandit leader snorted coldly and said, "It's useless for a woman that I like to run to the ends of the earth." At this moment, the other bandits had already approached Sister Qiao. Don't come over." Sister Qiao panicked and retreated step by step until she reached the corner of the wall. There was no way out. Boss. The second bandit leader led his men out of the villager's room and cursed, "This village is so **king poor. There isn't even anything valuable, let alone banknotes. Same old rules." The bandit leader ordered, "Burn it all." What about these people? Take the woman and child away. Kill the rest. All right. The second bandit leader waved his hands hurriedly. The bandits threw out the torches in their hands and walked toward the trembling villagers with their swords. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew. The torches that were about to touch the houses were extinguished. The bandits who were about to attack looked in the direction of the wind and suddenly saw a sword flash before their eyes. Pft! Pft! Blood splattered and heads flew everywhere. When the bandit leader and the second bandit leader saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The bandits who were about to capture Sister Qiao froze on the spot. An invisible pressure made them unable to move. They could not move, but their minds could. A strong aura of death instantly filled their hearts. Although these bandits were weak in cultivation, their intuition was very accurate. A sharp sword suddenly appeared and slashed across their necks, mercilessly reaping their lives. This scene happened very quickly. When the trembling villagers gradually calmed down, they realized that more than 10 bandits around them were beheaded. Blood dyed the snow red. The scene was very frightening. The children were so frightened that they did not dare to look. Sister Chao, who was still in shock, tried her best to raise her head. She saw a man in a red cloak standing in front of her. The sword in his hand was stained with blood, dripping from the tip of the sword to the ground. Although his back was facing her and she could not see his face clearly, she felt very familiar. She could not help but call out, "Brother Qingyang." The person who suddenly appeared did not say anything. He walked step by step toward the bandit leader who was restrained by the pressure. Then, he placed his sword on the bandit leader's neck and said coldly, "You can forgive a natural disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster." This voice, it's him. It's really him. Sister Chao covered her mouth as tears fell like rain. "Hero, don't. Pft." The sword flashed, and the bandit leader's head flew off. Then, it fell to the snow. His face was forever frozen in fear. The second bandit leader who was restrained saw his boss die just like that. The fear in his eyes intensified. Then, after the sword slashed across his body, his head separated from his body and he went to collect his lunchbox. All the bandits were killed. The crisis of the little cold village was resolved. The man in the battle robe cleaned the bloodstains on his sword and elegantly sheathed it. He was about to leave, but Sister Chao struggled to stand up and said, "Brother Qingyang, is that you?" It was daybreak. The frightened villagers were cleaning up the corpses of the bandits and cleaning up the red snow. What happened last night was unforgettable, especially when the man in the battle robe suddenly appeared and killed so many bandits. The child called Little Huzi stood at the window and tried his best to look inside, but his mother pulled him away by the ear. Uncle Gua, who was originally injured, was squatting at the door and drinking strong wine. It was strange. Yesterday, he thought that he was going to die, but after taking a pill, his body quickly recovered. And he was completely fine now. In the room, Sister Chao stood there, not knowing what to do. In front of her, the man in the battle robe had already taken off his mask. It was Li Qingyang. He had returned after leaving Little Cold Village. To be exact, he could not let go of his beloved. "Brother Qingyang," Sister Chao said, "why are you in Lu province in the northeast?" Li Qingyang turned around and looked at her. "I should be the one asking you that." Sister Chao did not dare to look at him. She lowered her head and stammered, I came to seek refuge with a distant relative." The lie was too lame. Li Qingyang walked forward and put his hands on her shoulders. He said in a serious tone, "Come back to Yangzhou in the southwest with me. Come back to the Sect of all times with me." After the bandit attack, he realized that it was too dangerous for a weak girl to live outside. The patriarch would definitely not refuse to bring her back to the Sect. Sister Chao kept her head down. "I don't want to be a burden to you." She was the same as Pei Aniu's fiancé. They were both ordinary people with no talent and aptitude. If they had not met by chance at the Lotus Pond Lake, they would never have crossed paths. In fact, Sister Chao did not know Li Qingyang's identity at first. After she found out that he was a direct descendant of the Li family in Qingyang City and a martial arts genius, she felt inferior. She decided to leave him because on the eve of the 100 Sect Alliance's recruitment, Patriarch Li came looking for her and placed 10,000 taels of silver in front of her. He said, "Take this money and leave Yangzhou in the southwest. Don't bother my son again." Sister Chao did not accept the money that was enough for her to live comfortably. She simply packed her luggage and left a letter. In order to hide further and never meet again. She came to Lu Prefecture in the northeast, which was the furthest from Yangzhou in the southwest. For a girl without any martial arts to travel such a long distance to the other side of the continent, there was no need to mention the difficulties and dangers involved. If the Sect of all times did not become famous later on, and if Li Qingyang's name did not appear in her ears again, Sister Chao would not have asked Uncle Gua to deliberately inquire about it. She did not want to pester Li Qingyang. She had done it. However, it was impossible for her to forget him forever. Sister Chao did not wish to accompany the person she loved forever. She only wished to hide in a corner and silently watch over him. Uncle Gua saw this clearly, which was why he advised her to learn to forget last night and face the future with a better attitude. Sister Chao also realized that she was paying more and more attention to Li Qingyang, so she had the thought of tearing up the paper crane that she had kept until now. The paper crane was given to him by Li Qingyang. Although it was very cliché, it was similar to a token of love. Sister Qiao had chosen to tear it apart, which meant that she had to sever everything and learn to forget him. This kind of relationship problem between a man and a woman was really complicated and troublesome. Therefore, June Patriarch was smarter and always focused his energy on the sect. Otherwise, if he wrote a few chapters because of emotional matters, the readers would say that it was useless. I'm already Wu Huang now, how are you going to drag me down? Li Qingyang said. These words were said very casually, but when Uncle Gua heard it, he spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot and said in shock, Wu Huang. My God. After following Jun Goxing for a long time, Chief Steward Li had also changed. He had become a silent pretentious person. You're Wu Huang now? Sister Qiao said with her eyes wide open. Although she had never practiced martial arts, she had more or less heard of the continent's cultivation system. Not to mention Wu Huang's level, even a martial master was in existence that she could only look up to. I know. Father went to look for you before, but he won't object to us being together now, so. Li Qingyang hugged Sister Qiao and said, come back to the sect of all times with me. If you feel that you're not worthy of me, I'll ask Patriarch to let you have the qualifications and cultivation that are worthy of me. This was not a problem at all. As long as Jun Xianxia was willing, he could turn an ordinary person into a genius in minutes. As the first disciple to enter the Lingyan Pavilion, if Li Qingyang really came to ask, Goxing would definitely not refuse. Brother Qingyang. Sister Qiao looked up and said, you said that you want to become an indomitable expert. Although Wu Huang is very powerful, he's not the best. He still needs to work harder. Li Qingyang's expression changed slightly. He understood the meaning of this girl's words. Creak. The door opened, and Li Qingyang walked out. He left the little cold village without looking back. Sister Qiao sat in the room, holding the paper crane that had already flown away. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Uncle Guo walked in and squatted at the door. He cares about you a lot. Why did you refuse? If he followed me to the sect of all times, would Brother Qingyang still have the heart to cultivate? Sister Qiao choked with sobs. Sigh. Uncle Guo shook his head and said, girl, you're thinking too much for others. In the end, you'll only hurt yourself. Uncle Guo, who's that big brother? What big brother? He's clearly an immortal who can go to heaven and earth. Yes, an immortal. The group of brats said with admiration. Although the bandits' attack had traumatized them a little. However, Li Qingyang's appearance and his powerful killing of the bad guys had shocked them even more. It was the first time they knew that there was such a powerful martial artist in the world. Little guys. Uncle Guo took a sip of wine and said, his name is Li Qingyang. He's the second disciple of the sect of all times. Ah? He's Li Qingyang. Oh my God, no wonder he's so powerful. Uncle Guo, how does a disciple of the sect of all times know Sister Qiao? Uncle Guo thought for a moment and said in a meaningful tone, they're friends, very good friends. Extreme Cold Palace. The palace master and disciples stood in front of the mountain gate excitedly. Li Qingyang leaned against a tree outside, ignoring everyone's welcome. He was still thinking about something. He thought to himself, if you're afraid of delaying my cultivation, I'll come and find you when I don't need to cultivate. How could he not cultivate, break through Wu Xing and become a martial emperor? Grand Elder. The Extreme Cold Palace Master said, you're finally back. Gong Sun Haohai was also a little moved. However, he suppressed his slightly agitated state of mind and said, I'm just here to take a look. I have to return to the sect of all times as soon as possible. Grand Elder. The Extreme Cold Palace Master looked at Li Qingyang, who seemed to have a lot on his mind, and said in a low voice, young friend, you seem to have something on your mind. I'm troubled by love. Gong Sun Haohai shook his head. He did not stay in the Extreme Cold Palace for too long. Then, he left with Li Qingyang and set off for the sect of all times. However, before he left, he instructed the palace master to do something. The little cold village returned to its usual peace. The villagers worked at sunrise and rested at sunset as usual. However, a few days later, an elder and dozens of disciples of the extreme cold palace suddenly rushed over and announced that they would be guarding the village all year round. The little cold village was located in a remote area, and its territory belonged to a seventh-rate sect. Therefore, when a fourth-rate sect sent people over, it immediately alarmed the entire sect. A sect master personally led the higher-ups and rushed over. Sect Master Sunday, the elder of the extreme cold palace, said coldly, "You can't even deal with the bandits. My extreme cold palace will take over this place." "Yes, yes." Sect Master Sun hurriedly nodded and bowed. A fourth-rate sect actually sent experts to protect a small village. Could it be that there was an important person that he could not afford to offend living in seclusion here? Patriarch. In the main hall of the Ironbone Peak, Xianxia walked in and cupped his hands. "I'm back," Xianxia said. "It just so happens that the battlefield stronghold has expanded quite a bit during this period of time. We're waiting for you to build it." "Yes." Xianxia left. Hall Master Li, Xianxia sent a voice transmission. "Inform the Northeast Lu State branch to send someone to hide in Little Cold Village and secretly protect that girl. If anything happens, let the branch master bring his own head to the sect to apologize." He already knew about the matter between Xianxia and Sister Qiaoer, so he had to put an end to all dangers. There must not be a heart-wrenching scene where the lovers would never be together. "Okay." Li Luoqiu hurriedly communicated with the Northeast Lu State Intelligence Network. Not long after, the small village that was originally protected by the extreme coldness palace was protected by many experts who were proficient in the way of assassins. At this time, not to mention bandits, even if the fourth or fifth-rate sects sent people to cause trouble, they would definitely not return. The martial artists of the Falling Star continent would never think that a small village with only 100 people would have so many experts hidden in the dark. Its defense was not inferior to a third-rate sect at all. This was still bandits causing trouble. If the situation was more dangerous, Xianxia might have sent a legion of the war cavalry haul over. For the sake of his disciple. Gosheng liked to make a big fuss over nothing. The next day, Xianxia brought his fellow disciples into the Falling Star continent and began to plan and build. The person he loved did not follow him back to the sect of all times, which made him very depressed. Only by using his energy to busy himself would he temporarily forget about the unhappy things. A new round of construction began. The disciples of the sect of all times worked in full swing. As the area was already large enough, Xianxia could finally fully display his construction talent. As for Xianxia, he did not idle around. When the disciples were building the stronghold, he still relied on the treasure detector to search for opportunities. The territory would expand every once in a while. This expansion speed could not be compared to dozens of planes added together. Central State, Altar. After Xianxia stole another opportunity and returned to the stronghold, the time shown on the Earth Spirit instrument was suddenly shortened to 2 years. "What?" The high priest jumped to his feet and exclaimed, "Why is the time to enter the planar battlefield sped up?" Ever since the upper realm issued the order for the Starfall continent to enter the interplanar battlefield, there was a countdown on the earthly spirit instrument. There were originally 3 years left, but now, there was suddenly a year left. Of course, it was unbelievable. "What's going on? Don't tell me you want us to send ourselves to our deaths a year in advance." Despair appeared in the eyes of the elders. The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate had disturbed the peace of all the major sections. Now that they had been in the planar battlefield for almost a year, it was definitely a case of when it rains, it pours. "Ai." The high priest shook his head and said, "Inform all the major sects about this." "Yes." On the same day, the news that they would be entering the planar battlefield a year in advance spread among the major sects of the Starfall continent. "Damn it." A patriarch of a major sect said angrily, "Time is running out again. Patriarch, we have to find the Demon Emperor's Gate as soon as possible. Otherwise, once we enter the planar battlefield, they will take the opportunity to stir up trouble, and the entire continent will suffer a great disaster." "That's right." That patriarch said, "We have to get rid of this great threat within 2 years." Because the time to enter the planar battlefield had been brought forward, all the major sects realized the severity of the problem. Thus, all sorts of meetings were held, and countless plans were made to deal with the Demon Emperor's Gate. However, because they couldn't find a place to hide, they couldn't find a solution. June Patriarch. In the dining hall, the visiting Mu Changhong said with a bitter face, "The time to enter the planar battlefield has been sped up. There are only 2 years left." Sped up? Jun Changxiao was stunned and thought to himself, could it be that it's like the bound soul bombs, it has its own temper? Speaking of the soul bombs, Gosheng wanted to cry. All these years, he had always worked hard for the sake of the sect, and he had never let his guard down. However, that thing would sometimes shorten the time for no reason. Later, Jun Changxiao gradually found a pattern. If he didn't wake up at the designated time, it would be deducted. If he took a dump for too long, it would also be deducted. The most unacceptable thing was, if he took a bath for too long, it would also be deducted. Only 5 years had passed since the 100-year countdown. There should still be 95 years left. In fact, it was already 93 years. The 2 years that were shortened were naturally deducted. I clearly didn't waste my time waiting to die, nor did I treat it negatively. Why should the time be shortened? Ding. Self-detonation time remaining, 93 years, 150 days, 14 hours, 23 minutes, 32 seconds. While Jun Changxiao was complaining in his heart, the countdown on the soul bombs sped up by another hour. The system said, the soul bombs have emotions. The host should treat them gently. Although Jun Changxiao was full of anger and grievance, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Although the soul bombs were unreasonable, because the time would be deducted at any time and place, Jun Patriarch had developed a good habit of not sleeping in and taking a dump to end the battle quickly. If you gave him a phone now, he would definitely not take advantage of the time to read the news, read beep beep beep, and even more not check his WeChat moments and Weibo. It's only 2 years. Jun Changxiao said, City Lord Mu, don't worry too much. With the current development of the stronghold and his reputation on the plain battlefield, even if the martial artists of the Falling Star continent went in now, they wouldn't be in any danger. Sigh. Mu Changhong said enviously, if I had Jun Patriarch's mentality, I wouldn't be sleeping all day. City Lord Mu, the food is cold. Munch munch. City Lord Mu took big bites of the food. At this moment, only delicious food could comfort his despair. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao said, Honglian is about to break through to Wuhuang. With the help of various resources, many non-core inner sect disciples had reached the peak of the martial king level during this time. Mu Changhong heard this and became even more depressed. His daughter breaking through to Wuhuang was something worth celebrating, but after that, she had to enter the plain battlefield. Sigh. Mu Changhong shook his head and said, what will come will come. We can't avoid it. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Jun Patriarch. Can I have another bowl of fried rice? The inner sect disciples of the sect of all times, Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and the others were the absolute core. Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, Mu Honglian, Huo Ling, Chu Shonan, and the other Heavenly Mandate Academy students who joined later were in the second echelon. Because of their spiritual roots and the late entry, there was a gap between them and the first batch of core disciples. However, today, they had all reached the peak of the martial king level. One day, Jun Changxiao gathered these people and gave them the True Yang set and the Surge Talisman. He took them into the plain battlefield. On the battlefield, Li Tiantian broke through to Wuhuang with the help of the talisman. He flew around the stronghold and laughed excitedly, I'm in the sky, I'm finally in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Hall Leader Z. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave these new recruits to you. Take them out to gain experience. The Purple King said calmly, follow me. Whoosh. Whoosh. Li Tiantian, Mu Honglian, and the others flew out of the stronghold. It was not until they were far away that they saw cultivators who were comparable to Wuhuang or even half-saints. They were shocked and said, there are so many masters here. Look, it's the warriors of the Falling Star continent. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Sect of all times disciples wore bright uniforms, so when they were discovered by the warriors, they immediately fled as if they had seen a ghost. Li Tiantian said in surprise, Hall Leader Z, they seem to be afraid of us? Mu Honglian, Huo Ling, and the others were also very puzzled. They had heard from their senior brothers that there were many masters in the plain battlefield, and they were very unfriendly. They had to be careful when they entered. However, they were scared away when they saw them. The situation was completely different from what they had said. P.S. Fourth update, making up for yesterday's missing chapter. Li Tian, Mu Honglian, and the others were very depressed. They had entered the dimensional battlefield with high hopes, hoping to fight against higher-level powerhouses. However, after wandering around outside for half a day, the martial artists they met all ran away like frightened rabbits. In the past, the martial artists were unfriendly to the Falling Star Continent and wanted to take merit points from them. Now, it was the Falling Star Continent that was unfriendly to them. The situation had completely reversed. There was no other way. Li Tian and the others could only change their clothes and disguise themselves. Only then could they find a yellow-level powerhouse and fight with them. They benefited a lot from it and then returned to their sects to digest it. This won't do. Xianxia was a little depressed. The dimensional battlefield was for disciples to fight and become stronger. However, not only did they not want to play with him, but they also deliberately avoided him. It was completely meaningless. The system said, "It's your fault for killing tens of thousands of people. If it were me, I wouldn't play with you either." F***ck. Xianxia said, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to snatch the opportunity. I would have let them all target me." Dear participant, when the Falling Star Continent reaches a certain number of people and a certain area, you can challenge a certain plane and fight it out in the slaughter field, the female system said. If he had a choice, Xianxia really wanted to change the system that dissed him all day and change it to this gentle and super nice female system. The system, slaughter field? Xianxia said. The female system explained in a sweet voice, "The upper realm is worried that the lower realms will reach a tacit agreement not to fight each other, so they set a rule that all newly entered planes must enter the slaughter field." Xianxia shook his head and said, "They don't want to, so they have to do something beyond their ability." How many people? How big does it have to be to declare war? At least 2,000 people, and the area has to be the size of a town. Xianxia definitely couldn't take out 2,000 people. After all, no matter how much he cheated, it would take some time for 2,000 disciples to break through Wuhuang. As for the size of a town, it was infinitely close, so it wasn't a big problem. However, Xianxia asked, "If I challenge a plane, they also have to meet the number and area requirements?" "Yes," the female system said. "Forget it then." Xianxia said, "I'm here to let my disciples gain experience, not to let them fight thousands of people with dozens of people." He had no interest in participating in the slaughtering Azura field, so he continued to focus on expanding the area. Ding! Sect disciples have completed the mission and will receive 20 achievement points. Ding! Sect achievement value, 500, 105,0000. Xianxia was overjoyed. We've finally reached the upper limit. Ever since the number of disciples had been filled, the disciples had been doing sect missions. Their achievement value had increased by varying degrees every day. Today, they had finally met the requirements to increase their achievement value. Shwa. He pulled open the system panel. A button to upgrade appeared on the sect's construction. Xianxia tapped on it with his mind, and a crisp prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Sect construction upgraded to level 9. The upper limit for sect members, contribution points, and achievement points has been increased. The sect's divine weapon pavilion is open. When the notification ended, the system data panel suddenly changed. Sect construction, level 9 sect members, 500, 007, 0000. Sect contribution points, 490, 007, 0000. Sect achievement value, 107, 0000. It can't be? After seeing the increase in the upper limit, Xianxia broke down. Why did it only increase by 20,000 and not from 50,000 to 100,000? The system said, the author didn't calculate it well at the beginning and let the host reach the upper limit of the number of members in a third-rate sect. Therefore, he will definitely cut it down later to match the level and number of members. F***ck. Jun Chang scolded with a smile. The upper limit didn't matter because he was more concerned about the Divine Weapon Pavilion, so he quickly tapped on the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Xiao. A small panel popped up. This was a panel similar to the Alchemy Pavilion and the Forging Pavilion, but there was no 3D projection device. Instead, it was more like the system store with many small grids. Wang. Suddenly, rows of grids flashed with golden light, giving people the feeling that it was the equipment panel of those players who were fully equipped with golden divine equipment in the level 999 game. Xiao xiao xiao. Under the golden light, a sword with a dragon coiled around it slowly appeared in the first grid, and the words Dark Gold, Dragon Blade were written. Jun Changxiao said, just by looking at the name, it looks awesome. Xiao xiao xiao. Then, a picture of a gun appeared in the second grid, and the words Daybreak, Shatter the Sky were written. Is there an introduction? Jun Changxiao tapped on the first picture, and the details immediately popped up. Divine Weapon, Dark Gold, Dragon Blade. Grade, Early Divine Grade. Condition, user must be a Lingyan Pavilion disciple. Price, 10,000 contribution points. Divine Grade? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, this is a bit amazing. Although he found a lot of equipment in the dimensional battlefield, they were all around the Earth grade. Corresponding to the falling star continent, they were only at the Saint grade. As for the Divine grade, he had never seen one before. User must be a Lingyan Pavilion disciple? That's right. The system said, only Lingyan Pavilion disciples are qualified to use it. Can I use it? No. Jun Changxiao almost fell. The level 8 Lingyan Pavilion was useless to him. Would the level 9 Divine Weapon Pavilion be useless to him? No way. He quickly tapped on Daybreak and Shatter the Sky. The condition that appeared was still that he had to be a Lingyan Pavilion disciple to use it. It's fine if I can't use it. Jun Changxiao said weakly, but why do I still have to spend 10,000 contribution points? Do I have so many contribution points that I have nowhere to spend them? Based on the current situation. The system said, it's like this. Gosheng didn't have many contribution points on the system interface. Occasionally, he would use them to buy martial arts training facilities. However, when disciples went to the life and death secret realm, the system helped him suppress a lot. If there was no need, he could go and buy a lot of contribution points. Okay. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Xiao. Xiao. The grid in the Divine Weapon Pavilion was still generating all kinds of weapons. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. There was no exception. The new divine weapons all required disciples to be in the Lingyan Pavilion to use them. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, the Lingyan Pavilion can only accommodate 24 people. It seems that there are only 24 weapons. He guessed wrong. Because after the 24 weapons were gathered, there were more weapons appearing one by one. Jun Changxiao tapped on the weapon named Purple Star, Shooting Star. The level that appeared was Saint rank. The requirement was 50 contribution points in the Lingyan Pavilion, and the price was 5,000 contribution points. The system said, it seems that the divine weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion are not only for the occupants to use. As long as you have a certain amount of contribution points, you can also use them. Jun Changxiao said listlessly, I can't use them. As long as one was a disciple, they would more or less receive contribution points in the Lingyan Pavilion. However, as a patriarch, he didn't have this function. Unless the requirement was 0 contribution points, it would be impossible for him to use them. Xiao. Xiao. Another pile of weapons appeared one after another. Divine weapons appeared again, and they were categorized in a separate grid. Jun Changxiao tapped on it and almost vomited blood. This kind of high-level divine weapon didn't require contribution points in the Lingyan Pavilion. However, the requirement was that one was an elder of the sect, and the price was still 10,000 contribution points. The grid was still producing weapons, and the subsequent requirement was to be at the Hall Master level. Damn it. Jun Changxiao held his head and said, this is purposely to perfectly avoid me. Just as he was about to put the Divine Weapon Pavilion back, the last grid suddenly flashed with a colorful light. Then, a spear-like weapon gradually appeared, and the words "pointing out the world" were written on it. Pointing out the world? Jun Changxiao scrutinized it carefully, and the expression on his face suddenly collapsed. The lower half of the weapon was similar to a spear. However, when it came to the spearhead, the style changed drastically. This was because it was not a spearhead, nor was it a blade. Instead, it was a palm with the index and middle fingers standing upright. It was a one-handed killing pose, and it emitted an aura of pointing out the world. What the F***ck is pointing out the world? Jun Changxiao roared, it's obviously pointing out the ass. P.S. Requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes. Although there were all sorts of strange weapons appearing in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, at least they were still within the realm of understanding. The last one, the World Pointer, was F***King Bullsh**T. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it's getting more and more improper. The system said, the host infected it. What does this have to do with me? Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and clicked on the strange weapon, showing a detailed introduction, Divine Weapon, World Pointer Grade, Above Divine Condition, Patriarch Exclusive. Price, 20,000 contribution points. Seeing the words above divine, Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. There were so many weapons, and the highest was only divine. The last weapon was actually above divine. No wonder it was covered in a rainbow light. Wait, Patriarch Exclusive. After seeing this condition, Jun Changxiao blurted out uncultured, F***ck. First, it was the Lingyan Pavilion Disciple's weapon, then it was the Elder's weapon, and finally it was his own personal weapon. He, who was complaining before, could not be happy now, because he looked at the unique design again and said, if I take this weapon out in front of others, I'll be a laughingstock. What Jun Changxiao could not accept the most was that the weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion did not cost more than 10,000 contribution points. Why was his personal weapon worth 20,000 contribution points? Even if you want to bully others, you can't bully others like this, the system said. It's good enough that you have it, but the host still dislikes it. The shape of the weapon is normal, so it doesn't matter if it's expensive. Jun Changxiao roared, but this kind of personal weapon, do you want me to take it out and stab others in the ass? The system said, as the leader of a sect, it's inappropriate for you to do this. Yes. Jun Changxiao said. Even if he changed his personal weapon to a sword or even a dagger, but this kind of weapon was similar to the Millennium Kill, to take it out, the system said, but that's for others. For the shameless host, I think it's a perfect match. Perfect my ass. In terms of quality, the newly appeared Divine Weapon Pavilion was indeed very good. It was even better than the fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield. However, the requirement to spend contribution points was a headache for Jun Changxiao. After all, he couldn't afford to give each core disciple one. Moreover, there were restrictions in the Lingyan Pavilion. Currently, only Li Qingyang and Lu Wancher met the requirements. Shua. Jun Changxiao opened the Lingyan Pavilion and said, Zui Ji and the others should meet the requirements. As expected, originally, Xiao Ziji only had around 30 merit points. Now, his merit points had risen to 100 points. He had met the requirements to enter. That's fast, Jun Changxiao said. The system said, I've never seen the host look at it on a daily basis. Perhaps this disciple has already met the requirements and has been neglected by you for a long time. Shut up. Jun Changxiao pressed the confirm button. The Lingyan Pavilion shook slightly. The words that were originally written began to separate and form a lifelike portrait. Li Qingyang's portrait was a sketch of a desk. Lu Wancher was busy cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Ziji was in a horse stance with a shield in front of him. He looked very imposing. Disciple Xiao Ziji has successfully entered the Lingyan Pavilion and become one of the 24 meritorious officials. He can help the host share the system's sect functions. Please choose from the following. Alchemy Pavilion Control, Smithing. Pavilion Control, Talisman Pavilion Control. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, let Zui Ji manage the Smithing Pavilion. Confirm. Pill Control, Ding. Disciple Xiao Ziji has obtained the Smithing Pavilion Control. He can automatically match the number of ores and equipment to be refined. Xiao Ziji, who was busy in the stronghold, was stunned. His soul instantly merged into the void. What is this place? Zueji, you have done your best for the sect. I am very pleased. Today, I will pass on the power of smithing to you with my supreme ability. Jun Patriarch began to bluff again. Xiaoziji understood everything. He said with a serious expression, disciple understands. Disciple will definitely not disappoint Patriarch. After the alchemy pavilion, Jun Chongxiao arranged the smithing pavilion's control. He was one step closer to being a hands-off manager. Wang. After Xiaoziji came out of the smithing pavilion, his spiritual energy, muscles, bones, and blood began to transform. His physical strength was also increasing bit by bit. Whoosh whoosh. The aura of advancement exploded. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others all looked over in shock. How did junior brother Xiao, who was moving bricks, suddenly break through? The momentum of advancement continued for a while. Xiaoziji entered rank 2 from rank 1. Wu Huang. Although the advancement was only one level, the improvement of the physical body was the most important. He clenched his fist and felt the changes in his physical body. With a burning gaze, he said, my defense is stronger than before. As for how strong it was, it could only be confirmed through actual combat. Suddenly, Xiaoziji realized that lines appeared on the back of his right hand. In the end, they formed the word shield. Thus, he asked in surprise, what does this mean? Shield? Jun Chongxiao looked at the Lingyan pavilion. Xiaoziji's portrait was stamped with the word shield. He touched his chin and said, shield represents defense. It is not much different from the defense I thought of previously. Are there any other disciples who meet the requirements? First, he chose Lu Qianxian, which was worth 60 merit points. Then, he chose Yi Xingchen, which was worth 53 merit points. Although the two of them were a little far from the maximum, Jun Chongxiao was already very satisfied. After all, they were only worth 10 and 7 points. Now that they had improved so much, it meant that they had contributed a lot to the sect. The Lingyan Pavilion's merit points could decide whether or not a disciple could enter. It also reflected how much the disciple had contributed to the sect. Jun Chongxiao continued to check on Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others. Although they did not meet the requirements, most of them were around 80 to 90 points. They were already close to the requirements. That's right. Let's look at Xinyao's. This girl already had 60 merit points before. Then, she comprehended the array and helped him a lot. She might have already met the requirements. As expected, when the name Shangguan Xinyao was written on the blank piece of paper, the merit points that appeared were 100 points. Xinyao's martial arts might not be outstanding, but she has the strongest brain. This Lingyan pavilion must have a place for her. Jun Chongxiao thought for a moment. The final point was to confirm. Since the Lingyan pavilion's function was not to decide who could enter based on martial arts, he would not insist on having disciples with high cultivation levels. Lu Wancher, who was in charge of the dining room, could enter. Shangguan Xinyao, who created martial arts, could also enter. Wang. There was a slight vibration. A portrait gradually appeared on the white paper with the name carved on it. The content of the portrait was Shangguan Xinyao sitting in front of a desk. Thick books were placed around her. The paper under her hand not only had words similar to incantations, but it also had drawings of arrays. Xinyao studies martial arts secret manuals every day. She also has to study arrays. I won't give her the right to control it, Jun Chongxiao said. The system said, the host is very biased towards female disciples. If Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji heard it, they would definitely agree. Shangguan Xinyao, who was studying secret manuals in the sect of all times, entered the Lingyan pavilion. She sat there with a dull expression. Many martial arts knowledge that she had never had before appeared in her mind. I understand now. She came back to her senses and looked at the martial arts ideas that she had memorized. Suddenly, she had a deeper understanding and began to make large changes. Eh? Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at the back of her right hand. A flickering wisdom character gradually appeared. Whether it's creating martial arts or modifying arrays, it can't be separated from wisdom. Obtaining the wisdom character seal is a well-deserved name, Jun Chongxiao said. Currently, there were 4 portraits of disciples in the Lingyan pavilion. They were Li Qingyang, Lu Wanshi, Xiao Ziji, and Shangguan Xinyao. Their seals were steady, kitchen, shield, and wisdom respectively. Jun Changshao looked at some of the core disciples and realized that they did not meet the entry requirements, so he kept the panel. The entry requirement for the Lingyan Pavilion was to be a disciple of the sect, so the elders and hall masters could not be nominated. However, from the perspective of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, it was actually quite good. After all, as long as there was a position, there was no need to accumulate merit points. Should I buy it? Jun Changshao opened the Divine Weapon Pavilion again and began to think carefully. The weapons inside, other than his own, were all super awesome in terms of appearance and name. If he gave them to his disciples, their combat power would soar. After finding many opportunities and giving them to his disciples, Goshen gradually realized the importance of equipment if one's cultivation was not enough. If his disciples had their own divine weapon, it would be equivalent to increasing the strength of the sect. Sigh. After some hesitation, Jun Changshao set his eyes on the world pointer. Since it was a new system function and there was a patriarch's weapon, he had to consider himself first. Buy it. The system said, after all, this function was only unlocked at level 9. It will definitely surprise the host. Jun Changshao. If it was a proper weapon, he would definitely not hesitate. However, the two-fingered weapon was too weird. Even if it was curved, he could buy it to scratch his itch. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, let's take a gamble. Although the system often instigated him to spend, at the moment, it was indeed not a loss, so it was still quite reliable. He clicked on the world pointer and cancel buttons appeared. Buy. Ding. Host spent 20,000 contribution points and received world pointer X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 290,007,0000. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out a weapon that looked like a spear and a scepter. Seeing that it looked like it was carved out of some kind of stone, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the middle finger and index finger are protruding. Do I really have to stab the butt during a fight? In any case, he was the patriarch of a third-rate sect. If he had to go to the back every time he fought, he would definitely embarrass himself. Although the pointer of rivers and mountains was embarrassing, when Jun Changshao held it in his hand, the powerful aura it released was still very good. It was obvious. It was much stronger than Jade Dragon Asks the Heaven's Sword, True Yang Sword, and even Green Dragon Crescent Blade. He had spent 20,000 contribution points to buy such a weird item. If he wasn't a little more impressive, Jun Changshao would really be angered to tears. Patriarch. Li Fei walked over and asked in surprise, what is this? What a special feeling. Jun Changshao said with difficulty, weapons. Weapon? Li Fei's eyes were filled with surprise, and then he said with a smile, it's very compatible with the patriarch. This was definitely flattery, but Lord Goshen suddenly thought of the system's teasing just now, and the anger in his body suddenly soared. Wang. The pointer of rivers and mountains seemed to have sensed its owner's anger and suddenly trembled slightly. Suddenly, a light began to gather at the two fingers pointing to the sky. Eh? Jun Changshao was surprised. At this moment, he could feel his anger flowing from his palm into the weapon. Huff huff. Suddenly, a bright energy gathered between the two fingers. Whoosh, a special energy rushed in through the palm and into Jun Changshia's sea of consciousness, causing him to have a strong urge to teach Li Fei. How magical. Anger can actually be converted into energy. Just as Goshen was exclaiming, Li Fei, who was standing at the side, had a slight change in expression, and a chill came from his buttocks. Fly. Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and said, I'm not too sure about the power of this weapon. Today, I'll use you to test it. This expression and the chill coming from his buttocks made Li Fei realize that something was wrong. Then, he ran and held, Patriarch, your disciple is going to carry bricks. Where are you running to? Jun Changshao strode forward and suddenly waved the pointer of rivers and mountains. He locked onto Li Fei, who had already run a few hundred feet away, and shouted, Point. Whoosh, as soon as his voice fell, the energy gathered between the two fingers suddenly burst out, and then a long beam of light was dragged out. Li Fei, who had run far away, had a drastic change in expression. The chill on his buttocks turned into a chill. Then, his expression collapsed and he roared loudly, "No!" Bang! On a floating mountain in the stronghold, Xianxia placed a big pile of bricks on the ground and then stretched lazily. Immediately, his eyes widened. Because suddenly, a beam of light burst out from the main peak. Then, he saw Li Fei fly to the sky with a whoosh. At the same time, his hands were covering his buttocks, and he was screaming ah ah ah. Li Qingyang, who was measuring on the other peaks, also saw it. So, he said in surprise, "What's going on?" "Damn." Long Xiang raised his hand to look at the sky and said in surprise, "Senior brother Li flew so fast?" Gradually, everyone's face froze. Because after Li Fei reached the highest point while covering his buttocks, he free fell and finally hit the ground with a bang. Li Qingyang, Xiaoziji, and the others suddenly realized that this guy didn't fly up by himself. He was beaten up. "Let's go. Let's go and see." Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, the disciples came to the scene of the fall and found that the ground was in the shape of the Chinese character Tai. Li Fei was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled up. His buttocks were actually smoking. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. At this moment, they understood that their senior brother, had his buttocks stolen. Jun Changshao, who was standing on the main peak, withdrew the finger of mountains and rivers and said in surprise, "It even has a tracking function. This weapon is a bit awesome." Li Fei's speed was not slow. He could have perfectly avoided it. But in the end, no matter how fancy he was, no matter how he dodged left and right, the chasing beam was always locked onto his buttocks. The system said, "From the energy just now, it shouldn't be the strongest state of the weapon." "Nonsense." Jun Changshao said, "I deliberately suppressed it. Otherwise, it would have been pierced." Using anger to transform energy, the host didn't lose anything by buying it. It's hard to tell whether it's a loss or not without trying it on a higher level master. After all, Li Fei was just Wu Huang. With his current strength, he could even poke the sky with an ordinary stick. So, only by fighting with Wu Xing could he prove his power. Suddenly, Jun Changshao found that there was an arc-shaped groove in the area where his right hand was holding. It looked like some kind of trigger device, so he said in surprise, "Does it have other functions?" The system said, "Maybe it's a special effect." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. He pressed his thumb on it. Ding! Fingerprint match successful. User is the patriarch of the sect of all times. Requirements met. Loading ultimate skill 1%. 10%. 20%. Ultimate skill? Jun Changshao said in surprise, "That's a bit awesome." 100%. Loading successful. Ultimate skill, 1 look through, activated. Huff huff, after a while, the finger of mountains and rivers instantly exploded with gray air waves, then surged into the sky and gradually gathered together. Li Qingyang and the others, who had just dug Li Fei out, suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blowing around them. They all turned their heads to look and saw a mass of dark clouds gathering in the sky above the main peak, blocking out the sun. What is this? Did the patriarch use a high-level skill? While the disciples were still in shock, the dark clouds hundreds of feet high in the sky separated into two. One of the clouds began to rotate on its own, gradually forming a whirlpool shape, while the other gathered into a palm with 2 fingers pointing vertically. Jun Changshao stood proudly with the finger of mountains and rivers in his hand. He glanced at the disciples on the opposite peak and shouted loudly, "Babies, isn't it cool?" Huff huff, at this moment, the cloud palm with 2 fingers pointed directly at the center of the whirlpool, and the 2 clouds suddenly merged together. Ka! Space instantly shattered. Ah! 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 Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others, who were originally dumbstruck, suddenly felt their minds tremble. An invisible force directly attacked them, and then they all fell to the ground. Their hands covered their smoking buttocks, and their expressions were brilliant beyond compare as they wailed miserably. Jun Changshao said in shock, "What's going on?" Jun Changshao was very puzzled by the activation of Finger of Mountains and Rivers, which caused the disciples to fall to the ground while covering their buttocks. Could it be that it was an indiscriminate attack that did not differentiate between enemies and teammates? As long as they were in the range, they would be hit. If that was the case, why were Lu Qianqian and Ling Yuanxue fine on the other mountain? Could it be that the killing move is only effective on males? Wait. Suddenly, Lord Changxiao recalled that the ultimate skill was called see through one glance. His expression collapsed as he said, "It can't be because I glanced at them, right?" Bingo. Finger of mountains and rivers killing move, see through, would automatically lock onto whoever the user looked at. Then, after the two clouds merged, the user would be attacked by an invisible force. This was his first time using it, so he did not understand the main points. If he was familiar with it and used it properly, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others would not be crying while covering their buttocks. Instead, they would be screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Babies. Jun Changxiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Whoosh whoosh. The two fused clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the world returned to normal. However, there was still a chilling aura lingering in the air that made people feel a chill in their hearts. As for the groove that Jun Changxiao's thumb touched, it was dark, as if it meant that it could not be used for the time being. This kind of sure-kill skill was very powerful. If he had used his piercing gaze earlier when White Egg was surrounded and killed, the scene would have been as beautiful as a painting. More importantly, there were no side effects, Jun Changxiao said, although the design is a bit weird, and the killing move is a bit wretched, overall, it's still not bad. It's worthy of being my exclusive weapon. The system said, that's why it's a perfect match. Damaged chrysanthemum, wounds all over the ground, your smile is already yellow. On the Sect of All Times martial arts field, the sound system was playing a song. Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing were leading their fellow disciples to dance. On the construction site of the planar battlefield, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were busy working. Their walking posture was especially strange. It could be seen that although the pain had dissipated, the discomfort from their buttocks was still affecting their bodies. Inside the main palace, Jun Changxiao played with the world's pointer lovingly and poured his spiritual energy into it, hoping to activate more of its functions. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate it, this divine weapon seemed to have withered and had no reaction at all. The system guessed, after unleashing its sure-kill ability, it might have entered a weakened state. It can't be? Jun Changxiao was on the verge of breaking down. You can't even use a sure-kill skill? If it was a sword, it would be fine if it withered. At least it could be used to chop people. However, this world-ruling sword was not suitable for fighting. Loss. Jun Changxiao said, a huge loss. Patriarch. Li Qingyang staggered in and said, the construction of peak number 1 has been completed. Thank you for your hard work, Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang said weakly, Patriarch, what kind of power was that just now? It actually caught us off guard. Recalling the scene of being attacked by the invisible power, the camera suddenly turned to the training field of the Sect of All Times. A pleasant singing voice came from the sound system, broken chrysanthemums, wounds all over the ground. Jun Changxiao said, this is the sure-kill skill of my personal divine weapon. It's called see-through at a glance. Personal divine weapon, sure-kill skill? Li Qingyang was confused. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. During this period of time, you've been rebuilding the sect and building the stronghold. You've really put in a lot of effort. I'll reward you with a divine weapon. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points. Obtained Heavenly Kill, Thunder Mark X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 190,007,0000. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, how can this disciple, Shua? Before he could finish speaking, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and handed over a dark golden sword with some lightning wrapped around it. This was the Heavenly Kill, Thunder Mark. From the name, it could be seen that it should be related to the thunder attribute. Jun Changxiao was not stingy when he bought it for Li Qingyang. It was also because he had worked hard recently and had the thunder punishment body. Because it required a large amount of contribution points, although there were many divine weapons in the divine weapon pavilion, they were destined to not be able to buy all of them. Thus, they had to choose the most suitable one for their disciples. However, Gosheng was currently crying silently. Looking at his disciple's personal divine weapon and then looking at his own, there was no harm if there was no comparison. Li Qingyang, who was about to refuse, saw the sword that was wrapped in lightning from the hilt to the scabbard, and subconsciously reached out to take it. Patriarch! He exclaimed, "This weapon is extraordinary." Yes. Jun Changxiao said, "Divine grade." Divine. Divine grade? Li Qingyang was stunned. Oh my god, this was the highest level weapon in the Falling Star continent. He did not expect the Patriarch to give it to him. Shua. Li Qingyang held the sword and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch, for giving me this sword, this disciple, don't talk nonsense." Jun Changxiao interrupted, "Hurry up and pull it out. Let's see if it fits." After he bought it, his soul tried to pull it out from the spatial ring. In the end, not only did he not succeed, but he was also sent flying. This kind of divine weapon could only be used by the disciples of the Purple Smoke Pavilion. Not to mention Gosheng, who was a sect master, even Xianxia and Wudi could not pull it out of the scabbard. Yes. Li Qingyang took a deep breath and placed his hand on the hilt. Clang, hiss, hiss, hiss. The heavenly kill, which was about 1 meter long, was unsheathed. The body of the sword was white and shiny, and both sides were engraved with dense lines. The edge of the sword gathered golden light, giving off a feeling of invincibility. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, super handsome. At this moment, the word steady on the back of Li Qingyang's hand suddenly appeared. The word steady also appeared on the hilt of the heavenly kill and the heavenly kill. The two seemed to have established a contract in an instant. Jun Changxiao was about to cry. His disciple's personal divine weapon was too damn cool. Looking at his own unique divine weapon, he almost could not help but take it out from the spatial ring and throw it to the readers outside the phone screen. What kind of stupid thing is this? I don't want it anymore. Patriarch. Li Qingyang's eyes were burning. This disciple and this sword have established a mutual understanding. Let's go out and try, Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Main peak. Training field. Li Qingyang held the heavenly kill and stood proudly with the heavenly kill. Eh? Li Fei, 7 fields, and the others who were resting saw this and were shocked. The sword in second senior brother's hand is so domineering. TSK Yi Xingchen, who was sitting on a boulder far away, took a look and noticed that there were many lines on the sword. He said calmly, "Swords are used to kill people, not for showing off." Night Emperor was lucky that he was not there at the time and avoided being seen through. Otherwise, he would be holding his head and squatting in a corner, roaring, "A stain on my life." Wudi thought, the sword has the aura of thunder. It should be a rare thunder-type weapon. At this moment, Li Qingyang's eyes turned cold. His right hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Spiritual energy and thunder punishment body burst out and quickly poured into the sword. Hiss hiss hiss, the lines on the heavenly kill and the heavenly kill instantly shone with a golden light. It felt like it was instantly upgraded from +0 to +99999. Oh my god. Li Fei, 7 fields, and the others opened their mouths. Shua. Yi Xingchen stood up and said in disbelief, "Divine. Divine grade?" Wudi also stood up and said in shock, "How can such a powerful thunder-type weapon exist in the mortal continent? Weird." In front of the teleportation gate, the Purple King was confused. Why would I suddenly have the thought of entering the dimension battlefield? He still walked in. When the Purple King walked into the stronghold through the teleportation gate, he saw the golden light on the training field. The thunder type exploded, and his eyes widened. Mandatory question. Why would Hall Leader Z enter the dimension battlefield at this moment? When Li Qingyang injected spiritual energy and thunder-type power into the heavenly assassin and thunder mark, a mysterious force from the east entered the Purple King's body, forcing him to enter the dimensional battlefield. Why? Because all 3 of them had to be present. This sword. The Purple King widened his eyes and said, "Could it be from the upper world? Has it been nurtured by the 9 destructions lightning pool?" Thunder-type weapons were very common in the mortal continent. They only needed to be embedded with a thunder-type crystal core. However, after Li Qingyang activated the Heavenly Assassin and Thunder Mark, the thunder-type power had exceeded the limits of the crystal core in terms of purity and strength. Therefore, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, and the Purple King instantly judged that this was not the mortal continent. The weapon that should exist here might have come from Patriarch. Li Qingyang's eyes were burning. Can I find an opponent to test my sword on? Hall Master Z. Jun Changxiao said, spar with me. The Purple King's mouth twitched. It seemed that he suddenly had the idea of entering the dimensional battlefield not only to show off his surprise but also to spar with him. Okay. The Purple King walked over. This kind of explosive lightning attribute weapon made him very curious about how strong it was. Hall Master Z. Li Qingyang said, let's go out and spar. It was not easy to complete the construction of the main peak. It would definitely not be damaged by the battle. Dozens of miles away from the stronghold of the falling star continent, Li Qingyang floated in the air with his shining weapon. Opposite him, the Purple King was wearing his school uniform and stood with his hands behind his back. Xiao Ziji and the others stood in the distance, watching intently. Hall Master Z was an amazing person who could fight against many alone. Second senior brother asked him to spar with him. Was second senior brother very confident in his weapon? That was not the case. The main reason was that the Purple King was very powerful and could allow Li Qingyang to unleash his power without restraint. If they were from the same sect, they would more or less hold back to avoid hurting each other. Simply put, Hall Master Z was very resistant to beatings. Let's begin, Jun Changxiao said. Shua. Li Qingyang flew over with his sword in hand, and the power of thunder and lightning on the sword became even more intense. Yi Xingchen thought, with this sword, I am not his match. He Wudi thought so too. The two of them were stronger than Li Qingyang, but with the support of powerful weapons, they would definitely offset the difference in strength. Swish, golden light flickered, and golden sword chi burst forth. Hiss hiss hiss. Because it carried the power of thunder and lightning, the sound of thunder splashing could be heard clearly. The Purple King gently raised his hand and caught the sword chi in his palm. He shook his head and said, Kid. Although your sword is strong, it can't do anything to the Hall Master. Boom. With a sudden burst of strength, the sword chi shattered. As a demon king who had single-handedly fought against so many earth-ranked powerhouses, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. Even with the support of divine-ranked equipment, it was difficult to injure him. Li Qingyang was not surprised. As long as they could force Hall Master Z to rip off his underwear, that would be their victory. Swish. Swish. He used his movement technique, and streaks of thunder-type sword chi tore through space along with the heavenly slaughter thunder mark. Boom. 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 The Purple King stood on the same spot, and his hands moved frequently. He either sent the sword chi flying or crushed it directly, displaying his terrifying strength. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I thought divine-ranked weapons were very powerful, but it still can't do anything to a saint tier. The system said, Big brother, is your Hall Master Z an ordinary saint tier? Moreover, it added, the power of a high-grade weapon depends on the user's realm. If second disciple was Wuxing now, the situation would be different with a divine-ranked weapon. That's true. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, Qingyang, your exclusive divine weapon should have a button. Activate it and fight with Hall Master Z. He wanted to see what the sure kill skill of the Heavenly Slaughter Thunder Mark was. Button? Li Qingyang locked his mind on the indentation on the sword hilt and said, Is it this? Swoosh. He pressed his thumb on it. Huff huff. Suddenly, the Heavenly Slaughter Thunder Mark in his hand trembled violently. Then, it flew out and hung in the air, shining with a dazzling golden light. The Purple King looked up, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Huff huff, the Heavenly Slaughter Thunder Mark's hilt was facing up, and the sword tip was facing down. A special attribute quickly burst out from the sword, and then it gathered into the shape of a thundercloud and gradually spread out. Xiao Ziji, Long Xiang, and the others saw the clouds gathering again, and they suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by a mysterious force. So, they quickly retreated and subconsciously protected their butts. Eldest senior sister. Ling Yuanxue was puzzled. What's wrong with senior brothers? They're sick, Lu Qianxian said lightly. Hiss hiss hiss. After a while, the thundercloud that had expanded by more than 100 feet spurted out lightning snakes, and then gathered in the center of the heavenly slaughter mark. In the thunder mark, the sword tip gradually condensed into a beam of lightning. This, Jun Changxiao was shocked. It's a bit like the thunder punishment to punish oneself. Releasing the thundercloud and nourishing the sword with the power of thunder. It must have been tempered in the thunder pool of 9 destruction. The Purple King thought to himself. Li Qingyang, who was standing in midair, closed his eyes. The heavenly slaughter thunder mark kept gathering lightning, and his body was gradually shrouded in golden light. At the same time, a memory that did not belong to him was transmitted to his sea of consciousness, and finally evolved into a move. Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Qingyang opened his eyes, and there was lightning in his eyes. He said, "Thunder control, divine punishment." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the heavenly slaughter thunder mark shone brightly, and the beam of light gathered at the sword tip instantly shot out, forming a thunder punishment array and slashing down on the Purple King directly below. What's that? The martial artists in the plain hundreds of miles away saw a sudden burst of lightning in the meteorite continent's stronghold area, and they all widened their eyes. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion in the area where the lightning fell. Although they were far away, they could hear it clearly, especially when they saw ripples in the air. For a moment, all the martial artists were deeply shocked. On the hill, the area where the Purple King was standing was crazily disturbed by lightning and thunder. After a long time, everything calmed down. The Purple King was wearing red underwear, and his muscular body was exposed, but his purple hair was all standing up because of the lightning. He was not injured. He was just a little embarrassed. Boy, the Purple King said, your sword is very powerful, and I took the initiative to use 30% of my strength to defend. Li Qingyang smiled and raised his right hand. Swoosh! The heavenly slaughter thunder mark hanging in the thundercloud quickly flew down and inserted into the scabbard. He cupped his hands and said, Hall Master Z, thank you for letting me win. Patriarch. He excitedly transmitted his voice, is this a sure kill skill? That's right, Jun Changxiao replied. Li Qingyang, who appeared calm on the surface, was overjoyed in his heart. He was able to force Hall Master Z to use 30% of his strength to defend himself. If he was a high-level martial emperor. No, if he was a sage-to-be, he might be able to defeat him by surprise. The heavenly slaughter thunder mark withered instantly after the explosion. But at least it was a sword. Even if the killing move was in cooldown, at least it was of good quality and could be used to defend against enemies. On the other hand, Goshing's exclusive divine weapon could not even scratch an itch. Of course. The killing move of the heavenly slaughter thunder mark was a single target attack. Compared to the killing move of the Finger of the Nation, there was still a big gap. You have already seen whether Qingyang's weapon is strong or not. In front of the main hall, Jun Changxiao said with his hands behind his back, as long as you contribute more to the sect, you will have a chance to get it. Xiao Ziji and the others' eyes were burning. They naturally wanted to get such an awesome exclusive divine weapon. Patriarch. Li Fei said, how can it be considered as contributing to the sect? Very simple. Jun Changxiao said loudly, actively teach martial arts to your fellow sect members or participate in the sect's construction and sect missions. I will reward you sooner or later. On this day. On a certain foothold mountain that was being developed, Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were working hard. Moving bricks, laying bricks, and other construction work were not a problem at all. Higher world, Jia Hall. A few sage-like elders were discussing. The topic was how the falling star continent, which was supposed to enter only 5 years ago, had entered the dimensional battlefield in advance and killed so many people. What was even more puzzling was how some low-level fortuitous opportunities buried in the battlefield could be found by the dimensional warriors in such a short time. Ling Yao. The person in charge of the Jia Hall said with a cold face, how do you explain this? The graceful woman shrouded in clouds said calmly, the dimensional battlefield was created by the joint efforts of many powerful beings. I am just doing my routine duties. How would I know how the falling star continent came up? Humph, someone sneered. The way I see it, you used your ability to let them in, right? If I had such ability, would I still come to the Jia Hall to be interrogated? The graceful woman said calmly. The elders were furious. The person in charge of the Jia Hall said calmly, although this matter has nothing to do with you, as the person on duty in the dimensional battlefield this time, you can't just sit by and do nothing when a mortal plane sneaks in ahead of time. Understood. The graceful woman turned and said, I will do my duty, but, she paused and said, since the falling star continent was able to sneak into the dimensional battlefield, it might be the will of the heavens. The moment she said this, the elders' expressions changed slightly. The dimensional battlefield was created by the joint efforts of many powerful beings, and layers of barriers were set up. It was impossible for a plane to sneak in without being pointed out. For a tiny mortal plane to be able to do it, it might really be the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens is hard to predict. The person in charge of the Jia Hall was silent for a moment, then said, however, since they broke the rules, they must be punished. Light punishment, heavy punishment? The graceful woman asked. The person in charge said, a tiny low-level plane naturally doesn't need heavy punishment. Understood. The graceful woman left the Jia Hall. She knew that the other party was intimidated by her words and didn't dare to be too harsh on the falling star continent. After all, the people of the Jia Hall didn't dare to go against the will of the heavens. Speaking of which, the graceful woman returned to her own palace and leaned against the back of the chair. She thought to herself, suddenly appearing in the dimensional battlefield and being able to come and go freely, is this really the will of the heavens? Master. The elder said, since the Jia Hall wants a light punishment, what should we do? The graceful woman thought for a moment, then said, according to the authority of the enforcers, if there is a violation of the rules, we can dispatch battlefield spirits to attack the stronghold. Master, what level of battlefield spirits do you want to mobilize? Mystic as the main, earth as the support. Yes. The elder hurriedly left. The master had reduced the punishment to the lightest. Since the Jia Hall chose this difficulty, they definitely wouldn't say anything. Falling star continent. The elder said, you are very lucky to be protected by the master. P.S. Thanks to, Smile Again, 8 Mile, Pegasus, and other readers for their tips. I didn't participate in the Qidian 515 breaking event, but it will end soon. The word count must reach 80,000 words. Work hard, work harder. Li Qingyang's personal divine weapon had shocked all the disciples, so in order to contribute to the sect, they were all working hard. The most diligent were Yi Xingchen and He Wudi. Both of them were experienced and knew how much a powerful weapon could increase a martial artist's strength. A few days later, buildings were erected on the 3 floating mountains, gradually becoming the size of a town. While the disciples were busy, Gosheng wasn't idle either. As long as he had time, he would take out his treasure hunting tool and wander around the plain battlefield without any scruples. Li Tian, Mu Honglian, and the others didn't come in anymore because they couldn't find an opponent. It was a complete waste of the Surge Talisman, so they might as well cultivate in the sect. This won't do. After finding a few opportunities, Jun Changxiao said gloomily, the purpose of the plain battlefield is to train in dungeons. Without an opponent, how can they break through faster? He really hoped that the Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent would send martial artists over so that the disciples could fight to their heart's content. Unfortunately, after the last massacre, not to mention the 2 planes, even the first and second echelon planes were like mice seeing cats when they saw the falling star continent martial artists. In short, he was too pretentious, and no one dared to play with him anymore. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurriedly walked in and said, a group of monsters suddenly appeared outside. Monsters? Jun Changxiao stood up and released his spiritual sense. Outside the stronghold, hundreds of armored soldiers appeared out of nowhere. The armor didn't wrap a person, but an existence similar to a shadow. 2 pairs of eyes flickered with a gloomy light. What is this? Jun Changxiao said with a face full of surprise. The system said, not human. Aren't you talking nonsense? Jun Changxiao said. The female system said, dear participant, this is a battlefield ghost created by a supreme being of the upper realm. If a continent violates the rules, it will be ordered to crusade against it. I see. Xianxia's expression changed, and he said in shock, their appearance outside the stronghold means that I have violated the rules? Yes. The female system said. F***ck. Xianxia broke down and said, ever since I was punished by the lightning, I've been abiding by the rules. How could I have broken the rules? The system said, maybe it's because the host is crazily stealing opportunities. Xianxia was speechless. You opened up the battlefield and sealed the fortuitous opportunities inside. What's wrong with me finding them with my own abilities? The Falling Star continent has used illegal means to sneak into the dimensional battlefield. They have violated the rules of the upper realm and destroyed the balance that should have been there. They will immediately suffer the punishment of the battlefield spirit. A heavy voice resounded through the sky. Xianxia, with such a huge commotion, the entire battlefield must have heard it, that was right. When the deep voice rang out, all of the most powerful warriors in the planar battlefield heard it clearly. Instantly, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Oh my God, the Falling Star continent had been smuggled here. I was wondering how it was possible for only a few dozen people to enter a plane. It turns out that they used illegal means to smuggle themselves in. The upper realm has mobilized the battlefield spirits. This is going to be a good show. What are the battlefield spirits? The battlefield spirits are creatures created by the mighty beings of the upper realm. Not only are they strong, but they also have the ability to conquer planes. As long as they punish them, the worst outcome is the destruction of the base. They're that powerful? When the planar battlefield was first formed, a powerful plane sent in a few thousand Earth-level powerhouses, which seriously affected the balance of the battlefield. In the end, they were punished by the battlefield spirits and expanded to the strongholds in the cities. In just a few days, they were razed to the ground. In that case, the Falling Star continent is going to be unlucky? Of course. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Therefore, the camera zoomed up infinitely. One could clearly see large groups of martial artists flying out from various planar bases. Right now, they were more than happy to be onlookers and witness how the Falling Star continent was punished by the battlefield ghosts with their own eyes. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. As Xianxia had killed many people when he was fighting for the opportunity, now that he was punished by the upper realm, many warriors rushed over to watch him make a fool of himself. The happiest ones were the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent. After all, they were the ones who were bullied the most. Now that the upper realm could not tolerate the Falling Star continent and had personally sent the battlefield spirits to punish them, it could be considered as avenging themselves. Kid. Hong Yao, who was sitting in the main hall, sneered. You can continue to act recklessly. Palace Master. An elder hurried over and said excitedly, according to the report from the spies, hundreds of battlefield spirits have appeared outside the Falling Star continent stronghold and are preparing to attack. Ha ha ha. Hong Yao stood up and laughed. Let's go and watch the show. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to go to the Falling Star continent stronghold openly. Now that the battlefield spirits had blocked the Falling Star continent stronghold, the strongest sect of all times must be busy. It should not be a problem for him to watch the show. The Lingyun continent, the Imperial Sword continent, and other planes that had a grudge against Jun Goxing also sent warriors over. On one hand, they wanted to watch the show. On the other hand, they wondered if they should take advantage of the situation to add insult to injury. City Lord. In the main hall of the Nine Heavens continent stronghold, an elder said, the battlefield spirits have not appeared for a long time. Are you not going to take a look at the Falling Star continent this time? Mo Shanxing said indifferently, only a fool would go. The elder was stunned. Why do you say that? Mo Shanxing leaned back in his chair and said, the planar battlefield enforcer this time ascended from the Falling Star continent. How could he not know that someone has illegally snuck in? This? The elder thought for a moment and said, of course he knows. Mo Shanxing said, it has not been a day or two since the Falling Star continent snuck in. During this time, they killed many people and were even punished by lightning. But they are still fine, aren't they? The elder said, City Lord, are you saying that the planar battlefield enforcer is biased towards the falling star continent? Mo Xianxia said, although he has ascended, it is still a plane he once lived in. It is reasonable for him to be biased. If that is the case, why did he send the battlefield spirits to punish the falling star continent? The elder was puzzled. Mo Xianxia pondered for a moment and guessed, if I am not wrong, the falling star continent has been too arrogant. If the higher realm knows about it, the planar battlefield enforcer can only put on a show. The battlefield spirits will not stop until the stronghold is destroyed. The elder said, even if they put on a show, the falling star continent will be done for. Mo Xianxia shook his head and said, the battlefield spirits are also divided into ranks. If they are not of a high rank, they might not be able to deal with the falling star continent. City Lord. It was at this moment that a subordinate walked in and said, according to the intelligence sent from the front line, 255 battlefield wraiths have appeared outside the stronghold on the Starfall continent. 150 of them are yellow, 100 of them are black, and 5 of them are earth. Look. Mo Xianxia was not surprised and said, I guessed right. They are just putting on a show. He did not think that a few hundred battlefield specters, especially when they only had 5 earth characters, would pose a threat to the falling star continent, since they were able to kill tens of thousands of people while fighting for the fortuitous encounter. The Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent have probably run over to watch the show. If the battlefield spirits can't do anything to the falling star continent, they will be in trouble. Mo Xianxia said, so, whoever goes to watch the show must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. The elder said respectfully, City Lord, you are so wise. I admire you. The falling star continent stronghold. Hundreds of soulless armored soldiers were lined up neatly. However, they did not attack immediately, as if they were waiting for orders from above. Although there are many of them, they don't seem to be very strong. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, Qingyang, quickly inform Li Tian and the others to crush the surge talisman and come in. Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly left. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair that had been set up outside the hall. He crossed his legs and said with a smile, I was worried about finding a sparring partner, and someone delivered an experience bag in time. Mu Honglian, Li Tian, and the others crushed the surge talisman and entered the planar battlefield. They saw hundreds of armored soldiers standing outside the stronghold. Their eyes flashed with fighting spirit. They had a premonition. Finally, he could fight with a high-level martial artist to his heart's content. Qingyang, I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, you will assist Li Tian and the others with these yellow level ones. Although the battlefield specters weren't that strong, there were still more than 200 of them. The disciples could use them for battle, but they had to ensure their safety. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were fully armed. They had a bunch of earth-level equipment, but they couldn't compete with the Xian-level ones who were comparable to half-saints. If they fought the yellow-level ones, they could completely suppress them. They were fully equipped with earth-level equipment. It wasn't a joke. Hall Master Z, Old Ding. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave the 5 earth-level ones to you. The Purple King said indifferently, there's no need for Old Ding to do anything. I can handle it myself. He, who used Pan Ting, was that confident. Jun Changxiao said, the battlefield specters don't have physical bodies and are wearing extraordinary armor. They might be stronger than the earth-level martial artists. Don't let your guard down. Understood. The Purple King was strong, but his intelligence would sometimes drop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so many times. Jun Changxiao was also unrestrained sometimes, but he had more considerations. He could make up for his shortcomings in this aspect. Therefore, he was a good partner for the golden transvestite. Elder son, Elder Niu. I'll leave the Xian-level ones to you. Yes. Jun Changxiao did a simple distribution. The core disciples and Li Tian would deal with the yellow-level battlefield specters. Xianxia and Gong Sun Haohai would deal with the Xian-level ones. The Purple King and Old Ding would deal with the earth-level ones. Little Dragon and Xiaomaxian would definitely be involved. These 2 contracted beasts were also the main force of the Xian-level ones. Ding. Side mission activated. Jun Chongxiao had just finished arranging everything. When he heard the system notification, he pulled out the mission panel in a familiar manner. It read, Kill 255 invading battlefield spirits, elite. Mission. TSK Tisk. He rubbed his hands and said, not only are they a bunch of experience bags, but they're also a bunch of money givers. Disciples, heed my command. Jun Chongxiao stood up and said in a clear voice. Swoosh. Whoosh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji immediately straightened their backs. Shua. Jun Chongxiao pointed outside the stronghold and said, exterminate them all for this king. Yes. Swoosh. Shua. Whoosh. The disciples flew down from the floating mountain and landed outside the stronghold, facing off against the battlefield specters that were hundreds of feet away. Patriarch Zhen Dejuan walked over and asked, do you want to set up a lightning formation? No need, Jun Chongxiao said. With so many battlefield specters, the disciples could use them to train. It would be boring if they all exploded. Moreover, they were all wearing armor, which meant that their defense was extraordinary. Normal lightning formations might not be able to do anything to them. Using a new type of lightning formation would be a waste of the lightning punishment power. Outside the stronghold, hundreds of battlefield specters and dozens of Sect of all times disciples faced off. Although they had not started fighting yet, the atmosphere was already tense. Shua. 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 At this moment, many martial artists flew over at high speed, and then stopped in midair in the distance. These people. Jun Chongxiao clasped his fingers together and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He muttered, they're probably here to laugh at us. The palace master of the Blue Sea Palace from the Crimson Sea continent also rushed over with his people. When he saw the hundreds of well-equipped battlefield specters, a cold smile appeared on his face. Palace master, the battlefield specters aren't that strong. There are only 5 Earths, an elder said in confusion. Han Yao said indifferently, since the upper realm has sanctioned the falling star continent, they won't only send this few. There will definitely be stronger specters later. Whoosh. 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 The martial artists from the Lingyun continent and the Imperial Sword continent also flew over. The few big shots were not far from each other. They glanced at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces. They had been tortured by Jun Chongxiao to the point that they did not dare to go out. Now, not only were they here to watch the show, but they were also in a good mood. If they could personally witness the falling star continent being flattened, it would be even better. Are these battlefield specters? The armor he's wearing is clearly extraordinary. Damn. The equipment those martial artists from the falling star continent are wearing seems to be even better. Don't tell me they're all Earths? Many people locked onto Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others. Envy, jealousy, and hatred appeared in their eyes. On the battlefield, wearing a full set of black tier equipment was already very powerful. Wearing a full set of earth tier equipment was simply unimaginable. Palace Master. The Palace Master of the Blue Sea Palace said telepathically, these disciples have good equipment. We can snatch it after they're killed. Hong Yao said, later on, act according to my signal. Yes. Not only did the Red Sea continent have their eyes on the equipment of the Sect of all times disciples, but the experts from other dimensions also had the same idea. Of course, they did not dare to attack now. They would wait for the battlefield specters to kill them and then find the right time to snatch it. Therefore, in front of Jun Chongxiao, there were not only battlefield specters but also a group of martial artists from various dimensions with ulterior motives. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the neatly arranged battlefield specters began to sway. The dark light in their eyes became brighter, as if some seal had been undone and they had awakened from their slumber. They're about to attack, someone said. The martial artists who were watching the show widened their eyes. Clearly, they did not want to miss the show of battlefield specters punishing a continent. Whoosh, whoosh, hundreds of battlefield specters that seemed to have awakened raised their hands. Light flickered in their palms, and black spears appeared out of thin air. The 5 specters standing at the front raised their heads and locked their eyes on the Purple King and Old Ding. Buzz, the space rippled lightly and disappeared into thin air. Boom, boom, in an instant, there were bursts of explosions in the sky. The Purple King and Old Ding had already appeared above and were fighting fiercely with the 5 Earth-level battlefield specters. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, energy spread, and a strong wind blew. All the martial artists widened their eyes. That purple-haired guy's clothes and pants exploded one after another during the fight, leaving only his red underwear. Moreover, he was fighting against 4 battlefield specters alone. Awesome, boom, the Purple King landed a heavy punch on the target's armor. Although it was sent flying, it quickly flew up again. Judging from its speed, it was obvious that it was not injured. As expected. Xianxia said, its defense is very strong. TSK, the Purple King sneered. Purple demon aura erupted and turned into a sky full of fist shadows. For a moment, the CPU and graphics card were running crazily. The author's typing was stuttering and frame-dropping. However, in the face of such terrifying attacks, the battlefield specters flew out again and again without any signs of injury. The most depressed one was Ding Xingwang. He was fighting fiercely with a battlefield specter, but no matter how he used the 5 ultimate palm, he could not do anything to it. If it was a human, it would have been disturbed by the 5 ultimate chi. However, this kind of creature without a physical body could not be affected at all. The Earth battle was destined to take some time, so the camera turned to the lower sky. Xianxia, Gong Sunhaohai, and the others were already fighting with the black battlefield specters. Although their armor was not as strong as the Earth battle specters, they were also very durable. Even when little Long Long burned them with flames, they did not suffer any damage. Li Qingyang shouted, "Go!" Swoosh, Xiao Ziji was the first to rush up. As the main tank of the sect of all times, he would definitely take the lead in this kind of battle. The yellow battlefield specters did not just stand there. They all rushed over, and strange energy gathered in their spears. Then, they pierced through the void and condensed into beams of light. Shield erect. Xiao Zuiji abruptly stopped in his tracks. He placed both of his hands on the ground and lifted them up with the strength to pull up a mountain. Swoosh! 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 Thick earth walls appeared one after another and then lined up in an arc. Boom, boom, the beams of light smashed into the earth walls like cannonballs. Although the impact was very strong, Xiao Ziji stood firmly on the ground like a rock. Swoosh, Li Fei rushed out of the shield wall one step faster than the others. Psionic energy gathered in his right foot, and he suddenly kicked out in the air. Only a footprint could be seen viciously pressing forward with the force of his foot. Bam, one of the frontmost battlefield specters was kicked away. Li Fei did not continue fighting. He hurried back because countless beams of light were shot at him. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the earth walls erected in front of Xiao Ziji collapsed one after another. He also took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. 100 battlefield specters that were comparable to Wu Huang were holding weapons of high quality and condensed beams of light. They were very powerful. It was understandable that he could not withstand them. Swoosh, suddenly, a sword light flashed. Ding! 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 The sound of weapons colliding could be heard. Faint sword marks were left on the chests of the dozen or so battlefield specters. Yi Xingchen put away his sword and frowned. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, a heavy energy wave came from the right. A battlefield specter stabbed at him with a long spear. Swoosh, Yi Xingchen was about to counterattack when a beam of light flew past him and hit the specter's helmet. Then, the specter's head tilted to the side and fell to the ground. The helmet was pierced through. Crack! Xiao Ziji held his AWM and loaded it. This kind of hot weapon should be harmless to Emperor-level experts. However, the bullets were condensed with hexagram stones. Dead? Jun Changxiao saw the battlefield specter that was hit by the bullet lying motionless on the ground. The light in its eyes was gradually fading. He then at everyone and said, "Hit their heads." Bam, as soon as he said that, Li Qingyang had already rushed forward. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the heavenly slaughter lightning tattoo pierced through the target's helmet. When the specter fell to the ground and the light in its eyes faded, Jun Changxiao was immediately certain. The battlefield specter's defense was strong, but it could be killed as long as its head was hit. Xianxia also realized this. In the next attack, he tried not to condense his sword aura to cause damage in a large area. Instead, he changed it to a single point. Bam, bam, 2 battlefield specters were hit in the head. Then, they paused in midair for a moment before falling to the ground. Xianxia held his sword in midair and said calmly, "Trash." Li Fei, 7 fields, and the others followed suit. They poured spiritual energy into their true yang swords and attacked the opponent's head from various angles. They killed 5 or 6 specters in a short time. The main characters of this battle were not them. It was Li Tiantian, Mu Honglian, and the others. Therefore, after killing a few battlefield specters, they began to take a step back and help their fellow sect members fight. Red Sky Flame Slash. 7 Mysterious Light Break. Boom. 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 Li Tiantian and the others, with the help of surge talismans and equipment, began to fight fearlessly with the battlefield specters that were comparable to emperors. They were only peak martial kings. They relied on various items to break through to emperors. Fighting against such martial artists, their martial Dao experience points were definitely increasing by the minute. The martial artists who were watching the show were dumbfounded. There were only a few dozen martial artists from the Falling Star continent, but they were not at a disadvantage at all when fighting against hundreds of battlefield specters. They had seen how awesome Xianxia was. If his disciples were also like monsters, then it would be a bit too shocking. This was just a sect, and they were smuggled in. If the other side's martial artists moved in en masse, their combat strength would be even more terrifying. The strength displayed by Xianxia and his disciples made many people speculate that the Falling Star continent might be a very complicated plane. In fact, when the Sect of all times was fighting against the battlefield specters, the top experts of the Falling Star continent were so worried that they could not eat. They originally had more than 3 years, but suddenly it shortened, making them have a deep premonition that their time away from death had accelerated. Son. In a large family, an old man who had just come out of seclusion said solemnly, 2 years later, I will enter the dimensional battlefield. I will leave the family to you. Father. The young man next to him knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face like rain. Disciple. On a mountain peak somewhere, a middle-aged man with a sword on his back said in a deep voice, after I enter the dimensional battlefield, I must not neglect my cultivation. I still need you to pass on the ultimate sword Dao. A 15 or 16-year-old youth wiped his tears and said, I will not let you down, master. I will definitely bring the ultimate sword Dao to greater heights. Such scenes of life and death played out one after another in the Falling Star continent. The first batch of experts who were confirmed to be entering the dimensional battlefield also began to make arrangements for their deaths. At the altar in the middle continent, the remaining time shown on the Earth Spirit instrument suddenly jumped from 1 year to 1 year. Oh no! The high priest stood up and broke down. The time to enter the dimensional battlefield has been brought forward again. What is going on? Boom, boom, outside the Falling Star continent stronghold, Li Tiantian, Mu Changhong, and the others were killing the battlefield specters with the help of their 6-piece god equipment set seniors. Every time they killed one, the stronghold's area would expand by a few hundred feet. Tisk, tisk. Xianxia said in surprise, this is also an increase? The female system said, Dear participant, the battlefield specters created by the upper realm's powerhouses increase the stronghold's area by a lot after killing them. I can see that, Xianxia said. Boom, at this moment, a loud boom came from the sky. The Purple King hit an Earth battlefield specter's head dozens of times and finally blew it up like a watermelon. All the martial artists watched with trepidation. This exposed guy blew up an Earth powerhouse with just his fists. His strength was too terrifying. Xianxia did not care about the battlefield specters that were killed. Instead, he looked at the stronghold and found that it had expanded by 1,000 feet. He grinned and said, This experience is super awesome. He was feeling great. The high priest on the altar of the central continent cried. That was because the time limit did not stop after a year. It was decreasing day by day. Boom, inside the stronghold, Li Tiantian pierced through the battlefield specters with a true yang sword. The number of days on the Earth Spirit instrument decreased from 360 days to 359 days. High Priest. An elder said tragically, "What should we do?" Sigh. Seeing that the time limit had decreased by another 2 days, the high priest shook his head and said, "What will come will come. It doesn't matter whether it's fast or slow. Inform the major sects and have them prepare to head to the planar battlefield at any time." Yes. When the news reached the ears of the major sects and top-notch powerhouses, they all sighed and prepared to die on the battlefield. City Lord Mu. In the main hall of the Sect of all times, Li Luoqiu said, "Red Lotus is cultivating in seclusion." Mu Chonghong stood up. He seemed to have aged several decades. Then, he walked to the cafeteria and said, "Miss Lu, can you give this old man some fried rice?" "Sure." Soon, several bowls of fried rice were placed on the table. Mu Chonghong raised his chopsticks with difficulty. Thinking about how he was about to enter the planar battlefield and part with his daughter, he sadly put down his chopsticks. "Daughter." He thought to himself, "Father really hopes that you can break through to Wu Huang after the planar battlefield ends." Boom. Outside the stronghold on the Starfall continent, a flaming fist smashed through the battlefield specter's head. Mu Honglian retracted her fist and said with a fervent gaze, "Break through to Wu Huang after a few more battles." Although the battlefield specters created by the upper realm did not have a physical body, they were no different from martial artists in terms of fighting style, especially with equipment support and various martial arts skills. Li Tian, Mu Honglian, and the others fought to their heart's content. Not only did their experience points increase, but they also gained a new understanding of the sect's martial arts. The most important thing in martial arts was actual combat. The Sect of all times disciples relied on the various resources provided by Jun Chongxiao to quickly improve their qualifications and level, but their biggest flaw was the lack of accumulation. Now that hundreds of battlefield specters were fighting, it was a form of accumulation. Fight to your heart's content. Grow to your heart's content. Jun Goxing, who was sitting outside the basilica, said with a smile. If a sect wanted to become truly powerful, it was necessary to have disciples who had gone through life and death training and were extremely fierce. Boom. Boom. All kinds of energy were released wantonly outside the stronghold, dyeing the world in colorful lights. All the martial artists were stunned. The dozens of Sect of all times disciples did not seem to have high levels, but their bodies and strength were extraordinary. What kind of cultivation did they go through to reach such a level? Many people came to laugh at the falling star continent, to see how the stronghold would be destroyed by the battlefield specters, but in the end, they were just passers-by. Boom. Boom. High up in the sky, the purple craggy monster monarch continued to bombard and kill another Earth battlefield specter. After recovering to the level of being smuggled down from the upper realm, he had experienced many battles with many opponents, but it always ended in a draw. Today, he faced 4 Earth battlefield specters and killed 2 of them, which meant that as long as his opponents did not run away, he could definitely kill them. This is only with his fists. Jun Chongxiao said to himself, if Hall Leader Z is equipped with an exclusive divine weapon, won't he be able to kill everything? Flaming storm. Lil dragons. Childlike shout was heard. In the middle of the sky, a powerful flame appeared in the form of a tornado, instantly covering an area of tens of meters and swallowing more than 20 black battlefield specters, unleashing the most explosive impact and burning. Although these creatures had strong defenses, they were still unable to resist absolute power, so their eyes gradually dimmed and they were completely evaporated. Plop. Plop. One after another, armors that had been steamed red fell from the sky. Jun Chongxiao felt rather pained. After all, it could be considered a victory trophy. Even if it wasn't broken down into ores, it would still be fine. In the end, it was all burned up. The battle between the top powers was extremely intense. From the looks of it, the Sect of all times already had the absolute upper hand. If the other party did not run, it would only be a matter of time before they were all wiped out. It was impossible to run away. After all, they were under the command of the Enforcer, and they would not stop until they destroyed the stronghold on the falling star continent. Terrifying. What a bunch of monsters. What kind of plane is this falling star continent? The cultivators of the various planes were focused on being qualified passers-by. At the same time, they were making all sorts of wild guesses about the plane Jun Chongxiao was in. In short, to be able to nurture so many monstrous geniuses, it was definitely not an ordinary world. It definitely had terrifying strength that caused others to be terrified. When they launched a large-scale invasion, the world would definitely lose its color. Central State, Altar. The Sect of all times was doing their best to kill the battlefield spirits. The number of days on the Earth Spirit instrument decreased again and again, until the High Priest and the others leaned against the wall weakly. 5 years had been shortened to a few hundred days. This was too big of a leap. High Priest. An elder said sorrowfully, the higher realm can't wait for us to enter the dimensional battlefield and die. Did we offend someone? That's why we're being punished so cruelly? After a long time, the number of days stopped decreasing after 125 days. Their hearts were completely cold. At first, there was still close to 2 years. In less than 2 hours, it had been shortened to only 4 months. This sudden change almost made the High Priest vomit blood on the spot. They had offended someone, they must have offended someone. What? There are only 4 months left before we enter the dimensional battlefield? When the major sects and families of the falling star continent received the news, they were all worried and hesitant. Yuan Gongzi. In the courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate, a subordinate reported happily, the time to enter the dimensional battlefield has suddenly shortened from 2 years to 100 days. This is good news. Yuan Gongzi's eyes lit up. He had long known about the falling star continent being selected to enter the dimensional battlefield. It was because of this that he suddenly jumped out in the open to challenge the righteous sections. His goal was to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. As a demon sect that was almost eradicated by the righteous sects, they naturally did not care about the safety of the continent. It was enough as long as they could take revenge. Now that the time to enter the dimensional battlefield had been shortened, when a large number of experts entered, the overall strength of the falling star continent would be greatly reduced. When that time came, they would definitely achieve good results. Pass down the order. Tell all the branches not to act rashly. After waiting for a few thousand years, 100 days would not make much difference. Therefore, the Demon Emperor's Gate temporarily gave up on their original strategy of causing a ruckus. They let their disciples conserve their energy first before doing something big. It might even be possible for them to unify the continent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuan Gongzi said, there's hope for the revival of the demon sect. Outside the stronghold of the falling star continent, damaged armors were scattered on the ground. Some of the helmets had been pierced through, while others had been burned to ashes. They had lost all their functions. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. In less than 2 hours, the 255 battlefield specters had been annihilated by the disciples without Xianxia even making a move. This speed was simply too fast. The Blue Sea Palace Lord's mouth twitched violently. This time, he had brought people here to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. In the end, not only did he not make a fool of himself, but he was also frightened. Wait a minute, suddenly, Xianxia realized something and hurriedly signaled to his subordinates. Return to the stronghold. He had thought that the falling star continent would be severely damaged, and even razed to the ground. Now that the battlefield race had been wiped out and there were no more reinforcements, something must have happened to him and his subordinates here. Whoosh. Whoosh, the martial artists of the Red Sea continent finally got the signal from the Palace Lord, but they did not rush over to snatch the equipment. Instead, they flew back to their stronghold as fast as they could. The Lingyun continent, the Imperial Sword continent, and the other planes also sensed that something was wrong. They immediately evacuated. Even if they were given money to watch the show, they would definitely not be willing. However, by the time their IQ had completely come online, it was already too late. Because just as they moved, the thunder array hidden between heaven and earth suddenly flashed out, enveloping several martial artists of the plains who had a grudge with the falling star continent. He. Zhen Dejuan hovered on a certain hill, covered his face and laughed strangely. You guys were so focused on watching the show that you didn't even notice that someone had secretly set up the array. Hiss. Hiss, dozens of chain thunder arrays covered a large area, and the flowing light barrier erupted with a power that made one's heart tremble. Hong Yao and the others who were trapped inside had ugly expressions. Oh no. Everyone. Jun Chongxiao, who was sitting in front of the hall, stood up, held a loudspeaker, and said with a smile, "There is no free lunch in this world. You came from afar to watch the performance of our sect of all times. It's a bit embarrassing to leave without paying." There were at least tens of thousands of martial artists who came to the Falling Star Continent's stronghold. Jun Chongxiao knew that at least 90% of them were here to watch the show, especially planes with grudges like the Crimson Sea Continent. Look. This is your right. But my sect of all times disciples put in so much effort to put on a show, and you just leave after watching? That's not right. Luckily, Goxing had foresight and asked Elder Zhen to set up a formation in advance, setting up layers of lightning formations outside the spectator area. Otherwise, everyone would have run away long ago. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Purple King and Ding Xingwang flew over and hovered outside the formation. They released their auras and shrouded the area, forming a second layer of defense to prevent anyone from escaping. There was a lightning formation in front and an earth formation behind. The martial artists from the Crimson Sea Continent and the Lingyun Continent were instantly confined to a small area. There were quite a few of them, at least 4,000 to 5,000. Hong Yao's expression turned even uglier. Isn't it good to drink tea at home? Why did they have to come here to watch the show? Now, they were completely surrounded. Even if they managed to fight their way out, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. The powerhouses from the Lingyun Continent and the Imperial Sword Continent were also regretting coming over to join in the fun. Otherwise, they would not have ended up like this. On this point, Mo Shangxing from the Nine Heavens Continent was smarter. He had been sitting in the stronghold from the start, only paying attention to the matters of the Falling Star Continent and not participating. Jun Chongxiao. Hong Yao said with a cold face, "What do you mean by this?" The powerhouses from the other planes glared at him. Although the situation was dangerous, they had to be firm. Boom! At this moment, a lightning formation was directly detonated, instantly blasting the surrounding space into pieces. The violent lightning attribute immediately spread out. What Zhen Dejun detonated was a new type of lightning formation, using the power of lightning punishment as the formation core. Although it did not form a chain of explosions, it deeply shocked the hearts of the Earth powerhouses. Everyone. Jun Chongxiao said calmly, "Pay up or not, it's up to you. The sect of all times will not force you." System. Zhen Dejun deliberately detonated a lightning formation to intimidate them, and shamelessly said that they would not force them. This shameless fellow should be able to withstand the lightning punishment without using the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, right? The expressions of Hong Yao and the others, who were originally very unyielding, changed again and again when they saw the power of the new lightning formation. Of course. Jun Chongxiao said, "If you buy a ticket, you can definitely leave safely." Now that the stronghold had expanded to such an extent, he could not be bothered to kill more people. The only reason he had surrounded the cultivators was for money. Jun Patriarch. A powerhouse of all times said of all times of all times. Com wars. Oh, to be honest, Jun Chongxiao's price was not expensive. But there were more than 200 cultivators in this world. It would be a bit too much to pay. Okay. After thinking for a while, the powerhouse gritted his teeth and said, "The Lingyuan continent will pay 1,000 spirit stones for the life of a yellow or mystic realm cultivator." It was definitely a good price. Swish, the powerhouse waved his hand and threw over a dozen space rings. A total of 220 people from the Lingyuan continent are here. There are 220,000 spirit stones in here. Jun Patriarch, please check. Jun Chongxiao took them and injected his spiritual sense into them. He found that these spirit stones were several times stronger than natural spirit stones. He smiled and said, "You can take them away safely. Goodbye." The powerhouse kept his hands and left with hundreds of his subordinates through the gap of the lightning formation. The Purple King and Old Ding pretended not to see it. Jun Patriarch. After leaving the lightning formation area, the powerhouse said via voice transmission, "It's a deal. Half of the spirit stones will be returned." Jun Chongxiao said via voice transmission, "Don't worry. Jun is a man of his word." He had already used this tactic of deliberately finding someone to put on a show. Although the target this time had changed to a stronger warrior, the effect was still surprisingly good. June Patriarch. A powerhouse took the initiative to say, "How much do we need to pay?" June Xianxia said, "The price is the same for planes with no grudges. 1,000 spirit stones per head." Here. The powerhouse paid according to the number of spirit stones per head. When the cultivators from other planes saw this, their stubbornness immediately dissipated. They obediently threw over all the spirit stones with different names but similar effects. The main thing was that they did not extort much. After weighing the pros and cons, the powerhouses would rather spend money to avoid disaster. If you asked them to raise the price to 10,000 or 100,000 spirit stones, they would probably risk their lives to insist. Therefore, Goxing was very experienced in extorting people. He could make the extorted angry but have no choice but to compromise. The Scarlet Sea continent, Lingyun continent, and other planes did not say anything. They could tell that planes with no grudges were cheap, and planes with grudges were definitely expensive. If they wanted to spend money to avoid disaster, they would probably have to bleed a lot. Everyone. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao looked at Hong Yao and said with a smile, "You and I are from two different planes. Although the enmity between us runs deep, I'm adhering to the principle of doing things in a friendly manner. I won't deliberately make things difficult for you. If you want to leave safely, I'll take your head." As expected, 10 times more expensive than planes with no grudges. Jun Chongxiao. Hong Yao's face was red as he said angrily, "Don't go too far." It was not hard to tell that he really wanted to be a coward, but he had asked for 10,000 spirit stones. He did not give him a chance at all. Jun Chongxiao said indifferently, "You must have brought experts. 10,000 spirit stones to buy their lives, I think it is very worth it." Hong Yao was silent. There were not many people from the Scarlet Sea continent, only 20 or 30, but they were all higher-ups of the Jade Sea Palace. If anything happened to them, it would really shake the Sect's foundation. Originally, he wanted to bring more elite powerhouses and take advantage of the Falling Star continent's invasion by the Hell Spirits to fish in troubled waters. In the end, he did not fish and was blocked in the river with fishing nets. No, he had to be firm, he had to join forces with the other planes and fight to the death. June Patriarch. Suddenly, the powerhouse of the Lingyun continent standing at the side said, "I am willing to pay." Pfft. Hong Yao vomited blood. The Imperial Sword continent also compromised. One of the higher-ups shouted, "We will pay too." Hong Yao clenched his fist and said with difficulty, "Here." A few planes with grudges chose to follow their hearts and gave out spirit stones that matched the number of heads. After some counting, there were a total of 1.5 million spirit stones of different names. As for those planes with no grudges, 1,000 spirit stones per head, they received more than 3 million spirit stones. It was not a lot. But Jun Chongxiao was already very satisfied. Because the strength of these plain spirit stones was at least twice as strong as the natural spirit stones of the Falling Star continent. The Demon Emperor Sect's young master Yuan had once invited Lord Dog Leftover to work together and do something big in the Falling Star continent. However, Lord Dog Leftover was now bullying other planes, and he was still thinking of stirring up trouble while Lord Dog Leftover was unprepared. Sigh. They were not on the same level at all. If June Patriarch really cooperated with him, he would definitely lose his value. Everyone. Watching the cultivators of various planes leave after paying, Jun Chongxiao picked up the loudspeaker and said, "The Falling Star continent sincerely welcomes you to come and watch the show again." Watch the show, my ass. Everyone cursed in their hearts. The punishment from the battlefield spirits ended. Li Xianxia and the others returned to the sect of all times one after another due to the time limit of the Surge Talisman. They had benefited a lot from this practical experience. It was definitely a valuable experience that could not be bought with money. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "The stronghold has expanded a lot. It's even closer to the city now." Looking at the stronghold that had only been a few feet away when they first entered and had now expanded to a large scale, a strong sense of accomplishment gradually bloomed in Goxing's heart. "Father, why are you here again?" Honglian. "Nothing, I just wanted to come and see you." "Father, Is there something on your mind? Nothing. Mu Changheng wanted to make arrangements for his funeral many times, but when he saw his daughter's smiling face, he did not have the courage to say it. He was afraid that she would be sad for him. Father. Mu Honglian said softly, Patriarch brought us to train. There were many powerful ferocious beasts there, and we had a lot of fun fighting them. As a disciple of the sect of all times, there were some things that had to be kept secret. Thus, she did not say that they had gone to the planar battlefield and replaced the battlefield spirits with ferocious beasts. Is that so? Mu Changheng replied. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. No matter how strong they are, how can they be stronger than the planar battlefield where Emperor-class experts are everywhere? Not only did the battlefield spirits not cause any damage to the falling star continent stronghold, but they also gave him experience points, missions, and spirit stones. This was absolutely awesome. 2 experience talismans, but they're useless. Jun Changxiao sat in the study and frowned. After the battlefield spirits were all wiped out, the side mission had been completed. Although the author had left it out, he was still rewarded with 20,000 contribution points and 2 experience talismans. The contribution points didn't matter. After all, there was a limit. However, the experience talismans alone didn't give him any substantial improvement. This made Gosheng a little depressed. At this time, he would rather be rewarded with some powerful weapons, pills, talisman recipes, or some kind of mystic realm that could be used to level up. It's good enough that you have them. You're really arrogant. The system complained. Jun Changxiao couldn't be bothered with it. He crushed the 2 experience talismans one after another. As expected, although his strength had increased, it was still not obvious from the overall perspective. There were no sub-levels for half-step Wuxing, so he couldn't be sure how long it would take for him to break through Wuxing. Ding! Side mission activated. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Jun Changxiao was surprised. Again? He opened it and took a look. The mission content was to kill 255 invading battlefield specters, elite mission. If he hadn't confirmed that the mission was completed and that he had received the reward, Jun Changxiao would have suspected that there was a bug in the system and that the mission had been reissued. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said telepathically, more battlefield spirits have appeared outside the stronghold. Jun Changxiao hurriedly entered the falling star continent stronghold and saw hundreds of battlefield spirits with the same strength and configuration outside. He was ecstatic. The experience talismans are here again. This time, the battlefield spirits didn't have a heavy voice in the sky, so many continents didn't know. Of course. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to come. Because, the ticket to watch the show cost 1,000 spirit stones. It was a little expensive. Call Li Tian and the others over, Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly left. Not long after, Li Tian, Mu Honglian, and the others once again entered the battlefield wearing the true Yang set and steel wings. Seeing the battlefield specters with the same configuration and strength, everyone's eyes lit up. Yesterday's battle had benefited them a lot. After they went back, they had a deeper understanding. Now that they had a group of people to fight with, if they practiced a few more times, they could easily enter the realm of Wu Huang. Jun Changxiao said, go fight to your heart's content. Shua. Shua. All the disciples and higher-ups flew out, and another fierce battle began. There's no need to elaborate on the process. All in all, the disciples who had benefited from the battle yesterday, whether it was in terms of strength or actual combat, had greatly improved when they fought again today, not to mention Li Tian and the others. Even the Purple King and Li Qingyang would definitely gain experience points. Boom, boom, violent energy rippled across the falling star continent. As the battlefield race were killed one after another, the Starfall continent stronghold continued to expand, and it was rushing toward the scale of a city. As for the Earth Spirit instrument in the altar, after the Sect of all times defeated all their opponents, the time limit was shortened from 125 days to 100 days. In the first battle, every battlefield specter that died would reduce the time limit by 1 day. Now that more than 200 battlefield specters had been killed, the time limit was only reduced by 25 days. It was obvious that some upper limit had been triggered. Although the speed of reduction was slower, the first batch of martial artists who entered the falling star continent were even more tragic. Because 1 day less was equivalent to 1 day earlier, ding. Side mission completed. 10,000 contribution points obtained. Ding. Sect contribution points, 390,007,0000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Mission reward, experience rune X1. Xianxia broke down. The mission is exactly the same. Why is the reward reduced by half? Maybe it's because it's repeated, the system explained. Although Xianxia was depressed, it was equivalent to giving it away for free, and it could also increase the experience points of his disciples. He would not mind even if it was repeated 10,000 times. The next day, the side mission appeared again. The battlefield specters came again. Looking at the same configuration and the same strength, Xianxia stood in front of the main hall and fell into deep thought. Is it because I'm too handsome? Did I move the upper realm and send experience bags every day for the disciples to increase their strength? The system was speechless. Xianxia lit a cigar and took a deep breath. Who leaked the news? The system was speechless. Since the experience bags were sent on time every day, he would definitely accept them. Therefore, in the next few days, Li Tian and the others crushed the surge rune to enter, then returned and sat in the spirit gathering formation to comprehend. Of course. Although the side mission was triggered continuously, the rewards were decreasing. The third time was 5,000, the fourth time was 2,500, and the fifth time was 1,250. After that, only one experience rune was given. The sixth time, it was gone. Even if the battlefield specters appeared outside the stronghold as usual, the side mission was not triggered anymore. The disciples were fighting crazily outside the stronghold. Xianxia opened the system panel and saw that the original 19,000 contribution points had increased by 57,750 points. He immediately smiled. I can consider buying Xiaoziji an exclusive divine weapon. He opened the divine weapon pavilion and searched carefully. Soon, Xianxia's eyes locked on a weapon called Rui, Divine Dream. He was surprised. Spatula? He clicked on the introduction. Divine Weapon, Rui, Divine Dream Grade, Early Divine Rank Condition, user must be a disciple of the Lingyan Pavilion. Note, this item is only used for cooking and has no combat effect. Price, 10,000 contribution points. After seeing the note, Xianxia was speechless. I didn't expect the Divine Weapon Pavilion to have a kitchen utensil level divine weapon. This is too careless. The system said, it's good enough that the host is not given a pot. Bullshit. Xianxia pointed at the few rows below and roared, isn't this a pot? Damn. The system was instantly slapped in the face. There really is one. The pot's name was Cloud Boat, Heroic Secret. The condition was that the user must be a disciple of the Lingyan Pavilion. However, it was not used for cooking, but a defensive divine weapon. This girl is busy preparing meals for the Sect's disciples every day. I'll buy her a spatula for cooking. Xianxia decided. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points. Rui, Divine Dream X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 477,507,0000. The Rui, Divine Dream, was a few sizes larger than a normal spatula. It was suitable for stir-frying in a large wok, and it was dark golden color. It looked very high-end and classy. Xianxia looked at the divine weapons suitable for disciples of the Lingyan Pavilion. He found that there were no defensive divine weapons, so he locked his eyes on Cloud Boat, Heroic Secret. I'll buy this for sinful self. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points. Rui, Heroic Secret X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 377,507,0000. In a short period of time, Jun Goxing had spent 20,000 contribution points. However, he didn't feel any heartache. After all, the side mission reward was given to him for free. Cloud boat, heroic secret was an extra large wok. Its color was similar to the rui, dark golden color. The word heroic was engraved on the bottom and back of the wok. Jin Gosheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This disciple of mine is going to become a scapegoat. The battlefield specters were once again wiped out. Li Tian and the others returned to the Sect of all times to absorb experience. Jun Changxiao gathered all the disciples at the main peak of the stronghold and announced, in view of sinful self's performance during this period of time, I will bestow upon him a divine weapon. Xiao Ziji was overjoyed. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. No hurry, no hurry. During this period of time, he had participated in the construction of the stronghold. The patriarch must have seen it all. When the time came, would he still be afraid of not giving him a divine weapon? Sinful self. Jun Changxiao said, step forward. Stomp, Xiao Ziji stepped forward. His body was straighter than the peak of the mountain. The patriarch had given second senior brother a divine weapon that could trigger a lightning tribulation. It was so strong that it made people dizzy. His divine weapon was definitely not weak. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and Cloud Boat, heroic secret appeared out of thin air. After Xiao Ziji caught it and saw the appearance and form of the divine weapon, his expression suddenly became dull. In an instant, he finally understood why the patriarch had described it as a wok and not a sword. Li Qingyang and the others were also stunned. This is, after a short period of silence, everyone on the main peak shouted in unison, wok. When the patriarch said that he would bestow a heavenly weapon, Xiao Ziji had fantasized countless times in a short period of time, fantasizing that it would be as powerful as second senior brother's heavenly slaughter lightning mark. However, after seeing that it was a wok, he stood there like a wooden chicken and did not come back to his senses for a long time. This is my personal heavenly weapon, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others' mouths twitched violently. A wok could also be considered a weapon? Alright, even if this thing was a weapon, shouldn't it be given to junior sister Lu? After all, when they were not fighting, they could still use it to cook for everyone. Actually, the cloud boat hero from the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion was not bad, especially since it was dark golden color and gave off a noble feeling. However, because the shape was too unique, it was difficult for martial artists to accept it. Just think about it. Carrying a wok during a fight was definitely an eyesore. I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said seriously, this item is called the Cloud Boat Hero. Although the shape is strange, it is also a rare defensive heavenly weapon. It is very suitable for you to use. Defensive heavenly weapon, Xiao Ziji, who was a little depressed, suddenly became spirited. Ever since he became a disciple of the Sect of all times, he was completely infatuated with body tempering and always pursued the ultimate defense. If this item could make his defense stronger, it did not matter whether it was shaped or not. Xiao Ziji hugged the cloud boat hero and said, thank you, Patriarch, for bestowing this wok. Yi Xingchen was speechless in his heart and said, such a shameful weapon, does he have the nerve to take it out during a fight? Anya was a man with dignity. Even if this wok was a heavenly weapon, he would not use it because it would be too shameful. Xiao Ziji did not have this burden. After all, he was once a trash and was also a beggar for a few years. He did not care about his so-called identity. If the weapon could help him, he would use it without hesitation. I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, there are grooves on the wok that can be used to activate a killing move. If the battlefield spirit appears tomorrow, you can use it to test it. Yes. Xiao Ziji received the order. The next day, the ghosts of the battlefield arrived as expected. Li Qingyang and the others had a tacit understanding not to make a move. They watched as Xiao Ziji carried the wok and walked over alone. What's the killing move? Jun Changxiao sat outside the hall with an expectant look on his face. The sure kill skill of the heavenly slaughter lightning mark could condense a lightning tribulation, forcing the Purple King to use 30% of his strength to defend. Although the design of this wok was strange, it was still bought with 10,000 contribution points, so its power must be extraordinary. Ta! Xiao Ziji stopped. Cloud Boat Hero took it out from behind and placed it in front of him. Swish! Swish! The eyes of the hundreds of ghosts on the battlefield flickered with dim light. Immediately, they regained the ability to think and move, and they exuded a majestic aura. The current situation was that Xiao Ziji was the only one facing the creatures that could be created by the upper realm in an area where a battle could break out at any time. Crack! Ka ka ka! The ghosts of the battlefield raised their hands one by one, and pitch-black spears appeared one after another. Then, they quickly rushed over. Xiao Ziji raised his head and pressed his thumb on the groove. A special memory was integrated into his consciousness. Li Qingyang activated the sure kill skill of the Heavenly Slaughter Lightning Mark and received a similar memory inheritance, as well as its name and usage method. The incantation was continuously arranged in his consciousness. Xiao Ziji was suddenly enlightened. Then, he opened his arms and hugged Cloud Boat Hero in his arms. He shouted, "Hero, incarnation!" Swish! A dark golden light flickered and instantly enveloped him. This light was very powerful. It was so dazzling that Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others almost could not open their eyes. At the same time, there was a heavy aura roaring wildly. After a while, the dark golden light gradually weakened. Xiao Ziji was still standing in the same place. The huge wok that he was holding disappeared into thin air. Wait, junior brother's appearance changed. Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen both widened their eyes. Although Xiao Ziji's back was facing them at the moment, after releasing his spiritual thoughts, they found that the former's exposed skin was dark golden. There was also a halo flashing around his body. The black hair that was originally tied together was now dark golden and scattered freely. Damn! Jun Changxiao said in surprise, did he transform? I feel like my whole body has become one with the earth. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and then slowly raised his head. His pupils had also turned dark golden, and the word hero was imprinted between his eyebrows. Not Spider-Man, not Iron Man, and not Pig-Man. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, at this moment, he is the scapegoat. Ta! Suddenly, Xiao Ziji stomped on the ground and instantly turned into a dark golden cannonball and rushed over. Swish! 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 At the same time, dozens of ghosts of the battlefield had already raised their spears. The spearheads immediately shot out light beams. Ding! 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 Xiao Ziji did not try to decipher them at all. He endured the bombardment of light beams and rushed forward rapidly. Li Qingyang and the others were shocked. Junior brother's body is like steel. He completely ignored the bombardment of light beams and even bounced them all away. The system said, after your disciple's body turned dark golden, his defense is even stronger than wearing Earth-grade defensive equipment. That's right. Goshing said with a smile, a divine weapon bought with 10,000 contribution points, even if it's just a pot, must be extraordinary. Ta! Braving dozens of beams of light, Xiao Zuiji rushed to the front of the battlefield specter. His right hand formed into a fist, and with a dark golden light, he punched directly at the battlefield specter. With a bang, the extremely sturdy helmet suddenly shattered. Plop! The headless armor collapsed on the ground. One-hit kill. Moreover, it was a Huang who was infinitely close to the peak of the Xian level. Without the support of a weapon, Wu Huang, who was only at the second stage, killed on the spot with just his fist. This killing move was absolutely terrifying when performed. Swish! Swish! Behind him, dozens of battlefield ghosts rushed forward. Their spearheads were infused with energy and fiercely stabbed Xiao Ziji's back. Then, a ding-ding-ding sound was heard. However, they saw that the latter was still standing at the same spot without moving an inch. Jun Changxiao said, invulnerable. Scram! With dozens of spears on his back, Xiao Ziji angrily clenched his fist. A thick golden airwave erupted and directly sent more than 20 battlefield ghosts flying. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, a few more spears stabbed at him from the side. Xiao Ziji stepped to avoid them. He used his armpits to clamp down on all the incoming weapons. He suddenly turned around and instantly flung the battlefield ghosts away. Kacha! Kacha! Power exploded between his arms, and the spears he clamped down on all broke. Awesome! Li Fei and Tian Qi were dumbfounded. Although the dozens of battlefield ghosts attacking their junior brother were generally at the middle-level yellow level, they would definitely not be able to fight against so many alone. The Purple King, who was standing on the main peak watching the battle, nodded and said, this guy's physical strength is not bad. Bang, 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 in the battle area, Xiao Ziji's fists were like invulnerable cannonballs. As long as they hit the battlefield ghosts' helmets, they would definitely shatter on the spot. After a while, there were as many as 20 sets of armor scattered on the ground. Of course, the battlefield ghosts would definitely not let Xiao Ziji be so unscrupulous. A few Xian-level ghosts rushed over. Although they gathered energy on their spearheads and blasted at him, they only forced him to take a few steps back. That's amazing, Jun Changxiao said. Forcefully resisting the attacks of a few Xian-level masters who were comparable to half-step wuxing meant that after this disciple turned into a scapegoat, his physical defense had a qualitative change. Even if he could not defeat them, he could at least protect himself. The golden junior brother Yi is too powerful. All the disciples were shocked. At the same time, they realized that even if the patriarch gave him a scapegoat, it was still very powerful. Work hard, strive to bring more contributions to the sect and obtain their own divine weapons. Senior brother. At this moment, Xiao Ziji broke down and said, "You guys go, I can't hold on anymore." Although the dark gold Xiao Ziji's strength and physical defense had increased a lot, there were too many battlefield wraiths after all. It would be difficult to deal with them alone, so he could only call for help. Go. Whoosh. 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 With Li Qingyang as the leader, the disciples rushed forward. The Purple King, Ding Xingwang, and other higher-ups also flew out from the main peak. A new round of battle began. Because it had been repeated many times, after a short battle, the battlefield wraiths were declared to have been wiped out. It was the same number of people and strength every time. From the first defeat, it meant that they could not do anything to the sect of all times, let alone break through the falling star continent's stronghold. They could only provide them with EXP. The battle ended. Xiao Ziji returned to the stronghold. The energy in his body dissipated, and the dark gold color on his body faded away. The cloud boat hero invisibility gradually gathered in front of him. From the dim color, it was obvious that the ultimate skill had entered cooldown. How do you feel? Xiao Ziji's eyes were burning. Very strong. With the ultimate skill, he received explosive strength and strong defense. His entire person was sublimated. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were envious. They hurried to the construction site, only to find that their junior brothers Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were already moving bricks. Their mouths twitched. They're even more diligent than us. Middle state, altar. After the sect of all times wiped out the battlefield race again, the time limit had been shortened to 60 minutes. At this rate, the upper realm would continue to send EXP. In a few days, the portal to the dimensional battlefield would appear in the falling star continent. The time limit has been shortened again. After receiving the news from the altar, the first batch of powerhouses had not only made arrangements for their funerals, but some had also built cenotaphs in advance. As the time to enter the battlefield approached, a bleak and solemn atmosphere gathered in the falling star continent. It was as if the wind is blowing, the water is cold, and the heroes will never return. Father, you've been coming here a little frequently recently. I just wanted to see you. In the cafeteria, Mu Changhong looked at his daughter while eating fried rice. He then secretly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Father, I've just finished my training outside, so I'll go and meditate first. Mu Honglian didn't notice her father's abnormality. Instead, she went to the spirit gathering array to digest the martial arts experience she had just obtained. City Lord Mu. Jun Changxiao sat down with a jug of wine in his hand. He poured some wine for him and said, "The planar battlefield isn't hell. There's no need to be so pessimistic." AI. Mu Changhong raised his bowl and drained it. He sighed and said, "According to the news from the altar, there are only 60 days left until we enter the battlefield." 60 days? Jun Changxiao asked in surprise, "Isn't there still 2 years?" At first, there were still 2 years. I don't know who the falling star continent offended in the upper realm, but now, it has been reduced to 2 months, Mu Changhong said with a bitter face. Jun Changxiao asked, "When was it reduced?" Mu Changhong told him all the information he had received from the altar. After receiving the news, Jun Changxiao fell into silence. Judging from the reduction in time, it should have been when the sect disciples were fighting the battlefield ghosts. Could it be that the two were related? Could it be that the area is becoming more and more urbanized, which caused the time to enter the planar battlefield to be reduced? Jun Chongxiao had this guess because of the upper realm's rules. After entering the planar battlefield, one had to expand their territory to the size of a city before they could leave freely. Currently, the Falling Star Continent's stronghold was very close to the city. The upper realm didn't want them to meet the requirements before entering, so they deliberately reduced the time. Don't worry, City Lord Mu. Jun Chongxiao raised his bowl and smiled. Maybe a miracle will happen. I hope so. Mu Changhong freeloaded a lot of food and drank a lot of wine in the sect of all times. Then, he left drunk. Jun Chongxiao forced the alcohol out of his body and sat in the main hall. He held his left cheek and said, "The time to enter the planar battlefield has been reduced. I have to quickly set a price." The Falling Star Continent's martial artists entered the planar battlefield with the mentality that they would die, but in fact, they had already cleared the planar battlefield. So, this was a good opportunity to make money. Speaking of which, it was strange. After Xiao Ziji activated his ultimate skill yesterday, no battlefield specters appeared for a few days. Scared? Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said. Without the battlefield specters, Li Qingyang and the others put their minds on construction after cultivating. The mountains were changing every day. Li Tian, Mu Honglian, and the others had enough combat experience, so they put their minds on comprehension. They gradually touched the wall leading to Wuhuang. As long as they pushed it down, they could easily advance. Wow. In the cafeteria, Lu Wancher held the Rui Divine Dream and said happily, "Patriarch, the spatula is so beautiful." Jun Chongxiao said, "Girl, this isn't a spatula. It's a divine weapon." Pfft. Lu Wancher was amused. She said, "Patriarch, spatulas are used to cook. How can it be a divine weapon? You don't believe me?" Jun Chongxiao shrugged. "You can try." "Okay." Lu Wancher said, "Let me try." "Senior brother Chu, how's your comprehension going?" Huoling said with a smile. Chu Shonan said proudly, "I have a feeling that I can break through to Wuhuang in less than half a month." "I have the same feeling," Huoling said with a smile. The two of them had entered the planar battlefield many times. Their combat experience and comprehension were accumulated very quickly. Their talents were also good. Breaking through to the emperor level was a matter of course. "Let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Jie. Huoling and Chu Shonan were just about to stand up when they froze in place. Because in the cafeteria kitchen, there was a sudden flash of golden light. It was so bright that they almost couldn't open their eyes. What's going on? Why is there such a strong golden light? The disciples who were going to eat noticed it. After the golden light dissipated, they all gathered in the kitchen. They saw Lu Wancher standing in front of the stove with her eyes wide open. There was fried rice in the big pot. But every grain of rice was covered in golden light. This, Lu Wancher rubbed her eyes and said in shock, "What's going on?" The ingredients and rice were very normal. The cooking method was also the same as before. Why was it that when it was fried, it was shining as if it had turned into gold? Could it be? Lu Wancher looked at the Rui Divine Dream on the chopping board and said, "Is it because it's fried, God? Senior Sister Lu's fried rice is even better than before. My soul feels like it's flying to the sky. Woo-woo. How can there be such fragrant fried rice in this world?" In the cafeteria, the disciples were crazily praising the golden fried rice while eating. After Zhen Dejuan finished eating, he raised the bowl and licked it. Then, he said loudly, "Big Black, give me another bowl." Patriarch. Lu Wancher, who was at the kitchen door, hugged the Rui Divine Dream and said happily, "This spatula is so powerful." Jun Chongxiao said, "A martial artist's sword is a weapon. A chef's spoon is also a weapon. So, it's not wrong for me to say that it's a divine weapon." "Yes, yes." Lu Wancher nodded heavily. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, a powerful aura of advancement surged from outside. "Honglian is about to break through," Gosheng said with a smile. Huff, huff. Suddenly, an extremely sharp sword aura surged from the mountain peak where the inner sect male disciples lived. Jun Patriarch said in shock, Zhou Hong is also about to break through to Sword Emperor. The planar battlefield had appeared for so long, but Zhou Hong had never shown it. It wasn't that he had forgotten about him, but that the rapid increase rune couldn't increase Sword Dao. After this guy breaks through, his strength will definitely be above mine, Yi Xingchen said to himself. He might have broken through to Wu Huang early, but he also knew that once Zhou Hong broke through to Sword Emperor, it would be very difficult for him to defeat him without relying on external factors. Huff, huff. The aura of advancement whistled and dissipated after a while. Mu Honglian successfully stepped into Wu Huang realm, and Zhou Hong stepped into Sword Emperor realm. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao said, the sect will hold a party tonight to celebrate the birth of a Sword Emperor. Yes. Li Luoqiu nodded. Yi Xingchen, who was standing far away, had an interesting expression. He said firmly in his heart, I can't drink. I definitely can't drink. The next day, Yi Xingchen opened his eyes at the first glimmer of dawn. He clutched his aching head and said, damn it. Jun Changxiao held a banquet to celebrate Zhou Hong's breakthrough to Wu Huang the day before. Alcohol was a must for such an occasion. Night Emperor emphasized that he did not drink, but after being provoked by Li Fei and Tian Qi, he began to drink. He had already forgotten how much alcohol he drank. Quack quack, suddenly, a sound came from behind. Yi Xingchen's expression changed. He hurriedly turned around and saw a few ducks leaning in the corner. Why would there be? The Knight the Arch tried his best to turn his head, and the expression on his face collapsed. Creak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Ah? Lu Wancher's voice rang out, Junior Brother Yi, why are you sitting in the duck pen? Patriarch. In the main hall of the Falling Star Continent stronghold, Li Qingyang said, according to the current construction speed, it will be completed in about a month. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said, our sect of all times will occupy the main peak. The other 6 mountains will be numbered 1 to 6. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. The Patriarch named the mountains according to their numbers. How casual. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao said, we'll also build casually below. When the martial artists of the various sects come in, let them stay there. He was the one who fought for the Falling Star Continent stronghold. The terrain and buildings were also planned by him. He would definitely not be willing to let others casually move in. Moreover, if the martial artists of the various sects were placed below and he was at the top, it would symbolize that he was nobler than them. On the Falling Star Continent, his sect was only a third-rate sect, not as good as your first-rate or second-rate sections. But on the planar battlefield, he would be much better than you. Yes. Li Qingyang accepted the order and left the main hall. He came to the construction site and said, where is Junior Brother Yi? Maybe he drank too much yesterday and is still sleeping, Xiao Ziji said. Li Fei, who was laying bricks, grinned and said, Junior Martial Brother Yi always embarrasses himself when he drinks too much. Don't tell me he's sleeping outside the outhouse again? I don't think so. Tian Qi put down the pile and said, I saw that Junior Martial Brother Yi was quite clear-headed yesterday. He didn't even sway when he walked. The wine that the Patriarch bought from Qingyang town has a strong after-effect. If you don't expel it out of your body as soon as possible, you'll get drunk easily. While everyone was talking, Yi Xingchen walked over with a cold expression. Li Fei sniffed and said, Junior Brother Yi, what's the smell on your body? Yi Xingchen roared in his heart, I've already showered several times, but he can still smell it. The battlefield specters no longer came to give experience. The disciples of the sect of all times also focused on the construction, so the mountains were completed one after another. After they were done here, Li Qingyang led his fellow disciples to start the construction below. The Patriarch had instructed them to be very casual about the construction materials and the construction plan. Inside the sect, Li Tian, Hualing, and the others pushed down the walls that blocked their path and stepped into the Wu Huang level from the peak of Martial King. According to Jun Changxia's statistics, 30 disciples had already broken through to the Wu Huang level. If they didn't have the assistance of the dimensional battlefield, which was used for practical combat experience, it would be difficult to do so in such a short time. In the past few days, many disciples have broken through to the peak of Martial King. It's a pity that there are no battlefield specters. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to create another batch of Wu Huang, Jun Changxiao said dejectedly. The disciples of the sect of all times were already growing at a monstrous speed, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to improve even faster. 20 days later. The construction of the falling star continent stronghold was completed. 7 mountains floated above, crisscrossing each other. There were magnificent buildings on each mountain, as well as various supporting facilities. It was super luxurious. There was a small town below. Compared to the mountains, it was like heaven and earth. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "We can continue to expand the area in the future." That won't be necessary. Jun Changxiao had started the construction because he was stimulated by the vast continent stronghold hidden in the clouds. He had to build a territory that was more impressive than theirs. Now that it was completed, he would not invest any more. After all, it was just a dungeon. He would leave after playing for a while. Li Qingyang and the others had been building for more than 40 days. There were only 20 days left before the falling star continent would enter the battlefield. The solemn atmosphere in the sky was getting stronger by the day. Whoosh! On a certain day, a fierce wind blew in the sky, and thick clouds gradually gathered together, making it so that the cultivators on the plain could see them clearly. "It's here." The high priest walked out from the altar and looked up at the gathering clouds. He said with an ugly expression, "The battlefield gate." A phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the martial artists on the continent to discuss it. What will come will come. Outside the main hall of a certain first-rate sect, an old man with an air of immortality sighed. Within the mountain forest, the kind-looking hermit was also looking at the natural phenomena. He thought to himself, "Although I will die in the planar battlefield this time, if I can fight for a chance at survival for my juniors, even if I have to die, I will have no regrets." Great Sage Royal City. City Lord Han stood in the City Lord Manor and looked at the gathering clouds. His frown deepened. "City Lord." An old servant said, "The patriarch of the sect of all times has come to visit." "Why is this kid here?" City Lord Han did not understand, but he said, "Invite him in." Not long after, Jun Changxiao walked in and cupped his hands. "Long time no see, City Lord Han. You're getting stronger with age." His words were not polite at all. Looking at City Lord Han's white hair, it was obvious that he had become haggard because of the planar battlefield. Just as he walked into the main hall, Jun Changxiao looked at a coffin in the distance and asked, "Is there a funeral at home?" City Lord Han said solemnly, "I prepared this coffin for myself." Jun Changxiao said, "From City Lord Han's complexion, it shouldn't be a problem for you to live for hundreds or thousands of years. Why would you prepare a coffin for yourself in advance? Could it be that you already know that your time is coming?" "That's right." City Lord Han said solemnly, 20 more days. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao immediately understood that the coffin was prepared for him because he was going to enter the planar battlefield. "Uncle, can you not be so pessimistic?" "Jun Patriarch." City Lord Han calmed down and said, "You came all the way here to visit. Don't tell me you want to borrow the projection array again?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. City Lord Han rolled his eyes. He was just joking just now. He didn't expect that he would really come to borrow the projection array. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao handed over a spatial ring and said, "There are 100,000 artificial spirit stones here. Treat it as the usage fee. When a person did things, he would never lose his way. We're all old acquaintances. Don't talk about money like we're strangers." Although City Lord Han said that, his action of putting away the ring was very smooth. "Jun Patriarch, why are you borrowing the projection array?" "Nothing much. I just want to announce something to all the cultivators of the falling star continent." "What is it?" "Very important." City Lord Han didn't ask any more questions. He notified the array hall and told them to temporarily give up control of the projection array. This was unnecessary. This was because Zhen Dijuan had already taken the initiative to hack it. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao stood at the spot where he had advertised for Tangren. He tidied up his clothes and said, I want to borrow the venue again. Use it as you wish, City Lord Han said. Jun Changxiao placed his palms on his forehead and casually pushed back. He transmitted his voice, Elder Zhen, let's start. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, in an instant, streaks of light flashed above the cities of the falling star continent. Then, they gradually formed a projection array that was as smooth as a mirror. The cultivators who were discussing the appearance of the clouds suddenly realized that the array had been activated. They subconsciously blurted out, that shameless guy is here again. After the Master Chef competition ended, the projection array above the city operated for a few months before ending. All sorts of exaggerated advertisements gave the martial artists of the continent a headache. Moreover, they also discovered a law: ever since the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, as long as the projection array was activated, the patriarch of the sect of all times would be the first to appear on screen. Therefore, when the formation screen was activated again, the entire falling star continent was in an uproar. All the martial artists' scalps were about to explode. Swish! In an instant, scenes appeared on the screens of the various cities. Jun Changxiao's handsome face appeared on the screen as he smiled politely. Friends, I missed you so much. F***ck, I guessed right, that shameless bastard appeared again. Plop. When the martial artists of the various cities saw Jun Changxiao appear on the screen, a large number of them fell down. This kind of ability was like hitting a cow across a mountain. Even Wuxing couldn't do it. It could be seen how strong Goshing's protagonist aura was. City Lord Han, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth slightly. To be honest, when he saw that guy's smile and cheap tone, he couldn't wait to walk over and rub him on the ground a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Changxiao moistened his throat and said, Everyone, I believe you all know about the plain battlefield. Plain battlefield? The martial artists of the various cities were at a loss. City Lord Han's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Jun Patriarch, this kind of thing can't be said. Regarding the plain battlefield, other than the major forces and the stronger rogue cultivators, ordinary martial artists definitely didn't know. Firstly, they couldn't help much even if they knew. Secondly, it would easily cause panic on the continent. You don't know? Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became serious as he said, City Lord Han, the plain battlefield is related to the future of the falling star continent. You can hide it for a while, but can you hide it for a lifetime? This? City Lord Han was speechless. All the martial artists of the falling star continent have the right to know what calamity is about to befall their world, even if they can't help. Jun Changxiao's voice was very loud, and he didn't send a sound transmission alone. He wanted the entire continent to hear it. Plain battlefield? Calamity? The martial artists were even more at a loss. The martial artists who knew the truth were filled with sorrow. The matter of going to the planar battlefield had been weighing on their hearts for a long time. They didn't dare to tell their friends and family, fearing that they would worry. But how could this not be a type of torture? Everyone. Jun Changxiao looked at the camera and said solemnly, the upper realm has a rule. Every 5 years, they will select a plane and enter their battlefields to fight. The winner will live, and the loser will die. It's unfortunate. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in this planar war, our Starfall continent has been selected. We must send 2,000 experts with at least Wu Huang's cultivation base into the planar war within the specified time to deal with the stronger existential planes. All the martial artists in the continent were dumbfounded, sending 2,000 powerhouses whose cultivation base was at least Wu Huang's level. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know that the so-called battlefield would be extremely cruel. Ever since the War of Emperors, our Starfall continent has never recovered from the setback. Going to the planar battlefield is undoubtedly an act of suicide. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a catastrophe. Jun Changxiao added. Plop. At the gate of a certain city, a few youths knelt on the ground and cried, Master, you said that you will be leaving for a period of time soon and told us to cultivate well. Could it be, Sai? The old man turned his back to his disciples and sighed. That's right. I am going to enter the planar battlefield. Some of the juniors who had been feeling that something was wrong heard Jun Chengxiao's words and thought about how their elders seemed to be making arrangements for their deaths a long time ago. They suddenly understood. Father. In a certain family, a young man ran in and knelt in front of his father. He cried and said, "Are you going to the planar battlefield? Is that why you gave the position of family head to me?" "Son." The family head stood up and patted his head. "Since you know, you should cultivate harder. The future of our Qin family depends on you." "Father. Can we not go to the planar battlefield?" the young man cried. The family head said, "The planar battlefield is a disaster for the Starfall continent. Even if I know that it is a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, I will still go because, at least it will give the younger generation a glimmer of hope." City Lord Han was also on the screen. He remained silent, and his expression became more and more painful. This made the martial artists of the continent realize that Jun Chengxiao wasn't trying to mislead them. The planar battlefield exists, our Starfall continent is really going to face a catastrophe. However, at this moment, Jun Chengxiao changed the topic and said with a smile, "Those experts who are about to enter the planar battlefield, if they are willing to spend some money to make connections, they won't be in any danger." Xianxia's serious face suddenly turned into a smile. This change was too fast, and the martial artists of the continent were all stunned. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han's eyes widened. "What do you mean by making connections?" "Spend money to avoid disaster," Jun Chengxiao said. City Lord Han naturally understood the meaning of spending money to avoid disaster. He hurriedly asked, "Who do you want to make connections with?" Jun Chengxiao pointed at himself and said, "Me." "You?" "That's right." City Lord Han collapsed. "Jun Patriarch, the Starfall continent is about to face a catastrophe. Don't you feel pain for joking like this?" The first batch of martial artists were furious. They were prepared to die in the planar battlefield, but this guy actually dared to joke about it. They couldn't bear it. "Jun knows that you don't believe me, so I'm too lazy to explain. You will understand after entering the planar battlefield." Jun Chengxiao wouldn't force them. After all, even if he said that the stronghold had developed to the size of a town, they wouldn't believe him. They would only know the truth after entering the planar battlefield. However, Jun Chengxiao added, "I'll be frank with you. The first batch of cultivators to enter the planar battlefield only needs to pay me 10,000 natural spirit stones, and they will be safe in the planar battlefield. If you pay me after you enter, the price will be several times higher, 10,000 natural spirit stones? Does this guy take us for fools? I think he's not joking. He's trying to cheat us." The experts of the Starfall continent were furious. They even felt that their intelligence had been insulted. City Lord Han couldn't hold it in anymore. He said, "Jun Patriarch, you're trying to cheat us when the continent is in trouble. You're too much. Giving him 10,000 natural spiritual stones to ensure his safety in the planar battlefield? Only an idiot would believe that." Swish, at that moment, the formation array of each city was turned off. City Lord Han. Jun Chengxiao cupped his hands and said, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Jun will take his leave first." With that, he turned and left. The main reason he came to the Zhongzhuang province to inform the world was to pave the way for the experts to enter the planar battlefield. It didn't matter if they paid or not, because they would earn more after entering the planar battlefield. To put it bluntly, Jun Chengxiao was just telling the truth. When they really entered the planar battlefield and saw the scale of the Starfall continent, they would naturally know whether he was lying or not. Then, they would be willing to pay more natural spirit stones. Some people would ask, what if the elders of the various sects entered the planar battlefield and didn't pay? This assumption didn't exist. As long as Goxing wanted to extort people, he would definitely have many ways to do so. Moreover, this really couldn't be considered extortion. At the very least, he had worked hard and contributed to the Starfall continent's stronghold, and had even beaten the surrounding continents into submission. For the Starfall continent, it was a sure death situation. Now, it was probably going to turn into a vacation. Wasn't it right and proper to take their money? Sigh. After returning to the Sect of all times, Jun Chengxiao sat on a chair and shook his head. "I never thought that I, Jun Chengxiao, would have the noble sentiments of saving the world from fire and water. After City Lord Han and the others know the truth, will they send me a banner? P.S. Fourth update. I have something to do in the next 2 days, so the update might not be on time or stable. N. Learn from Gosheng first. If they gave Jun Chengxiao 10,000 natural spirit stones, they would be safe in the planar battlefield. This made the martial artists of the Starfall continent feel insulted. They almost went to Ironbone Mountain to curse at him. The high priest on the altar was already cursing. The matter of the planar battlefield had always been kept secret from the world. This bastard actually used a projection array to announce it to the world. In fact, it might not be a bad thing to announce it. At least, it would let the younger generation understand that this was a disaster for the Starfall continent. It would stimulate them to work hard to become stronger. However, even if it was announced to the whole continent, it would not be his turn. High Priest. An old man said angrily, "This trip to the planar battlefield is a disaster for our continent. That Jun Chengxiao actually dared to cheat us of our money. This is unforgivable. Pull strings and spend money to avoid disaster?" Someone next to him sneered. "Is this guy's brain damaged?" The high priest said, "The powerhouses are not 3-year-old children. Why would they believe this kid?" Indeed. No one believed Jun Chengxiao. Even Mu Changhong, who had a good relationship with him. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Sect of all times. He sat in the cafeteria and ate delicious food. After a while, he said with a frown, "Jun Patriarch, in the middle of a disaster, what kind of show are you putting on?" City Lord Mu. Jun Chengxiao said seriously, "We once discussed if we could spend some money in exchange for safety in the planar battlefield." "Yes, we did," Mu Changhong said. Jun Chengxiao said, "This time, I gave the powerhouses of the continent a chance. Since they did not agree, there is nothing I can do." Mu Changhong broke down. "Jun Patriarch, if we can really spend money to avoid disaster, no one will care about 10,000 natural spirit stones. But, if we give you the money, that is a bit of nonsense. Come, let's drink." Jun Chengxiao raised his cup. Some things were useless to explain. If he did not rely on the teleportation gate to sneak in, he might not believe it himself. Forget it, forget it. 20 days later, you will understand when you enter the planar battlefield. City Lord Mu. Jun Chengxiao drank a cup of wine and said, "We have a good relationship, and your daughter is also an inner disciple of the Sect of all times. Entering the planar battlefield will definitely not require any fees." Mu Changhong was speechless. This fellow spoke as though the planar battlefield was his home. 20 days was neither short nor long. Jun Chengxiao began to think about how to make the various experts willingly hand over the money after entering the planar battlefield. Patriarch. While he was thinking, Zhen Dijuan walked in excitedly and said, "There's been progress in the Ultra Chapter's teleportation array." Jun Chengxiao was overjoyed. This is great news. In the Supreme Chapter of the Mystic Gate's 32 formations, there was a type of formation called the Super Teleportation Formation. Its function was to teleport from one location to another. However, it was on a higher level. Ever since Zhen Dijuan and Shangguan Xinyao broke through the 10-directional life-ending pagoda, they began to study it and only made some progress today. Array formation peak, backyard. A flowing light formation flashed. Patriarch. Zhen Dijuan pointed and said, "This is the Super Teleportation Formation." "It's a little small," Jun Chengxiao said. Zhen Dijuan shook his head helplessly. "It's just a small formation. Xinyao and I studied it for half a year and tested it no less than 100 times. Where's the other point?" Jun Chengxiao asked. 2 super teleportation formations had to be set up at the same time to teleport from point A to point B and from point B back to point A, Zhen Dijuan said. "It's located outside Qingyang City. It can only teleport 200 miles? That's right. That's a little too little." Zhen Dijuan's mouth twitched. It was not easy for him and Xinyao to be able to study it, but the Patriarch actually despised it. Jun Chengxiao asked the two of them to study the super teleportation formation because he hoped to set up teleportation points in the various states in the future to facilitate the movement of disciples or the transmission of information. 200 miles of teleportation distance was not bad, but in a large world like the Starfall continent, the distance was too short. No rush, no rush. Jun Changxiao comforted himself. We've just started studying it. The technology is not mature yet. Walk in directly? That's right. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao took a step forward and stepped into it. Then, his body turned illusory, and with a xiao sound, he disappeared. Outside Qingyang City, in the mountains. A young man and woman were dating when a stream of light flashed beside them. The two of them were shocked and retreated. Ta. Jun Changxiao walked out of the light screen and spread out his spiritual thoughts. After confirming that he was in Qingyang City, a smile appeared on his face. Jun Patriarch. The couple's eyes gradually widened. The place where the two of them were in was very hidden. The patriarch of the sect of all times suddenly appeared out of thin air. This was simply too strange. Sorry to disturb you. Gosheng smiled and said, please continue. He took a step back and entered the super teleportation formation again. He was already teleported back to the sect of all times. Swoosh, the formation barrier quickly disappeared and hid in the dark again. The young man and woman were not in the mood to be intimate. They looked at each other and then said in horror, what? What the hell? Not bad. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. This kind of teleportation hundreds of miles away was obviously faster than flying. It was very good whether it was used for operations or support. It could be popularized on a large scale. Elder Jun Changxiao said, can this formation be set up on a large scale? It did not matter if the distance was short. It could be set up in a fixed range to teleport from point A to point B, and then from point B to point C. Yes. But, Zhen Dejuan paused for a moment and said, the super teleportation formation's core is powered by spirit stones. Just now, the patriarch teleported back and forth, and 2 of the 10 man-made spirit stones placed inside have been used up. No way? Jun Changxiao said in shock, teleportation consumes spirit stones? Zhen Dejuan said, based on my and Xianxia's understanding of the super teleportation formation, teleporting one person requires 1 man-made spirit stone. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He was thinking that after the formation was fully covered, the disciples would be able to easily travel back and forth between states and counties. Now, 1 spirit stone was needed for each person. This would require tens of thousands of people to teleport several times. No matter how rich he was, he could not afford to burn it, the system said. This kind of space-type formation does not require energy to operate. How can it teleport people out? That's true, Jun Changxiao said. Zhen Dejuan said, if we use natural spirit stones as the core, the number of teleportations will increase greatly. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. He also knew that natural spirit stones would be more effective. However, this thing was too precious. Using it for teleportation was definitely a waste of God's gift. Sigh. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, the super teleportation formation must be popularized. After all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Therefore, in this planar battlefield, we must do our best to take advantage of the strong. Oh, right. We can set up the super teleportation formation in the strongholds of the falling star continent. If they don't pay, we can teleport them out of the strongholds. It's best to teleport them to places where the strong from the other planes often appear. The system, the host was full of evil ideas. Time passed day by day. The clouds gathered in the sky of the falling star continent turned from illusory to solid. When there were 7 days left, a huge and tall gate was formed. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting outside the main hall, looked up and said, for the strong from the other planes, this is the gate to hell. The gate stood tall in the sky. The desolate and solemn atmosphere of the falling star continent became even more intense. The strong cultivators who were selected as the first batch to enter had already come out of seclusion and were mentally prepared to die. On the earth spirit instrument in the altar, time passed mercilessly. When it reached 0, the gate made of clouds in the sky began to materialize. Then, a bronze gate with various carvings appeared. Whoosh whoosh. An ancient aura swept across the continent. The gate to the battlefield opens today. The martial cultivators of the falling star continent must enter within 1 day. Otherwise, they will suffer the most severe punishment from the upper realm. A desolate voice suddenly sounded, shaking the hearts of all the living beings on the continent. Creak. As the voice fell, the two tightly shut gates were pushed open by some kind of power. An even more desolate aura whizzed out. Streams of light gradually gathered into the shape of a vortex. This day has finally come. This day has finally come. The same words, when spoken by the high priest and young master Yuan, had different meanings. The door to the battlefield slowly opened. All the martial artists on the falling star continent witnessed it. This day had finally come. The high priest outside the altar had a bitter expression. The opening of the battlefield meant that the continent would send in 2,000 experts. Although it was called competing with the other planes, it was actually sending them to their deaths. Yuan Gongzi, who was in a forbidden area, covered his face and laughed. He had been waiting for this day. He had been waiting for the elites of the various sects to be sent out. Then, he would make a big scene. Whoosh, whoosh, streams of light flew from the top to the bottom and stopped in front of the bronze door that had just been opened. These dozens of people were all old, and their bodies were emitting a holy aura. Clearly, they were either half-saints or martial saints. City Lord Han was here. Mu Changhong was here. Situ Haiyun was here too. Whoosh, whoosh, close to 2,000 emperor-level experts from all over the world also flew up and hovered below the saint-level experts. The first batch of people to enter the battlefield. 6 wuxing, 14 half-step wuxing, and the rest were all emperors. Some were from large sects, some were from large families, and some were lone cultivators. They gathered in front of the bronze door. Although they didn't deliberately release their auras, they still emitted a terrifying aura. Patriarch. Li Qingyang stood in front of the hall and said, "There are many experts on the falling star continent." Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, "At most, they'll be in the 9th echelon. Let alone the Scarlet Sea continent, even the 8th echelon will beat them to a pulp." Heavens, there are so many experts. They must be Wu Huang to be able to fly in the sky. All the martial artists on the falling star continent looked at the sky with deep respect. After Jun Chongxiao announced the matter of the planar battlefield, they already understood that these people were fighting for the continent, and they deserved to be respected. Father. In a certain family, a young man who had just taken over the position of the family head looked at the sky and clenched his fists. Your son will revive the Qin family and not disappoint you. Master. On the mountain peak, the man with a sword on his back swore, "This disciple will definitely bring glory to the ultimate sword Dao." Similar situations were happening all over the continent. The younger generation that had been arranged by the older generation turned their grief into strength, vowing to bring glory to their ancestors and continue their glory, inside Miaohua Palace. Shi Jingxian adjusted her retro glasses and prayed, "Grand Elder should also be in the first batch. I hope she can return safely." A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Sun Fenghua and Lin Xinyua's faces. Just from the aura emanating from the gate, the planar battlefield was definitely incomparably terrifying. If the Grand Elders and the others were able to return alive, that would only be a dream. Under the bronze gate, an old man with a transcendent air said solemnly, "No matter how dangerous it is to enter the planar battlefield, we must do our best." The gazes of the various experts turned solemn. During this period of time, they had already mentally prepared themselves. Once they entered the battlefield, they had to expand their territory. Even if they died in battle, it didn't matter. The wind is bleak, the water is cold, the warrior leaves and never returns. Everyone. The old man waved his sleeve and said, "Go in." Wait. At this moment, a voice came from behind. The various experts who were about to move turned to look. Jun Chongxiao hovered in the distance, holding a loudspeaker in his hand as he said, "If you pay now, it will only cost 10,000 natural spirit stones. If you pay after you enter, it will be 100,000 natural spirit stones. So, this opportunity must not be missed. It will not come again." City Lord Han, Mu Changhong and Situ Haiyun's mouths twitched. "My great patriarch Jun, everyone is preparing to sacrifice themselves. It's fine if you don't encourage them, but you dare to scam them of their money? Is this something a human should do? Brat." A bad-tempered expert said angrily, "Do you think we are 3-year-old children?" Humph. The expert beside him said coldly, if it weren't for the delay in entering the planar battlefield, this old man would have gone to your esteemed sect as a guest. The sect of all times patriarch is such a bastard. Does he really think that this group of experts is stupid? Why would they give him 10,000 natural spirit stones for no reason? F***ck. If I were stronger than him, I would definitely give him a good beating. The cultivators in the various cities cursed angrily. Alright. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, this seat sincerely wishes all of you brave warriors that enter the planar battlefield and spread the might of my falling star continent. If he didn't mention the matter of money first, this sentence would definitely win the favor of the various experts. But now, they felt that this kid was deliberately mocking them. June Patriarch. An elder of the Radiant Light Holy Sect said coldly, we are the first batch to enter, and you are the second batch. I hope that when the time comes, you won't find any excuses. Don't be a coward. June Xianxia said, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. If you need June, I will definitely climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames, even if I have to die 10,000 times. However, he paused and said, there is no need to enter. The last sentence was definitely not understood by the crowd, but the old man in the lead said, everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's enter. After saying that, he walked towards the bronze gate and disappeared into the vortex. The experts didn't hesitate and entered in order. June Patriarch. When it was Mu Changhong's turn, he stopped in front of the gate and solemnly transmitted his voice, I'll leave Red Lotus in your care. June Xianxia cupped his hands and said, City Lord Mu, take care. System, entering the planar battlefield was clearly nothing, but he had to pretend to be separated by life and death. This was simply too despicable. Who knew if City Lord Mu would beat him to death after going in and learning the truth? Father. Master. The experts of the continent entered the planar battlefield one after another. The juniors couldn't suppress their emotions anymore and knelt on the ground, roaring at the sky. Their cheeks were already covered in tears. On this day, 2,000 experts of the falling star continent and above entered the planar battlefield for the sake of the world without hesitation. This touched everyone and was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. 2,000 people, 100,000, 2,000 times 100,000 equals. June Xianxia returned to the sect and stood in front of the planar battlefield teleportation gate. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, I'm going to be rich. At the falling star continent's stronghold, the empty space below the floating mountain suddenly distorted and then gradually converged into a vortex. Shwa. After a while, a sage-like old man walked out from inside. He stepped on the limestone floor. After getting used to everything, his fingers trembled violently as he said, this is the planar battlefield. His voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw a wide road, saw buildings, and neatly lined up in front of him, the disciples of the sect of all times. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Li Qingyang and the others shouted loudly with their hands behind their backs. Although the sage-like old man had reached Wu Xing's level, at this moment, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. His mind was filled with thoughts. Wasn't he the first to enter? How could the disciples of the sect of all times be the first to enter the planar battlefield? Shwa. Shwa. More martial artists entered through the planar battlefield gate. They didn't even have time to feel the chill of the planar battlefield before they heard the welcoming voices. Without exception, they were all stunned. The ones with the most interesting expressions were Mu Changhong and Situ Haoyun. After all, the two of them were very familiar with the sect of all times. They immediately recognized that the people welcoming them were all core disciples, and Hualing. And Chu Shonan, wait, Mu Changhong suddenly saw Mu Honglian in the crowd. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, am I dreaming? Shwa. At this moment, Xiao Ziji stepped forward and arranged a chair. Jun Changxiao flew down and sat down. He crossed his legs and lightly placed his hands on top of them. He smiled and said, welcome to the planar battlefield and the stronghold of the falling star continent. I am the first stronghold master, Jun Changxiao. 2,000 warriors had entered the dimensional battlefield and were prepared to face death with equanimity. However, when they entered through the bronze door and saw the limestone floor, the various orderly buildings, and the disciples of the sect of all times, they all stood rooted to the ground as if they had been struck by lightning. At this moment, they really wanted to ask loudly what was going on, and Xianxia, this guy was clearly talking to them and didn't enter the dimensional door. How did he appear in front of them? Gosheng leaned back and clasped his hands together. Everyone must be very confused right now. June will explain in detail. Everyone hurriedly pricked up their ears. The cause of this is that the sect of all times inherited an ancient inheritance and accidentally obtained a treasure that allowed us to enter the dimensional battlefield in advance, Xianxia said. Good. The system said, he's bragging again. City Lord Han calmed down and said, June Patriarch means that your sect relied on a treasure to enter the dimensional battlefield in advance? That's right. Xianxia said, it's been almost 2 years since we entered. The corners of the experts' mouths twitched. If they were in the falling star continent and Xianxia said this, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they had no choice but to believe it now because they really couldn't explain how he had entered before them. When June first entered, the falling star continent's stronghold was only a few feet in size. Now, it's infinitely close to the size of a city. It was the sect of all times who fought for it, Xianxia said. This sentence made all the martial artists suspicious. They could accept that the sect of all times had relied on a treasure to enter, but what power did they have to expand their territory in the dimensional battlefield? Moreover, according to the high priest, killing warriors would only increase the size of the dimensional battlefield by a little. Based on the number of people they were in, how many people would they have to kill to achieve that? Wait a minute, wasn't the requirement to enter the dimensional battlefield Wu Huang? The warriors suddenly came to a realization and carefully sized up the dozens of disciples behind Xianxia. They exclaimed in unison, they're all Wu Huang? Everyone. Jun Gosheng smiled and said, please look up. Raise my head, everyone was stunned. They subconsciously raised their heads and saw 7 intertwining mountains floating in the air. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Seeing their expressions, Xianxia felt a little smug. The reason why he had spent so much money to build the floating mountain was to show off. Now that the martial artists of the falling star continent had been shocked by his masterpiece, he was definitely going to show off. Everyone. Xianxia said, every inch of land in the falling star continent was built by the sect of all times. Every tile on the house was built by the sect of all times. It's not too much to ask you for spiritual stones, is it? Not too much, very reasonable. June Patriarch. However, one of the Wuxing members frowned and said, you have no proof. How can we believe you? They already believed that he had relied on a treasure to enter. However, they were strongly doubtful that the sect of all times had built the stronghold. After all, such a large area and the scale of the city couldn't have been built in a day. Damn you! Xianxia cursed in his heart. He was also very conflicted. How could he prove that the stronghold was built by himself? If he had known earlier, he would have recorded it with an impression formation and played it back for them to see. I think so, an expert said. An expert said, before Sect Master June came here, the Starfall Continent's stronghold was already this big. Bullshit. Xianxia slapped the armrest and roared, the sect of all times built this stronghold step by step with blood and sweat. Otherwise, it would have been a wasteland when you came in. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurriedly transmitted, calm down. Calm down. Jun Gosheng had fought with the planar battlefield so many times, and he had been hunted down by tens of thousands of planar cultivators because of a fortuitous encounter. He had also been punished by the lightning tribulation and the battlefield specters in exchange for the current scale of his stronghold on the falling star continent. In the end, he was questioned by them. Everyone. Xianxia said with a sullen face, if you want to leave the planar battlefield safely, you have to pay 100,000 natural spirit stones. If you don't pay, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Angry. Irritable, swoosh. Swoosh, the Purple King and Ding Xingguang hurriedly flew down from the main peak. Their auras erupted as if they were ready to fight at any time. Jun Patriarch. Mu Changhong said with a firm gaze, I believe that the falling star continent's stronghold was built by your sect. I believe it too. City Lord Han said. The cultivators didn't say anything. They were all considering whether this kid's words could be trusted or not. Actually, it didn't matter to Jun Changxiao whether they believed it or not. Since he had done it, he didn't care about their approval. He just needed to hand over the money. Me. Stronghold Master Jun Changxiao. Hurry up and transfer the money. Jun Patriarch. The sage-like Wuxing said, this stronghold master can be self-proclaimed? Why? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, you don't approve of me? It's not that I don't approve of you. It's that the stronghold master needs to be elected by everyone. Self-proclamation alone won't do. The falling star continent's population has reached more than 2,000, and it meets the size requirement. It's officially classified as a town-level stronghold. This announcement is hereby made. Suddenly, Desolate's heavy voice sounded in the sky. Dear participant, 2,000 cultivators entered the stronghold, and it automatically expanded to meet the size of the town. Therefore, it has been recognized by the upper realm, the female system said. I see. Desolate's voice sounded again. According to the upper realm settlement, the martial cultivator named Jun Changxiao has received a total of 63,000 merit points. He's the highest among the cultivators in the Falling Star continent and has been appointed as the first stronghold master. This announcement is hereby made. F*CK. 63,000 merit points. That's too scary. All the cultivators' eyes widened when they heard the announcement. Many people would be overjoyed if they had 300 to 500 merit points. It was unimaginable for one person to receive 60,000 merit points, of course. The cultivators knew that the reason why that guy had so many merit points must have something to do with the crazy massacre earlier. Although the cultivators from the Falling Star continent who had just entered the dimensional battlefield did not know anything about merit points, their expressions became interesting when they heard that Jun Changxiao had been appointed as the first stronghold master. This was especially true for the martial saint with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had just said that everyone needed to be elected, but the upper realm had already made the decision. It was a slap in the face. Whoosh, at this moment, a red light flew out from the sky, bypassed the 7 floating mountains, and hovered in front of Jun Changxiao. When the light dissipated, a gold-rimmed token with the words Stronghold Master of the Falling Star Continent engraved on it was a token. City Lord Han and the others were shocked. Although the token was not big, it emitted an aura that made them tremble in fear. They could not help but think, is this item from the upper realm? Swoosh! Jun Changxiao grabbed the token and said calmly, now, does anyone have any doubts? Everyone fell silent. Jun doesn't like to talk nonsense. Jun Changxiao glanced at everyone and said, hurry up and pay up. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he held the Starfall Continent's settlement master's token, but his words carried an inviolable authority. Of course. Jun Changxiao pointed to the sky and said, those who pay can not only return safely, but they can also live up there and enjoy the experience that only Xianxua's high-level users can have. Jun Patriarch. A powerhouse said with an ugly expression, 100,000 natural spirit stones is a bit expensive. Can you give us 10,000? Jun Changxiao put his hand on his leg and said coldly, this is a small business. No bargaining. After entering the dimensional battlefield, they had to pay 100,000. Jun Changxiao wouldn't back down when it came to money. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't warn them. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. The experts' expressions turned ugly. Not to mention 100,000 natural spirit stones, even if they were converted into man-made spirit stones, it would still be a huge sum. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said, according to the rules of the upper realm, once a dimensional stronghold reaches the size of a town, you can freely enter and leave. Now that Jun completed it ahead of time, you can leave as you wish. 100,000 natural spirit stones isn't a loss, right? Not a loss. City Lord Han stepped forward and said, I'm willing to pay 100,000 natural spirit stones. It wasn't an act. He was really willing to pay. Before entering, he was already prepared to die. Now that the stronghold had reached the size of a town, he didn't need to go out to fight at all. It was definitely a great thing. What was the point of spending some money to get out of this place safely? City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao said, one look and I can tell you're an understanding person. City Lord Han waved his hand and threw a spatial ring over. There are 100,000 natural spirit stones inside. June Patriarch, please check. No need. Jun Changxiao took the ring and snapped his fingers. Swish, 10 steps in front of them, a flowing light array appeared out of thin air. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao said, this is the teleportation array to the floating mountain. You're now a high-level user of Xianxia. You can stay here permanently or return to the falling star continent immediately. After the stronghold reached the size of a town, a bronze gate appeared on the main peak. There was one at the bottom and one at the top, representing entry and exit. Jun Changxiao hadn't expected that they would be separated and even divided into top and bottom. However, he was also very happy to see it. That was because the top was supported by a formation. If any martial artist wanted to go out, they would have to pay him. Swish, City Lord Han didn't hesitate and walked over. Then, he was teleported to a floating mountain. City Lord Han. A disciple walked over and pointed at the courtyard hidden in the bamboo forest. He smiled and said, this is your residence. City Lord Han nodded and set off. Along the way, he observed the magnificent buildings around him as well as the pleasing scenery. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The treatment of paying is really different. Jun Patriarch. Mu Changhong said awkwardly, 100,000 natural spirit stones, City Lord Mu. Jun Changxiao said, you don't have to pay. Mu Changhong was a little stunned. However, since the other party had said so, he thickened his skin and walked towards the teleportation array. When City Lord Mu was teleported to the floating mountain and saw the surrounding buildings, he said with certainty, it's very similar to the architectural style of the Sect of all times. It must have been built by Jun Patriarch and the others. Father. Mu Honglian landed beside him with a smile on her face. Mu Changhong said bitterly, daughter, did you come in earlier? Okay, Mu Honglian said. Mu Changhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been so worried that he didn't even have the appetite to eat. Sigh. He sighed and said, Jun Patriarch kept saying that there would be a miracle. It turns out that he was already confident. Mu Honglian said, the Patriarch's stronghold on the falling star continent was once besieged by tens of thousands of warriors. Tens of thousands? City Lord Mu's eyes widened. The lowest cultivation level to enter the battlefield was Wu Huang's level. Tens of thousands of people at that level was very shocking, Mu Honglian said, although the Patriarch killed more than 20,000 in the end, he was punished by the upper realm. Killed 20,000? Mu Changhong's eyes almost popped out. Whoosh, at this moment, another person walked out of the teleportation array. It was obvious that he had paid 100,000 natural spirit stones to become a Xianxia VIP. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, many more falling star continent experts were teleported to the floating mountain. These people came from big families. Although 100,000 natural spirit stones was a large number, they would be willing to pay as long as they could leave the battlefield safely. They could earn more resources, but they would lose everything if they lost their lives. The various cultivators below also gradually realized this point. Thus, they all handed over 100,000 natural spirit stones and were then transported up. When they arrived at the majestic floating mountain and saw the magnificent buildings, they were all deeply shocked. What kind of place was the dimensional battlefield? It was a terrifying hell where people could die at any time. But in this hell, their stronghold was built like heaven. This was absolutely unimaginable. Jun Patriarch. A white-haired old woman said, I didn't bring so many natural spirit stones. Can I owe you first? Jun Changxiao said, Senior, from your clothes, you should be from the ingenious flower palace, right? That's right. The old woman said, I am Han Shuhua, the grand elder of the ingenious flower palace. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. The Sect of all times and the ingenious flower palace have been allies for a long time. We are family. How can we take Senior's money? Qingyang, bring Senior Han up and arrange the best accommodation. Yes. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, Senior Han, this way please. Han Shuhua was brought to the floating mountain in a daze and arranged to stay on the second peak closest to the main peak. Her residence was also a super luxurious villa. City Lord Han and the others who were arranged to stay not only had their own residences, but they could also leave immediately because the Bronze Gate was above the main peak. However, the experts who spent money naturally wouldn't leave so easily. After all, it wouldn't be right to leave without seeing the dimensional battlefield. Swoosh, swoosh, one warrior after another was teleported to the floating mountain and enjoyed the treatment of a VIP. Jun Gosheng's money bag also slowly filled up. Of course, not everyone was willing to spend money. For example, first-rate sects like the Xianxia and the Luminous Light Holy Sect. Everyone. Jun Xianxia said, I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. If you don't pay up, you will bear the consequences. The Luminous Light Holy Sect elder said indifferently. Jun Patriarch, it's still uncertain whether you built this stronghold or not. It's a bit too much for you to blatantly cheat everyone of their money. Damn it, and you say I'm cheating you? Pa. Jun Xianxiao snapped his fingers, light flashed under the feet of the Xianxia and the Luminous Light Holy Sect's experts, and then they were instantly teleported out of the stronghold into an unfamiliar environment with dense killing intent. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of streams of light suddenly flew over and surrounded them. Among these people, there were 5 earth and dozens of Xian. They were very powerful in terms of strength. Kikik! The old man in the lead laughed eerily and said, these seem to be warriors from the falling star continent. Kill them and you will have merit points. The expressions of the Xianxia and the Luminous Light Holy Sect's experts changed drastically. Their strength was not bad, but there were only 2 wuxing and a few half-saints. Compared to these plain warriors, there was definitely a big gap. Everyone. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice was heard. You are now outside the stronghold and will be attacked endlessly by the plain warriors. Whether you can come back alive will depend on your luck. The other meaning of this was that they would be given money to stay in the villa, but not the graveyard. Jun Patriarch. The wuxing from the Luminous Light Holy Sect hurriedly shouted, we are willing to pay. Xianxia and the 8 experts from the Radiant Light Sect were sent out of the stronghold and then surrounded by hundreds of existential plane cultivators. The situation was dire. One of the wuxing didn't care if Jun Changxiao heard him and hurriedly shouted, Jun Patriarch, we're willing to pay. If there were only a few people, he would still have the guts to fight. However, there were 8 wuxing, who wasn't any weaker than him, and dozens of half-sages. If they fought, they would definitely die. Are you sure? I'm sure. What about the others? Pay up. Take 5 steps back. Xianxia and the Radiant Light Sect experts hurriedly took 5 steps back and then stepped on a hidden teleportation array. With a whoosh, they were teleported back to the stronghold. It was strange. The hundreds of existential plane cultivators watched them leave and didn't make a move. Everyone. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome, Jun Patriarch. The leader of the existential plane cultivators cupped his hands and then led the group away. They came from the Lingyuan continent. When the battlefield specters attacked the stronghold, Gosheng blackmailed the Crimson Sea continent cultivators. It was this existential plane that cooperated and paid up first. Inside the stronghold, the experts from the 2 sects who were teleported back had terrified expressions on their faces. At this moment, they realized how terrifying the existential plane battlefield was. There was a large group of people comparable to half-sages and wuxing. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said, pay up, pay, pay, pay. Xianxia and the Radiant Light Sect cultivators were frightened and hurriedly paid up. The leader compromised. The other sects didn't insist and also offered up their spirit stones. 2,000 experts were teleported to the floating mountain one by one. Jun Patriarch was grinning from ear to ear because he had earned close to 200 million spirit stones. This was a very large number. If it was divided among 70,000 disciples, they would each get close to 3,000 spirit stones. Standing up, Jun Changxiao stretched his waist and grinned, looks like I didn't work for nothing in the past 2 years. The system said, 200 million natural spirit stones are enough to provide the sect disciples with sufficient resources to greatly increase their cultivation. The smile on Jun Patriarch's face deepened. There were already 70,000 people in the sect. The martial arts facilities in the mall alone were far from enough. As long as there were enough martial arts resources, it would be easier to break through to the next realm. With such a large amount of martial arts resources, Wuzong won't be a problem for the entire sect, Xianxia said. The system said, as long as the supply of martial emperor pills can keep up, it won't be hard for all the disciples to reach the martial emperor realm in a short period of time. The key is that they can't keep up, Xianxia said. This kind of medicinal pill that could raise one's cultivation level required a lot of medicinal herbs and had a long maturation period. It was impossible for every disciple to have one. However, with a few 100 million natural spiritual stones, the disciples would be able to quickly reach the peak of Wuzong and wait for the martial emperor pills. In the past, they could refine a fixed amount of martial emperor pills every once in a while, but the disciples might not meet the requirements. Now, as long as the natural spiritual stones were distributed, the situation would definitely be reversed. Comfortable. It's so damn comfortable. The 2,000 experts of the falling star continent were all settled on the floating mountain. Although they were all happy customers, the treatment was slightly different. Those who were familiar with Jun Changshao lived in the villa, while those who were unfamiliar or had grudges lived in the side rooms. The killing intent here is so strong. Looking at the dark sky, I feel very oppressed. Many warriors must have died here, otherwise the atmosphere wouldn't be like this. Many experts gathered to discuss the plain battlefield and shared their feelings after coming here. Everyone. Jun Changshao stood on the main peak and said, "Our stronghold has two neighbors. On the left is the Red Sea continent, and on the right is the Lingyun continent." Ah? All the experts opened their eyes wide. They had heard from the high priest that these two plains liked to bully newcomers. "Our falling star continent is next to them, we will definitely be unlucky." The warriors who originally wanted to leave the stronghold to explore all gave up the idea, afraid that they would meet the warriors of the Red Sea continent and the Lingyun continent outside and lose their lives for nothing. These two plains are very unfriendly. When I first came here, I was bullied by them, Jun Changshao said. However, after a pause, he said, "There is no threat now, because they have been beaten up by the sect of all times." Everyone's mouth twitched, expressing their doubts. The planes that can enter the battlefield are not friendly. If you want to go out and take a look and don't want to be harassed, you can wear the Sect of All Times uniform, Jun Changshao said. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji landed and took out a large pile of Sect of All Times uniforms. The Sect of All Times uniforms are made of high-quality materials and are purely handmade. Since we are all from the same plane, a set only costs 1,000 natural spirit stones, Jun Changshao said. All the experts' mouths twitched. Entering the floating mountain costs us 100,000 natural spirit stones, and the clothes are extra. Is this guy only thinking about money? Of course. Jun Changshao said seriously, the clothes have my signature. Not only can they be worn, but they are also very valuable. Fortunately, everyone present was an emperor stage expert or higher. Otherwise, they would have cursed out loud. Outside the stronghold, Mu Changhong was wearing the Sect of All Times uniform. He flew in the sky with lingering fear. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Daughter, this plain battlefield is very dangerous. Is it really safe for us to come out?" "Father." Mu Honglian smiled and said, "It is very safe." Although City Lord Mu trusted his daughter, he still felt very nervous when he sensed the gradually increasing killing intent in the air. Swish. 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 At this moment, streaks of light flew over from afar. The aura they emitted shocked him. Heavens, they are all half-sages. Mu Honglian smiled and said, "It seems like two planes are having a fight. Let's go and watch the show." No, no, no. Mu Changhong hurriedly dissuaded her. "Father just came out for a walk. Don't watch the show. Father, let's go." Under Mu Honglian's forceful tug, he had no choice but to fly over. Then, he saw nearly 100 people standing in the distance, glaring at each other angrily. It was as if they were about to fight. At any moment. Mu Changhong only took a casual glance and found that there were at least 40 to 50 people on both sides who were stronger than him. He thought to himself in fear, the plain battlefield is too scary. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. The powerhouses from the two plains released their cultivation bases one after another, and the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive. However, just as they were about to attack, they inadvertently saw Mu Honglian and Mu Changhong. Their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, they are from the falling star continent. Swish. 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 In an instant, nearly 100 people from both planes disappeared without a trace. Mu Changhong stood there dumbfounded. After a while, he said in disbelief, "Daughter, they were scared away by us?" "Yes." Mu Honglian said bitterly, "They were all scared away." What happened to Mu Changhong was also happening in other places. City Lord Han and the others spent money to wear the Sect of All Times uniform and flew carefully outside the stronghold. Once they encountered a martial artist, the other party would be scared away before they could even run. You might not believe it, but I just went out for a walk and arrived at the Scarlet Sea Continent's stronghold. I thought I was going to die, but they ran faster than me. Yes. Because I encountered it too. Many people spent money to buy the Sect of All Times uniform and walked around in it. Only then did they believe Jun Changxia's words. These 1,000 natural spirit stones didn't buy clothes. They bought a protective talisman. City Lord Han exclaimed. The martial artists who were originally a little conflicted heard what they said. After thinking about it, they all bought the Sect of All Times uniform and went out to test it. Indeed, it was true, at that moment. The experts from the Falling Star continent were completely stunned. What did Jun Changxiao and his Sect of All Times do on the battlefield to make the experts from various planes look at the uniform like a mouse seeing a cat? P.S. I only have 2 more chapters today. I have something to do in the afternoon. The Falling Star continent's martial artists were already dumbfounded when the stronghold reached the size of a town. However, when they put on the Sect of All Times uniform, they were like mice that saw a cat. They were so confused that they didn't know where they were. If one were to describe their feelings at that time, it would be as if they were in a dream. If it was a dream, then they would keep doing it. Everyone. On the main peak, Jun Changxiao said loudly, "Our Falling Star continent's stronghold has reached the size of a town. You can leave at any time now." All the powerful martial artists, after learning about the dimensional battlefield, they didn't eat or drink for the past few years. They even made arrangements for their funerals. In the end, coming here was like going on an excursion. They didn't have any experience at all, especially City Lord Han. He even prepared his coffin. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, "Every time you kill an enemy of the same level from another dimension, you will receive 10 merit points. After reaching a certain point, you can buy resources from the merit store. You can also choose to stay here." Everyone was stunned. They didn't care about the merit store. What they cared about was the 10 merit points for killing an enemy of the same level. Then, Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han said solemnly, "You only get merit points for killing people?" "That's right." Jun Changxiao nodded. The corners of City Lord Han's mouth twitched violently. Yesterday, the old voice said that Sect Master Jun had 63,000 merit points. Could it be? He paused for a moment before continuing with great difficulty, "You killed 6,300 people?" This sentence was also what all the powerful martial artists were thinking. So, they all pricked up their ears, of course. They definitely had doubts in their hearts. 6,300 people, and all of them were at least emperors. Was this something a human could do? No, Jun Changxiao said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. City Lord Han said, "If that's the case, why did Jun Patriarch have so many merit points?" Because. Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment before explaining, "This Jun killed more than 20,000 people, and many of them were yellow characters. Later on, I killed until I went crazy and didn't give any merit points. Otherwise, I would have received at least 200,000. This expression, this tone, it fully demonstrated what it meant to be calm and easy to act cool. The various experts who had just calmed down suddenly widened their eyes. This guy didn't kill more than 6,000, but more than 20,000? Heavens, could he be any more ridiculous? Castellan Han asked in disbelief, "Killed 20,000 people?" Let's not talk about the past, Xianxia said. The system, you're the one who suggested it, yet you're pretending to be low-key. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, no one would easily believe what Xianxia said. After all, killing 20,000 people was beyond their imagination, of course. Gosheng would not explain in detail. After all, it would seem a little deliberate to show off like this. It was not in line with his low-key, luxurious, and cultured character. Everyone. Xianxia said, there are many opportunities on the battlefield. They will appear every once in a while. If you want to try your luck, you can choose to stay. Opportunity, many experts were tempted. Although there were many experts in the planar battlefield, if he could obtain good martial arts items, it would definitely be very good. Things like fortuitous encounters were truly filled with magic. June Patriarch. Castellan Han smiled and said, since we're here, we'll definitely stay for a while. Anyway, there was no danger in the stronghold. If they didn't stay for a few more days, how could they be worthy of the 101,000 natural spirit stones that died? The bronze gate is above the main peak. You can leave whenever you want. June will be busy first. Xianxia cupped his hands and returned to the main hall. The various experts dispersed one after another. Some cultivated or enjoyed the scenery in the stronghold. Some went out to play. They were all here for a group trip, inside the main peak. Xianxia sat down and took out the 3 experience talismans given by the side mission of eradicating ghosts on the battlefield. He murmured, although it doesn't have much effect, it's still better than nothing. Pa. 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 The 3 experience talismans were all crushed. His strength increased slightly, but it was not very obvious. Sigh. Xianxia was speechless. When can I break through to Wuxing? In the past, there was still the 1st to 9th stage and the peak to determine when the epic mission could be triggered. Now that he had entered the half-step Wuxing, there was no corresponding division. He had no idea what the upper limit of the experience talisman was. The system said, the half-step Wuxing can control the power of space. In my opinion, the host needs to comprehend this ability to a certain extent before he can enter the Wuxing. Ding. The host has reached the upper limit of the half-step Wuxing. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. Ding. The host has reached the upper limit of the half-step Sword Saint. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. A prompt sounded in his ears, and the system, which had been speaking with fervor and assurance, suddenly changed the topic and said, sure enough, I guessed right. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the Space Force. You guessed right, my ass. Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He hurriedly opened the mission interface and clicked on the first mission, Epic Mission, 9th, Mission Details. As the master of the Falling Star Continent Stronghold, the host needs to be in the position and make decisions. Please expand the stronghold to the size of a city within half a year. Mission failure. The Falling Star Continent Stronghold is not expanded to the size of a city within the specified time. Mission reward? Damn. Xianxia broke down. Expand to the size of a city within half a year. This mission is a bit F***ket up. After the stronghold reached the size of a city, he decided to focus on the sect. This was just a copy for the disciples to cultivate. Now that it was related to the epic mission of suppressing one's realm, he could only focus on the battlefield. Again. However, Xianxia was quite pleased. With the treasure detector, expanding to the size of a city within half a year should not be a problem. As he said that, he clicked on another mission. Epic Mission, 10th. Mission details. The host, please declare war on a certain plane as the master of the stronghold within 1 year and lead the Falling Star Continent martial artists to achieve the final victory in the slaughtering Azure field. Mission failure. The host does not declare war within the specified time, the plane does not accept the challenge within the specified time, or the host is defeated in the slaughtering Azure field. Mission reward? Xianxia was speechless. Both epic missions are related to the plane battlefield. This is forcing me to not focus on the development of the sect. The system said, the host can choose not to do it. Scram. Xianxia leaned back in his chair and said, develop the stronghold first, then go and declare war on other planes. Sure 9's mission was still acceptable to him, but Sure 10's mission was a bit *ket up. Not only did he have to declare war within a year, but the plane also had to accept the challenge. Hard-to-retract blade had killed tens of thousands of people and directly shocked the major planes on the battlefield. If he issued a challenge to them, those with a bit of sanity would definitely reject it. If no plane accepted the challenge within a year, the mission would be considered a failure, and he would definitely be stuck in the realm for a long time. Damn it. Xianxia rubbed his temples and said, "This is a bit troublesome, a bit tricky." Falling Star Continent. At this moment, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. It had been 2 days since the 2,000 experts entered the dimensional battlefield. No one knew what was going on inside. The high priest sat cross-legged on the altar and prayed fervently, hoping that the people who entered would survive and not be bullied by the other dimensions. In reality, City Lord Han was currently on the battlefield, watching the experts fight from the furthest distance. Sometimes he would clap and cheer, sometimes he would exclaim at their strength, then. Why did they have to fight from the furthest distance? Because as soon as they got close and were discovered by the 2 dimensions, they would definitely not be able to fight and would have to escape as fast as possible. The current situation was that as long as the warriors of the other dimensions saw the warriors of the falling star continent, they would definitely run faster than rabbits. When they realized that there seemed to be more warriors than before, they would realize that they were invading on a large scale. All of a sudden, all the major dimensions became nervous. The Sect of all times was still illegal, so they were a little afraid. Now that the entire continent could send people in as they pleased, it would probably cause a new round of bloodshed. City Lord. In the main hall of the 9 Heavens Continent stronghold, an elder reported, "The investigation has been completed. 2,000 warriors from the falling star continent have entered." As expected. Xianxia said, "The warriors of this dimension can enter normally." How strong are they? A few Earth characters, a few dozen Xian characters, and the rest are all Huang characters. So weak? An elder beside him said in shock. Xianxia shook his head and said seriously, "The patriarch of the Sect of all times also looks very weak. Can you imagine that he could kill tens of thousands of people?" The elder was silent. Killing tens of thousands of people in a short period of time, going from a level 3 bounty to a super bounty, and even triggering a lightning tribulation. This was something that absolutely could not be imagined. Xianxia said seriously, "The Sect of all times is just a sect of the falling star continent. Now that they are invading on a large scale, their strength should not be underestimated." Under the influence of Jun Gosheng's uncertainty, he was already walking on the ancient path under the dusk, chasing after his lost intelligence. City Lord. At this moment, another subordinate came in and reported, according to the information sent from the frontline, the martial artists of the falling star continent often go out in groups of 3 to 5, to have fun. Xianxia was not surprised, and said, "Only those with true strength would treat the battlefield as a place to play." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Pass down my orders. As long as we see anyone from the falling star continent, we should avoid them as much as possible. Do not provoke them no matter what." Yes. Several elders hurriedly passed down the order. The other first-tier material planes had also learned that 2,000 cultivators from the Starfall continent had entered the Starfall continent, so they all issued a "do not offend" policy. As for the Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent, all of them were hiding in their strongholds at this moment, praying that the other party wouldn't target them and wouldn't endlessly come looking for trouble. The 2 planes that had always liked to train newcomers were completely beaten up by Xianxia. If the upper realm allowed it, they would have moved their strongholds away as soon as possible. True love life. Stay away from the falling star continent, Yuan Gongzi. Forbidden grounds. In the main hall of the Demon Emperor's Gate, an elder pulled a long face and said, "Are we still not going to act? The various major sects have sent out many top powerhouses. If we suddenly attack at this time, we will definitely catch them off guard." Another elder said. Yuan Gongzi said, "There's no rush, wait a little longer." He did not immediately make a move because the 2,000 powerhouses had entered the battlefield to die, igniting the blood of the martial artists on the continent. If he made a move at this time, it might arouse public anger and encounter greater resistance. The Demon Emperor's Gate was only against the famous righteous sects, not against the entire continent. Not only were there sects in the falling star continent, there were also many large families and rogue cultivators. Their strength could not be ignored. Moreover, Yuan Gongzi was very worried about Jun Chongxiao. Although this guy did not participate, who knew if he would suddenly surround the sects to extort money after the war with the famous righteous sects? For now, if the Demon Emperor's gate made a move, Jun Chongxiao might really come to extort money. After all, it was an ATM, sect of all times. Jun Chongxiao took the time to come back and asked Li Luoqiu about the recent news in the martial arts world. After knowing that there was still no movement from the Demon Emperor's gate after 2 days of walking, he asked in confusion, "Such a good opportunity, why haven't they made a move yet?" Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, "Xiaomu sent news that he has been promoted to Taishan Xingzong's inner disciple." Not bad, not bad. Jun Chongxiao smiled in satisfaction. For a top sect like Taishan Xingzong, only by becoming an inner disciple would one be considered to have truly integrated into it. Only then would one have the chance to obtain more information and information. Xiaomu also said that Taishan Xingzong is preparing to organize a group of inner sect genius disciples to enter the Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. He asked Patriarch if he wanted to sign up. Li Luoqiu said. Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda? Jun Chongxiao asked, "What is that?" Li Luoqiu said, "This is a cultivation place built by the first patriarch of Taishan Xingzong. It is similar to my sect's training pagoda, and it contains a majestic amount of spirit energy, allowing warriors to quickly increase their cultivation." Jun Chongxiao rubbed his nose and said, "I never thought that there would be a cultivation place similar to the training pagoda." Nonsense. The system said, "After all, we have been on the continent for nearly 10,000 years, how can we not have some foundation?" Jun Chongxiao said, "Tell Su Xiaoma, if the Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda can quickly increase his cultivation, he can sign up." Yes. Li Luoqiu used telepathy to pass the message to Su Xiaoma in an extremely short amount of time. He gently put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Sister Xia, I want to accompany you into the Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda." Xia Shuiyun was startled and said in a low voice, "Who wants you to accompany me?" "If you want to enter the Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda, you must first pass the lava cave test. Can you do it?" Sister Xia. Su Xiaoma leaned his head over and said in her ear, "No matter what, do not question a man's ability." "Why?" "Because a man can, not can." "Ah. I'm going to die, I'm going to die." In an area shrouded in flames, Su Xiaoma stuck out his tongue and frantically fled, with dozens of fireballs chasing after him. Xia Shuiyun, who came to the lava cave test with him, saw this, and black lines appeared on her forehead. "This is called ability?" Boom. Boom. In the cave, more and more fireballs appeared. The two of them would occasionally choose to dodge, and occasionally choose to work together to break through. Although the situation was still dangerous, their tacit understanding and cooperation were constantly improving. 2 hours later, the door to the outside world opened, and Su Xiaoma walked out with trembling legs, holding on to the wall. Then, he sat on the ground, and said with a collapsed expression, "This lava cave is simply hell." Xia Shuiyun indifferently said, "The Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda is even more terrifying than this place. If you can't do it, then quickly leave." "I can do it," Su Xiaoma seriously said. He really could do it, but in order to not expose his cultivation as a rank 9 martial king, he could only appear very miserable in front of this woman. After a short rest, the two of them returned to their residence. However, when Su Xiaoma arrived at his courtyard, he saw a young man with a cold face leaning against a tree in the distance. "So," he said, "Senior brother, are you waiting for me?" Xia Shuiyun also noticed. She stopped in front of the door and looked over. Frowning, she said, "Gao Yingqing." That man lightly raised his head, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He said, "Senior Sister Feng warned you not to get close to Sister Xia." Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "I forgot." "Forgot?" Gao Yingqing coldly smiled and said, "Go to the martial arts practice field, senior brother will teach you a lesson." "Go to the training field?" Su Xiaoma said, "Senior brother, are you challenging me?" "That's right," Gao Yingqing said indifferently. don't go to the training field. Su Xiaoma said with a smile, according to the rules of the inner sect, disciples can spar as they wish. Let's spar here. There are many people there. Gao Yingqing said. It seems that he wants to humiliate me in front of the Taishan Xingzong disciples. This, Su Xiaoma fell into deep thought. Xiao Shuiyun walked over and said, Senior brother Gao, is it appropriate for you, a martial king, to challenge junior brother Su who has just been promoted to the inner sect? Junior sister Xia. Gao Yingqing said with a smile, I'm only sparring with junior brother Su. If he's afraid, he can refuse. Xiao Shuiyun looked at Su Xiaoma, obviously telling him not to accept the challenge. Senior brother Gao, right? Su Xiaoma cupped his hands and said, Junior brother accepts your challenge. Xiao Shui's brows furrowed even tighter. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma walked over and gave her an extremely masculine back, saying, I can do it. Xiao Shuiyun stood where she was as if she'd been struck by lightning. She only recovered from her shock when she saw that fellow follow Gao Yingqing to the martial practice grounds. She thought to herself in disbelief, he used a sound transmission technique? That's right. The last two sentences were sent through sound transmission technique. Why did the Taishan Xingzong suddenly organize the inner sect disciples to enter the perfect spirit defense tower? Because the sect's experts entering the plain battlefield weakened their overall strength. Moreover, they had to send more people in later, so they had to train the younger generation as soon as possible. The perfect spirit defense tower was the cultivation holy land of the Taishan Xingzong. There were various formations inside, but the opening condition was to burn a large number of spirit stones, so it would not be opened unless there were special circumstances. To put it bluntly, this kind of training ground gathered a large number of resources and provided a channel for a small number of people to become stronger. The worst-case scenario for the 10 elders to enter the planar battlefield was that they wouldn't be able to return. Thus, after a unanimous discussion, the upper echelons decided to spend a large amount of resources to nurture outstanding inner disciples in the shortest time possible. Junior brother Su. Sun Yingquan once said, I heard my father say that the disciples chosen to enter the spirit defense pagoda are equivalent to candidates for the position of elder. Elder preparation candidate? Su Xiaoma suddenly acted. There were lineal disciples above the inner sect, but he knew that with the aptitude he had shown, he definitely could not be compared to disciples with divine spiritual roots or special constitutions. Instead of that, he might as well be an elder, even if he had the least power. As long as the patriarch agrees to let me register and release my cultivation to the level of a martial king, it shouldn't be a problem, Su Xiaoma thought to himself. During this period of time, he had been pretending to be working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, he often followed Xiao Shuiyun to complete high-level missions and had accumulated quite a lot of merit points. Transitioning from a martial ancestor to a martial king should not be too shocking. Moreover, he also had an awesome master. Even if it aroused the suspicion of the higher-ups, they would only guess that he was deliberately hiding his cultivation. After careful consideration, Su Xiaoma decided that as long as the patriarch agreed to let him register, he would release his cultivation to martial king and fight for one of the 20 spots in the spirit defense pagoda. Jun Changxiao agreed. Therefore, in the face of Gao Yingqing's challenge, Su Xiaoma used the sound transmission technique that only martial kings could use. He used practical actions to tell Xiao Shuiyun that he was really good. Boom. Boom. On the martial arts practice field, spiritual energy spread out. Oh my god. This is impossible. Senior brother Gao is a martial king, and Su Jintang is only at the level of Wuzong. How can he fight back and forth with him? The inner sect disciples stood outside the martial arts practice field and watched Su Xiaoma fight with Gao Yingqing with ease. Their hearts were immediately filled with shock. 9 spirit seal fists. 9 extremely explosive fist prints pressed down from the left and right. Boom. 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 Gao Yingqing formed a wall of air in front of him, but it was difficult for him to withstand the explosive fist prints. In the end, he was forced to retreat until he stabilized at the edge. He said in disbelief, You are, Shua. At this moment, Su Xiaoma had already rushed in front of him. Boom. A left hook directly hit his face, and he was forced to retreat. Not only was there a fist print on his face, but a few teeth also flew out. The Taishan Xingzong disciples were dumbfounded. Senior brother Gao was actually suppressed by that guy. Shua. Su Xiaoma used the movement technique of the outer sect disciples to the extreme and rushed in front of Gao Yingqing again. His cold eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Kid, I am the third disciple of the sect of all times. Although my strength is not as monstrous as the eldest senior sister and Yi Xingchen, I am not someone that trash like you dares to provoke. Boom. Another heavy punch was thrown, and Gao Yingqing's feet left the ground. Then, he flew out in front of everyone and landed heavily outside the martial arts practice field. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Then, he looked at the dazed woman in the distance and revealed a sneaky smile. He said telepathically, "Sister Xia, can I do it?" Xia Shuiyun did not speak. Her heart was in turmoil. It turned out that this guy had already broken through to the martial king level and had mastered the inner sect martial arts to the extreme. Beating Gao Yingqing was like playing with him. The news of Su Xiaoma's swift and decisive victory over Gao Yingqing spread through the inner sect. The elders also knew about it and were discussing it at the regular meeting. This kid's improvement speed is very fast. It's really surprising. Being able to use 9 fist prints at the same time means that the kid has mastered the spirit seal 9 fists. Not simple, not simple. To be accepted as a disciple by a half-saint of sword martial arts, he must be extraordinary. I think that Jin Tang should be given a spot in the perfect spirit pagoda. Elder son, there are only 20 spots. We must strictly screen them. Someone objected, not because he doubted Su Xiaoma, but because he did not want to make a hasty decision. How about this? The third elder, who had been silent all this time, said, "Find a time to let Su Jintang spar with the other inner sect disciples. If he can defeat them one by one, we can consider giving him a spot, Sister Xia." In the courtyard, Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "Are you angry?" "No." Xia Shuiyun's face was covered with frost. She had always thought that the guy whose cultivation was lower than hers had suddenly become a martial king. She would definitely be unhappy that he had hidden his cultivation and deliberately acted in a sorry state in the lava cave. "Sister Xia," Su Xiaoma said solemnly, "thank you for your help during this period of time. It allowed me to break through to martial king in just a few months." Xia Shuiyun looked at him suspiciously and said, "You broke through to martial king in just a few months. Do you think I believe that?" Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I already had a cultivation of 7th grade Wuzong. With the help of the Sect's spiritual array and resources, I was able to smoothly break through to martial king." So that's how it was, Xia Shuiyun understood. Then, she pointed to the door and said, "Get out. I want to rest." "Okay." Su Xiaoma got up but did not leave. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and kept a close distance with her. He said, "My cultivation is higher than yours now. I should be worthy of you, right?" "Don't say that." He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain. He said, "I'll be very sad." Xia Shuiyun avoided his gaze and then turned around. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached over and hugged her. Su Xiaoma's gentle voice sounded in her ear, "From today onwards, I will pursue you." Pa. On a mountain peak, Su Xiaoma looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and thought, "Patriarch, this disciple will enter the 10 complete spirit pagoda. In the future, there will be a place for me in the elder group." The camera slowly turned to the other side of his face. The bright red palm print was exceptionally eye-catching. Jun Chongxiao, who was in the sect of all times, received the news from Su Xiaoma and expressed his understanding of him releasing his martial king cultivation. Li Luoqiu said, "If this continues, Xiaomu might become an elder." "That depends on his own ability," Jun Chongxiao said. "I'll leave the sect's internal affairs to you for now. I'll go to the dimensional battlefield." "Okay." Li Luoqiu was already used to it. Jun Chongxiao entered the Falling Star Continent's stronghold and began to think about how to develop it to the size of a city in half a year. "I can only continue to use the treasure detector to search for opportunities. This was the fastest way. After all, finding one could increase the size by 10,000 square meters. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, I've already contacted the Lingyuan continent. They'll send people to spar in a few days. You'll be in charge of organizing the disciples. It was difficult to find people to fight on the battlefield. They could only invite planes that were gradually building friendly relations for the disciples to spar. After making the arrangements, Jun Changxiao flew out of the stronghold and activated the treasure detector. The light spots on the compass were scattered. Obviously, he had found almost all of them. The dimensional battlefield is so big. Are there only so many hidden opportunities? The system, with this kind of cheat-like treasure detector, even if tens of thousands of them were put in, they wouldn't be able to withstand your endless search. Boom. In a certain area, the formation in the depths of space was cracked. A stone door opened. Jun Changxiao went in and flew out after a while. The opportunity hidden inside was a wordless stone tablet. Although he didn't know what it was used for, judging from the material, it should be a rare ore. It might be useful in the future. In fact, when he was searching for opportunities, he encountered many similar opportunities that he didn't know how to use. However, he didn't want to return empty-handed, so he took all of them. There are 2 more in this area. Jun Changxiao glanced at the location of the treasure detector and flew over. For a few days, many fortuitous encounters were destroyed one after another. The martial artists living on the floating mountain were stunned. Every time they woke up, they would find that the stronghold had expanded a lot compared to yesterday. How did he do it? Could it be that Jun Patriarch is killing a lot of people every day? They only knew that increasing the size of the stronghold required killing people. How many people would it take to expand the stronghold by so much, Big Brother? I'm a little nervous. In the depths of a valley on the battlefield, a cultivator hiding in the shadows said in a trembling voice. More than a dozen cultivators stood beside him. Judging from their attire, they should be from the same plane. Pa. The middle-aged man standing at the front slapped the head of the person who spoke and reprimanded, Look at you. Big Brother, we didn't get permission to sneak into the planar battlefield. If they find out, we'll definitely be in trouble. Someone transmitted. Wealth comes from danger. As long as we can find the opportunity discovered by our ancestors, everything will be worth it. The martial artist called Big Brother said seriously. They came from the Green Phoenix continent. Their ancestors had once entered the planar battlefield and found an opportunity through some means. However, they were unable to find it, so they passed it down to their descendants. Every 5 years, the Green Phoenix continent would send a force to enter. If other cultivators wanted to enter, they had to be approved. Otherwise, no one was allowed to enter without permission. The force that this group of cultivators belonged to would take a few decades, so they couldn't wait. They could only sneak in, hoping to find the opportunity discovered by their ancestors to strengthen themselves. Big Brother. At this moment, a martial artist standing guard outside the valley transmitted his voice. A few martial artists from other existential planes are flying over. How strong are they? Looks like they're only at the yellow level. At this moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar. They then hovered above the valley and looked down at the group of Green Phoenix continent cultivators. Have we been discovered? The leader sneered and waved his hand to signal his companions to charge. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen cultivators from the Green Phoenix continent flew up and surrounded the 4 cultivators. Junior Brother Yi, we're in trouble. Trash. The ones who spoke were Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen. The other 2 were He Wudi and the Purple King. While Jun Changxiao was looking for opportunities, they weren't idle either. They wandered around the battlefield aimlessly, hoping to find opponents to fight. The leader of the Green Phoenix continent group flew up and said calmly, daring to fly around so unscrupulously, the 4 of you are quite bold. Xiao Ziji said, What do you mean by surrounding us? The leader smiled coldly and said, Take our lives. Take our lives? The Purple King crossed his arms and said proudly, Are you serious? After wandering around the battlefield for so long, all the cultivators they encountered had fled like rats. Now, they were blocked and even wanted to take their lives. It was really a little unexpected. Hall Master Z. Xiao Ziji said excitedly, Leave these people to us. It was rare to encounter cultivators who dared to challenge them. They had to fight properly. Clang! Xianxia did not say much as he took out his true yang sword and attacked first. His eyes were filled with disdain from beginning to end. Kill them. The leader waved his hand and said. Apart from the purple-haired guy who had some ability, the other three were at most Huang level. Killing them would be easy. While they were thinking, Xianxia's cold sword chi slashed down and took away the head of a green phoenix continent cultivator. When the head and body fell to the ground, the leader and his companions were all dumbfounded. Die, trash. Xianxia's wrist turned and the Lingjian Divine Arts quick-step formula was used. Sword shadows filled the sky and shocked the green phoenix continent cultivators. Shwa. 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 Clang, the true yang sword returned to its sheath and the three cultivators in front were cut into pieces. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the leader burst out with energy and attacked from the side. The strength of a Xian-level cultivator was revealed. Wudi rushed over and punched out with his fists, creating a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, he broke the murderous aura. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned. This guy surnamed he was even stronger than before. If he wanted to surpass him, it would probably take a very long time. Boom. Boom. On the other side, Xiaoziji burst out with spiritual energy and fought with two Huang-level cultivators. Because his body was strong, he was not afraid of the opponent's attack and rushed over. Big brother, these people are a bit strong. Let's retreat. Retreat. The leader saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly left with his companions. But just as he was about to fly out, a wall appeared and sealed the area. Everyone. Xiao Zuiji shook his head and said with a smile, "How can you leave without having a good fight with us?" The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched violently. At that moment, they looked at these people again and found that their bodies had all turned black. Their eyes were red, like demons from hell. Half an hour later, the leader and more than 10 Qingyuan cultivators fell to the ground in pain. As for the space rings on their fingers and waist, they were all licked away by Xiaoziji and the others. Big brother, they took the things away. How are we going to find the opportunity? Find my ass. It's good enough that we're still alive. Starfall Continent's stronghold. Jun Changxiao returned with 2 fortuitous encounters. Just as he sat on the chair in the main hall, Xiaoziji came to see him with a yellowed sheepskin scroll and said, "Patriarch, is this a treasure map?" Gosheng waved his hand and summoned the sheepskin scroll. He found that it had a very complicated terrain. Yes. It's a treasure map. Nowadays, there are still people who draw treasures on sheepskin scrolls. How vulgar. Jun Changxiao held the treasure map, his face full of disdain. Not to mention whether or not there were treasures hidden, at least use some advanced technology, such as setting up a small formation or something. In the end, it was just a piece of sheepskin. He, who had a treasure detector, did not care about such things at all. After all, as long as he wanted to find, he could find a lot at any time. The system said, "This item is quite old. Maybe there really is something good hidden in it." Is that so? Jun Changxiao carefully examined it and found that the outline was very messy, so he shook his head and said, "Maybe someone was bored and just randomly drew it." Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Could there be a secret hidden in this sheepskin scroll?" A secret hidden? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "Very likely." Qingyang, go get a basin of water. Yes. Li Qingyang fetched a basin of water. Shwa. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw the sheepskin scroll into the water to soak, and said, "There may be a layer inside, which will appear when it comes in contact with water." Li Qingyang suddenly understood and said, "Patriarch is wise." After a quarter of an hour, Jun Changxiao took out the sheepskin scroll and put it on the table. The outline on it was completely blurred. Patriarch. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly. There is no layer inside, the terrain drawn with the brush was soaked and disappeared. Interesting. Jun Changxiao kept calm and said, "Since water cannot find the secret, we can only use fire." Whoosh. He raised his right hand and a flame appeared. Jun Changxiao took the sheepskin scroll with his other hand and explained, "Qingyang, if I am not wrong, as long as we use fire to heat it a little, a new pattern will appear. Li Qingyang was full of admiration. It was the first time he saw using fire and water to find the secret, so he learned from the patriarch. Shua. Jun Chongxiao placed the parchment over. There really was a change. The ancient goatskin scroll was soon reduced to ashes by the flames. Patriarch. Li Qingyang widened his eyes and said, the sheepskin scroll was burned. Boom. Jun Chongxiao slammed his palms on the table and roared in his heart, the TV dramas are all lies. In order to find the mystery hidden within, a very old sheepskin scroll was burned just like that. It could be said that it was even more unjust than Doi. It wasn't a big problem. Jun Goxing had already memorized the terrain in his mind. Even with his eyes wide open, he could still remember the topography. Of course. He didn't take it seriously. After all, with a treasure-searching tool in hand, there was no need to worry about not being able to find any fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield. Why would he care about a pretentious treasure map? The next day, the Spirit Origin continent had sent dozens of warriors for a friendly visit. The two sides had a friendly competition outside the stronghold and reached a consensus on some issues. Although the planar battlefield was mainly about killing, having a friend was definitely better than having many enemies. Jun Chongxiao even began to consider whether he should collude with the Spirit Origin continent, deliberately declare war, and then go to the slaughtering Azura field to put on a show. Dear participant, when two planes enter the slaughtering Azura field, the winner must be determined through a real fight. If you cheat, you will be punished by the upper realm, the female system reminded. Jun Chongxiao said, I'm just thinking about it. Bullshit. The system said, if it could really be played like that, the host wouldn't just think about it. Although the female system's voice was sweet, it was still the one who understood Jun Chongxiao the most, so it was irreplaceable. The disciples fought with the Spirit Origin continent warriors. Although it wasn't a life and death battle, they still benefited a lot. Therefore, the two sides decided to have friendly competitions every once in a while. To put it bluntly, Jun Chongxiao paid spirit stones and came from the Spirit Origin continent to be a professional sparring partner for the disciples of the Sect of all times. One received experience, and the other received resources. Both sides were mutually beneficial. Su Xiaoma, who was in Taishan Xingzong, was also working hard to cultivate. Not long ago, he defeated a few inner disciples one after another and obtained a spot to enter the perfect spirit defense tower. This kind of cultivation holy land of a top sect was very good. Not only was there a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, but there were also various methods to improve one's strength. Although Su Xiaoma's realm was gradually being pulled apart by Li Qingyang and the others, being in the perfect spirit defense tower and with the large amount of natural spirit stones given by the patriarch, the speed of improvement might not be slow. More importantly, there were different levels of martial arts experience in each level of the tower. If this was used well, breaking through to the emperor level should not be a problem. Patriarch Su Xiaoma, who was sitting cross-legged on the 6th level, thought to himself, I will continue to cultivate in seclusion here until I break through to Wu Huang. Jun Chongxiao rarely asked about the matter of his third disciple being a spy. Now that he had come this far, he would have to rely on himself for the rest of the journey. Continue to look for opportunities. The next day, he took out the treasure hunting device again. After it was activated, only 3 light spots appeared on it. It could be seen that the good things in the fixed area were almost all taken by him. Sigh. Jun Chongxiao shook his head, and then flew according to the direction pointed. On the way to a place of opportunity, he suddenly stopped, looked at the crisscrossing mountain forest in front of him, and whispered, it's a bit familiar. Right. He slapped his forehead and said, it's a bit similar to the terrain drawn on the sheepskin scroll. Jun Chongxiao's mind transformed into the strange terrain that he had memorized before, and then it gradually merged with the area in front of him. Finally, he said in surprise, it's not a bit similar, it's exactly the same. That's not right. He looked down at the treasure hunting device and wondered, there are obviously no opportunities in this area. The system said, Host, have you found a problem? What problem? Although the treasure hunting device can search for opportunities, the equipment and herbs found, according to the division of the battlefield, are all of the earth level. You mean that the treasure hunting device can only search for the earth level, but it can't search for opportunities of a higher level? Yes. There is an opportunity in the sheepskin scroll, and this opportunity has reached the heaven level, so the treasure hunting device can't capture it? Yes. Talking to smart people was not tiring at all. Xianxia said with joy, could it be that in this seemingly ordinary forest, there is a higher level of opportunity hidden? While speaking, he hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully browsed the terrain pattern that he had memorized, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. He had to use fire and water to find the mystery, and in the end, the sheepskin scroll was burned. Something strange. After thinking over and over again, Xianxia found the terrain in his memory. Although the sketched terrain was messy, it was more like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing a big round ball. A round ball? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and his spiritual thoughts spread out wildly. Soon, he found an independent forest area in the distance outside the mountain forest. Looking down from above, it just happened to be in the shape of a round ball. Could it be that this is the mystery in the sheepskin scroll? Swoosh! Xianxia flew over and then landed in the forest. He walked back and forth a few times but did not find anything special, so he was puzzled and asked, why is there nothing? Host, did you notice that the color of the sheepskin scroll is a little dark? The system said. Xianxia said, aren't all things with ages like this, such as ancient books that have turned yellow? The system said, maybe it was added by someone. Added by someone? Xianxia rubbed his chin, then suddenly thought of something and said, could it be that it represents the dusk period? It's possible. Then let's wait until dusk. Xianxia was not in a hurry to leave, and found a place to sit down. Apart from night time, the weather in the dimensional battlefield was dusk, but this did not mean that there was no dusk period. A few hours later. The sky was obviously darker than before, indicating that night was coming. Sitting in the forest, Xianxia kept releasing his spiritual thoughts, but in the end, he still did not find anything, so he smiled bitterly and said, maybe someone passed by here and pretended to be mysterious and casually drew a picture. What a waste of time. Swoosh! Xianxia stood up, but just as he took a step, the bottom of his feet suddenly flashed, and the entire periphery of the forest was suddenly protruded, enveloping him in a barrier. What the hell? Buzz 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 buzz, suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a stone door engraved with words gradually appeared. Gosheng, who had experienced all kinds of big scenes, was definitely not surprised, but when he saw the words engraved on both sides of the door, he raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself in the face. What was written? It was written that only by sticking the sheepskin scroll on the door could the restriction be lifted to enter. Gosheng had to show his disciple how to decipher the secret hidden inside the sheepskin scroll, and now, he lost it. Now, he could only stand in front of the stone door and cry. Am I a bitch? The system added loudly, yes. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and calmed himself down. Then, he stood in front of the stone door, clenched his fist, and said proudly, without the sheepskin scroll, I can't go in. Naive. Hoo-hoo. Strong spiritual energy gathered in his right fist and punched out with a force of 10,000 pounds. This attack was so strong that even a half-saint might not dare to take it head-on. Boom. Dang dang dang. His right fist punched the stone door, and Xianxia was also bounced back. He almost fell to the ground. The system remained absolutely silent. In fact, it wanted to remind the host that the stone door was made of a special material or some kind of hard ore. However, it did not say anything because it was afraid of being slapped in the face. After all, it had happened before. It's a bit hard. Xianxia stabilized his body and relaxed his right hand's 5 fingers. He summoned the mechanical wings and activated the attack mode. His fist was instantly covered in steel. Ta! Xianxia ran up a few steps and stopped in front of the stone door. He raised his fist and punched at it. Then, he imitated the main character's ability to shout at the beginning of a fight and roared, "Break for me." Boom, the ground instantly shook. Dang dang dang. Plop. Xianxia took a few steps back and fell to the ground. He collapsed and said, "This is too hard." I don't believe it. Red sky flame cut. Boom. Boom. 7 mysterious light break. Boom. Boom. Jun Changxiao did not use his fist anymore. Instead, he relied on various martial arts to attack from a distance. As a result, his power was bounced back without leaving a trace. The system finally could not help but say, the stone door's material is extraordinary. The host can't break it with his fist and martial arts. Understood. Jun Changxiao stood up and summoned the True Yang set. Then, he held the True Yang sword in his left hand and Jade Dragon asks the heavens in his right hand. There was the buff of the armament wings in the front and the buff of the set attributes in the back. Go all out, the system, swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. Ding. 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 Countless sword shadows appeared, but no matter how fiercely the sword chi bombarded the stone door, it remained unscathed. Plop. An hour later, Jun Goxing was paralyzed on the ground, panting as he said, "Are there any items in the mall that can reverse time and space? I want to go back to the past to stop my foolish actions." "No," the system replied. "Ah." Jun Changxiao held his head and roared, "Why should I burn it with fire?" Buzz. After a while, the surrounding light barrier disappeared, and the indestructible stone door disappeared as well. It was already dark outside. The system said, "It seems that this opportunity will only open at dusk." Jun Changxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's call Hall Master Z and Old Ding over tomorrow. I don't believe that we can't break this stone door." He, who had always been looking for opportunities, had suffered a setback today. The more it was like this, the more his bad temper was triggered. Regardless of whether there was an opportunity behind the stone door, he had to break it, the next day. Jun Changxiao brought the Purple King and Ding Xingguang over and activated the light barrier again at dusk. "It's this door. Break it." "Yes." Ding Xingguang was about to condense his spiritual energy. The Purple King raised his hand and signaled for him to retreat. He said calmly, "Leave it to me." As a higher realm demon king, other than eating Lu Wancher's cooking, he always maintained the demeanor of a powerhouse. Boom. Boom. Boom, violent demon chi rippled wildly in the formation. After a while, Hall Master Z was seen lying in the distance, naked and sweating profusely. The stone door was undamaged. "Old Ding." Jun Changxiao broke down. "Go and try." Ding Xingguang's mouth twitched slightly. Even a fierce person like Hall Master Z could not break it open, he definitely could not. Since the patriarch had said so, he could only walk over and stop in front of the stone door. He began to circulate his spiritual energy and was about to punch it when he suddenly turned his head and said, "Patriarch, this square word seems a little different." "Different?" Jun Changxiao hurried over and immediately realized that the color of the word was a little darker than the other words. If he did not look at it closely, he might not have noticed it even if he used his spiritual sense. Smack, Old Ding raised his finger and pressed it. The square word sunk and the tightly shut stone door suddenly opened from the bottom up. The Patriarch Jun stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The Purple King, who was lying in the distance, picked up a corner of his clothes and covered his face. He thought to himself, "They can't see me, they can't see me, no one can see me." Blisters and fire. With fists, martial arts, and weapons. They were all gaudy. Ding Xingguang found the secret at a glance and easily opened the stone door. This was the simplest and most direct way. "My handsome face is swollen." Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. "Patriarch." Ding Xingguang said, "Do you want to go in?" "Go in." Jun Changxiao stepped in. Since the Purple King and Ding Xingguang were here, they would definitely follow and take a look. On the other side of the stone door was a seemingly bottomless tunnel. As soon as the three of them walked in, they felt a desolate and ancient aura. "Patriarch," Ding Xingguang said, "in my opinion, there must be an incredible treasure hidden here." As someone who had lived for a long time, Wuxing was the most familiar with exploring opportunities. He could tell a thing or two from the environment. "Let's hope so," Jun Changxiao said while remaining vigilant. This kind of place of opportunity that had not been explored by treasure hunting tools might have a trap. Hall Master Z. Jun Changxiao said, "You lead the way." Since he had followed them in, he would definitely let the guy with the strongest physical body take the lead. Not long after, the three of them entered a cave abode that was as bright as day. The Purple King, who was walking in front, had bruises on his exposed skin. It was obvious that he had been targeted by a lot of traps in the tunnel. "Tisk," he said proudly, "how can a mere trap hurt me?" The camera turned to his back. Arrows were stuck in his back. Jun Changxiao could not bear to look at it and looked away. Then, he looked carefully at the cave abode and saw a strange-looking plant growing on a muddy ground in the center. "Patriarch," Ding Xinguang said solemnly, "this is definitely an extremely high-quality heavenly treasure." Jun Changxiao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He hoped to find equipment and weapons here because he could immediately strengthen himself. Heavenly treasures were good, but unless he swallowed them to increase his strength, he would need to refine them to show their value. "This is," the Purple King said in surprise, "pure jade spirit." "Jade pure Xianling?" Jun Changxiao said. The Purple King said with a burning gaze, "This is a treasure of heaven and earth that only exists in the upper realm. If my beast race eats one, it can increase our cultivation by 1,000 years. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. "What if humans eat it?" "They will die immediately," the Purple King said. This turn was very sudden. Jun Patriarch did not sit properly and was almost thrown off the carriage. Why did the beast race eat it and increase their cultivation, but humans eat it and die? Because the effect of the medicine was too strong. With the physique of humans that was naturally weaker than beasts, they could not withstand the explosive energy at all. The only outcome was to explode and die. However, the Purple King added, "You can combine other medicinal herbs to refine this item. As for what effect it has, that is unknown." This was the wisdom of humans. No matter how strong the treasure was, as long as it was professionally refined, the effect would be even stronger than eating it raw. Purple Craggy hurriedly walked over. Wasn't stealing dragon eggs in the upper realm just listening to rumors that it could increase one's cultivation? Now that the jade pure Xianling in front of him had a real effect, it naturally made him extremely moved. Jun Changxiao first used his spiritual sense to envelop the medicinal herbs and put them into the space ring. He said, "Such a good thing, you can't just eat it casually." The Purple King hugged his head and roared, "I'll just take a bite." "Come on," Jun Changxiao said, "with your big mouth, you can even swallow the roots." A treasure of heaven and earth that directly increased one's cultivation was definitely at the heaven level. He wanted to keep it for future preparations. For example, if he could get a semi-sage pill, the Wuxing pill, he might need this medicinal herb. The system was speechless. Why don't the host think about the Wuxing pill? After eating it, you can instantly break through to martial emperor, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and walk to the peak of life. Jun Changxiao said, "If there is, that would be the best system. Since this soil can contain the treasures of heaven and earth from the upper realm, it must be extraordinary." After some thought, Jun Changxiao ordered Hall Master Z and Old Ding to poach all of them. After searching the cave for a while, he didn't find anything good, so he went back the way he came until he came out of the tunnel. He stopped in front of the solid stone door and thought to himself, "Such a durable stone, I can't leave it here." Swish, his spiritual sense spread out and his heart stirred. Whoosh, the solid stone door disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the spatial ring. He succeeded just like that? Jun Changxiao had thought that it might be blocked or fail, but he never thought that it would be so easy to install the stone door. The system sighed, "When Gosheng went to war, not even a blade of grass grew." "Okay." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Go back." The three of them walked out of the forest. Because the opportunity was taken away, the surrounding enchantments had completed their historical mission and completely disappeared. However, even the entrance stone door had been taken away. Snowflakes were fluttering in the air, the northern wind was rustling, and the world was boundless. Back to half an hour ago. When Old Ding opened the stone door and Gosheng brought the two of them in, the flowing light enchantment flashed and formed a rainbow light that pierced through heaven and earth, illuminating the entire dimensional battlefield. A phenomenon has appeared, an opportunity has been born. Such a strong light, the level of the opportunity must be extremely high. When the powerhouses of various dimensions saw the light that pierced through the sky, their eyes lit up. Then, they all flew out of the stronghold and rushed toward the source of the phenomenon. What's that? City Lord Han and the others in the Falling Star Continent's stronghold also noticed, and their eyes widened. Gong Sun Haohai said, "This is the dimensional opportunity." Opportunity? Everyone's eyes were also burning. Let's go. A powerhouse from a large sect said, "Let's go and take a look too." Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the top powerhouses of the Falling Star Continent flew out of the stronghold. Not only City Lord Han, but also Mu Changhong and Situ Haoyun were among them. The battlefield was created by the upper realm, so the opportunities left behind must be very strong. Even if they couldn't obtain them, they could go and watch the show. Second senior brother. Xiao Zuiji said solemnly, "The place that sect leader and old Ding went to was the place where the anomaly was rising, right?" Li Qingyang nodded and said, "That's right." Whoosh. 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 In the sky, streaks of light flew at high speed. City Lord Han and the others were deeply shocked when they saw this. The appearance of an opportunity had attracted so many top powerhouses. As expected of the battlefield where the various dimensions gathered. Everyone. Wu Xing, who was flying at the front, said in a deep voice, "There are too many powerhouses here. We're just here to watch the show. Don't get involved." Understood. The crowd came to a decision. No matter how good the fortuitous encounter was, they could not take part in it. After all, there were half-martial sages flying over from the sky. There was no telling how many half-martial sages would arrive at the scene. If they tried to snatch the fortuitous encounter, they would be courting death, as expected. When the powerhouses of the Falling Star Continent arrived at the source of the light and saw hundreds of half-step saints and even Wuxing floating around, they all gasped in shock. In their own world, the appearance of an opportunity and a few Wuxing were already considered a big scene. But now, there were so many of them gathered on the battlefield. It was definitely a big scene. Martial artists from various dimensions hovered around the flashing light, their eyes burning with passion. This phenomenon was even more intense than the appearance of the egg. Its level must be very high. Speaking of eggs, the crowd couldn't help but think of Jun Changshao. They couldn't help but shiver as they thought of his insane slaughter. Wait, is that guy here? The powerhouses from various dimensions released their spiritual senses and found City Lord Han and the others. Martial artists from the Falling Star Continent. Oh my god, why are they here too? They want to snatch the opportunity. I'm afraid we can only watch. The martial artists from the Falling Star Continent were shocked by the scene, and the other dimensions were shocked by them. The scene was very awkward. Oh no. City Lord Han's expression changed slightly. Do they think we want to snatch the opportunity? Don't panic, don't panic. Wu Xing, who came from a large sect, calmed himself down and cupped his hands. Everyone, we've just entered the battlefield and haven't seen the appearance of the opportunity. So, we're only here to watch the show. We won't participate. The other dimension's martial artists were stunned. The Falling Star Continent wasn't participating? Could it be that there were too many good things in this dimension and they didn't care about the opportunity on the battlefield? Thinking of the scene where Jun Changshao took out his sword and swept across the battlefield, everyone immediately understood. Since he had such a powerful weapon, he wouldn't care about anything else. Patriarch. The Falling Star Continent is much stronger than we thought, one of the elders said telepathically. So. The Patriarch said solemnly, we can't afford to offend them. Whoosh, at this moment, the light that pierced through the sky suddenly dissipated, and the array in the forest disappeared into thin air. The opportunity is about to be born. The powerhouses from various dimensions who were experienced in this aspect subconsciously approached and prepared to snatch it at any time. Whoosh, suddenly, 3 streaks of light appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The martial artists from various dimensions unleashed their cultivation and were about to suppress the streaks of light that appeared from the forest. In the next second, they came to a sudden halt and their eyes widened. Jun Changshao, who had just walked out of the forest, found that he was surrounded by people. He was puzzled. What's going on? Jun Patriarch? City Lord Han and the others were also stunned. Why are you guys here too? Jun Changshao was even more confused. Patriarch. Gong Sun Hao Hai came from afar and transmitted his voice. There's a phenomenon in the forest that you just came out of. Jun Changxiao roughly understood the situation, so he took out the pocket-sized hard to keep blade and smiled. The opportunity here has been taken by Jun. If you guys want to snatch it, feel free to come. Jun Patriarch. Goodbye. Jun Patriarch. We'll meet again if fate allows. Jun Patriarch, we'll meet again. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the experts from the various planes who had gathered in the sky above the forest all disappeared at a speed that would make one gasp in amazement. City Lord Han and the others came to their senses and found that they had already disappeared without a trace. The experts from the various dimensions ran away as fast as they came. By the time the falling star continent cultivators came back to their senses, there was no one in the forest. City Lord Han's mouth twitched. These planar battlefield cultivators had been scared away by Jun Changxiao, no. To be exact, they had been scared away by Goshing's pocket-sized knife. After all, many people were at the scene back then. The scene of him killing people like cutting grass was still vivid in their minds. In the face of absolute power, all greed would be completely suppressed. Living was always more comfortable than dying. They ran away just like that? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I still want to have a good fight. The Purple King, Ding Xingwang, they knew very well that if the Patriarch really wanted to have a good fight, he would definitely not take out a pocket-sized knife to scare people, a natural phenomenon, the birth of a fortuitous opportunity. Who would have thought that Jun Changxiao would walk out from inside and end the bloody storm that was about to unfold before it even started? The falling star continent cultivators were shocked. When they returned, they could not help but secretly guess. That guy scared away the experts from the various dimensions with just one sentence. Could it be that he really killed tens of thousands? That's definitely the case. City Lord Han firmly believed it in his heart. In his opinion, only killing tens of thousands of people could create a terrifying deterrent force. Otherwise, the cultivators from the various dimensions would not panic and run away. This guy, City Lord Han raised his head and looked at Jun Changxiao, who was flying in front of him. He thought to himself, how strong is he exactly? Without the support of equipment, Jun Patriarch was just a half-step sword saint and martial saint. With equipment, it was no problem for him to fight against low-level Earth-level experts. As for using the unstoppable knife, it was even more terrifying. Of course. This kind of trump card would not be used at any time. After all, there were not many talismans to open the seal. Falling Star. Continent Stronghold. Jun Changxiao returned with the jade clear profound spirit. The stronghold began to expand until it stopped. The area was twice as big as before. Patriarch. Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Jun Changxiao said, perhaps the fortuitous encounters brought back have reached the heaven level, and the area given is more than before. Li Qingyang said solemnly, if we expand it a few more times, it won't be a problem to reach the size of a small city. On the falling star continent, the size of a city depended on the area and the total number of residents. The smallest city was as big as 4 or 5 towns. At this moment, the falling star continent stronghold had doubled in size and was now the size of 2 towns. Therefore, it was undoubtedly much closer to the smallest city. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, if we want to play, we'll play with the bigger ones. I don't care about the smaller ones. Patriarch. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. It will definitely take a long time to build a stronghold into a large city. Half a year. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, it must be achieved. Half a year? Li Qingyang suddenly felt a little dizzy. Jun Changxiao also didn't want to focus on the development of the stronghold. However, the Epic Mission 9 was related to it. Moreover, according to the previous completion rate, only by doing better than the original foundation could he obtain more generous rewards. What was the original foundation? To develop the falling star continent stronghold into a city. This was more general because cities were also divided into small, medium, and large. If it was developed into a small city, it would be considered completed. If it was developed into a medium or large city, it would be considered to have exceeded the standard. I have to continue looking for fortuitous encounters. If they are all similar to the Jade Clear Xian spirit level, it shouldn't be a problem to develop into a medium city or above if I find 8 or 9 of them. Jun Changxiao had a good idea. But in fact, the Jade Clear Xian spirit level was at the heaven level, and the treasure detector couldn't find it. He accidentally obtained the sheepskin scroll and was lucky to find one. However, he couldn't rely on luck every time. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a protagonist who relied on the protagonist's halo to survive? Nothing is difficult in the world if the human heart is not firm. Jun Changxiao said seriously, as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron pestle into a needle. Where there's a will, there's a way. The system said, open the shop and refresh boldly. Maybe you can find something better than the treasure detector. Get lost. The next day, Gosheng woke up early and flew out of the stronghold to start a brand new day of searching for fortuitous encounters. Next, the martial artists of the major plains would face a nightmare. Because the places of fortuitous encounters that were locked in advance and searched with absolute confidence and timing, there was nothing in the end. That's not right. Why is there nothing? Could it be that we guessed wrong and there is no fortuitous encounter here? Patriarch, there is a line of words carved on the wall. Oh? Everyone looked and saw the words written on it, the fortuitous encounter has been taken by me. Everyone, please do not worry. Jun Changxiao stays. Jun Changxiao. Someone exclaimed, Patriarch of the strongest sect in the history of the Falling Star continent? Damn it. The Patriarch clenched his fists and said angrily, this place is so far away from the stronghold of the Falling Star continent. How did that guy get here first? Taking the fortuitous encounter, afraid that others would not know, and deliberately left his name. This was really despicable. In fact, Jun Changxiao also had his difficulties. After all, if they did not play with him in the dimensional battlefield, they could only seek death crazily and try to anger the major planes. In the end, in the slaughtering azure field, they could only sing together. Swish, in a certain valley, Jun Changxiao flew out. It was as if the torn space was gradually healing, and the fortuitous encounters that had been sleeping for many years were taken away by him. Even the boxes that contained the treasures did not escape from his hands. As long as one entered a place of fortuitous encounter, even if it was a seemingly ordinary stone, it would be kept in the spatial ring, truly swept clean. Of course. Jun Changxiao would also occasionally return to the sect to take charge of the overall situation. At this moment, he had already grasped both the sect's development and the stronghold's development. Patriarch. On this day, Elder Wei hurried to the main peak's hall and said excitedly, the pile of soil you gave me is really magical. The herbs that were planted 3 days ago have matured today. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, so fast? The soil that Elder Wei mentioned was used to plant the clear jade spirit. At that time, Jun Changxiao felt that it was not simple, so he dug them all up. He did not expect that planting them in the herb field would increase the growth cycle of the herbs. Moreover, the growth rate was terrifying. Because the herbs planted in the soil were used to refine martial emperor pills, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to mature in normal soil. Now, it only took 3 days. I've made a fortune. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although there was not much soil, it was not suitable for large-scale planting. However, it could increase the growth rate by nearly 20 times. If he planted high-quality herbs in the future, there would be many benefits. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Jun Changxiao hurried to the herb field. However, when he arrived, he found Peppa the wild boar lying on the soil, resting leisurely. A few herbs were squashed by it. Damn you. Jungo's remaining anger rushed up and directly brought out the green dragon crescent blade. However, just as he was about to slash at it, he saw a strange attribute floating up from the soil and merging into Peppa the wild boar's body. An indescribable expression appeared on the latter's face. Patriarch. Elder Wei said solemnly, this soil is helpful to Peppa. Jun Changxiao also realized that Peppa wild boar lying on the soil seemed to have a good effect, so he put down the green dragon crescent blade and dismissed the idea of taking out the true Yang sword and Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's sword. He stood aside and watched. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more strange attributes appeared. Suddenly, lines appeared on Peppa wild boar's body and spread around, finally outlining a pattern that emitted a holy aura. "This is," Elder Wei was surprised. "Is it awakening?" Many seemingly ordinary dire beasts might have some kind of powerful energy hidden in their bodies. Once the requirements were met or they were disturbed by external forces, they would often awaken. Soil that could accelerate the ripening of medicinal herbs was obviously very suitable for this. Awakening? Jun Changxiao was looking forward to it. This little guy was an Earth-type dire beast. With the help of the soil, its control over the Earth-type would definitely be stronger. It would definitely be perfect for reclamation and construction in the future. Swoosh, Peppa Wild Boar suddenly opened its eyes. Its originally sad gaze gradually became sharp. Together with the aura of the pattern, it gave off a sacred and inviolable feeling. Roar. The little guy stood up and roared. The tiniest grains of sand on the ground trembled slightly under the influence of the roar and then floated up. The grains of sand gathered in front of Peppa Wild Boar like clouds and mist, but also like a king's battle armor. Patriarch. Elder Wei was shocked. Peppa might really be awakening. Jun Changxiao's lips curled up into a smile. So hungry, a slightly hoarse voice came from Peppa Wild Boar's mouth. It then stepped out of the soil, put its chin on the ground, and suddenly opened its mouth to swallow a piece of soil. Jun Changxiao and Elder Wei's eyes widened. They could understand that the little guy could talk, but to be hungry to the point of eating soil, that was a bit inconceivable. Still hungry, Peppa Wild Boar opened its mouth again and gnawed on the soil. After a while, the surrounding soil was filled with small pits. Its stomach also became round, and the pattern on its body became brighter. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Peppa can't be the Earth Devourer, right? Earth-devouring Saint Beast? Jun Changxiao suddenly recalled that Shi Jingxian had once said that there was an earth-devouring Saint Beast in the southern barren state that lived by absorbing the elements of heaven and earth. Later, it was killed by an expert, and its scorching blood spilled over tens of thousands of miles, causing the land to be barren. On the Falling Star continent, the beasts that had the word holy in their names were as powerful as Wu Xing. Is this guy really that awesome? When Jun Changxiao recalled the time when he accidentally caught the little fellow in Death Valley, he found it hard to believe that his first contracted beast was a holy beast that could rival a martial sage. Burp. Peppa Boar burped and lay back down on the soil. The surrounding sand and dust was still slowly gathering, turning from the initial cloud-like state into a substance that completely enveloped it, forming a large mound. Elder Wei guessed, it should be evolving. How long? I don't know. Jun Changxiao did not say anything. He sat in the small pavilion and waited. He waited for 3 days. Peppa Wild Boar was still covered in dirt. Patriarch. Elder Wei said, it may take time for beasts to awaken. There's no need to sit here and wait. It's my contracted beast. Now that it has awakened and evolved, as its master, I naturally have to protect it at all times, Jun Changxiao said with a solemn expression. These words passed through the layers of dust and reached the ears of Peppa Wild Boar, who seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. 2 drops of tears fell from its tightly shut eyes. Little guy, you must remember. I will become the strongest man in the world in the future. As my contracted beast, you naturally have to have the ability that others can't. Quickly become stronger and follow your master to fight the 9 heavens, trample the 8 barren lands, and create an immortal legend. After the hot-blooded memories, an indescribable power suddenly erupted and instantly penetrated Peppa Wild Boar's entire body. Become stronger, I want to become stronger. Huff huff huff, a thick aura suddenly erupted from the mound standing in the herb field and spread to the surroundings. This sudden turn of events caused Elder Wei to exclaim in shock, awakened? Jun Changxiao stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind and a smile appeared on his face. Peppa Wild Boar. Become stronger. Only then would she be worthy of her handsome, elegant master. Ugh. The system couldn't take it anymore. The mound suddenly erupted with a strong energy. It lasted for a day and a night before it began to subside. At the same time, tiny cracks began to appear. Ka ka ka. The cracks continued to extend outwards like a withered eggshell. Rays of brown light shot out from the cracks, exuding a sense of heaviness that only earth elemental attributes could have. Boom! Suddenly, the mound exploded, pieces of soil flew everywhere until they came into contact with the ground and turned into grains of sand. Huff huff. The wind howled and the air billowed. Ta! A muscular forelimb walked out from the air. Then, a ferocious beast about 2 to 3 feet tall with a brown body stood in the herb field. This beast's body was similar to a tiger's. It had thick fur all over its body. As for its head, it was more like a wolf's head. There were sharp thorns protruding from the top of its head. From the color, it seemed to be made of solid soil. There was only one word to describe it: handsome. Huff. Air billows appeared in between breaths. This beast exuded a strong earthy aura from head to toe. This soil was of the earth attribute, not the kind of soil that would crumble to dust. Master. It raised its head and puffed out its chest. I want to follow you to battle the 9 heavens, tread the 8 desolations, and create an immortal legend. That's right. This was Paige. It had already changed its appearance. It had already broken away from its pig-like appearance and become a ferocious beast with good looks and power. No, from the aura it exuded, it seemed to be not inferior to Wu Huang's spirit beast. Xianxia, who was standing in the gazebo, said, "Follow me to battle the 9 heavens and tread the 8 desolations." It's not just words. You have to have the ability. Understood. Paige turned around and placed its chin on the ground. Then, it suddenly sprinted. Wherever it passed, a pit would appear. Through the slow motion, one could see that this guy opened and closed its mouth at an extremely fast rate. Then, it swallowed all the soil into its stomach. If Li Qingyang saw this, he would definitely be ecstatic. Because if this soil was used to dig the foundation, it would definitely increase the efficiency of the construction. Although the digging speed is much faster than before, it doesn't seem to be anything special. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Master. Paige stopped in the distance and said proudly, "My ability is not to dig holes, but," swoosh. It opened its mouth and spat out clumps of soil. Then, it filled the pit that it dug and said, "The soil that I eat will become spiritual soil." Spiritual soil? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Elder Wei hurried over and grabbed the soil that filled the pit. He said with joy, "The soil contains spiritual energy. If it's used to plant, it will definitely increase the growth cycle and effect of the herbs." It's that powerful? Jun Changxiao walked over and reached out to grab the soil. He spread his spiritual senses and found that every grain of sand was shrouded in weak spiritual energy. It didn't seem to have any effect on the surface, but when gathered into a handful of soil, it was very impressive. Master. Paige said proudly, "I have awakened the bloodline of the Earth Devourer sacred beast. I can easily change the soil." Of course. This is just the most common ability. My true ability is to fight and provide a strong defense for my master. If you don't believe me, you can try it with a punch. Is that so? Jun Changxiao shot forward like an arrow, his right fist suddenly blasting out. Bang! Paige endured the violent force. Its eyeballs suddenly bulged and it was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. In the end, its eyelids rolled up and it fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Sun Bukong. Save him! Save him! Jun Patriarch's roar came from Medical Peak. With the help of the soil from the upper realm, Paige accidentally awakened the bloodline of the earth-swallowing sacred beast and evolved in all aspects. The word wild boar would truly become history, because it already had a good appearance. Although it was not as coquettish as the purple lightning young tiger, it was at least much more handsome than before. However, Paige was courting death. He actually took the initiative to let Jun Changxiao punch him. His courage was commendable. Gosheng also wanted to see how strong his contract beast was after its evolution. With a single punch, he unleashed 50% of his power and almost turned it back into a pig. On the hospital bed, Paige wept as he licked his wounds. He held in his heart, why is master so fierce? Baby. At this time, Jun Changxiao walked over, gently placed his right hand on its forehead, and laughed, to be able to survive after taking a punch from me, you are already very amazing. This was the first time Page saw his master being so gentle to him, and his tears immediately flowed down. After you recover, go to the medicine field and help Elder Wei and the others improve the soil. Page's defense was recognized by Xianxia. But that was not important. What was important was that after eating the soil, the milk that came out was the best. Yes. Page's gaze was firm. Master. Xianxia stood up, stopped at the door of the ward, and said with his back facing it, on the day that I reach the summit, you must accompany me. Page's expression suddenly froze, and the small universe in his body was instantly ignited. Then, with a bang, the bandage burst open, and he cried, Master, I will work hard. Shwa. He jumped off the hospital bed and flew out. Medicine field. Page was running back and forth, swallowing pieces of soil into his stomach and then quickly spitting it out. Every grain of sand contained spiritual energy. Patriarch. Elder Wei, who was sitting in the pagoda, drank a mouthful of tea and said, Your contract beast is very diligent, it came to improve the soil before its injuries have healed. Xianxia said in a serious tone, only in this way can it become stronger. The system was speechless. He was clearly using him as a coolie, yet he still had to pretend that he was putting in a lot of effort. A few days later, the herb field below Medical Peak had been renovated. The soil that gathered spirit energy could be used to plant herbs. Not only could it increase their growth cycle, it could also increase the intensity of spirit energy. It was definitely a land of great feng shui. Page. Xianxia pointed at the grassland where the hunger grass was planted and said, This place also needs to be transformed as soon as possible. Yes. Page immediately got to work. Perhaps it was because of the awakening and evolution, but after being busy for a few days, not only did he not feel tired, the more he worked, the more energetic he was. Wow, Page has changed? He looks so handsome. I still prefer the chubby Page from before. When the disciples of the sect saw Page's drastic change in behavior, they began to discuss among themselves. When Page heard them talking about her, she proudly performed the disregard her kin footwork. In the past, it used to feel inferior and coward in the medicinal field every day. Now that its form had changed and its strength had increased, it immediately regained its dignity. Me, Page, he had been reborn, that day can no longer cover my eyes, that earth can no longer bury me, boom. Page, who was full of pride, was suddenly sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he immediately grimaced in pain. After evolving, this fellow also had a temper. However, when Page saw that the one who had bumped into her was Xianxia, she quickly closed her mouth and pretended that she hadn't seen anything. Then, she continued walking towards the medicinal field. Stop. Xianxia lightly said, You bumped into me and you still don't want to apologize? Page roared in her heart, You bumped into me. You don't have eyes, so you deserve to be bumped into. The barefoot Xianxia lightly said as she stood on the roof. Xianxia glared at her and then looked at Page, angrily saying, You also think so? Page. Xianxia said, Don't be afraid of him. As Page thought about how she had awakened the earth-devouring Saint Beast bloodline, she raised her head and puffed out her chest, Yes. Hoo-hoo. Xianxia was instantly covered in flames and transformed into his second form. A youth poked his head out and coldly said, I'm going to beat you up. Come. Page was very manly. Bang. Bang. Ao ao ao. Under the setting sun, the battered and bruised Page lay in the medicine field, licking her wounds from time to time. Tears streamed down her face as she said, Master, I'm still too weak. Patriarch. Elder Wei said, according to calculations and statistics, the modified medicine field can increase the growth period of the herbs by 30%. Not bad, not bad. Jun Gosheng smiled. The pills and alchemy pavilion all required a continuous supply of herbs. If the soil of the medicine field could accelerate the growth of the herbs, the benefits would certainly be significant. That's right. Xianxia waved his hand and took out the profound jade spirit. What do you think of this heavenly material? Elder Wei carefully examined it and said in surprise, What pure energy. I fear it has already reached the divine grade. When it came to this type of supreme treasure, he had a relatively authoritative judgment. This item comes from the higher realms. Jun Changxiao calmly said. Higher realms? Elder Wei's eyes widened. That level absolutely surpasses the divine grade. However, he carefully examined it again and said, it doesn't seem to be fully mature. You can tell? Jun Changxiao was surprised. The profound jade spirit was indeed not fully mature. Otherwise, it would have been unsealed and announced on the dimensional battlefield. It was not a big problem. After all, there was a heavenly material incubator. As long as enough energy was prepared, it could be quickly matured. However, for now, the profound jade spirit was not useful. Thus, Jun Changxiao did not spend any resources to nurture it. He placed it inside first and allowed it to grow 1.5 times faster. Elder Wei, as the number of disciples increases, the number of herbs we need will only increase. Your medicine hall needs to work harder. N. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao asked again, how is Xiaomu doing recently? Li Luoqiu said, after entering the Perfect Spirit Pagoda. No more information was sent. He should be cultivating in seclusion. Qingyang and the others have already broken through to the emperor level. Only Xiaomu's cultivation was delayed because of his undercover work. I hope this time he can use the martial arts resources of Taishan Xingzong to break through. Has the Demon Emperor's Gate taken any action? Not for now. Jun Changxiao shook his head. The powerhouses who enter the battlefield will not stay for long. If the Demon Emperor's Gate does not take the opportunity to do something, they will not have another chance. This guy's mentality was that he wanted to see the world in chaos. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu was silent for a moment. Then she said, on the coast of southeast Shizhou, someone found many floating bottles. There were letters for help written inside. Oh? Jun Changxiao listened quietly. This woman would receive information from all over the world every day, but not all of it was reported to him. Since she took the initiative to mention it today, there must be something special. Li Luoqiu said, the letter for help was written by Master Fan. The content is that he is trapped in East Sea Fishery Province. He hopes that the powerhouses of various sects can come to his rescue. Master Fan? Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, it sounds familiar. The name of Master Fan sounded familiar to Jun Changxiao, but he couldn't remember who it was. Li Luoqiu said, he's the current master forger of the Falling Star continent. The weapons made by him are not only powerful, but also highly collectible. Master forger? Jun Changxiao suddenly remembered that he often encountered weapons with the word Fan engraved on them. He suddenly realized. So, it's him. If Master Fan were here, he would have punched him in the chest. After all, so many of his weapons had been broken by this guy. Sometimes, he even had to show off. How could he not remember it? I thought Master Fan had died a long time ago. I didn't expect him to still be alive, Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, according to my investigation, more than 20 years ago, the East Sea Fishery Province sent someone to invite Master Fan and the others away. Invited away? Jun Changxiao was puzzled. Then why did he ask for help? You followed him there, but you asked for help in a bottle. That's a bit naughty. Li Luoqiu said, maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. The intelligence of the Drizzle Hall had spread across the 9 provinces, but it couldn't reach the East Sea Fishery Province. Therefore, it was difficult for her to learn anything about Master Fan. Elder Wei said, I heard a little about what happened 20 years ago. It said that a magical ore was found in the East Sea Fishery Province. Therefore, they came to the continent to invite a master forger, hoping to forge it into weapons. Master Fan was so obsessed with the art of forging that he didn't have a partner for hundreds of years. He must have gone there regardless of anything when he learned about the ore. The first part was what he heard, but the second part was his own speculation. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei, not all men in the world care about relationships as much as you do. For example. Li Luoqiu added, Patriarch. At first, she didn't understand. The Patriarch was young, promising, and powerful. He must be rich in relationships. However, he was even more ascetic than a monk. Later, she heard from the villagers that he fell down when he was young. Elder Wei said, Master Fan's forging skills have reached the peak. Maybe the East Sea Fishery Province forced him to stay and forge weapons because of the ore? The peak? Xianxia said, I don't think the weapons he forged are very powerful. Master Fan would have vomited blood if he heard that. Have the other sects received the news? Xianxia asked with a smile. Got it. Li Luoqiu said, but for now, all the major sects are worried about the battlefield. No one is thinking about rescuing Master Fan in the East Sea Fishery Province. Moreover, many people are doubtful about this matter. After all, the East Sea is extremely far away from the continent. Even if they really are trapped, who would have the heart to go out to sea to save someone who only knows how to forge weapons because of the planar battlefield? Xianxia laughed. Sigh. Elder Wei sighed. I heard that Master Fan has a lot of friends and has good relationships with all the major sections. Now that he's trapped in the East Sea, no one is willing to help him. How sad. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. Even in the face of disaster, they fly away separately, not to mention friends who are willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. Xianxia stood up and said, Take care of the sect's affairs. I'm going out. To save Master Fan? Elder Wei asked. No. Xianxia said, to the realm battlefield. He had only heard of Master Fan. They didn't know each other, so he wouldn't save him. Besides, he was busy. He had to develop his stronghold within a certain time limit. He didn't have time to do good deeds. Patriarch. Old Wei's expression was solemn. Master Fan's understanding of the art of forging is quite strong. If our eternal sect can rescue him and recruit him, there will be no harm in doing so. Li Luoqiu said, I think so too. The two of them wanted to save Master Fan not because they wanted to be chivalrous, but because he had great forging skills. The sect had developed so far, but they still lacked skilled forging talents. Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, We can save him, but first we need to confirm whether the news is true. As long as we can confirm whether the handwriting is Master Fan's, then we can prove it, Li Luoqiu said. I'll leave this matter to you, Xianxia said. I'll go to the realm battlefield first. With that, he turned and left. Elder Wei. Li Luoqiu said, Master Fan is the most accomplished forging master in history. Patriarch, why don't you care? Elder Wei said, maybe he's suspicious of the letter. Xianxia's lack of enthusiasm was due to the forging pavilion in the system. If he wanted to forge any equipment, he only needed the formula and ores. There was no need for a forging master. If he released a side quest to save Master Fan now, he would definitely be interested, the realm battlefield. Xianxia took out the treasure-seeking tool and continued to search inside. As he continued searching, the number of light spots on the treasure-seeking tool decreased. This kind of opportunity left behind by the upper realm might not be found even once in a few years. After he came, he found 3 to 5 on average every day. Who could stand this? Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, the stronghold is now the size of 3 towns. Many places are empty. Do you want to build it? Call Peppa over tomorrow. With its help, it should be fast, Xianxia said. In fact, he did not want to continue building on the stronghold. After all, the current scale was enough. However, the epic quest said to build a city. It did not specify whether the area or the shape of a city had to be reached. In order to ensure that he could successfully complete the quest and not be stuck in the realm half a year later, Xianxia could only go with the most comprehensive plan. Not only did he have to expand the area, but he also had to build the scale. This project was a bit big. Fortunately, Peppa had evolved and its strength had reached the entry level. Its control of the earth element had also improved. It would only be faster if he used it to build. The next day, Peppa came to the stronghold through the portal. Its 4 limbs stepped on the ground, and its eyes suddenly became hot. As an earth element spirit beast, it could sense that the earth element contained in every grain of sand under its feet was stronger than that of the Starfall continent. It would definitely be good to have a bite. The Earth Devourer holy beast's specialty was that it could obtain the heaven and earth element from the soil. Firstly, it could be used to strengthen itself. Secondly, it could be used to strengthen itself. After Peppa evolved, it was busy every day in the herb field. Although it was a bit difficult, after absorbing the soil time after time, its strength had increased significantly. This, even Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian could not compare. Therefore, although Peppa was weak now, it had the Earth Devourer ability. As long as it had a good environment, its strength would not be slow at all. Roar. In the open space of the stronghold, Peppa raised its head and roared. The soil around it began to roll slightly and then quickly caved in, forming a crisscrossed foundation. Li Qingyang and the others were stunned. This ability to instantly build a foundation with just a roar was simply a natural king of construction. With Paige's help, the construction of the stronghold sped up. Streets were paved and buildings were erected one after another. The martial artists who were once suspicious of the sect of all times looked down at the busy disciples and realized that the stronghold of the falling star continent was built by them piece by piece. City Lord Han said, "If June Patriarch didn't come in first, we would have died on the battlefield." That's right, Mu Changhong agreed. Entering the battlefield, who didn't make arrangements for the aftermath? Who didn't have the heart to die? However, not only were they fine, the other planes even ran away when they saw them. All of this. It was all because of Jun Changxiao. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he had saved the entire falling star continent. The powerhouses had enough respect for Jun Changxiao. It could be seen from the way they looked at him every time they saw him. Humans. They all had a heart of gratitude, but it was hard to arouse it normally. After staying in the floating mountain for a few more days, many powerhouses decided to return to the falling star continent. After all, they had seen and played here. It was time to go back and report their safety. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said, "You can't leave for the time being because..." His expression suddenly became serious. The real test for the falling star continent to enter the battlefield is not over yet. City Lord Han was stunned. What's the real test? Jun Changxiao glanced at the powerhouses in the training field and said in a meaningful tone, "The slaughtering field." The slaughtering field? Everyone's expression changed. Just from the name alone, it was not a good place. The upper realm has a rule that all planes that enter the battlefield must enter the slaughtering field to fight the other planes to the death. Otherwise, they will be severely punished, Jun Changxiao said. He was not bragging. It was true. As long as a plane entered, no matter how strong or how big the stronghold was, they would have to enter the slaughtering field. It was just a matter of time. With the sect of all time's strength, entering the slaughtering field was not a problem. But since the experts of the continent have come, they must do their part. They can't always let my sect do the dirty work. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han asked, "When will we enter the slaughtering azure field?" Within a year. I'm not sure about the exact time, Jun Changxiao said. The system said speechlessly, "Host, you're not asking them to do their part. You're asking them to help you complete the epic mission. Helping me is the same as helping the falling star continent. Is there a problem?" Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, "No problem." The next day, Jun Changxiao left the sect and entered the planar battlefield. Li Qingyang hurriedly reported, "Patriarch, the battlefield ghosts are here." Jun Changxiao released his spiritual thoughts and found a few hundred of them outside the stronghold. He was speechless. "I've been doing my job recently. Why are they here again?" He had never fought or killed anyone before. But he went to the battlefield every day to steal fortuitous encounters. The higher realm would definitely not be able to resist. The battlefield ghosts that appeared this time were similar to before, but their overall strength was much higher. It seemed that the difficulty of punishing them had also increased. Inform the disciples to prepare for battle. Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly went to work. In a short while, the sect's core disciples and upper echelons had all gathered. What are those outside? They don't seem to be humans. City Lord Han and the others stood on the floating mountain and looked at the seemingly incorporeal creatures outside the stronghold. They were all confused. "Father," Mu Honglian explained, "these are battlefield ghosts. They're very strong and equipped." "What are they doing outside?" Mu Changhong asked. Mu Honglian said, "They're attacking our stronghold." Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded. City Lord Han frowned. The aura of these creatures is probably not weaker than ours. If they really attack the stronghold, it'll be very troublesome. So, one of Wuxing said solemnly, we must protect them with our lives. The powerhouses all unleashed their cultivation base and were about to rush out to fight the battlefield ghosts when they heard Xianxia say, everyone, continue to rest. The sect of all times will take care of them. How could they share the experience bags given by the higher realm with others? Go. Swoosh. 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 Li Qingyang and the others rushed out. An intense battle instantly kicked off outside the stronghold. Although the battlefield ghost's overall strength had increased a lot, the sect of all times had also improved a lot during this period. Therefore, after 2 hours of fighting, they were completely annihilated. The powerhouses were all dumbfounded. That purple-haired guy can fight against a few battlefield ghosts that are comparable to Wuxing after he lost his clothes. That's terrifying. City Lord Han exclaimed. The Purple King, who had just walked into the stronghold, heard him and roared, whether I lose my clothes or not has nothing to do with whether I'm strong or not. Everyone, and Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, these disciples who participated in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, can also kill the battlefield ghosts with ease. In the beginning, the disciples of the sect of all times had welcomed them on the battlefield, which had already deeply shocked all the martial artists. Today, after witnessing them in action with their own eyes, they were once again shocked. The powerhouses of the second and third-rate sects were slightly better off. The powerhouses of the first-rate sects had bitter expressions on their faces. As the top forces of the mainland, they naturally had many outstanding genius disciples. However, compared to Li Qingyang and the others, they were simply too weak. In particular, the elders of the Taishanxing zone looked at Lu Qianxian with complicated emotions in their eyes. This woman was once the most outstanding and most valuable disciple in their sect. Later on, she was expelled for some reason. They did not expect that after joining the sect of all times, she would become even stronger than before. When the sect of all times won first place in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, many powerhouses had previously thought that the top sects did not seriously send out their geniuses. Now, after witnessing their battle prowess against the battlefield ghosts, they were mercilessly slapped in the face. If this were to be held again, even if they sent all their elites, they would definitely be beaten up badly. To be honest, with the current strength of Li Qingyang and the others, not to mention beating up the genius disciples of the sects, they could even beat up some of the higher-ups of the sects without a problem. The powerhouses of the sect of all times were still unknown to the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. Now that they had experienced the battle with the battlefield ghosts, they had a thorough understanding. The more this was so, the more shocked all the powerhouses were. They had just been promoted to the third-rate sect, and their disciples were already so powerful. In the future, after developing for a few decades or even a century, no one in the entire mainland could compete with them. June Patriarch. In the main hall, City Lord Han cupped his hands and said, back then, I only thought that you were young and promising. Now, it seems that you are an overlord with great talent and bold vision. City Lord Han is too kind. Jun Changxiao said. No, City Lord Han said seriously. I am not flattering you. With the current strength of the sect of all times, they already have the qualifications to dominate a region in the Falling Star continent. Throughout history, even the Demon Emperor back then was far inferior to Jun Patriarch. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he said, City Lord Han is flattering me. Back then, even the Demon Emperor was inferior to him. Jun Changxiao couldn't accept City Lord Han's words. In terms of achievements, he couldn't compare to those awesome people who dared to go against the world. However, from the development of the sect of all times, it was definitely stronger than the Demon Emperor sect. According to historical records, although the Demon Emperor had established the Demon sect long ago, he had always been obsessed with cultivation. It wasn't until he achieved great success that the Demon Emperor sect was born. Jun Changxiao started from scratch. His sect started from nothing and reached its current level in just a few years. Therefore, the Demon Emperor couldn't compare to him. Mastery had a saying. A true master would always have the heart of an apprentice. Jun Chongxiao didn't want to be high profile and didn't want to compare who was stronger with the ancients because it was meaningless. He only wanted to follow his heart. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han said, I have seen countless people, and I won't be wrong. If you and your sect of all times continue to develop, you will definitely become the leader of the Starfall continent. F***ck, this guy is getting more and more exaggerated. Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, I just want to develop the sect steadily. I don't have any ambitions. City Lord Han, don't describe me as the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, it will cause misunderstandings. Who was the Demon Emperor? He was the #1 public enemy of the righteous sects. It's fine if you say that I'm awesome, but if you use him as an example, those big sects that claim to be the embodiment of chivalry will definitely feel unhappy. Jun Chongxiao wasn't afraid of offending the righteous sects, but there was no need to make the world his enemy. That's true. City Lord Han cupped his hands and said respectfully, Jun Patriarch didn't hesitate to bring his disciples into the battlefield and advance for the sake of the world. His greatness far surpasses the Demon Emperor. Jun Chongxiao was speechless. This guy really knew how to say nice things. However, it was quite comfortable to listen to. The battlefield ghosts that appeared once in a while not only gave experience, but also increased the size of the stronghold. Due to the overall strength of the stronghold, it expanded quite a bit. If a batch comes every day, why worry about not being able to reach the size of a city? Goxing said with a smile. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Inside the stronghold, Page unleashed his earth element and arranged the green stone slabs around the stronghold, forming a spacious continent. Patriarch. Li Qingyang stood at the highest point and said, in this disciple's conception, this is the eastern part of the city. After expansion, there will be the western part, southern part, and northern part. Since it's a city, it must have walls, Jun Chongxiao said. Li Qingyang said, this disciple has also considered this point, but in view of the expansion of the stronghold every day, we can only wait until it reaches the size of a city before building another one. Jun Chongxiao nodded, then flew out of the stronghold and continued to search for opportunities. The next day, the battlefield specter had appeared again, and it lasted for dozens of days. This allowed the disciples of the sect of all times to gain a large amount of EXP, and their strength increased by the day. In the sect of all times, due to the transformation of the soil, the growth period of many herbs was shortened. Li Qingyang not only had to busy himself with construction, but he also had to be responsible for refining pills. The most important thing was the Martial King pill, because it was the main ingredient for refining the Surge Talisman, and also the key to determining whether the disciple could break through Wu Huang sooner. Xiao Ziji was not idle. He took on the heavy responsibility of refining equipment, and after the ores were delivered, he refined various weapons and sets in batches. The entire sect of all times had entered a positive state. Jun Chongxiao's daily task was to look for opportunities, fish, and occasionally boast to the readers in this chapter. Master, sending the battlefield specter to punish them every day not only can't do anything to the stronghold of the falling star continent, but also allows their strength to increase continuously. If this continues and the realm hall finds out, I'm afraid they will find trouble with you again. In the illusory palace, the hunchbacked old man frowned and said, This emperor is carrying out their orders, why would I find trouble with them? The graceful woman sitting on the throne, surrounded by clouds and mist, said impatiently, Master. The old man said, I think that in order to prove ourselves, we should increase the difficulty to prevent people from talking behind our backs. The woman thought for a moment and said, Send the sky battlefield specter. How many? One is enough. Yes. The old man hurriedly retreated. The woman leaned back in her chair and said to herself, when this emperor breaks through to that level, will I still be afraid of a small realm hall? Outside the stronghold, the space gradually distorted. The battlefield specter is here again. The disciples of the sect of all time stopped what they were doing and began to warm up. For the past month, the battlefield specter would appear on time every day, and they were already used to it. Ta! A battlefield specter wearing crimson armor and a crimson helmet walked out. It's different from before. The disciples of the sect of all times were surprised. This battlefield specter's face and hair could be clearly seen. If not for the red glow in its eyes, it would be no different from a human at first glance. Xianxia walked out and said in surprise, "The aura is much stronger than the word earth." Could it be the word heaven? That's right. The female system said, "This is a sky battlefield specter. It's very powerful. Dear participants, you must be careful." Interesting. Xianxia was interested. After entering the planar battlefield for so long, he had not only fought but also killed the word earth, but he had never seen the word heaven. How powerful was it? Could it be comparable to a martial emperor? June Patriarch. City Lord Han walked over and said with a serious expression, "This guy has probably reached the Great Perfection Realm." Great Perfection Realm? Xianxia was confused. City Lord Han said, "This is the realm after Wuxing Peak, also known as Wuxing Great Perfection. It means that one's comprehension of martial arts has reached perfection. If they break through again, they can ascend to the Emperor's throne and explore the secrets of shattering the void." Xianxia was speechless. What's the difference between this and the half-saints of Wu Huang and Wuxing? There's no difference. City Lord Han said, "But it's stronger and has a higher status." Okay. Xianxia looked at the battlefield specter and thought, in other words, in the planar battlefield, those who have reached the word heaven don't have the strength of a martial emperor. The system said, martial emperors are the strongest existences in the planar battlefield. They are all busy thinking of ways to shatter the void and ascend to the higher realm. Who would be so free as to come to the planar battlefield? If I become a martial emperor, I'll definitely come to the planar battlefield. Xianxia said seriously, because when a max-level account bullies a newbie account, I'll feel it. The system roared, "You're crazy. Hall Master Z." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Go out and meet him." Whoosh, the Purple King flew out from the main peak and landed 100 feet away from the battlefield specter. He said proudly, "Finally, someone who can fight." The sky battlefield specter looked up, and his eyes became redder and redder. Then, he rushed over. Boom, there was an explosion, and clouds of dust rose. Whoosh, the Purple King burst out from inside. He didn't stop even after he landed. He only stopped when he was 100 feet away. Then, he crossed his arms and looked ferocious. The battlefield specter's attack wasn't fast. He could defend himself in time, but the power contained in his fists was not something that 5 or 6 Earths combined could compare to. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said in surprise, "This battlefield specter is a bit strong." "That's right," Xianxia said. Boom. At this moment, the Purple King's clothes and pants were all torn. He rushed over with his strong legs. His demonic aura exploded, and a dense number of fists instantly gathered. Boom. 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 For a moment, violent energy bloomed outside the stronghold like fireworks. The martial artists of the Starfall continent were stunned. Boom, suddenly, there was another explosion in the battlefield. Clouds of dust rose, and the ground collapsed by 100 feet. Thump, 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 the Purple King retreated again until he was a few hundred feet away. He relaxed his clenched fists, and his arms were numb. He said telepathically, "Patriarch, this guy is very strong. I'm a bit scared." The Purple King, who was fighting one against many, was once again sent flying by the battlefield spirit. His arms were numb. It was clear that the sky battlefield spirit's strength was terrifying. City Lord Han and the rest were sweating profusely. This exhibitionist was a ferocious person, but he was sent flying twice in a short exchange. If it were them, they would have died long ago. Continue fighting. Xianxia said telepathically, "Let me see how strong this guy is." The Purple King was speechless. However, he still stomped his feet and rushed in again. Demonic aura surrounded his body. Firstly, it was for attack, and secondly, it was for defense. He had never used such a cowardly method of preparing his defense in advance even when fighting against a few Earth-level experts. Boom, boom, the two of them started fighting again. In an instant, they fought from the ground to the air, and from the air to the sky. The powerful force shattered the space. Boom. Soon, the Purple King fell like a cannonball, and a large part of the ground caved in again. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched. The battlefield spirit that appeared this time was really super strong. If they were to fight it, they might not even be able to withstand one move. Xianxia said to himself, if I don't use hard to stop, I will also be tortured if I go there. Patriarch. Ding Xingwang said telepathically, should we launch a sneak attack? He didn't dare to fight the battlefield spirit head-on. While Hall Master Purple was fighting, he still had the courage to play some tricks. No. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stopped him. This guy is too strong. Once you are hit, you will be doomed. Except for the Purple King, who had a strong physical body, if it were any other Wuxing present, they would be half dead or half crippled if not dead. In front of absolute power, if one didn't have a matching cultivation and defense, there would be no possibility of fighting. This was just a battlefield spirit that didn't have any thoughts or emotions. If it encountered a real heaven-level expert, the pressure it released would be able to easily change the situation. Swish, the Purple King flew out of the pit. His eyes were burning with anger. Purple demonic aura burst out crazily and gathered in midair to form the shadow of his original body, Purple Vast Tao Kuan. Hoo-hoo. Purple Chi whistled and lingered around his fist. The Purple King rushed to a distance of 100 feet. Then, with the support of his true body's phantom, his giant fist directly tore through space. Everyone, Sigma, oh winky face boom, the giant purple fist carried a violent force as it struck the battlefield specter. The latter was sent flying with a whoosh. Phew. Hoo-hoo. The Purple King was suspended in the air, his right hand still in a bombardment mode. His breathing was slightly rapid, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The main body's phantom and power erupted. This was his killing move, but it consumed a lot of energy. The battlefield specter hovered several hundred feet away. Its crimson armor was not damaged at all. It was clear that not only was it strong, but its equipment was also excellent. Shwa. He gently raised his hand, and the void gradually blurred. A crimson battle axe appeared. The moment the battlefield specter grasped it, its eyes flickered with an even stronger light. The Purple King's mouth twitched. This king was already at a disadvantage when fighting this kind of armored heavenly character while naked. Now, this king had to take out an extraordinary battle axe. This is too much. Speaking of fighting with excellent equipment, all the martial artists had something to say because they were often bullied by Li Qingyang and the others with Six Gods equipment. Whoosh! At this moment, the battlefield specter suddenly swung its battle axe. Ka-ka-ka, as the battle axe fell, space instantly shattered, forming a cold arc of light. The Purple King's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Obviously, he did not dare to use his body to take the light condensed by the weapon head-on. Shwa. 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 The battlefield specter did not show any mercy. It frequently waved its battle axe, forming rays of light that tore through space. The Purple King could only dodge in a sorry state. Although he always managed to resolve the attacks, his scalp was still numb from the shock. Damn it, if I had the cultivation of the upper realm, why would I be afraid of a well-equipped piece of trash? Boom. 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 The light from the battle axe flew from all directions. Although they did not hit the target, when they landed on the ground, deep and crisscrossing trenches immediately appeared. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "This is a little tricky." The system said, "Host, you can buy an exclusive divine weapon for Hall Master Z. It might be able to turn the situation around." That makes sense. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the divine weapon pavilion and quickly locked onto a pair of boxing gloves that belonged to Hall Master Z. Hall Master Z has always relied on his fists to fight. If you give him weapons like swords, they might not be effective. These boxing gloves should be the most suitable. I'll buy it. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points. Received Hell, Fury X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 277-507-0000. Boom. Boom. Outside the stronghold, the battle was in full swing. Hall Master Z, whose strength and equipment were inferior, was in a sorry state. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. Patriarch. He roared and said telepathically, "I can't hold on any longer. Hall Master Z. Xianxia said, I'll give you a divine weapon that has been passed down since ancient times. Passed down since ancient times? Divine weapon? The Purple King instantly thought of Li Qingyang's weapon that could gather lightning tribulations. His eyes lit up. As a monster king of the beast race, although he did not want to use weapons made by humans, he still cared a lot about divine weapons. Moreover, it might come from the upper realm. Swish! A ray of light flew out from the stronghold. The Purple King waved his hand. Purple monster aura enveloped it and pulled it in front of him instantly. In the next second, his expression completely collapsed. The divine weapon that appeared in front of him was not a sword. Instead, it was a pair of pink boxing gloves. On each of them was a heart, referring to boxing gloves. Patriarch. The Purple King's mouth twitched violently. This is the divine weapon that has been passed down since ancient times? That's right. Xianxia said, this item is called Hell, Fury. The Purple King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was a dagger, he could reluctantly accept it. However, was this pair of boxing gloves with pink girlish hearts used for fighting or for acting cute? Swish! At this moment, the battlefield specter raised its battle axe and swept it over. Its powerful force directly cut through space and stirred up gusts of wind. The Purple King hurriedly grabbed the gloves and fell down. Boom! He stabilized his body on the ground. His gaze was extremely conflicted. Don't waste time. Xianxia said telepathically, hurry up and put it on. Beat him up. The Purple King lowered his head and looked at the pink boxing gloves. He said painfully, if I wear it, my reputation will go down the drain. Swish! The battlefield specter pressed down from above. The battle axe in its hand flashed and blasted out bursts of light. The space was instantly torn into strips. We're in trouble. Old Ding and the rest had a drastic change in expression. The Purple King, who was struggling violently, made up his mind and finally put on the pink boxing gloves. At that moment, with his naked body and a pair of boxing gloves with pink girlish hearts, the scene was simply unbearable. Swish! Suddenly, the two hearts on the boxing gloves flashed. An unfamiliar memory spread from his arms to his mind. The Purple King immediately fell into a daze. Hall Master Z, dodge! Old Ding roared. Dodge? At this moment, the Purple King recovered his thoughts. He raised his head and his eyes flashed with the same pink color as the boxing gloves. He said proudly, this is not my style. Ta! He took half a step back and suddenly raised his arms. His purple hair fluttered as he roared, suffer the wrath of hell. Bam! 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 With the enhancement of the boxing gloves, a mix of purple and pink punches blasted upwards. They collided violently with the battle axe. The violent force wantonly spread, causing a large area of space to collapse. All the weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion had a memory inheritance. When the wielder touched or used it, it would be transmitted. At the same time, it had a binding effect. After the Purple King put on Hell Rage, he immediately learned how to use it. The method was very simple. He just needed to pour his power into his fist and rely on the gloves to punch it out. So, when the Purple King accepted the memory, he didn't dodge the incoming axe light. Instead, he gathered his power into his fists and launched a crazy attack. Boom! 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 The wind howled and the space was torn apart. Oh my god! City Lord Mu and the others suddenly widened their eyes. They could feel that the power of the Purple King's punch was obviously more explosive than before. Could it be because of the pink gloves? Was that a supreme treasure of an extremely high level? Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion was still echoing. The flowing light gathered by the battle axe was completely destroyed by the fist mark. The space was also shattered by the energy wave. Hoo-hoo! A cold wind blew past, blowing away Hall Master Z's purple hair. His face was filled with arrogance. He resisted the pink gloves at first, but after putting it on, he felt that his power had been greatly enhanced. He was ecstatic. Cool, comfortable, swish! At this moment, the battlefield ghost held the battle axe and slashed down, condensing a powerful flowing light again. Boom! The Purple King raised his fist to meet it. Under the support of the gloves, the demon aura gathered into a huge fist mark and directly broke the light that tore the space apart. Swish. Swish. Swish, he flew out and instantly approached the battlefield ghost. The pink fist mark instantly spread out. Boom. Boom. Boom, the dense fist marks bombarded the crimson armor like cannonballs, causing the other party to keep retreating. Finally, with a bang, it fell to the ground in the distance. The armor on its chest was dented. Not bad, not bad. June Patriarch smiled. Previously, he couldn't shake the battlefield ghost's armor with his fists. After putting on the exclusive divine weapon, he could make it dented. This showed that the increase in strength was not small. The 10,000 contribution points were not in vain. Swish, the purple craggy monster king rushed forward and stopped in the air above his target. He raised his fists and punched downwards. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Pink fist prints that seemed to be filled with love rained down on the battlefield spectre like a torrential rain. Boom 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 boom. Ka-ka-ka, dust flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. This? City Lord Han and the others were dumbfounded. Boom, after the last fist came crashing down, the ground finally stopped trembling. When the dust gradually settled, the battlefield ghost was revealed in a deep crater. The ground around it was cracked, extending thousands of feet outwards, and this was only because the ground of the planar battlefield was tough enough. If they had been on the falling star continent, such a crazy explosion would have affected an even wider area. Is it over? That guy's gauntlets must be divine tier. Seeing the battlefield spectre lying motionless in the deep pit, City Lord Han and the others couldn't help but shudder with fear. He was clearly at a disadvantage just now, but when he put on the gloves, he was able to beat his opponent up. They could only guess that the level of his equipment was extremely high. Ka-ka-ka. At this moment, the battlefield spectre lying in the deep pit swayed slightly. Then, with a whoosh, it flew up and hovered 10 feet away from the Purple King. Although there were many fist prints on its crimson armor, from the light in its eyes, it seemed to be completely fine. The Purple King's eyes widened. He had thrown so many punches, but the opponent was still able to move. This hurt his pride a little. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the battlefield spectre raised its head. Red lines appeared on the parts of its skin that weren't covered by the armor. Its entire body was instantly covered in crimson light, as if it had turned into a man of fire. Shwa. It disappeared into thin air. Not good. The Purple King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and blocked with his arms in front of him. Boom, the battlefield spectre covered in crimson light had unknowingly circled behind him and swung its right arm at him. Whoosh. The power of this punch was obviously stronger than before. After the Purple King took it head-on, his expression turned ferocious, and his body fell down like a cannonball. The battlefield spectre disappeared again and reappeared at the landing spot in advance. It raised its fist and threw a punch. Bang, the Purple King, who had lost his balance, couldn't dodge at all. He was punched in the chest, and then flew up into the sky. Bang, 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 the battlefield spectre disappeared frequently and reappeared frequently. Hallmaster Z was like a rubber ball, flying up and down. Boom. After being punched more than 10 times, he used his gloves to block the attacks and staggered out of the attack range. Wah. The Purple King spat out a mouthful of blood. Hallmaster Z. Old Ding and the others exclaimed. Damn it. The Purple King raised his arm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with anger. Pa. Suddenly, he clasped his fists together, and 2 hearts connected. Instantly, an extremely dazzling pink light shone. A sure kill skill? Xianxia said. Hoo-hoo. The Purple King was enveloped by the pink light. Then, he took a step forward, separated his fists, and punched the air with both fists. He shouted loudly, Love's Fury Fist. Xianxia was speechless. He actually dared to say such a Chinibu name, the system was speechless. What right does a guy who calls himself darling and makes a heart gesture have to laugh at others? Whoosh. Whoosh. The Purple King activated the sure kill skill of Hell Fury. Instantly, the gloves flew out of his hands and flew to the left and right. In the process, they expanded rapidly and finally turned into two pink gloves that were as big as boulders. Hoo hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! The two huge gloves came from the left and right, sandwiching the battlefield specter in the middle. Pa! The Purple King clasped his hands together. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two huge gloves pulled each other and blasted toward the battlefield specter at a shocking speed. Finally, they collided with each other with a loud bang. Ka ka ka! The moment the gloves made contact, violent energy spread out in the form of ripples. Not only did the space in that area collapse, but it also turned into pieces, like a mirror that was smashed into pieces. Plop! After using the sure kill skill, the Purple King sat on the ground. His face was red and he was breathing rapidly, as if his body had been hollowed out. If you don't die now, I won't be able to do anything. As he spoke, the two huge gloves that were joined together quickly turned pocket-sized and then flew to his side. The battlefield specter was still standing in mid-air, but cracks began to appear on its crimson armor. Soon, a large area collapsed and fell off. The solid defense was broken, but the opponent's eyes were still shining. It was obvious that he still had the ability to fight. Patriarch, the Purple King lay on the ground and broke down. I've tried my best. After using the sure kill skill and being so tired that he collapsed, he only managed to break the sky battlefield specter's armor. This was definitely the battle that hurt his pride the most since he came down from the upper realm. Whoosh! Xianxia flew out of the stronghold and landed in front of the Purple King. He said, "Leave the rest to me." Leave it to him? The Purple King was stunned. It was undeniable that this guy was not weak. But facing a sky battlefield specter that even he couldn't do anything about, wasn't it a little too far-fetched? Or was he going to use a divine weapon with words engraved on it? Thinking of Xianxia's previous killing spree on the battlefield with the unstoppable blade, the Purple King said to himself, this might be able to defeat the sky battlefield. Swish! Xianxia waved his hand lightly and carried the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. He held the flat suction nozzle in his right hand and said proudly, "You should use this thing to deal with unclean things." Ding! Enhancement mode activated. Ding! Sect contribution points, 276-507-0000. Swish! Xianxia flew over. The battlefield specter's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a crimson fist instantly blasted out. In terms of strength, it was obviously not as explosive as when it fought with the Purple King, but it still couldn't be underestimated. If it were City Master Han and the others, they might not dare to take it head-on. Swish! Xianxia raised the flat suction nozzle, and the crimson energy was instantly sucked in. F***CK. This works too? The Purple King suddenly opened his eyes wide. Swish! Xianxia flew over with the vacuum cleaner at an extremely fast speed, directly raising the flat suction nozzle and fiercely hitting the battlefield specter's head. Whoosh! A strong suction force burst out, and the crimson energy was sucked into the dust remover along the scalp. In just a moment, the battlefield specter's eyes gradually dimmed from the radiance in all directions, and finally, its entire body was sucked in. Swish! Xianxia landed lightly on the ground, holding the flat suction nozzle, and said proudly, "The battle is over." Wow! Looking at the extremely pretentious back, the Purple King couldn't suppress his injuries and spat out blood. He roared in his heart, "Why didn't you use this weapon to restrain the battlefield specter earlier? You made me lose face." The sky battlefield spirit was sucked away by the magically modified vacuum cleaner, body and soul. As expected. Xianxia said to himself, "This thing is also unclean." Actually, when the sky battlefield spirit first appeared, he had wondered if it could be sucked in. But because he wanted to leave it as an experience bag for his disciples, he had never tested it. Now, it was very powerful, and the Purple King had no choice but to test it. To show his respect, Xianxia didn't even turn on third gear. He directly activated the enhancement mode. Of course, if not for the Purple King's crazy consumption earlier, he wouldn't have been able to get close. "Hall Master Z," Xianxia said, "you've worked hard." Demon Monarch Z Craggy almost vomited blood again. I'm exhausting myself and embarrassing myself, but in the end, I'm helping him to finish. This is too infuriating. What is June Patriarch holding? He sucked in the sky battlefield spirit directly. Could it be an extremely precious treasure? City Lord Han and the others standing on the floating mountain started discussing. They had already forgotten about the Purple King's crazy battle earlier and focused all their attention on the magically modified vacuum cleaner. A classic example of stealing the limelight. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, the stronghold has expanded again. Really? After returning, Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses and found that the stronghold's area had increased again. The increase was similar to the clear jade spirit, so he guessed, maybe it's because its strength is at the sky level, so it's given more area after defeating it. At present, the Falling Star Continent's stronghold was comparable to 4 towns. It could be called a city, but it was small. Of course, whether it was a city or not wasn't up to Jun Changxiao. It had to be determined by the epic mission, so he wouldn't stop there. He would continue to expand the stronghold's area. Page. Li Qingyang said, we have work to do again. Roar. Paige raised her head and roared. Her eyes were shining with excitement. This fellow had been in the planar battlefield for quite some time now. He had been busy with the construction of the stronghold every day, and his strength had improved significantly. Without the ability to increase its cultivation through hibernation like little Long Long, Paige could only rely on its own efforts to become stronger step by step until it reached the peak and accompanied its master. Pa. Pa. Ah, inside the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, Arya waved the soul-suppressing whip and whipped the soul. The latter was bound in a U-shape and held in pain. This guy had some ability. He had been locked up here for a long time, but he hadn't been completely purified. The main reason was that souls were creatures that truly had self-awareness. There was an obvious difference between them and Shi Jingxuan's strange attribute and the power of the upper realm's thunder punishment. The more durable this guy was, the happier Arya was because she could completely let go of herself and unlock all kinds of means and tricks to whip him. Pa pa pa. Ah. The sounds of whips and screams rose and fell. Swish, space distorted, and Jun Changxiao appeared out of thin air with the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. Master. Arya stopped and smiled. Why are you here? When she was whipping the soul, she looked like a little devil that walked out of hell. When she saw Jun Changxiao, she smiled like a bright child. This change was too fast. I'm here to send you a prisoner. Is that so? Arya's eyes suddenly lit up. Jun Changxiao opened the vacuum cleaner, and the trapped battlefield specter turned into a stream of light and flew out. Then, with a bang, it hit the space barrier and bounced back. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Arya waved the soul-suppressing whip and whipped the battlefield specter fiercely. The latter gradually turned from a stream of light into a human form. Under the soul-suppressing whip, all forms would be forcibly anthropomorphized and then suffer from the double torture of the body and soul. Eh? After Arya whipped it, she said in surprise, Master, this doesn't seem to be an attribute. That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Although the battlefield specter couldn't speak human language and had no thoughts, it was a low-level creature created by the upper realm that only knew how to fight. Interesting. Arya squinted her eyes and smiled. It was more interesting to train such a creature, and it gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the suspended soul, Jun Changxiao asked, how long more until this fellow is purified? Arya thought for a while and said, probably a few more months. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, the soul bared its teeth and said, I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you. After being crazily abused every day, its spirit had completely collapsed. It could give up its backbone and dignity. It only wanted to escape from Arya's whip and candles as soon as possible. There was another important reason that forced it to disarm and surrender. During the period of abuse, its mind was obviously sluggish. If it continued, it might completely lose itself. The so-called sluggish mind was purification. When it completely lost itself, it would become a puppet that was controlled by Arya at will. Jun Changxiao said, if you want to submit to me, it'll depend on your sincerity. I'm sincere, the soul hurriedly said. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "Since you're sincere, tell me honestly. Are there any of your kind in the Falling Star continent?" There were 9 Soul Clan members who came to harm the Falling Star continent. Since one of them had come out, the other 8 might still be lurking in the dark and developing in a low-key manner. This area hit it. Smack. 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 Ah, the soul immediately screamed again, and then said in pain, "June Patriarch, I just woke up not long ago. As for whether there are any of my kind, I'm not sure yet." "You're not sure yet?" Jun Changxiao said, "You mean, maybe there are some of your kind?" The soul said with a ferocious expression, "Although I was defeated in the battle with the Falling Star Continent's martial emperor, my soul merged with heaven and earth. After recuperating for nearly 10,000 years, I was able to wake up. As for my companions, they might have died or are still recuperating in the void." The Soul Clan had a special ability that could save their lives in times of crisis. However, the price was to fall into a coma. This coma depended on luck and the degree of injury. It could be as short as a few decades, or as long as a few thousand years. Of course. If the injury was extremely serious, even if the ability was used, the person who deserved to die would still die. The Soul Clan member who possessed Dai Lu's body was seriously injured at that time. Although it survived, its cultivation and strength were completely weakened after nearly 10,000 years in the void. "Do you have any companions?" Jun Changxiao asked. The soul hurriedly said, "Yes." Next question. Jun Changxiao said, "There are millions of martial artists in the Falling Star continent. Why did you reside in Dai Lu's body?" The soul said, "When a living being is in a state of anger and unwillingness, the Soul Clan can easily merge into the body. Moreover, when I woke up from a coma, I happened to meet him and went in without thinking." The last sentence was filled with regret. If time flowed backward, it would definitely not choose Dai Lu because this guy was too benevolent. He could not let go of his hands to absorb martial artists. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. "Area." Jun Changxiao said, "Continue to whip it." "Yes." Jun Patriarch. "I, smack. 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 In the cell." Thinking of the time when the soul instigated him to absorb martial artists to improve his cultivation faster, he ignored it. Dai Lu shook his head and sighed. "A single slip leads to everlasting regret. If I turn back, I will be squatting in jail." "So." Zhao Daodu put a hand on his shoulder and advised earnestly, "Let go of what should be let go. Don't let yourself be lost in the abyss forever because of a momentary setback. Can you scram? If scramming can bring you enlightenment, I don't mind scramming to the ends of the earth." Jun Changxiao ordered Arya to continue purifying the soul. He did not believe that such a cunning and sinister creature would willingly submit to him. It would only be safe if he tamed it completely. This Dai Lu, after returning to the study, Jun Changxiao pondered, was it really a coincidence that he was targeted by the soul race? In his opinion, Brother Green Scarf did not have a strong aptitude. He was just the most ordinary existence in the world. Even if he was lucky, he might not be able to get it. The system said, the host was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Didn't you get the system all the same? Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, "What I mean is, there might be something different about this person. It's just that it hasn't been discovered yet." The system said, the host wants to say that the soul is stored in his body because there's something potentially different about him? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. This was just his guess. It was just like when someone was driving, they only had suspicions without evidence. The system said, so the host has been locking him in the cell with no intention of letting him out. I guess I'm fated with this person. Jun Changxiao said, if I didn't reject him back then, Li Qingyang would have to call him senior brother. Now that I've captured him, I have to reform him if I can. The system was not optimistic that Dai Lu would join the sect of all times. However, it did not say it out loud because it was afraid of being slapped in the face. As the strongest face-slapping system in history, it could only say nothing and not express its stance in order to prevent being slapped in the face again and again. According to the previous rhythm, once the battlefield specter appeared, it would definitely last for a long time. However, after the heaven character appeared, it did not appear again. This also caused the falling star continent to return to its former peace. When City Lord Han and the others learned that they would enter the slaughtering azure field within a year, they dismissed the idea of returning and quietly cultivated in the floating mountain. As a member of the falling star continent, if it was destined that they could not avoid killing, they could only fight to the end. Xianxia continued to focus on searching for opportunities. Many Earth-level treasures were found one after another, and the stronghold was upgraded day by day. Li Qingyang and the others worked overtime and did not fall behind in the construction. A month later, the size of the falling star continent's stronghold had reached the size of 5 towns. Crisscrossing roads paved the way, and rows upon rows of buildings, it was beginning to take on the scale of a city. Xianxia did not continue to modify the terrain to create more floating mountains. This was because 7 was enough. More would make it seem a little cheap. Patriarch Li Qingyang pointed at the blueprint and said, "The North City has already begun to develop. Next, I will continue to develop the East City." In his plan, with the floating mountain as the center, he would divide it into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. Is there enough money? Enough. Jun Patriarch no longer cared about money. His main concern was the various kinds of spirit stones. Although he had extorted quite a lot from the cultivators of the falling star continent, he still felt that it was not enough. He had to find a way to earn more. How can I enter the soul world? At first, he thought that he could sneak into the soul world through the planar battlefield. In the end, it did not happen. This made Xianxia reconsider. Should he directly break the seal of the Formation Emperor and kill his way in? The system reminded, if you break the formation, they will also kill their way in. If the host can't stop them, you will not be saving the falling star continent, but becoming the culprit of the falling star continent. That's why I'm in a dilemma now, Xianxia said. He wanted to build the strongest sect. It was not a big deal that he and a few of the higher-ups were strong. Only by increasing the overall strength would it be truly strong. And this required a large amount of resources. Under normal circumstances, a few Wu Xing, more than 10 half-sages, and a few Wu Huang martial kings would be considered a top sect. Jin Goxing wanted to build all his disciples into martial kings or even Wu Huang. Therefore, the starting point was too high. It was destined to consume an extremely large amount of resources. Since the falling star continent could not provide them, they could only rob other planes. The soul world was undoubtedly the first choice. After all, they had invaded before. Let's wait. The system said, when the disciples are stronger, when the host breaks through to Wu Xing or Martial Emperor, then we can go and rob other planes. If only there were void worms, Xianxia murmured. The soul race relied on this thing to break through the plane barrier and invade. If he could find one and break through from another place, they would be caught off guard. The system said, this kind of creature is not good. At this point, he suddenly remembered the law of being slapped in the face and hurriedly shut his mouth. Xianxia only thought about robbing the soul world. Next, he still focused on expanding the stronghold. One day, when he brought back a treasure, a deep voice sounded in the sky of the battlefield. The falling star continent's area meets the requirements and is officially classified as a third-class city. It can't be? All the martial artists widened their eyes when they heard this. It had only been 2 months since the last announcement that the falling star continent was classified as a town. How could it suddenly be upgraded to a city? City Lord. In the 9 Heavens continent stronghold, an elder said in disbelief, what kind of ridiculous development speed is this? Mo Shangxing's mouth twitched. Back then, it took us a few decades to develop from a town to a city. And this was only the first tier. Weaker planes took over 100 years or more to reach the scale of a city. It only took them 2 months to travel from a town to a city. That was an incredible feat. Third-class city? Xianxia muttered to himself, there are second-class and first-class cities above? Yes. The female system said. Since the stronghold scale has been recognized by the upper realm, the epic-level mission should also count. Goxing grinned, the initial completion standard has been met. Dear participant, after the stronghold reaches the scale of a city, as the leader of the stronghold, you can declare war on planes of the same scale as the stronghold. The female system said. After declaring war, I can go to the slaughtering azure field? Yes. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, these two epic-level missions are closely related. Who should I declare war on? If he had a grudge against anyone on the battlefield, it would definitely be the Scarlet Sea Continent and Lingyun Continent. Palace Master. At this moment, in the Scarlet Sea Continent stronghold, the Azure Sea Palace Elder panicked when he heard that the Starfall Continent had been promoted to a city. The Starfall Continent is classified as a city, so it has the right to declare war. If it declares war on our Scarlet Sea Continent, it will be bad. I'm worried too. Hong Yao frowned. He knew that every plane had to go through the slaughtering azure field once. If Jun Changxiao chose his own continent, he would be in big trouble. What should he do? Hong Yao anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. Palace Master. An elder suggested, Jun Changxiao loves money, we can cater to his tastes. You mean, give him spirit stones? That's right. This? Hong Yao was conflicted. He was still in pain from being extorted while watching the show. If he gave him spirit stones, it would be like cutting off his own flesh. Palace Master. At this moment, a disciple came to report, the Lingyun Continent has sent martial artists to the Starfall Continent stronghold. Hong Yao was stunned, are they going to die? Palace Master. The elder who made this suggestion earlier exclaimed, the Lingyun Continent is not going to die. They might be going to. Give us money. Give us money? Hong Yao's mouth twitched, that's too cowardly. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up and follow me to the Starfall Continent stronghold. If the Lingyun Continent gets there first, Jun Changxiao might declare war on us tomorrow. Patriarch. On the main peak of the floating mountain, Li Qingyang reported, people from the Scarlet Sea Continent and the Lingyun Continent are requesting an audience. Eh? Why are they here? Jun Changxiao, who was thinking about whom to declare war on, was suddenly at a loss. According to the rules of the upper realm, a plane that had reached the size of a city had the right to declare war. This right to declare war meant that after both sides had reached a certain size, they could fight whoever they did not like. New planes did not have the right to declare war, but they had the right to enter passively. Regardless of whether they had reached the size or not, they had to enter once. From the moment City Lord Han and the others entered, the Falling Star Continent was considered a newcomer, so they had the right to enter passively. However, they did not need it now because they had reached the size of a city and automatically obtained the right to declare war. Epic Mission 10 required them to find a plane to declare war and win in the slaughtering azure field. Therefore, Jun Changxiao began to think about which plane to declare war on. Before he could decide, people from the Scarlet Sea Continent and the Lingyun Continent came over, and they prepared a lot of spirit stones. This, holding a few space rings, Jun Changxiao, who was standing outside the stronghold, was a little confused. He did not expect that they would suddenly come to give him money. Jun Patriarch. Hong Yao smiled and said, the rule of the plain battlefield is to kill. We have no choice, so please don't take it to heart if we have offended you before. Jun Changxiao immediately understood. They were worried that he would declare war on them, so they came to give him money in advance. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, I'm not a petty person. Since you are so polite, let's bury the hatchet. Hong Yao and the big shots from the Lingyun Continent were secretly delighted. In fact, according to the rules of the upper realm, the side that was declared war had the right to refuse. However, if they could use money to resolve the conflict with the Falling Star Continent and not be watched by them all day, that would be the best. To be exact. They were too afraid of Jun Changxiao and would rather spend money to avoid disaster. Spirit stones are so easy to earn. Sitting in the main hall and counting the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the space ring, a smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. The system said, Host, you've taken their money. Who are you going to declare war on? Jun Changxiao said indifferently, there are many planes in the battlefield. If I don't look for them, I can look for others. The system did not speak. The Scarlet Sea Continent and the Lingyun Continent were considered mid-tier planes. They would be scared to death. The other planes would definitely refuse to declare war if their brains weren't kicked by a donkey. Jun Changxiao had also considered this point. However, since the other party had given them money, it was equivalent to them paying protection fees. How could they have the nerve to declare war? Moreover, the overall strength of the two planes was not bad. If they really declared war on them and entered the slaughtering azure field, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. The fact that June Patriarch could realize this meant that he was still very calm. He was feared by everyone because he had killed more than 20,000 people in a frenzy, and he had relied on a blade that was hard to stop. Without this item, Goshen would be nothing. With the current strength of the sect of all times, they definitely could not contend against a plane like the Crimson Sea continent. Even if they had the Purple King to fight one against many in the Azure battlefield, they might not necessarily win. Furthermore, he only had one opening talisman now. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would definitely not use the blade that was hard to stop. Therefore, Xianxia would not be stupid enough to challenge the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent. Their gift of spirit stones was a completely unexpected windfall. He had no intention of flipping their cards. Instead, they came to give him money. Naturally, he would gladly accept it and let go of the grudges between them. If the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent knew that their gift of spirit stones was completely unnecessary, they would definitely vomit blood. On the first day that the powerhouses entered the plain battlefield, they missed him. On the 10th day, they missed him. On the 60th day, they still missed him. This was the best way to describe the younger generation of the Falling Star continent missing their elders. Some worked hard to cultivate or manage their family business. Some endured because they did not have the supervision of their elders, or because they missed their elders too much and indulged in wine and women. Until one day, the entire Jianghu was in chaos. This was because the Demon Emperor's gate appeared again. This time, the storm was very fierce. In just one night, more than 10 sects were destroyed. Patriarch. All kinds of information were sent to the Drizzle Peak from all directions. Li Luoqiu reported after sifting through the information, just last night, 9 fifth-rate sects and 2 fourth-rate sects were destroyed. Finally, they can't hold it in anymore. Jun Changxiao was not surprised that the Demon Emperor's gate appeared again. All the major sects started to organize. Li Luoqiu said, however, because the first batch of powerhouses entered, the scale was not too big. I'm afraid that they won't be able to pose a substantial threat to the Demon Emperor's gate. Is there no news from the Taishan Xingzhou? No. Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment. Then he said, the Demon Emperor's gate has been holding back for so long. If they stir up trouble again, it will definitely last for a long time. We only need to be responsible for watching the show. Yes. By the way, inform Elder Jiang to find out where the Demon Emperor's gate moved to. If Yuan Gongzi heard this, he would definitely cry and say, as expected, they still don't intend to let us go. That afternoon, Xianxia left the Sect of all times to find the hiding place of the Demon Emperor's gate. A few days later, another piece of shocking news came. The famous righteous sects led by the top sects had a direct confrontation with the Demon Emperor's gate, who had launched a sneak attack in a certain third-rate sect. Both sides fought for a day and a night. When Li Luoqiu received the news, she hurriedly reported, Patriarch, yesterday at the Jade Court sect, the righteous and demonic sects fought fiercely. There were 6 half-saints involved in the battle, and the mountain collapsed. How are the casualties? The Demon Emperor's gate lost 1 half-saint. The famous righteous sects lost 2 half-saints. Jun Changxiao said in shock, it's that serious? In the next few days, news came, which made him gradually realize that the Demon Emperor's gate, which had been dormant for some time, was really going to cause havoc in the Falling Star continent. Because it had fought with the righteous sects dozens of times, both sides had emperors and kings dying one after another. In this era where even martial kings were powerful, the death of so many high-level cultivators could only mean that the level of the battle between the righteous and demonic sects was extremely high. If it was just a confrontation between sects, it would be fine. However, many provinces and counties actually started secular wars at this critical juncture. A large number of troops were deployed, causing the sky above the Falling Star continent to be enveloped in the flames of war. The atmosphere was very oppressive. June Patriarch. Xie Guangquan visited the Sect of all times and said with a frown, during this period, the Demon Emperor's gate has caused a lot of trouble. The 4th and 5th-rate sects were destroyed one after another, and the other provinces and counties are fighting each other. I'm worried that it will affect the Azure Sun County. No need to worry. Jun Chongxiao interlocked his fingers and said with a cold gaze, if anyone dares to invade the Azure Sun County, I'll kill them. He set a flag, whoosh, whoosh, in the gloomy forest. A group of masked men in black clothes flew out and then stared at a few women who were hurrying on their way. Deputy Chief. A subordinate whispered, these people are the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. Should we attack? Attack. Whoosh. Whoosh, dozens of masked men in black rushed out and attacked the female cultivators without any explanation. Boom, boom, due to the difference in numbers and strength, the masked men in black clothes suppressed the female cultivators in just a moment and heavily injured them. You. Who are you? The injured female cultivator said with a pale face. You'll know when you reach the Yellow Springs Road. One of the masked men in black raised his sword and slashed. However, he was stopped by someone beside him, who said in shock, Deputy Chief, these people are not the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. The deputy chief said in shock, they're not? Hearing this, the woman seemed to understand something. She hurriedly took out an identity token from her waist and said, we are the disciples of the Ingenious Flower Palace. Ingenious Flower Palace? Chief, it sounds familiar. It's over, it's over. The deputy chief said in a panic, the Ingenious Flower Palace is one of the allies of the Sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi once warned us not to provoke them. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, 7 disciples of the Ingenious Flower Palace were ambushed by the masked men in black clothes. 5 are injured and 2 are dead. Jun Chongxiao interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said coldly, Yuan Gongzi, you've gone too far. Bam, a loud explosion came from the inner courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate. A black-cloaked man smashed through the door and flew out. He landed on the ground and spat out blood. From the perspective of the smashed door, Yuan Gongzi's eyes were filled with anger. His face was distorted as he roared, trash! 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 He ordered his subordinates to ambush the Lily Saint Sect and accidentally hurt Miao Hua Palace. Anger, extreme anger, so important that he had to repeat it 3 times. Men! Yuan Gongzi sneered, throw this trash into the Broken Soul Cliff. Despair appeared in the eyes of the vice branch leader, who was lying outside and vomiting blood. The Broken Soul Cliff was the place where the Demon Emperor's Gate punished its members. Not only would they die if they were thrown in, but their souls would also be destroyed. Vice branch leader. Please. Please give me another chance. The vice branch leader howled. Bam, Yuan Gongzi smashed the table in front of him and said furiously, I'll give you a chance. Jun Chongxiao, will you give me a chance? Of all the people, he had to hurt Miao Hua Palace. Everyone in the Starfall continent knew that the patriarch of the Sect of all times had an affair with the palace master of this 4th-rate sect. If he knew about this, he would definitely not let it go. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 black-cloaked men flew over and carried the despairing vice branch leader away. Young master. The black-clothed old man in the room said, we didn't offend the Sect of all times. We only accidentally hurt Miao Hua Palace's disciples. It shouldn't be that serious, right? I hope it's fine too. Yuan Gongzi said bitterly, but I'm afraid that Jun Chongxiao will use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. The black-clothed old man said confidently, we've already changed our base. The Sect of all times won't be able to find us. Moreover, this Spirit Crossing Valley is the #1 forbidden area in the Starfall continent. There are hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts inside. Even if Jun Chongxiao knows the location, he might not dare to bring his men here. Spirit Crossing Valley. The #1 forbidden area of the Starfall continent. The most feared thing about this place was that there were 2 spirit beasts that were as powerful as Wu Xing and hundreds of thousands of subordinates. To be able to enter the Demon Emperor's Gate, it took a lot of resources. Of course, they were only temporary guests. There were some places that they couldn't enter, because if they weren't careful, they would become enemies with the beast race, resulting in a large-scale battle. Don't look at how this demonic Dao faction was arrogant outside, they were very well behaved in the Spirit Crossing Valley. It was all Jun Chongxiao's fault. If they hadn't attacked the Other parties nest, they wouldn't have moved all the way here. Regardless of whether we can find that guy or not, we cannot offend the sect of all times at any time, let alone their allies. Pass down my order. Tell the disciples who are out there to keep their eyes open and find the right information. If something like this happens again, throw them all into the Broken Soul Cliff. Yes. The black-clothed old man disappeared without a sound. Yuan Gongzi sat on the chair, rubbed his temples, and said, "Should I apologize first?" If he did that, it would seem a bit too cowardly. Those old fellows would also take the opportunity to criticize him. "Young master," a subordinate said, "the Tiger King and the Antler King have come to visit." Yuan Gongzi gave up thinking and said, "Invite them in." In the guest hall, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a weak scholar with a feminine appearance sat awkwardly on the chair. The Tiger King and the Antler King. One was a heaven-reaching tiger, and the other was a horned deer. The two beasts had cultivated in the Spirit Crossing Valley for thousands of years. Not only were they as powerful as Wu Xing, but they also had hundreds of thousands of subordinates. They were quite powerful in the circle of the beast race. There were many powerful spirit beasts in the Starfall continent, but because they stayed in a certain area all year round and rarely appeared in the secular world, their presence was very low. For example, the king of 100 Hills that Xianxia had subdued. 2 kings. Yuan Gongzi walked in, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "What brings you to this, Yuan?" The Antler King said, "We've thought about what Yuan Gongzi said earlier. We're willing to work together and do something big in the Starfall continent." "That's great," Yuan Gongzi said happily. After he had settled in the Spirit Crossing Valley, he had instigated the 2 spirit beasts to join him. After the experts of the Starfall continent entered the planar battlefield, they attacked the major forces and unified the entire continent. However, the Antler King said, "How do we split the benefits?" Following behind the Demon Emperor's gate and becoming enemies with the Starfall continent, if there were no benefits, they would definitely not do it. Yuan Gongzi said, 2 kings definitely won't be willing to hide in the Spirit Crossing Valley. If you assist this Yuan in attacking the major forces, after the matter is done, I'll give you a large amount of good feng shui land for the beast race to rest and recuperate. The Tiger King and the Antler King's eyes lit up. They had no interest in human weapons and equipment. If they could obtain a larger territory to strengthen their race, it would naturally be best. "Yuan Gongzi, it's a deal. Come. Drink this bowl of wine and congratulate us on forming an alliance. Brother." After leaving the Demon Emperor's gate, the Tiger King, who had been silent all this time, said, "The humans are very cunning. Won't we be tricked by forming an alliance with them?" "We won't." The Antler King said, "I've already sent my subordinates to investigate. This Demon Emperor's gate has been fighting with the major forces recently. It's clear that they're going to do something big." The Tiger King was very confused. "Brother, that purple-haired guy who called himself the Fiend King came to find us, and you directly rejected him. Why do you have this plan now?" "Big brother," the Antler King said, "that guy looks unreliable. We'll definitely be unlucky if we fight with him. Although the major forces of the major sects have entered the planar battlefield, there are still many humans. We have to be careful," the Tiger King said. The Antler King sneered. "We can't deal with the humans openly. We can do it secretly." The Tiger King said, "Brother, do you have a plan?" The Antler King thought for a while and said, "While the Demon Emperor's gate is fighting with the major sects, we'll lead our elites to attack a certain county. Of course. We can't be too strong. Let's find a weak one to test our strength. If we're talking about weak, it's only southwest Jiangzhou." "That's right." The Antler King smiled. "I've already made my choice. When the Demon Emperor's gate moves again, we'll attack the weakest county in southwest Jiangzhou, Qingyang County." "Brother, I heard that there's a sect of all times in Qingyang County. This sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. It's just a third-rate sect. There's nothing to worry about. Should we discuss it with Yuan Gongzi first?" "Big brother, if we discuss everything with that guy, we won't be allies anymore. We'll just be his underlings. Okay, let's attack Qingyang County." Don't tell Yuan Gongzi about this. When we take down southwest Yangzhou, he'll understand that we beast race can't be underestimated. It'll be beneficial for us in the future. In the courtyard, Yuan Gongzi leisurely took a sip of tea and smiled. These two spiritual beasts are very strong and have many subordinates. As long as we use them well, they'll definitely be great helpers for our Demon Emperor's gate to unify the continent. Young master, the black-clothed old man said, they're not of our race. Their intentions are definitely different. It's fine, it's fine. Yuan Gongzi put down his teacup and smiled. These beasts with no intelligence are nothing but chess pieces in my hands. The battle between the Devil Monarch sect and the righteous sects had already reached a white-hot state. At any moment, they could start fighting on some mountain or in some wilderness. All kinds of news spread through the counties. Many ordinary people sensed that something was wrong and prayed silently that they would not be implicated in the battle. Even if innocent people were harmed in a battle of this level, there would be a limit to it. However, if the counties and counties were to fight, many people would be implicated. County Governor. In the Xinjiang City Lord's office, a strategist said, City Lord Mu has entered the dimensional battlefield and has not returned yet. I'm afraid something bad has happened to him. Why don't we take the opportunity to annex the other counties? Sigh. Shuachachuan sighed and said, Of course I want to, but with the sect of all times in charge, offending them will not end well. The world was in turmoil, and the flames of war were everywhere. As an ambitious county governor, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to expand his territory. However, Mu Changhong of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City had left, and Jun Changxiao of the Qingyang County was still there. The strategist said bitterly, if not for this person, our Xinjiang County would have integrated all the surrounding cities. Shuachachuan suddenly had the urge to cry. Previously, he had launched a war and annexed Heiyang County, Huaiyang County, and other places with great momentum. However, he had been blocked in the Qingyang County. Not only had he lost a large army, but Jun Changxiao had also paid him a visit and beaten him up. He had been planning for a long time and was about to succeed, but someone had come out of nowhere. This was very sad. The strategist said, if we don't attack the Qingyang County, the sect of all times won't get involved, right? Shuachachuan fell into deep thought. City Lord Mu was not here, and there was no one to take care of southwest Yangzhou. At this time it was undoubtedly the best time to send troops to conquer other cities and expand his territory. He did not want to miss this opportunity. County Governor. At this time a subordinate walked in and handed over a letter. The sect of all times sent a letter. The sect of all times sent it? Shuachachuan opened the letter and saw what was written on it. Before Governor Mu entered the dimensional battlefield, he entrusted me with the task of looking after southwest Yangzhou. Now that the world is in chaos, County Chief Shua, you better know your place. Otherwise, don't blame me for using peaceful means before resorting to force. The signatory was Jun Changxiao. The words peaceful means before resorting to force were clearly saying that if you don't behave, I'll come over and beat you up, Shuachachuan said with a serious expression, there's no point in fighting and killing. It's better to stay at home and fish. The idea of conquering the world, which had just arisen, was completely suppressed by a letter sent by Jun Changxiao. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, sects have no right to interfere in secular wars. I'm afraid County Governor Shua won't compromise if we send a letter directly. If he doesn't compromise, then my sect's disciples will be bullied in Xinjiang County tomorrow, Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu was speechless. The patriarch was purposely setting up a crime so that he could openly cause trouble for Xinjiang County. Of course. Jun Changxiao said. I firmly believe that County Governor Shua is a smart person. He won't make a mistake at a critical moment. Li Luoqiu said, the Demon Emperor's gate attacked a few more sects yesterday. During this period of time, Yuan Gongzi frequently attacked and destroyed so many sections. He must have plundered a lot of resources, Jun Changxiao muttered. Li Luoqiu replied, the sect's vaults and secret rooms were empty. They must have taken everything. Jun Changxiao's gaze turned cold. They dared to harm my allies. When Elder Jiang finds the location, he must seek justice. The system said, the host isn't going to seek justice for Wondrous Flower Palace. He's going to rob them. Both, Jun Changxiao said. That's right. Li Luoqiu said, I also received news that Palace Master Shi is on her way to my sect. It should be because of the Demon Emperor's Gate's sneak attack on her disciples. In the afternoon, Shi Jingxian brought Ling Xingyue to the Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao personally received her at the mountain gate. Seeing the bespectacled woman with flowing black hair, he couldn't help but think to himself, at first, it was quite out of place. Now, it feels very compatible. The system said if she wore the uniform designed by the host, it would definitely be more compatible. That's right. Jun Changxiao agreed. A woman with such a good figure and face would have a different charm if she wore the Sect of all times uniform and a pair of large glasses. While he was thinking, Shi Jingxian had already arrived at the mountain gate. She looked at the mountains in the distance that reached into the clouds in surprise and said, Jun Patriarch, your sect has changed a lot. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, like Palace Master Shi, have you become prettier? Li Luoqiu, who was standing at the side to receive the guests, widened her eyes and said in disbelief, Patriarch can say something like that. Has the sun risen from the west? Shi Jingxuan's face turned red. Palace Master. Ling Xingyue said in a low voice, don't forget why you're here at the Sect of all times. Oh. Shi Jingxian hurriedly adjusted her state of mind and said, Jun Patriarch, Jun Changxiao said, this Jun has already heard about the attack on your sect's disciples in the wilderness. He knows, Shi Jingxian was stunned. The Sect of all times' intelligence network was very powerful. Not only did Gosheng know, he knew even faster than Wondrous Flower Palace. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, you and I are friends, and our sects are allies. Whoever bullies Wondrous Flower Palace is also bullying the Sect of all times. In a few days, Jun will personally seek justice for your sect. Shi Jingxian said, Jun Patriarch, is it the Demon Emperor's Gate that injured my disciples? That's right. Jun Patriarch, the demon sect's strength is not to be underestimated. They've been causing a lot of trouble in the Jianghu recently, and many large sects have suffered losses. In my opinion, let's just forget about it. Although Shi Jingxian had seen Jun Changxiao beat up Yuan Gongzi at Mount Yinghui, she still believed that the Demon Emperor's Gate was very powerful, so she didn't want him to cause trouble for her sect. To put it bluntly, she was worried that Gosheng would be bullied by the demon sect. This time, Shi Jingxian didn't come because of the sneak attack on her disciples. She mainly came to discuss how to stay out of the chaos in the Jianghu recently. Jun Changxiao said seriously, how can we just let it go when our disciples were killed? Shi Jingxian smiled bitterly and said, in the face of absolute power, it's already good to be alive. 2 of her disciples had been killed. As the palace master, she was very distressed, but that was all she could do. Because the culprit was the Demon Emperor's Gate, a force that could easily destroy 3rd or 4th-rate sections. Was she supposed to lead her people to their deaths? Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said with a solemn expression, our sects have been allies for a long time. Your disciples are my disciples. They were killed by the Demon Emperor's Gate, and this hatred must be avenged. You should return to your sect first and leave everything to me. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian was deeply moved, but she still advised rationally, the Demon Emperor's Gate is too powerful. It's better if we don't provoke them. Whoosh, at this moment, Xianxia flew over from afar and landed in the outer courtyard of the Sect of all times. He transmitted his voice, Patriarch, the Demon Emperor's Gate is hidden in the Crossing Spirit Valley. Crossing Spirit Valley? Jun Changxiao sneered, Yuan Gongzi, your family moved really deep. Shua. Shua. Above Ironbone Town, a stream of light flew past. The person in the lead was Jun Changxiao, followed by the Purple King, King of 100 Hills, Ding Xingwang, Gong Sun Haohai, and other high-level sect members. Puchi. Puchi. Xiao Maxian transformed into the Demon Ridge Black Eagle and followed along, carrying Shi Jingxian on her back. At first, Jun Patriarch wanted her to return to the sect and wait for his news. But since Xianxia had found the location of the Demon Emperor's Gate, he might as well bring her along. After all, she represented Miaohua Palace. Palace Master Shi. Xiao Maxian said, sit tight. Shi Jingxian nodded. But there was a bit of disappointment in her eyes. Disappointment and disappointment. Why did June Patriarch leave her behind and travel alone? This time, June Xianxia only brought the high-level sect members with him to Spirit Crossing Valley. He didn't bring Li Qingyang and the others because the latter still needed to construct the plain battlefield. Moreover, it wasn't about numbers, but about elites. Not to mention Old Ding and King of 100 Hills, just Hall Master Purple was enough to intimidate the entire Demon Emperor's Gate. Young Master. In the courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate, the black-clothed old man reported, "Yesterday, we destroyed several sections. We obtained a total of 2 million artificial spirit stones, 200,000 natural spirit stones, herbs, ores, weapons, and other resources." So little? Yuan Gongzi frowned. After being extorted by Jun Changxiao for 5 million natural spirit stones, in order to stop the losses, they could only loot from the famous righteous sections. But a few million artificial spirit stones couldn't make up for the huge hole. Moreover, settling the sect in Spirit Crossing Valley also consumed a lot of resources. The black-clothed old man said, "After all, we are only targeting 4th or 5th-rate sections. There are too few valuable resources." So, Yuan Gongzi picked up the book beside him and looked at the names of the sects listed on it. If you want to get rich, you have to find a higher-level sect. This booklet was a list of the sects and forces on the Falling Star continent. Not only were there famous orthodox sects, but there were also unorthodox sections. On the last page, there was a list of sects that could not be provoked. There were 3 sects that stood out from the rest. They were the Sect of All Times, the Mystic Flower Palace, and the Blue Mountain Sect. Yuan Gongzi had been very careful. He had eliminated everything that could harm Jun Changxiao. But he never expected that his men would accidentally injure Jun Changxiao. If he wasn't hiding in the Spirit Crossing Valley, he would have already taken the money to apologize. Yuan Gongzi said, "Inform the Tiger King and the Antler King to come over." Since the two sides had reached a cooperation agreement, he had to make good use of these 2 chess pieces and let them work for him. Yes. The black-clothed old man left. After a while, he hurried over and said, "Young master, these 2 spirit beasts have left the Spirit Crossing Valley." Yuan Gongzi rubbed his forehead and said, "Sure enough, these beasts are unruly and unreliable. Forget it, forget it." He wrote down the sects on a piece of white paper and tossed it to the black-clothed old man, saying, "Inform the branch to find a time to destroy these sects and bring back all their martial arts resources." Yes. The black-clothed old man was about to leave when Yuan Gongzi said, "Has the Sect of All Times made any moves recently?" "Young master, there has been no movement." You may leave." Yuan Gongzi rubbed his temples and thought to himself, "Everyone says that the Palace Lord of the Mystic Flower Palace and the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times have an affair. Now it seems that it's just a rumor." He got up and returned to his room. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched and his expression changed slightly. This is an ominous sign. In the West Cloud province, which was connected to the southwestern Yangzhou, a burly middle-aged man and a young man with delicate skin flew over at high speed. "Brother," the middle-aged man said, "we flew out of the Spirit Crossing Valley so brazenly. Will we be discovered by the human Wuxing?" From the voice, one could tell that it was the Tiger King. "Don't worry, big brother," the Antlered King said, "most of the experts at Wuxing's level have entered the planar battlefield. We can now fly around the Falling Star continent without fear." The Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Brother, when we enter the southwestern Yangzhou, should we go straight to the Azure Sun County or destroy the sects we see?" "Let's go to the Azure Sun County." The Antlered King said, "Let's clean up the small fries first." "Okay." Whoosh. Whoosh, Alliance Master Qin. In the Grand Qi Sect's main hall, the Long Blade Sect Master Shen Tong said worriedly, "The pugilistic world has been chaotic recently. That demonic sect might come to the southwestern Yangzhou. It's better for us to prepare early." Qin Haoran, who was sitting at the head of the table, shook his head and said, "Sect Master Shen, the 100 Sect Alliance has been disbanded long ago. Don't call me Alliance Master anymore." "No." Shen Tong said solemnly, "Alliance Master Qin is our Alliance Master for one day and will always be our Alliance Master, even if this organization no longer exists." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. Although he had been reduced to nothing in this book, the fact that his former ally could still support him was a testament to his true feelings. Although the Demon Emperor's Gate is causing a lot of trouble, they still haven't come to the southwestern Yangzhou. Situ Wang said, in this old man's opinion, they might be afraid of the Sect of all times. Hearing the words Sect of all times, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of complicated emotions, but more than that, there was fear. The Demon Emperor's Gate dares to go against the top sections. Why would they be afraid of Jun Changxiao? Shen Tong said. If it was in the past, his words would have been filled with contempt. But now, he was completely serious and did not look down on Xianxia at all. After all, his face had been slapped countless times. Xianxia said bitterly, the Demon Emperor's Gate's large-scale attack on the top sects is a disaster. We can only pray that they don't target us. What else can we do? These former 100 Sect alliance forces were just sections. They were as weak as ants in front of ordinary fifth-rate sections. How could they fight against a demonic sect? Sect. Sect Master, right at this time, a disciple scrambled in and said in horror, outside. There are 2 martial artists who can fly outside. A martial artist who could fly, Xianxia, Shen Tong, and the others were shocked, Wu Huang. Boom, right at this moment, a loud bang sounded. The entire ground trembled violently. The main hall was unable to withstand the force and began to collapse. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Alliance Master Qin, run! Shen Tong cried out in alarm, but seeing that he was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, he hurriedly rushed over, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out. Boom! When everyone rushed out, the main hall that had stood in the wind and rain for hundreds of years suddenly collapsed, turning into ruins. The plaque Noble Spirit Sect that had been hung up in recent years also shattered on the spot. Here was the problem. Why was it put up in recent years? Plop! Xianxia collapsed on the ground and cried out in grief, no, regardless of whether it was a sect or a sect, the main hall was a symbol of supreme dignity. Now that it had suddenly collapsed, it was equivalent to the sect being exterminated. Shen Tong and Situ Wang had no time to care about Xianxia because their eyes were wide open at this moment. In their field of vision, the outer courtyard of Noble Spirit Sect was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a pit that was dozens of feet deep, spreading to the area of the main hall. Following the camera, one could clearly see that the mountain where Noble Spirit Sect was located seemed to have been blasted into a huge pit by some kind of terrifying force. Even the space was being disturbed and shattered. Plop! Plop! Shen Tong and Situ Wang did not manage to stabilize their bodies. They collapsed on the ground with fear in their eyes. Then, they raised their heads stiffly and looked at the 2 middle-aged and young men who were standing in midair with a gloomy aura. They definitely did not come with good intentions. Brother, the Tiger Force King said, that punch of yours should have destroyed the entire mountain. The Antler King grinned and said, Big brother, looking at the fear on the human's face, I'm inexplicably excited. Swish! Swish! With a wave of his hand, demonic aura erupted. Whoosh! 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 Those Noble Spirit Sect disciples who did not die under the bombardment were bound and flew up uncontrollably. Humans. The Antler King pulled them all in front of him and laughed, Are you scared? Scared, extremely scared. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the dozens of bound Noble Spirit Sect disciples exploded and died instantly. They did not even have the chance to scream. Nice! The Antler King squinted his eyes and said. It was a spirit beast that was comparable to Wu Xing's level. It did not need to move at all to kill Meridian Opening Realm and martial disciples. Ta! At this moment, Xianxia struggled to stand up. Although his legs were trembling violently, he clenched his fists and said angrily, You destroyed my main hall and killed my disciples. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Boom! The Antler King suddenly appeared in front of him and stepped on his face. He held his hands and said, You're just an ant. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Wah! Xianxia vomited blood. This was without the intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pile of meat paste. Brother! The Tiger Force King urged, quickly destroy this sect. We still have to go to the next one. Understood. The Antler King raised his foot and a wild demonic aura erupted. From the aura, it was obvious that not only did it want to kill Xianxia, but it also wanted to raise the entire noble spirit sect to the ground. Whoosh! The demonic aura gathered crazily and spread in all directions. Shentong and Situ Wang, who were trembling on the side, looked desperate. A strong aura of death enveloped their consciousness. It was over. Completely over. The Antler King, who was accumulating power, looked up and squinted at the destroyed main hall. He saw a few people appear out of nowhere on the mountain peak in the distance. Jun Changxiao sat on a huge rock with his legs apart. Ding Xingwang stood on the right. He released spiritual energy from his palm to form a wave of air, blowing his black hair to the left. His handsome face was enough to make girls scream. The King of 100 Hills, Gong Sun Haohai, and the others either turned sideways or stood behind the patriarch with their arms crossed. The aura they emitted was so strong that it could pierce the sky. As expected. As long as the people of the Sect of all times went out, they would definitely carry Pinru's wardrobe. Friend. Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said coldly, I advise you to be kind. Jun Changxiao led the group to Spirit Crossing Valley and passed by the Grand Qi sect. He rushed over after hearing a loud noise and happened to see someone torturing Xianxia. Patriarch. Old Ding transmitted his voice. These two fellows have overwhelming demonic aura. They should be high-level spirit beasts. Jun Changxiao also saw it. Why would powerful spirit beasts appear in southwest Yangzhou? Could it be that the beast race, which had been suppressed since the top experts entered the dimensional battlefield, also wanted to do something on the continent? The Demon Emperor's Gate was restless, and there were frequent secular wars. Now that powerful spirit beasts came out to cause trouble, it was really an eventful time. That's not right. Excluding the 3 overseas prefectures, there were still 9 in the Falling Star continent. Why would 2 spirit beasts comparable to Wuxing come to southwest Jiangzhou? Did they think this place was the easiest to bully? It had been a few years since he transmigrated, and Jun Changxiao had completely adapted to it. He treated himself as someone from the Azure Sun County. Now that someone was so arrogant in his own territory, he definitely couldn't tolerate it. Kid. The Antlered King laughed sinisterly. Who are you? It was undeniable that Jun Changxiao, Old Ding, and the others carried Pinru's wardrobe out, but it didn't take them seriously because the top experts had entered the dimensional battlefield. Who in this world could do anything to it? Azure Sun County's deputy county governor, Jun Changxiao said indifferently. F***ck, this fellow actually remembered that I was the Azure Sun County's deputy county governor. Deputy county governor? The Deer Antler King laughed coldly and said, in that case, Azure Sun County is your territory? That's right. Jun Changxiao said indifferently. Kikik. The Antlered King laughed strangely. Are you unhappy that I'm doing whatever I want in your territory? Jun Changxiao frowned. Is this fellow provoking me? Fine, fine. Since it's so courting death, I'll be a little unreasonable if I don't fulfill its wish. Pa. Jun Changxiao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh, suddenly, a domineering force pressed down from above. The force was so strong that it directly shattered space. Brother, be careful. The Tiger King exclaimed. The Antlered King also realized the danger. The smile on his face froze, and he hurriedly raised his hands to block. Boom. Hoo. In the area where Xianxia was lying, violent energy crazily rippled. The Purple King appeared out of thin air in front of him, his right fist landing on the Antlered King's arms. Under the accompaniment of gang leader Qiao's background music, the camera zoomed in on his arms. His sleeves instantly exploded, revealing his strong muscles. Jun Changxiao collapsed. This guy had dropped at least a few dozen uniforms, and they were all made with money. No, I'll deduct it from his salary tomorrow. The Antlered Great King withstood the bombardment and his face gradually twisted. But when he saw the newcomer's appearance, he cried out in alarm, It's you. Do you still remember me? The Purple King retracted his fist and gathered his majestic demonic chi for another attack. Boom, the antlered king was unable to stabilize his body after taking the brunt of the attack. He was sent flying and plummeted down the mountain. "Brother!" The Tiger Force King shouted angrily. Suddenly, Ding Xinguang appeared behind him and performed the 5 ultimate palms, forcing the other party to dodge in a hurry. Boom! 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 On the other side, the Purple King caught up with the antlered king who was plummeting down the mountain. Demonic chi gathered in his palms and bombarded him wildly, creating deep pits in the ground. Rumble! Rumble! The powerful force wreaked havoc, and Noble Spirit Mountain collapsed on a large scale. Although Qin Houran, Shen Tong, and the others were the closest to the battle zone, they were not affected by the force because they were protected by a spiritual energy wall in front of them. Thud, Jun Changxiao flew down from afar. Jun Patriarch. Shen Tong said with difficulty, "Thank you for saving us." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saving you. I just don't want to see anyone doing evil in Azure Sun County." Shen Tong. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of the mountain, the violent force wreaked havoc. The ground kept sinking, and the entire Noble Spirit Mountain trembled violently. "I visited you in a good mood back then, but you refused because you never fought with humans. Why did you come out today?" The Purple King waved his fists wildly and bombarded the antlered king who was trapped underground. He was very angry. Because he hated people who went back on their words. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a round of bombardment, the cold wind blew away the dust in the air. The antlered king was lying in the deep pit with a crooked mouth and eyes. "Brother!" The Tiger Force King roared angrily. Boom! Boom! Old Ding took this opportunity to go behind the Tiger Force King and perform the 5 ultimate palms. He bombarded the Tiger Force King's back and sent it flying. The Purple King stomped on the ground with his right foot and instantly flew over like a cannonball. Then, he clasped the Tiger Force King's shoulders and threw it to the ground. Boom! Crack! 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 The force of the explosion caused Noble Spirit Mountain to collapse on a large scale again. The disciples who were still alive had fear in their eyes. It was as if they were experiencing the end of the world. When the immortals fought, the immortals suffered. They were worse than the immortals. At most, they were ants. The camera panned to the foot of the mountain. The Purple King stood in the deep pit that extended for dozens of feet. He stepped on the Tiger Force King's face and said coldly, "If it weren't for the fact that we were of the same race, would I have let you live until now?" Bullsh *T. The Tiger Force King endured the pain and said, "You couldn't beat us brothers back then. That's why you ran away." Boom, boom. In order to stop him from continuing, the Purple King raised his foot and stomped on the Tiger Force King's face. Not only was there anger in his eyes, but there was also a strong murderous intent. A real man doesn't talk about his past glory. "Today, I've trampled you under my feet. That's enough." Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind. A deer beast dozens of feet tall stood up from the deep pit, its eyes flashing with intimidating hostility. Seeing this, Shen Tong and Sidu Wang's eyes almost popped out. Whoosh! At this moment, they saw a stream of light fly over and hang in front of the giant deer's head. When the light dissipated, it was Jun Changxiao. "Despicable human! Die!" The antlered king opened its mouth angrily. Heaven and earth attributes quickly rushed in from all directions and formed into a mass of energy. Jun Changxiao's right hand clenched into a fist. He activated the mechanical armed wings combat form and immediately threw a punch. Boom! The fist, enhanced by equipment and psionic energy, smashed into the antlered king's head like a mountain. The energy condensed in the antlered king's mouth suddenly dissipated. Then, with a crooked mouth and eyes rolling, the antlered king fell to the side in slow motion for 10 seconds. Boom! Another punch was sent flying. The antlered king, who was already unable to stabilize its body, suffered another heavy blow. It staggered backward and finally fell to the ground like a mountain. Its huge cheeks were dented, and its tongue was hanging out of its mouth. Large amounts of white foam flowed out. Jun Changxiao hung in the air. His eyes became abnormally sharp. At this time, if there was a god who photoshopped his hair bald, he would look like someone. Whoosh, the heavily injured antlered king turned into a human and lay on the ground half dead. Jun Changshao landed on the ground and pulled it up. He coldly said, "You dare to cause trouble in my territory? Who gave you the guts?" After being beaten up by the Purple King and being punched twice, this guy's mind was completely messed up. "So," he said in a daze, "Yuan Gongzi, Yuan Gongzi?" Jun Changshao's eyes gradually turned cold. Demon Emperor's Gate. Yuan Gongzi, who was sitting in the room drinking tea, suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate. Boom! Outside Noble Spirit Mountain, another earth-shattering explosion was heard. The ground cracked, and dust filled the sky. The Purple King hovered proudly in the air as if he was looking down on everyone. Wah! In the huge crater, the Tiger Power King spat out a mouthful of blood. Its meridians were severely damaged, and it was clearly in a severely injured state. It was stronger than the Antlered King, but not by much. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the Purple King's attacks. Hall Master Z is getting stronger. Spiritual beasts comparable to martial sages are like little kids. They can't even fight back in front of him. Xianxia, Gongsun Haohai, and the others exclaimed. Tie them up. Jun Changshao said loudly, bring them to Spirit Crossing Valley. Old Ding and the King of 100 Hills flew over and tied up the severely injured Antlered King and Tiger Power King. Each of them dragged one out of Noble Spirit Mountain. After watching them leave, Shentong and Situyun finally regained their senses. When they stood up and saw the craters at the bottom of the mountain and the cracks in space, they were once again paralyzed with fear. This kind of terrifying battle between saint-level experts was something that he had never even dreamed of. It's over. It's all over. Qin Haoran knelt on the ground and burst into tears as he looked at the ruined main hall. Although the two powerful spirit beasts were subdued by the Sect of all times, the destruction they caused was very serious for the Noble Spirit Sect. Even if the Sect wasn't destroyed, it was still greatly damaged. Alliance Master Qin. Shentong and Situyun wanted to comfort Qin Haoran, but they didn't know where to start. Yuan Gongzi. On the way to Spirit Crossing Valley, Jun Changshao said coldly, first, you hurt my allies. Now, you instigated spirit beasts to cause trouble in Azure Sun County. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian, who was waiting in the distance, saw them flying over with two injured cultivators. She asked in confusion, what's going on? Nothing. Jun Gosheng laughed, they're just two idiots who came to my Azure Sun County to cause trouble. The word foolish was a very accurate description. He actually dared to come to southwest Yangzhou to cause trouble without investigating the situation clearly. It was already good enough that he was still alive. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's continue on our way. Screech, the Devil Ridge Black Hawk screeched, flapped its wings, and flew away quickly. Perhaps the 2 punches made Jun Changshao feel a little tired. He didn't choose to fly alone, but first landed on the contract beast's back and went with Shi Jingxian to Spirit Crossing Valley. Nothing was said along the way. After flying for a few hours, a mountain range shrouded in darkness appeared in their field of vision. In the deepest part of the mountain range was a valley surrounded by mountains. Spirit Crossing Valley. The #1 forbidden area of the Starfall continent. In a normal plot, many protagonists would benefit greatly from such an environment, and even climb to the peak of their lives. However, when Jun Changshao landed at the entrance of the valley, and when the Purple King and the others stood behind him, the aura emitted from the #1 forbidden area of the continent seemed to be trembling. Patriarch, Ding Ding said. The Spirit Crossing Valley is huge. Not only are there ferocious beasts, but there are also all kinds of natural treasures. Since we're here, why don't we plunder it? That's what I was thinking. Jun Changshao came this time not only to seek justice from the Demon Emperor's Gate, but also to see what was so special about the #1 forbidden area of the continent. However, Ding Ding frowned and said, I heard that there are 2 beasts that are comparable to. The Purple King crossed his arms and calmly interrupted, these 2 guys are the spirit beasts of the Spirit Crossing Valley. Ah? Ding Ding, Xianxia, and the others were dumbfounded. Jun Changshao was also very surprised and said, these 2 beasts are the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley? Humph, the Purple King said calmly, this king came here to recruit them in the past, but they rejected me. Xianxia walked over and pulled the Antler King in front of him. He coldly said, speak, what is your relationship with Yuan Gongzi? At first, he thought that the two spirit beasts that were comparable to Wu Xing were Yuan Gongzi's subordinates. Now that he knew that Yuan Gongzi was the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley, the situation became a bit complicated. The Antler King said with a ferocious expression, I have formed an alliance with Yuan Gongzi. If you don't want to offend this demonic sect, quickly let us go. Formed an alliance? Xianxia sneered and said, so, it was Yuan Gongzi who instigated you to go to Azure Sun County to cause trouble? That's right. The Antler King said. Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi wasn't present, or else he would have vomited blood. Xianxia's eyes turned and said, coincidentally, this king wants to find Yuan Gongzi to talk about old times. Since you are the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley, bring us to find him. Sure. The Antler King was instantly delighted. These fellows were strong. If he and his big brother were defeated, he would bring them to Yuan Gongzi. The other party would definitely save them on account of their alliance. Let's go. Xianxia led everyone into the dark Spirit Crossing Valley. The Antler King suppressed his injuries and obediently led the way in front. Perhaps only the beast men would betray their teammates and bring their enemies to their home as guests. Demon Emperor's Gate. Yuan Gongzi anxiously sat on the chair because his heart suddenly beat rapidly, as if something bad was about to happen. Young master. The black-robed elder standing beside him said, your expression is a bit ugly. Elder Lin. Yuan Gongzi patted his chest and frowned, I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something bad is about to happen. The black-robed elder said, is it because young master's injuries haven't healed? No. Yuan Gongzi firmly said, it has nothing to do with my injuries. The black-robed elder said, young master hasn't rested for the past few days. Maybe you have overworked yourself. Now that everything has been arranged, why don't you have a good sleep and recharge your energy for big things? Sigh. Young master Yuan sighed and said, those old fellows are always laughing at me, and my underlings are always up to no good. How can I dare to slack off in the slightest? The black-robed elder said, young master is shouldering everything by himself. If this goes on, you will collapse sooner or later. My Demon Emperor's Gate has inherited the will of the Demon Emperor, and after the hard work of our ancestors, we finally have our current achievements. As the Vice Gate Master, I must be cautious and conscientious. Yuan Gongzi said with a solemn expression. What a pity. The black-robed martial artist said rather angrily, those old fellows can't understand young master. Not only do they oppose you everywhere, but they also offended the Sect of all times, which messed up young master's original plans. Don't mention the Sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi said haggard, my heart aches. Yuan Feng. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside, get out here for this great one. His voice was like a clap of thunder, frightening young master Yuan to his feet. His face was full of fear and he cried out, Jun Changxiao? The black-robed elder said in disbelief, how did he find us? Are the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts in Spirit Crossing Valley all blind? Boom. There was an explosion, and the space shook violently. Swish. Swish. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly flew out of the courtyard with the black-robed elder. When he saw that the newly built gate had been smashed into pieces again, he almost couldn't control himself and vomited blood. Wait a minute, why were the Tiger Force King and the Antler King covered in injuries and being carried away? Could it be that they were fighting with Jun Changxiao and the others and got captured? Yuan Gongzi didn't think too much and hurriedly cupped his hands and said politely, Jun Patriarch, we are honored by your presence. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Yuan Gongzi. Right at this moment, the Antler King shouted, the two of us went to ambush the Azure Sun County and failed. We were captured by this guy. Hurry up and send experts to save us. The two of us went to ambush the Azure Sun County, PFFF. Yuan Gongzi covered his chest with one hand and tilted his head back. Not only did blood spurt 3 meters high, but it also drew a beautiful arc. Yuan Gongzi no longer thought about why Jun Changshao was able to come here despite being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. It was meaningless. All he could think about was why the other party had come to find him again. While thinking, he noticed Xianxia. After comparing her with the information in his sea of consciousness, he instantly realized that she was the palace master of Miaohua Palace. Understood. Understood, Jun Changshao must have come to seek justice for his woman. Big brother, how long has it been, and you're already here? Can't you give some face to the sects that have been living in seclusion all year round? Although Yuan Gongzi was depressed, he wasn't nervous. In his opinion, it was purely an accident. It was just a misunderstanding. As long as he gave them resources as compensation, they should be able to bury the hatchet. Thinking of this, Yuan Gongzi's mentality gradually relaxed. Let's sneak attack Azure Sun County. The antlered king was caught off guard when he said this. It was as if a palm print from the depths of the universe had slammed into his heart. In the end, he couldn't bear it and blood splattered 10 feet high. He knew that the two beasts had left Spirit Crossing Valley, but he didn't think of sneak attacking Azure Sun County. After all, this was the Southeast First State. In terms of geographical location, they were at two extremes. Don't panic, pretend that I don't know these two. Yuan Gongzi. Seeing that he didn't speak, the antlered king said angrily, we have already formed an alliance. Are you going to leave us in the lurch? Pft. 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 Yuan Gongzi took 3 steps back and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Gorgeous flowers of blood bloomed in midair. It was magnificent. How decisive of him to betray his teammate. The most annoying thing was that the antlered king had betrayed Yuan Gongzi time and time again without knowing it. He even complained that the latter didn't send experts to save him quickly. Sigh. A godlike opponent and a pig-like teammate. Yuan Gongzi, who was dedicated to supporting the demon sect, could only sleep if he could complete his hegemony under such circumstances. Palace Master Shi, please sit. Okay. Shi Jingxian sat on the chair arranged by Xianxia. Jun Changshao also sat down and said, Yuan Gongzi, I can still understand that you injured an ally of the sect of all times. However, sending these two fellows to Azure Sun County to cause trouble is a little too much. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi suppressed the blood that was about to spurt out from his mouth and hurriedly raised his hand. I swear to the heavens that I definitely didn't send the two of them to Azure Sun County. Their actions have nothing to do with the Demon Emperor's Gate. You think it's okay for you to form an alliance? Jun Changshao said coldly, do you think Jun is a 3-year-old child? Yuan Gongzi almost vomited blood again. In the beginning, he formed an alliance with the 2 spirit beasts from the Spirit Crossing Valley and used them as chess pieces. In the end, without his authorization, he had recklessly offended Jun Changshao. This was not a F*** chess piece, but a deadly bomb. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly explained, as a human, how can I form an alliance with beasts? Don't listen to their nonsense. You didn't form an alliance? Jun Changshao asked. That's right. Yuan Gongzi said with a serious expression. Bullshit. The antlered king roared, we clearly formed an alliance, and you said that if we assist the Demon Emperor's Gate and achieve great things, we will give the beasts a treasure land. Humph, Yuan Gongzi said coldly, those who are not of my race must have different intentions. How can I form an alliance with evil creatures like you? At this time, he had to distance himself. Accidentally injuring the disciples of Miaohua Palace was enough of a headache. If he went to Azure Sun County to cause trouble, that fellow would use these 2 things to blackmail him. He was afraid that it would develop into an all-out war. In terms of strength, the Demon Emperor's Gate might not be unable to fight with the Sect of all times. However, Yuan Gongzi knew that if things developed to such a situation, it would only harm him. Moreover, at this moment, the experts of the Falling Star continent had entered the planar battlefield, and their overall strength had been greatly reduced. He had to speed up his progress and achieve a substantial breakthrough. How could he divert his attention to fight against the Sect of all times? Brother! The Tiger King said angrily, I told you that humans are unreliable. If Jun Changshao allowed it, Yuan Gongzi really wanted to walk over and give each of them a big kick. He roared, you betrayed your teammates so decisively. Who exactly is the unreliable one? From a normal point of view, the tiger and antlered were unreliable, but they were still beasts. They were the typical simple-minded and well-developed. Since Yuan Gongzi had roped them in as allies, he had the responsibility to take care of any unexpected situations. Patriarch Xianxia said, Hall Masterly just sent news that the people of the Demon Emperor's Gate appeared near the little cold village. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the War Cavalry Hall and the Extreme Coldness Palace discovered them in time and repelled them. He did not use sound transmission. Yuan Gongzi heard it clearly, and his facial muscles twitched. Yuan Feng. Jun Changxiao stood up, startling Shi Jingxian so much that she almost stood up as well. She said angrily, Do you really think that my sect of all times is a pushover? Believe it or not, I will join forces with the righteous sects and declare war on the Demon Emperor's Gate. These words were very specific. He did not immediately make a move, nor did he start a war with the sections. Instead, he brought out the righteous sects, meaning to tell Yuan Gongzi that he was not going to be a spectator anymore. He was going to join them and stand on the same side as them. Misunderstanding? It's definitely a misunderstanding. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly explained, I sent people to Luzhou in the northeast to target a third-rate sect. I didn't send my subordinates to any cold village. I can understand if it's a misunderstanding once, but if it's a second or third time, then it's a deliberate provocation. Jun Changxiao said with a cold face. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi did not have the energy to explain, so he went straight to the point. I sincerely apologize for all the misunderstandings that have happened. I am willing to compensate with spiritual stones and other resources. Jun Changxiao said angrily, even if you take out a few billion spiritual stones, how can you exchange them for 2 Miao Hua Palace disciples in their prime? Yuan Gongzi did not say anything. The people who died were not your sect of all times disciples. You don't have to be so agitated. Besides, even if I can bring the Miao Hua Palace disciples back to life, I can't take out a few billion spiritual stones. Jun Patriarch, I ordered my subordinates to attack the Lily Holy Sect and accidentally hurt the Miao Hua Palace disciples. As an apology, the Demon Emperor's Gate is willing to give you 200,000 spiritual stones. Artificial? Natural? Artificial. 200,000 artificial spiritual stones for 2 lives? Do you think I'm a beggar? After being scammed once, Yuan Gongzi had some experience. So, he asked meekly, how does Jun Patriarch want to compensate? Jun Changxiao said, recently, your Demon Emperor's Gate has destroyed many righteous sects and sections. You must have obtained a lot of resources. Since Yuan Gongzi sincerely wants to compensate, you should hand over all the resources you obtained. This? Yuan Gongzi's mouth twitched. Jun Changxiao said with a dark expression, you can disagree. I won't force you. Big brother. You have a threatening expression on your face, and you have the nerve to say won't force you. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi said with a bitter expression, although my Demon Emperor's Gate has been attacking a lot recently, the sects we destroyed are only 4th or 5th class. There is nothing to gain. How about this? I am willing to give you 2 million artificial spiritual stones, herbs, ores, and other resources as compensation. Without natural spiritual stones, everything is off the table. Yuan Gongzi gritted his teeth and said, I will add another 200,000 natural spiritual stones. These were the resources they obtained from robbing a few 4th or 5th class sections. They were all taken out as compensation, which showed their sincerity. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Shi, what do you think? Shi Jingxian was silent for a while and said, Jun Patriarch, you decide. This woman was very smart. She handed the matter to Jun Changxiao when she was in a difficult situation. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao said, then we will compensate you with 2 million artificial spiritual stones, 200,000 natural spiritual stones, and various ores and herbs. Yuan Gongzi was secretly delighted. However, Jun Changxiao added, this is only the compensation for Miao Hua Palace. Next, we have to settle the matter of your 2 allies causing trouble in Azure Sun County, as well as the matter of Little Cold Village in Northeast Lu Prefecture. Ah? Yuan Gongzi almost collapsed to the ground. Jun Changxiao. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the Demon Emperor's gate's inner court. Don't go too far. The voice contained a powerful aura, which shook the space and made the Purple King, Old Ding, and the others frown. The strength of the person who spoke was probably not weaker than the sky battlefield ghost. Whooshing at the peak? Jun Changxiao thought. Yuan Gongzi, who was standing opposite him, said with a look of disbelief, the Gate Master is back? In the outer courtyard of the Demon Emperor's gate, a group of black-cloaked masked men jumped out. They stood in 2 rows. Their right arms trembled slightly, and the 3-feet-long swords on their backs flew out of their sheaths and connected to each other in midair, extending to the gate like a paved road. Welcome, Gate Master. Whoosh, a black-cloaked man with a strong demonic aura flew out from the inner courtyard. His feet stepped lightly on the long sword, and like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he landed on the gate with a plaque with the words Demon Emperor's Gate engraved on it. Holy shit! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. This kind of entrance was simply too flashy. If I have time, I should also study how to make an entrance. Only then can I have the style of a sect master. Gate Master. Yuan Gongzi and the black-clothed old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yes. The Demon Emperor's Gate's Gate Master nodded. Because he was wearing a ferocious mask, it was difficult to see his face clearly. Jun Patriarch. He stood in front of the gate like a high and mighty king, and said, Jun Patriarch has repeatedly come to ask for money. Do you think my Demon Emperor's Gate is a bank? Jun Changxiao said rather unhappily, you're saying it as if I'm deliberately trying to extort money? The Demon Emperor's Gate's Gate Master sneered and said, Jun Patriarch, my Demon Emperor's Gate has hurt your allies. I deeply apologize. As for compensation, I don't need it. Yuan Gongzi's mouth twitched slightly. He was still planning to negotiate with Jun Changxiao, but the Gate Master's appearance completely messed up his plan. If the 2 sides couldn't come to an agreement because of this, the conflict would definitely continue to worsen until it reached an irreconcilable point. My heart. So tired, so tired, so tired. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao looked over and frowned slightly, and said, your Gate Master said that he's deeply sorry and doesn't intend to compensate? Yuan Gongzi, Jun Patriarch. The Demon Emperor's Gate's Gate Master said indifferently, I have already given you enough face by expressing my apologies. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. From now on, we will mind our own business. What if I don't leave? Jun Changxiao asked coldly. He had come all the way to Spirit Crossing Valley and had the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace by his side. If he returned empty-handed, how could he show his face in public? Jun Patriarch, it wasn't easy for your sect of all times to achieve what you have today. Don't ruin your future because of petty greed, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master said. Are you threatening me? Jun Changxiao asked with a cold gaze. Who? The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate released a powerful demonic aura that instantly filled the air. He said faintly, I just want to let Jun Patriarch know the truth. A threat. It was a blatant threat. Ding. Side mission activated. Jun Changxiao opened the mission panel. It said, teach the Demon Emperor's Gate Master a lesson, elite mission. It was very simple and straightforward. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao retracted the data on the panel that only he could see and said indifferently, your Gate Master doesn't know how to walk. Yuan Gongzi was silent. He was only the Vice Gate Master and had no right to interfere with the Gate Master's decision. Heavens, what kind of teammates do I have? Fine. Jun Changxiao said, since you don't want to pay and threaten me, then I can only. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Let's start a full-scale war. Start a war? The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sneered. Jun Patriarch, you think too highly of yourself. Is that so? Jun Changxiao pointed to the sky and said, look, it's a gray plane. Gray plane, everyone was stunned and looked up subconsciously. Whoosh, at this moment, the Purple King, whose clothes had exploded, was suspended in midair. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and a strong demonic aura turned into a strange giant hand that mercilessly pressed down on the gate. Impudent. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master shouted coldly and suddenly raised his hands. Demonic aura surged like waves and instantly met the palm full of demonic aura. Boom. The two strong forces fiercely collided in midair. Ripples visible to the naked eye instantly rippled in all directions, followed by a deafening explosion. The 100 or so disciples in the outer courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate were wantonly disturbed and retreated. Their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. Yuan Gongzi's heart was cold. At this point, the conflict between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the Sect of all times was irreversible. They had been trying to avoid becoming enemies with Jun Changxiao, but in the end, they still met on the battlefield. This was undoubtedly very painful. Boom. Boom. In the area filled with demonic aura, 2 consecutive explosions were heard. The Purple King and the Demon Emperor's Gate Master were seen flying out. In an instant, they fought from a low altitude to a high altitude. Every punch was enough to shatter the void. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual energy and formed a defensive air wall in front of him. He asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine," Shi Jingxian said. She was only a martial king. If she didn't have the air wall protecting her, it would be difficult for her to resist the pressure released by the Demon Emperor's Gate Master. Boom. Boom. In the sky, the battle was still going on. This level of battle could be said to be earth-shattering. The higher-ups and disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate were all dumbfounded. Boom, the Purple King and the Demon Emperor's Gate Master exchanged another punch. They were immediately sent flying and then staggered to the ground. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage again. The Purple King wasn't depressed. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised in disdain. In terms of strength, this Demon Emperor's Gate Master was far weaker than the battlefield Spectre. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be defeated too badly. Hall Master Z. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, "Wear him down first. When you're almost done, leave it to me." The Purple King's mouth twitched violently. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sneered, "No wonder you dared to come to my territory to extort money. It turns out that you have such a powerful subordinate. Cut the crap." Boom. 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 The two of them fought fiercely in the sky again. Under the explosion of power, a large area of space collapsed. Roar. Roar. When the fierce beasts of Spirit Crossing Valley felt the two terrifying powers, they all fled in panic. The dimensional battlefield spatial barrier was very strong, but it still couldn't withstand the battle between the Purple King and the battlefield Spectre. It was needless to say that the spatial barrier of the falling star continent was even more so. Therefore, the two of them had only exchanged a few dozen moves, and the collapsed area in the sky had already spread for hundreds of feet. Demonic aura were rampant, as if the whole world was about to be shattered. Demonic palm. Bang. Boom. The Purple King fell again like a cannonball, and the ground suddenly caved in. The Tiger King and the Antler King, who were restrained, were furious. After all, this was their territory. If they were allowed to fight without restraint, it would be completely destroyed sooner or later. Damn it. The Purple King slowly rose, his eyes flashing with anger. In terms of strength, this Demon Emperor's Gate Master was inferior to the sky battlefield Spectre. Why was it that the more they fought, the more troublesome it became? That was because he was a demonic cultivator who had a mind of his own, mastered all kinds of martial arts, and had rich combat experience. The battlefield Spectre that they fought earlier was just a powerful low-level creature. Swish. The Purple King raised his hand. The space ring on his little finger flashed, and Hell Fury appeared out of thin air. Seeing him wear a pink boxing glove with a heart pattern, the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate were in a mess. Not to mention that he was naked, he even wore something that only girls would use. This purple-haired guy was definitely a big pervert. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master frowned and said, "Disgusting." Swish. At this moment, the Purple King appeared in front of him, and a fist full of love suddenly smashed over. Boom. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master flew out and crashed into the mountain peak in the distance. Swish. The Purple King flew over, and the pink fist instantly exploded, blasting toward the mountain peak. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued, and dust flew everywhere. The Purple King stopped, and the wind blew everything away. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master crossed his hands in the air, and there was a materialized barrier around him to protect him. The mountain peak behind him was blasted to the ground under the power. End of chapter 1002. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.